The triple reversal pill, this divine pill, can be regarded as the divine pill. Created by Yi Qinggu and Lin Chen. When the jade box was opened, the three-color brilliant elixir turned into a stream of light, which was swallowed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen is not the only one who takes the triple reversal pill. Among the more than 100 divine medicine pills he refined before, there are also 10 triple reversal pills. The host is refining, high-grade Shindan, triple reversal. Refining with the fire element law increases the chance of success in refining. The efficacy of the triple reversal pill was unexpectedly solid. Now my cultivation is in the late 6th stage. If I can break through 2 realms, I can hit the 7th stage of the God realm in one go. If I can break through 3 realms, it is the middle stage of the 7th stage. On the 4th day, when the starlight that exploded 10,000 era passed through the 4-dimensional time and shone into the sky, a team emerged from the sky. Everyone who survived has found their own chance in the Taiyang Xinjiu. Now, after many lives and deaths and the consummation of spiritual methods, among the 5 teams, the cultivation base is so high, perhaps it can only be described as unimaginable. When we set out from Jiahai, among the lowest, there was also the 1st level of true gods, and now the lowest is also the 5th level of true gods. If you use ordinary cultivation, you don't know how long you will cultivate. Apart from the medicinal pills, the spiritual method, and the baptism of experience, what is more important is that this team can survive until now. All of them are the elites of the elites. Led by Lin Chen, 12,000 people set foot on the journey again. When Lin Chen and his party stepped out of the Taiyang Xinjiu territory, the god kings who gathered in the nearby starfield silently gave way. God King clears the way. This will mean that Lin Chen's team has gained a certain prestige and recognition in the desolate star region. 15 days later, the 530 domains, the Luna continent. Today, the well-known Divine Elixir Conference on 5 continents was held here, and the Divine Elixir Conference was held here with alchemists from all walks of life. Resplendent, like a palace, inside the VIP room. Dressed in a snow-white house outfit, she is pure and flawless, a beautiful woman who stands tall with jade hands on her cheeks. Beautiful women are sometimes happy, sometimes lost, and sometimes angry. An old woman in palace dress frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "How long has her symptoms lasted?" The man in black robe scratched his head embarrassedly, "Well, since she met a man who was too showy and unruly." The face of the old woman in the palace dress changed slightly. "Don't you have a sweetheart? This is not good." Today's entertainment and establishment of diplomatic relations, what is your Qin family's, Luo family's mind? The black-robed man rubbed his hands. "Well, I know, the problem is that we have also solved the problem of cultivating pharmacists for them. He can't. Humph. You should talk to others about this matter. The old lady doesn't care. You decide for yourself." Facing the departure of the old woman, the man in black robe sighed helplessly. He had to bow his head under the eaves. "Shuangju." The black-robed man interrupted the woman's thoughts and said sternly, "You have to take an attitude later. Don't let the Luo family use the topic and fall into the blame of our Qin family." Ling Yanli nodded slightly. "As long as it is a relationship between friends, I will not be polite." "But." "No buts. These two are Qin Shuangjue and Qin Wanli, the 3rd uncle of the Qin family." Before the uncle and nephew had finished talking, a graceful white-faced scholar dressed in white came towards them. All the bigwigs in the mansion immediately bowed and saluted slightly. Holding a paper fan in his hand, he has a fair face, and his temperament is as refined as that of a saint. He wears a sapphire crown and a white jade unicorn robe. Seemingly young, in fact, he is already a successful generation of kings. Shenzhou, Luo family Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao smiled, bowed his hands humbly, and said with a smile, there were too many guests before, and I was neglected for a long time, don't take it as a surprise. Qin Shuangjue said indifferently, it's okay, you'd better be too busy to see us. Cough. Qin Wanli coughed lightly. Cough what? Qin Shuangjue glanced at him, if you have a problem with your throat, drink the magma. Luo Yunxiao didn't change his face, Genius smiled, it's really Miss Qin family, she is maverick. With the help of your alchemy skills, I can go further, and you can get better resources. Why don't Miss Qin Shuangjue simply be a little bit more woolen cloth? Qin Shuangjue frowned, you want me to do it right? Then I will simply ask you, with your second-level God King's cultivation base and such good conditions, what kind of alchemist and pharmacist do you want? If the woman can't be found, why do you have to appoint me? Seeing Qin Shuangjue being so decisive, the alchemists present were stunned. Although Qin Shuangjue was decisive in the past, he would still show some affection for each other in the social arena. Luo Yunxiao didn't answer, but stared at her. After a while, he suddenly smiled, you have changed. Sure enough, the woman who has a sweetheart is different. It has become completely different from before. With blushing cheeks, Qin Shuangjue said, answer my question. Luo Yunxiao said with a smile, pure beauty cannot attract me. And your eyes are not submissive. It is fun for me to conquer a woman like you. You are more attractive to me than before. There was a touch of unruly between his brows. Luo Yunxiao raised his chin slightly and commanded arrogantly. Who is the man you're looking at? Tell me, and I'll settle him. Suddenly, Qin Shuangjue froze in place, staring straight at the back of the Danhui, a silver robe looking for medicinal herbs in the medicinal herb cabinet. Why is he here? The Luoyue continent where the Shundan meeting was held was 530 regions not far from the Nine Realms mountain in the godly desolate Star region. Shouldn't he be in Jihai? How could he come here? Is it a dream or real? Missing has already surpassed her reason. When Qin Shuangjue reacted, she had already rushed out of the mansion like crazy. As if using all his strength, Qin Shuangjue, who flew up, hugged the back of the silver robe, and a layer of mist appeared in his bright eyes. Is it you? Is it really you? Qin Shuangjue murmured like a dream. Lin Chen froze suddenly. Miss Qin Shuangjue, are you here too? At this moment, many Tianjiao refining pharmacists were in an uproar. In front of Luo Yunxiao, who made a statement, Qin Shuangjue actually hugged another man? What kind of character is Luo Yunxiao, the son of the #1 medicine refining family in Shenzhou, the star of medicine refining in the previous era, born with the Jiuyang absolute divine bloodline, and a genius with both outstanding medicine refining and talent, was dumped? At that moment, the uncertain Luo Yunxiao flashed and swept towards Lin Chen. He suddenly punched out, and the 5 fingers emerged the radiance of the moon that absorbed the stars. It was actually the law of the moon that cultivated to the realm of the gods. With one punch, he wants to forcibly destroy the opponent. His eyes suddenly turned, and the stars shot randomly between his 5 fingers, and Lin Chen instantly raised his hand. Sigh. Boom. The starlight and the moonlight collided alternately, instantly causing the Entire continental plate to vibrate, and a mushroom cloud condensed by law and divine power slowly rose. At this moment, the expressions of many alchemists in the mansion changed greatly. Luo Yunxiao's fist was tightly clenched by the 5 fingers of the silver-robed youth, and it was stopped. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Fighting when you meet, it seems that you feel that you are in deep water and others can't grasp it, right? Luo Yunxiao suddenly felt a chill of crisis. I don't know which alchemist's teeth trembled, and the corners of his mouth trembled. God, the middle stage of the 7th level of the God realm? A 7th level God realm actually received a punch from the 2nd level God King. Is this a fucking fantasy? Fantasy is not so outrageous. Lin Chen, who had refined the triple reversal pill, broke through 3 realms in one fell swoop and reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the divine realm. The superposition of the law of divine achievement and the power of body refining makes him not inferior to ordinary god kings at all. Luo Yunxiao withdrew his fist, squinted his eyes, and sneered, the king of body refinement? The pure power exceeds 1.5 billion barren power. Interesting. He was condescending, rebellious, and there seemed to be a 1,000-handed deity disillusioned in his eyes, and he scolded in a command-like tone, this King's Shenzhou Luo family, Luo Yunxiao, kid, register your name, I Luo Yunxiao will not kill nameless people. Pulling Qin Shuangjue behind him, Lin Chen said indifferently, I have no intention of fighting you, get out of the way, I thought that punch just happened. Standing beside Lin Chen, Shenling Shuang, who was disguised as a man, muttered, Master's temper is much better than before. Yi Qinggu, who was hiding aside, laughed playfully, as far as he has a good temper, I have never seen one with a more stinky temper than him. Coward? Luo Yunxiao laughed, is this the man you chose, Qin Shuangjue? Lin Chen looked at Qin Shuangjue, are you in trouble? Her eyes flickered, and Miss Qin lowered her head and said softly, Shenzhou Luo family forces my Qin family to train a designated number of god-level pharmacists for them every 100 years. Although the Qin family has completed this time, he seems to have other requirements. Lin Chen understood, and the other party was jealous of her body. Qin Shuang must have been kind to him, and it was his turn, Lin Chen, to repay the favor. At this time, Shangguan Yun Yakong came over, and when she saw Qin Shuangjue standing beside Lin Chen, she was slightly taken aback, and then looked around, and it was immediately clear. Shangguan Yun said, the nearby route has been determined, everyone is waiting for you, and the speed will be resolved. Lin Chen nodded slightly, soon. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't plan to report himself, and planned to protect Qin Shuangjue, Luo Yunxiao waved his hand. Boom. 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 The sound of breaking wind came quickly, and more true god powerhouses in Luofu surrounded the vicinity, the lowest of which was the 9th level of the god realm. The alchemists from the 5 continents of the god realm retreated one after another. Luo Mansion is very powerful in this area. Usually, if the king of God provokes him, he may not be able to leave alive. It's just that they are really curious, what is the origin of this mysterious 7th level of the gods? Luo Yunxiao sneered, want to play a hero, to save the beauty, subjective? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, physically. Luo Yunxiao. Shangguan Yun, Shenling Shuang, smiley face. Yi Qinggu, he has always been an honest man. Patting the dust on his shoulders, Lin Chen looked calm and looked directly at Luo Yunxiao, apologize now, you still have time. Luo Yunxiao laughed in anger, ha ha ha. What if this king said no? Lin Chen smiled slightly, then you don't plan to make a face. In the Luofu team, a statue came in a hurry, and the half-step god king with golden armor and saber shouted angrily, those who offend Luofu, die. Zheng. The light of the sword was bright, and the true god Jingjia drew his sword and slashed Lin Chen suddenly. Lin Chen didn't change his face, he just ordered Qin Shuangjue to stand aside. Qin Shuangjue, who was standing aside, looked at his back with hazy eyes, as if he had changed. It's so close, yet so far away. Boom. The golden light of the knife disintegrated, and a bright red knife mark opened in the air, biting the opponent's half-step god king's knife, like a dragon's teeth. What? The golden-armored man was horrified. I saw that there was a blood-robed boy with a cold face floating in the sky not far away, and he sneered indifferently, you are not qualified to fight with brother Lin Chen. If you want to fight me, you have to call a god king first. Qin Wanli and the other pharmacists had particularly wonderful expressions. Some were in shock, some were stunned, and some were unbelievable. The middle stage of the 9th level of the God realm. This young man, who only has the 9th level of the God realm, took the next half-step God King's knife in such an understatement? How is this possible? The sea of clouds surged, and then a divine light descended, transforming into a graceful figure, Tang Jianhai Qingxi man dancing, holding a divine bow, and fell beside Lu Qixin. She said indifferently, don't pretend, if I hadn't scattered his sword intent, would you be able to take over his law of the way of the sword at such a close range without injury? Lu Qixin, can you let me pretend? Boom. 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 The law soared into the sky, across the sky, between swords, lights, swords, and shadows. The surrounding Luofu powerhouses were knocked back. A team of hundreds of people appeared from multiple directions at the same time. When they collided with each other's laws, the fierce force was as fast as lightning, destroying the dry and pulling the rot, like fighting for life. The powerhouses hired by Luofu, in one-on-one situations, were beaten and defeated in a face-to-face. I'm obedient. This group of true gods, the mental method of cultivation, has actually given me a sense of oppression on the soul. When did such a team appear in the desolate star territory, we don't even know? The alchemists almost dropped their eyes to the ground. The 9th level of the divine realm, being pressed and beaten by the 8th level of the divine realm? What the hell is going on with these people? The qualification to become the 9th level of the God realm is definitely not a vulgar person. Even if there is a difference, it's not that much of a difference. They looked at Lin Chen thoughtfully and fearfully. This group of people who defied the sky seemed to be headed by the sun. Even the Shindan of my Luofu can't cultivate such a monstrous true god, and it can crush opponents in several realms. The aptitude of this group of people is not too much in the realm of the gods. Luo Yunxiao stared at Lin Chen. Who are you? Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled sternly. Since I let my people take action, the price is very expensive. The voice just fell. A pair of thin as a cicada's wings of Fengshen's feathers unfolded, and the blue rainbow appeared. When Luo Yunxiao saw the blue light appearing, the soul of protecting the body was instantly broken, and the line of sight tilted. The host uses the ultimate wind god set to obtain the characteristic, the gift of the gods. Has entered the lowest consumption state, the speed of all attributes, 3,000 times. With a palm reaching out, as if capturing a dragon, Lin Chen slapped Luo Yunxiao to the ground. Boom. Continental plates vibrated, smoke billowed, and hurricane waves ripped apart clouds. Okay, so fast. Master. The two god kings in Luofu were shocked. Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang stood in front of the two god kings, preventing them from acting rashly. The moment Luo Yunxiao was spit out blood, he was horrified. The top of his head flashed a group of indestructible gold laws, protecting his whole body like a golden liquid. However, Lin Chen is even faster than his instinctive flowing defense. The kamikaze's 5 fingers protruded from the cracked ground, grabbed Luo Yunxiao's head in an instant, and pressed Luo Yunxiao's face to the surface. The wind is rising. All the alchemists suddenly felt a ray of divine wind flash across the horizon, and Luo Yunxiao disappeared. No, rather than disappearing, it's more like being moved. Sigh. Boom. Debris flew around, smoke swelled, and the crust vibrated violently. Just 2 breaths, the wind held, Luo Yunxiao appeared again. With his face to the ground, he was pushed by Lin Chen to plow the field in a circle, and finally he threw it casually and threw it in front of the two god kings in Luofu. His facial features were twisted and his flesh was blurred. Silence. Eerie silence. All the forces present, the alchemist, and all looked at Lin Chen with eyes like a ghost. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, he rubbed Luo Yunxiao's face on the continental plate and rolled it back alive. So fucking cruel. Where did the ruthless man come from? Anyone can see that Luo Yunxiao and this silver-robed youth at the 7th level of the divine realm. At all, it is not on the same level. The divine wings disappeared. Lin Chen clapped his hands and smiled mildly and modestly. If you dare to embarrass my friend again, I will go to Luofu to play a circle of love magic. Hearing this, the people of Luofu are like a cold light stabbing their backs. Luo Yunxiao, who was struggling to get up, raised his head angrily. His eyebrows were full of anger, and there was a complete psychological shadow in his heart. Before he recovered, he was pushed around by the continental plate. Is this the 7th level of the god realm? No one doubts that he is the 4th level god king. If he really wanted to kill himself, only a dozen rounds would be enough. With pure strength and the 3 laws of divine attainment, Lin Chen has already surpassed most of the God King double layers, and he is not too weak against the War God King triple layer in the early stage. If you use the Extreme Wind God set, in the case of a heads-up, it is a completely one-sided battle situation for the God King duo. The mute eats berberine, and there is bitterness that cannot be said. Supporting the bloody Luo Yunxiao, a god king of Luo house, trembled and clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your kindness of not killing." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Not everyone likes to use their mouths, so I don't like verbal thanks. My compatriots came here from thousands of miles, fought a fight, and didn't get a penny. It's not appropriate. Very inappropriate. You just offended my friends a little and lost your life. It's inappropriate. More inappropriate. Since you have come. I see." On that day, Luofu, as one of the sponsoring forces of the Shindan conference, became the poorest party. Not even a ring was left. In this situation, Shenling Shuang's eyes lit up, although the master's rhetoric is not serious, but he looks so handsome when he is standing and earning money. Brush. 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 The light beam of the law of divine power suddenly bloomed, and the team that stepped into the falling moon continent actually triggered the vision of breaking through the realm again. Luoyue continent came one after another, and from time to time came the momentum of breaking through the realm, making many pharmacists stunned. This team, even breaking through the realm, is so commonplace. People once doubted whether this group of people still has common sense. And all the powers of the Shindan society had a big change in attitude, and they all wanted to befriend Qin Jiapan, which made Qin Wanli flattered. The Qin family hugged these thighs. Why didn't they soar? Qin Shuangjue looked at the team that stepped into the falling moon continent, and his heart shook. With such a large number of powerhouses, it would not be a problem to conquer Luiwei continent. Lin Chen just left and went to the other side of Luiwei continent. Yi Qinggu strolled around Qin Shuangjue and raised her eyebrows slightly. Miss Qin, I haven't seen you for a long time. As soon as we meet, you are a physical hero who saves the beauty. The delicate girl looks good. The glamorous Shuiyu showed a beautiful smile, Qin Shuangjue said. Indifferently, do you want to eat lemons? Yi Qinggu smiled sweetly. He prefers to eat grapes. Isn't it buns? As people change, so do tastes. Aren't men supposed to have more taste and less variables? He's different. The two girls face off against each other. Shenling Shuang, two women in one play, wonderful. Only Shang Guanyun, staring at Qing Shan looming in the nebula in the distance, was not at peace. In this battle, we have to face powerhouses from multiple races. After this battle, I don't know how many compatriots will survive. In the first battle of the Taiyang Xinjiu, the price everyone paid was too great. Even if the cultivation-based sword, if the next battle, could not survive. With sadness between his brows, Shang Guanyun sighed softly. Can the confrontation with the Protoss really be won, or can the Protoss really be defeated by combat power? The god-defying Emperor Futian did not completely expel the Protoss. After arguing for a moment, Qin Shuangjue gently stroked the blue silk in his ear and narrowed his eyes. You actually broke through the God King. Yi Qinggu smiled like a flower. After all, I've been by his side for a long time. Humph. Qin Shuangjue snorted coldly and asked, where are you going? Shenling Shuang said with a smile, just finished fighting the Taiyang Xinjiu. The next master's goal is to capture Jiujia Mountain. Qin Shuangjue was stunned, and Shuiyu became more and more stunned. Taiyang Xinjiu? It's you who killed Jin Junlin of the Protoss. The Battle of Taiyang Xinjiu caused a sensation in all areas of the godly desolate Starfield. You must know that this is the news that was only spread here a few days ago. And their team has already broken into this place? There are at least dozens of domains across the Tianqing domain. Even if a true god who controls the law wants to rush here from the Taiyang Xinjiu, at least he has to travel day and night for half a year. They arrived in 10 days. Not only Lin Chen, but also this group of people are all land gods. Qin Shuangjue sighed helplessly. He is really getting further and further away. Brush. The wind swirled in the sky like a tornado, and Lin Chen stepped on the law of wind and said in a stern voice, we found the route to Jiujia Mountain, and we are the first to face the demons. Yes. Everyone drank suddenly, and everyone's face showed a determination to die. Wait a minute. Qin Shuangjue stopped Lin Chen. Qin Shuangjue threw off the 2 air transport capsules that were worn to the slender waist, and threw them to Lin Chen. You came here specially. There must be a shortage of medicinal pills. There are medicinal pills and medicinal materials collected by my Qin family at the Shindan meeting this time. Use them. Lin Chen released a ray of divine soul into the Qi transport capsule, and there were hundreds of divine pills in it. After exhaling, Lin Chen clasped his fists heavily. Thanks. Qin Shuangjue smiled and said, your serious appearance makes people feel unfamiliar. It's better to be frivolous like before. Lin Chen said solemnly, I'm a serious person. Staring at him for a while, Qin Shuangjue said softly. Lin Chen. Come back alive. This time for sure. Watching Lin Chen and others leave, Qin Wanli stood beside Qin Shuangjue. Qin Wanli asked, Nizi, it's rare to see you fall in love with a man so much. Why don't you catch up? Qin Shuangjue said, he is far away from me. Qin Wanli wondered, you can catch up with him from a distance, isn't it what? You said, if you can't get soaked and dig the walls, if you can't dig, you can use medicine. You can do anything. Why are you different from before? Looking at the silver robe until it disappeared, Qin Shuangjue let out a faint sigh. The glamorous goddess who had played with the minds of countless men sighed like a girl at this moment. What we are far from is not the distance, but the road. The vast galaxies are endless, and there is a unique mountain that leans against the sky. It has a long history. The mountain is larger than the sun and the moon, and the mountain is as vast as a galaxy, traversing 9 realms. The sacred mountain is connected with the gods, and the divine power is monstrous, and it dominates the territories of all ethnic groups. The name of this mountain is called by various ethnic groups to divide the mountain of the 9 realms. The heroes compete for the deer, and the strong of each ethnic group occupy one side. The monarch is lurking, and no one can really win the Jiujia mountain. Jiujia mountain, Shenma Bay. The 100-zhang demon body is like a 6-winged demon god, the devil king. Stands here, his eyes are like ghosts and fires, watching all the scenes in the distance, as if it were like this forever. Suddenly, dressed in a silver robe and adorned with starlight, he stepped on the divine wind and fell into the Shenma Bay. His movement was so fast that even the demon god king barely reacted. Boom! The 6-winged demon king raised a giant axe, pointed at the other party, and warned in an obscure human language, where is the human race, break into my demon race territory. The silver-robed youth smiled and said, I'm here to give a surprise. 6-winged demon king? Human, this is not the place you should come. The dark and secluded demonic energy surged like a tide, covering the stars and covering the moon, and 6 pairs of huge demonic wings unfolded. In this 4-dimensional universe, there is no place where I shouldn't go. Lin Chen smiled and shook the wind and thunder, and Yunkong pushed aside. Insanity! The demon king held a giant axe and swung it towards Lin Chen. The blade of the axe violently swept out a magic eagle and stretched out its claws, to pounce on Lin Chen. The left palm is thunderous, the right palm is the god of burning the sky, Lin Chen's palms together, the thunder and flames are like a dragon, and they are shaken with one palm. A terrifying star-like explosion shook the starry sky, alarming many demon kings and demon gods in the demon race territory. As the thunder and fire spread, and the violent and ferocious law of thunder continued to swallow the burning secluded demonic energy, a humanized panic appeared on the 6-winged demon king's ferocious face. This human race is far beyond its imagination. This human race creature is very strange, even stronger than the human races. 2nd-level God King, and it is not the enemy of this king. When the 6 wings slapped wildly, the demon king quickly retreated. Boom! The law of the wind gallops like a divine wind, and when the wind blows, Lin Chen's hands are like knives, and the dazzling law stars light up, and they sway down. Sigh. The palm of the knife was shining brightly, and it cut off a pair of demon wings of the demon king, and it immediately vomited blood and was horrified. Grabbing the demon wings with both hands, Lin Chen kicked it horizontally. kicking its entire demon body into the Shenma Bay, causing the demonic waves to surge into the sky. The six-winged demon king was terrified, and in just a few rounds, he brought it down. Most of the creatures of the second-level God King can't do it to this extent. Lin Chen chased after the victory, a divine bow appeared, and when he aimed at the six-winged demon king, dozens of thunders slanted down from the sky, slashing directly at Lin Chen, forcing him to retreat. The mighty magic sound echoed in the sky. Unexpectedly, the cowardly human race has such a madman. Except for the rampant Asuras, you are the first creature to challenge our territory in 10,000 years. A mere human race can also reach the level of a god king with pure power, and it must be very delicious to eat. Huh? The seventh level of the gods? Where did the freak come from? The seventh level of the gods has such combat power. A shadow of a statue leaning on the sky and covering the earth appeared. Some demon bodies were as huge as stars, some were more delicate and beautiful than humans, and some were like moving energy storms. They were all first class demon kings, more than 10, the lowest. It is also an existence comparable to the first level consummation of the God King. The strongest, equal to the triple level of the God King. The powerhouses gathered by the 9 realms mountains are truly extraordinary. These demon kings completely surrounded Lin Chen and blocked his retreat with their own means. Boom! A demon king waved his demon fist, and the demon sea in Shenma Bay suddenly surged and boiled violently. That pure power was no less than Lin Chen. 3,000-foot-long magic thunders descended, hitting Lin Chen's head directly, trying to smash him to the point of fear and annihilation. Death. The bowstring was pulled up, and Lin Chen shot out the fierce divine light. With one arrow, like a divine star twinkling, intertwined with stars, thunder, and fire, and the 3 laws merged together, turning into a flying dragon, rushing towards the sky, bursting with the divine might of smashing the law. Although this arrow does not have the speed increase of all attributes, it contains the blessing of Lin Chen's more than 1.5 billion baron power, and the power is also earth-shattering, shattering the galaxy. Just when all the demon kings were planning to destroy Lin Chen's offensive in one fell swoop, the light of his arrows split the shadows. What? Such a powerful attack can be divided into 5 without weakening the attack. Power? The 10 demon kings turned pale in shock and attacked one after another. Sigh. Boom. 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 Shenma Bay ushered in multiple starburst-like storms, and the magic sea was stirred. Lin Chen, who was slightly shaken back by the aftermath, steadied himself in the void. Facing the encirclement and suppression of the demon kings again, he shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Is that all the demon kings of the demon race? A demon king with tentacles on his head laughed angrily. The little devil of the human race, you may not be able to win against us. The strength of my demon race is far beyond your imagination. Someone Lin said solemnly, the power of the demon race is indeed beyond my imagination. I didn't expect that 10 of you would be able to hold back a clone of me. All demon kings? Split, split? Almost as soon as the voice fell, there was a loud noise on the north side of Shenma Bay. A figure surrounded by the law of the wind rushed into the Shenma Bay at a terrifying speed like a star. No, it's not over yet. At the 9 Demons Cape outside Shenma Bay, the boiling sea of the Demon Sea instantly stirred up turbulent waves, and another person dressed in a silver robe and holding a sharp spear entered the territory of the demon race. 9 demon corners, Shenma Bei, Zhenmoyuan, etc., the main points of the demon race in all walks of life in Jiujia Mountain, unexpectedly appear chaos. The bloodline transmissions of many demon powerhouses have been passed on to the demon kings. King, someone broke in. Your Majesty, there are people in Zhenmoyuan who have made a surprise attack and can't stop it. Except for the demon kings who are in Shenma Bei, all the demon kings in the Jijishan demon domain have received voice transmissions. The six-winged demon king said in surprise. The sound of the east and the west? Are there other human races? This thing is actually a fucking clone? The 11 demon kings stared at Lin Chen in complete amazement, as if they had seen a ghost. The demon who looked like a ghost looked at Lin Chen with eyes like seeing a ghost, and the scene was very exciting. The 7th level god realm, a monster capable of overturning a god king or even a 2nd level god king, is actually just a clone? Difficult. Could it be that the top 10 geniuses of the Protoss are here? No, the genius of the Protoss does not have such a low cultivation base. The demon kings were completely messed up. When did this kind of monster appear in the human race? Lin Chen held the divine bow in his hand, aimed at the 11 demon kings, and laughed jokingly. Everyone, where are you looking? I haven't started to shoot seriously, the show has just begun. At the time when the demon domain of Jiujia Mountain was in full swing, the news continued to be conveyed to higher places. Jiujia Mountain, Demon Territory Grotto, the highest level. On the huge throne sits a human-shaped demon god. Its eyes are dark and demonic energy is rising. There are 2 human faces hanging on its chest. Its 2 claws hold the information summoned by the subordinates. Above its head, there is a vortex of demonic air that hangs upside down from the sun, and the moon is really infiltrating. A sudden human enemy. The humanoid demon sneered slightly. Shenmoan, 9 Demons Corner, Zhenmoyuan, these are all areas guarded by demon kings. The enemy attacked from here, which proves that the other party has the means to detect the number of powerful demons in our country, or it may be against our demon domain. The distribution is very well understood. The claws of the humanoid demon slowly tapped on the table, with confidence in the overall situation in his tone. These sneak attacks are all intentional. Instead of hitting the weak points, they hit the strong points. Its handsome face, which looks like a human race, inadvertently showed a hint of contempt. I want to play the east and west, but the level is still low. I passed the master's order that all demon kings above the 4th level are not allowed to leave the original area. This riot will be resolved by other demon kings. The big fish is still behind. In the demon domain, the top powerhouses have never been dispatched easily. Once the top combat power is dispatched, if it is perceived by the strong of other clans, it will cause heavy losses instead. Before reaching the most critical point, the gods who stand at the top will not end in person. When the aloof demon lord looked into the distance, he seemed to be looking in the direction of the human race's territory. It's just, what is the origin of the human race this time, to have such a skill? The claws tapped on the table, and the demon lord fell into contemplation. Back then, when Emperor Futian and others were still young, the demon race aggressively invaded the human race, and even the Protoss who were in power at the time could not stop it. The demons have destroyed countless martial arts and combat skills, alchemy, fingerprints, and treasures of casting tools. They planned and deliberately destroyed the cultural treasures of the human race. They almost cut off the inheritance of the human race, and once forced the gods and the human race to A desperate situation. Afterwards, Emperor Futian and others rose against the sky and eventually became the equivalent of the Asura and Dragon races. Since it is not a Protoss, there is only one possibility when you think about it like this. The ghost-like demon pupils flashed with strong killing intent, and a demon eye opened between the eyebrows of the demon master. The breath revealed by the magic eye is like a brilliant magic knife, splitting the cloud sky above the magic domain. Is it your student, Emperor Futian? Next to Zhenmoyuan, the sea of magic is churning. Above the bright red, turbulent sea of magic, a group of figures slowly emerged from the sea, led by Shuang and Lin Chen. Shui Jianming's fourth team will come to your aid. They can deal with three-headed demon kings at the same time. The second team is responsible for leading snakes out of their holes, so what? Lin Chen turned his head to look at his disciple. Are you confident? Shuang was gearing up, her disguised handsome face showed a confident smile. You should ask everyone, not me. Lin Chen looked around, everyone in the second team smiled knowingly. Their fighting spirit was boiling, and no one planned to back down. In every action, the second team always takes on the most dangerous task, and this time it is the same. Everyone in the second team is even slightly stronger than the first team in terms of total combat power. Shuang's palm turned with a gray and clear divine light, condensed into a pair of dragon-tooth-like fists, and the killing law of the divine realm became reality. Just give it a try, the full strength and new exercises after being promoted to God King. Walk. Boom. The magic sea exploded, and Lin Chen and Shuang took the lead, leading the team to the fastest speed. A group of people rushed into Zhenma abyss like lightning flashes. And the human race? Oops, this is a human race group fighting. Is this the main force? The demon god in Zhenmoyuan lost his voice in horror, and he was hit head-on before he had time to attack. Some top-level demon gods didn't even react, and they couldn't accept it before they died. Why is this human race team, even a seemingly unremarkable true god 7th and 8th, can instantly kill them by leaps and bounds? Lin Chen's clones in various places attracted too many demon kings, and the second team launched a surprise attack, almost as if they were no one. Demon Territory Grotto, Demon Temple. A day later, new news came. The magic light came flying, and a demon god rushed in, knelt down and bowed, and said, Lord Demon, there is a team of more than 2,000 people in the 7-layered sea of demons outside Zhenmoyuan. The contemplative demon lord shook his head and laughed. Can't you hide it so soon? Obviously, this is the main force. All the previous breakthroughs were all aimed at the strong point, but this time it was aimed at the weak point. Pass on the master's order, let the demon king of Tianyuan, the demon king of Swallowing Dragon, and the demon king of Blood Calamity lead the demon gods under his command to destroy this team. At one time I sent out 3 powerhouses of the 4th level of the demon king. In the realm of the king of gods, the first layer is a piece of sky. The 4-layered demon king is an existence that can be called the apex of any racial creature. As strong as Lin Chen's phantom avatar, it's still one thing to be able to win the 4th level god king one-on-one, but 3 were dispatched this time. Just when the top powerhouses of the demon race were dispatched, a group of figures slowly emerged from the gorge in the demon cloud gorge. The people at the head are Lin Chen and Yi Qingguo. However, this time Lin Chen was different. The eyes of the demons flickered between his eyebrows, as if he could see through the distribution of the powerful demons. It's Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Let's see how many hands the other party can Predict from me. At this time, the demon cave is empty, and there are only a few demon kings and a few demon gods left. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Qinggu. You know what I mean, go, and give meaning to the demons. Yi Qinggu smiled beautifully, that must be very interesting. Then, Lin Chen drank coldly. Everyone, rush through the 9 magic horns. Our goal is to cross the demonic realm and pass through the territory of the Protoss. There must be our comrades in arms there. Boom. The law of the first team broke out, like a scorching sun, and became the most dazzling party in the demon realm. As soon as he entered the demon realm, he encountered a group of demon gods in front of him. Lu Qi, who was carrying a divine sword on his shoulders, shouted abruptly, I've done it. Yuan Wujue frowned and said, did the demons fight before? They are a group of brutal lunatics. I wonder if Luoyu and others who went to the human territory will be able to make it in time. Jiang Fan was wearing the azure sword, and said with a smile, the battle of the gods on a large scale is always full of variables, and you can only know the result after you have fought it. When everyone broke into the demon realm with a brave and fearless momentum, it seemed that the vacant hungry wolf base suddenly broke into a group of fierce tigers, and they were caught by surprise. Another day later, in the demon temple, the demon lord who received the message was moved for the first time. You said, there is another team that killed the 9 demon horns? It turned out to be a false shot. The demonic energy was overwhelming, and the demon master shouted angrily for the first time, tell me to order the remaining 2 quadruple demon kings, and the generals of the demons to withdraw from the front line and completely suppress this team. The 2 demon gods were so moved that they were going to send the demon generals to guard the front line of the demon realm. It seems that the demon master is quite cautious. The existence of this god king equivalent to the peak of the human race is no problem for the 5-layer god king of the enemy race. Yes. The 2 6-winged demon gods immediately retreated. However, just 6 hours after the order was issued, several more news came. Report to the demon lord, the human clones in Shenma Bay and Zhenmoyuan suddenly disappeared. Reporting to the demon lord, the human avatars that disappeared from various domains have all concentrated in the 9 demon horns. Are concentrated. Strength cannot stop the impact of this team. Report to the demon lord, there is a pair of human men and women who are heading towards our magic library. The 3 consecutive messages completely dumbfounded the demon lord. What is this Nima's position? First hit the east and hit the west, lead the snake out of the hole, and then move the tiger away from the mountain. Speak to the demon lord. Another demon god flew quickly, fell into the demon god temple, and handed a jade slip with both hands. The 2 demon kings have already been defeated, and a pair of human men and women are righteously approaching the supply magic storehouse on the front line. They also left this jade slip and threatened to show it to the demon master. The demon lord stretched out his claws and sucked, and the jade slip flew over. When he spread it out, his face instantly turned ashen. As soon as a dark horse appears, do you specialize in the back? It turns out that the goal of these people is the supply treasure house of the demons. Jiujia Mountain is less than 30,000 miles away from the demon race's territory. The astrolabe rotates, and a continental plate is suspended under the vast starry sky like Gingjin. This place is one of the front lines of the human race, Silent Star Hill. A team that didn't even have a god king stepped into Silent Star Mountain. Today, in the temple, Li Tianwang, who has tiger eyes and knife eyebrows, is wearing A bright red divine saber, and behind his hands, the top of his head hangs like a six-round blood-colored sun. When he heard the report of his subordinates, Wang frowned and turned to look at the young man in white in the main hall. He was elegantly dressed in white, handsome, with a calm brow that looked down on life and death, neither humble nor arrogant when talking. And laughing, Wang said, "You said that you have cooperation and want to talk to me? You are a little devil of the 8th level of the gods?" On the surface, despite the rebellious pressure, the more Wang looked at this young man, the more extraordinary he felt. Entering his territory alone, he still has such a humble attitude. Even in the face of one of his 5-level peak god kings, he can still calm down. This state of mind and measure is rare in Wuzhou. The young man in white smiled slightly and bowed his hands. "Yes, in Xia Luoyu, Jiehai people, this cooperation, if you hear the name of our leader, you will definitely want to cooperate." Ha ha ha. Wang laughed loudly in the sky, and sneered in anger, "I have never seen any scene of Laoli, and I may not sell the face of the Lord of God. You want to invite me with a name? Report the name of your leader." "Jiehai, Lin Chen." Luoyu smiled gracefully, being humble without losing his demeanor. For a moment, the silence in the temple was so quiet that a needle could be heard. Wang's demeanor seemed calm, but the 6 rounds of blood yang behind him ignited a bright red divine flame. "Tell me about your cooperation. We have to cross the Jiujia mountain. The demon race is the closest. Breakthrough. The leader of our army has entered the demon realm. An hour later, the front line of the demon prison in the east will attack with all its strength. As for the reward, you can ask the demon race for it." A few simple words changed Wang's expression once again. Already invaded the demon realm? As expected of a lunatic who dares to challenge the realm of the gods. This cooperation, this king wants it. Demon Temple. When he learned that Lin Chen and others took a series of positions, the demon master who was very deep in the city couldn't help but be furious. This style of play directly disrupted the demon realm. If he was swayed by a shot, the demon lord could still sit still, but those clones who had delayed so many demon lords by themselves could suddenly move and gather together? To use such a far-reaching space transfer method in the godly desolate starfield, unless it is the existence of the law of space among the godlord creatures. This son should only have some special magical powers, and he has not reached the height of the laws of space, otherwise he does not need to spend such a lot of trouble. The devil's face was gloomy. "Boy of the human race, if you like to be in the back, this seat will force you to come out of the front. Let's pass it on again. Command the heavenly demon general to guard the number 1 supply treasure house. Let 15 demon god kings rush to help the 9 demon horns, and be sure to stop them. Demon domain, abyss demon prison, under a demon abyss with a depth of tens of thousands of meters. The dark inside of the castle stands high, and the mysterious universe energy is suspended in the castle." Boom! The earth-shattering loud noise erupted, and Lin Chen and Yi Qingguo punched one by one, blasting open the sealed door of the magic castle. What catches the eye are treasures all over the void, and the treasures are endless. Some are unique crystals, some are 9th order heaven and earth treasures, and there are mountains of divine jade. Some are high-level divine beast blood marrow, blood bones, and sealed beast souls. Different from the human race, what the demon race lacks is not an elixir, but an energy body that can be refined and absorbed. These treasures are all helpful for the supply of the front line of the demon race and are conducive to the absorption of the demon race. The life of the demon race is tyrannical, and it can directly absorb many powerful energy bodies like the dragon race Azura. These are all powerful energy sources collected under the starry sky, and most of them can help the human race to comprehend or condense new laws. Yi Qingguo came from the sky, flicked her hands gently, and naturally took away the unique crystals one by one. Lin Chen was stunned and said, "So fast? Aren't you afraid of an agency?" Dai Mei raised her eyebrows lightly, and Yi Qingguo stared at him. "Coming here is not like coming home. Why are you so skilled? I have to ask you that." "That's right, come here." The movements of the two are skillful and fast, almost like returning to their own home. The different crystals and divine jade are directly stuffed into the air planting capsule, and the powerful orc blood marrow and soul are sealed with divine power and divine soul. And for some powerful energy treasures, Lin Chen needs to seal them down with laws, and if they can't be sealed, use decomposition function in exchange for higher attribute values. A ball of bright red blood throbbing like a heart was suspended in a spherical shape. Lin Chen reached out and placed his hand on it, urging the system with a single thought. The host decomposes the extremely evil blood and obtains 1.2 trillion God level blood. The host decomposes the chaotic moonlight and obtains 30 billion points of God level light energy. Congratulations to the host, comprehend the law of light. A round of bright moonlight divine light rose from Lin Chen's palm, and time and space added a new law. The powerful energy body that cannot be taken away in a short time, Lin Chen, is all broken down into massive attribute values. What surprised Lin Chen was that there were no restrictions set by any demons. Here, there are so many treasures. It is said that there are 7 or 8 treasures in the demon domain. I really want to take it in one breath. Lin Chen was amazed. Perhaps because it is close to the front line, too many restrictions are set. But it will be detrimental to the rescue on the battlefield. There are more than 100 unique crystals, and there are 5 gods. These different crystals, unless they are attributes that Lin Chen has not encountered before, are of little use to the laws he has already understood. And it would be better to leave them to other warriors. 100 orc blood marrow, 209th rank high-level divine beast cores, for God King beast cores, middle grade divine jade over 10 million. And thousands of 9th rank heaven and earth treasures. Get out. Yi Qingguo clapped her hands. Let's go. The little devils of the human race, you all look down on yourself. Too much. A roar shook, the starry sky was dark, and the spiral-like magic energy spread across the sky. Every time its wings flap, it will roll up a storm of demonic energy that devours the stars. It is a demon king who has refined speed, and it is actually one step earlier than the demon general. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, 4th layer demon king. You bring the things back to the team first, and this big guy will give it to me first. Lin Chen threw the Qi Luck capsule and gave it to Yi Qingguo. Yi Qingguo nodded slightly and said sternly, be careful, this demon king is not easy. In the realm of the king of gods, the first level is the first level. This existence is equivalent to the 4th level of the god king. At this stage, Lin Chen can only fight against the enemy with the dragon king, the god of war and the god of wind. Want one-on-one? The 8-winged demon king was startled, and then laughed in anger. This king has fought with your clone, and it is far from the combat power of the 4th level god king. It seems that you are the main body. It seems that it is no different from your clone. Since it's like a clone, this king is very curious, where did you get the confidence to stop this king one-on-one? Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said, don't worry, I'm not an old single who has so much water, I will try to give you the fastest speed. A golden talisman rose into the sky from above Lin Chen, and the golden talisman bloomed into the body. Consume 2.5 billion God-level talent points to activate the orange level. Advanced talent, God Killer. The more the number of enemies, the stronger the increase in talent on the spot, and those who are hostile to the host, Demon Realm millions of demons. Consumes 2.5 billion talent points, activates the God Killer, and is hostile to the host, millions of demon gods in the demon domain. When the golden gods bloomed, they merged into Lin Chen's body. His laws are like the sun in the sky, his soul is leaning against the sky and covering the earth, and his whole body is derived from the laws of stars like a ring of stars. The majestic qi and blood continued to soar, and the pure power was raised to 2 billion barren power. Lin Chen's qi and blood are like the beasts of the ancient times possessed, exhaling and breathing, destroying the world. Around the star ring, there is a pitch-black myriad thunder, and the law of the wind dances like a elf. The 3-inch divine flame in his palm swayed, burning out a starry sky of flames of billions of fireworks. Between the light and dark alternated, between the pupils, Lin Chen's realm temporarily climbed, breaking through the boundaries of the 7th level. Perfection of the God realm like a broken bamboo. In the end, it temporarily soared to the middle stage of the 8th level of the divine realm before it slowly stopped. With Lin Chen's current background, the role that a high-level orange slayer can play is not enough to reverse the overall situation, but it is still a trump card. The background of the demons is really rich, and the universe energy of a chaotic moonlight made me understand the law of light. Staring at the law of light in the dense space and time of Tai, Lin Chen was wary. The rise of the divine power cultivation base will directly affect the strength of the law. With his current state, he can control more laws, and the more laws, the more methods Lin Chen can use to fight. However, in the current realm, it takes 2.5 billion talent points to activate God Killer. If you activate God's Rebellion and Heavenly Rebel, it will consume dozens of times more talent points. Although there is no time limit, consumption is still a big problem, must be used at critical moments. When Lin Chen was thinking about it in his heart, it took 1/10,000th of his breath. Laugh. In an instant, the 8 pairs of magic wings pulled away a bloody light like the blade of a blade, swiftly destroying Lin Chen, and thousands of blood lights converged on the demonic claws like a tornado. Boom. A claw kicked at Lin Chen, shattering the vast star ring, the thunder of the sky collapsed, and the ashes disappeared. With one move, Lin Chen flew away, patted Ling Yu, and the 8-winged demon God King sneered. That's it? Boom. The kamikaze roared, and the shattered star rings condensed again, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky and slapped the top of the Demon King's head. The demon wings opened, and the Demon King subconsciously protected himself. At the moment when the aurora of Fengshen descended on the heaven and earth, the fists alternated between light and dark were wrapped around the thunder, and sparks and struck instantly, and at a speed that the Demon King couldn't react to. He punched it in the face. The star palm falls, and the divine fist arrives. Boom. 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 The blasted Demon King turned into fireworks falling under the starry sky, destroying many stars along the way. The demon body exploded with demonic energy, the demon feather split open, And the humanoid face opened a crack for the first time. Grabbing a piece of starfall to stabilize his figure, the eight-winged demon king looked up, his pupils stared at Lin Chen in the distance, his eyes were full of shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the Fengshen wings flapped, and laughed casually. That's it? The eight-winged demon king lost his voice, his speed is higher than mine. It stared at Lin Chen's ultimate Fengshen suit, and said, what the hell, this king has never seen such an artifact. It is the first-class speed demon king in the demon realm. On the premise that only speed is concerned, regardless of combat power, few peak demon kings can suppress it in terms of speed. The gap between the threefold and fourfold of the gods is like an overpass. With the talent of a god killer, Lin Chen can be at most 4 or 6 with the opponent, close to 5 or 5. He has no time to spend here, every second counts, and he wants to kill the opponent in one go. The wind god wings flashed, and the eight-winged demon king was suddenly shocked. The host uses the ultimate Fengshen set, charging 35%. Obtained the divine outfit feature, gift of the kamikaze. All attributes increase 6,000 times. 7,000 times. Lin Chan's afterimage of the divine wind was pressing step by step, and one person and one demon turned into 2 beams of divine light, galloping across the demon realm. The eight-winged demon king kept swiping his claws, and his majestic and ferocious pure power mixed with demonic energy tore at Lin Chen, and he was taken over by him with extremely fast punching speed again and again. One person and one demon fought from the sky to the land, and wherever they went, it was like a super-large mobile disaster passed by, and other demons did not dare to approach easily. This kid from the human race is tricky. This king can't take it down alone. He needs to avoid the edge for a while, and wait for the generals of the demons to come and kill him together. Finding that there was no chance of victory, the eight-winged demon king wanted to retreat but found that he could not get rid of Lin Chen. When he was approached by Lin Chen, he held it with one hand, and the divine Bao appeared. The host uses the attached weapon of the Fengshen set, the second form of the ultimate Fengshen Bao, and obtains the characteristic absolute hit. Lin Chen raised his Bao and aimed, and the divine arrow was generated. When Lin Chen aimed his ultimate Fengshen Bao at its chrysanthemum area, the eight-winged demon king's pupils shrank. Fist for distant combat, Bao for close combat? Damn, this human race is like a ghost. Really Nima fighting genius. Death. Sigh. As soon as the arrow light came out, like a blue dragon flying in the sky, it shot directly at the eight-winged demon king. The blood of the fetus, sacrifice. The eight-winged devil digs down, crushes the flesh and blood, and puts it into the devil's mouth. The devil's wings roll, to cover the magical energy of the starry sky, move thousands of miles in one shot, and cross the 4-dimensional space, avoiding Lin Chen's arrow. Lin Chen frowned, it's really cruel. The eight-winged demon king had lost a part of his blood essence, and was about to retreat, when the blue arrow light and the dragon roar rushed into the sky, turned from the void, and continued to shoot at it. The demon king was shocked. Automatic tracking? There is such an operation. Broken soul. Yellow spring. Death. Based on the laws of stars and thunder, Lin Chen quickly drew his Bao. His divine power was rapidly consumed, and he kept shooting arrows that approached the demon king's Huangquan Tai's Bao. This archery, this king remembered, it turned out to be you. The eight-winged demon king gritted his teeth and roared. Emperor Futian. After so many years of death, do you still want to suppress My demons! In the distance, Zen Moyuan. The earth-shattering sound of killing continued, and tens of thousands of demon gods were fighting here. This is the most intense battle circle except for the first team. There are 5-headed demon kings, all of them relying on Yuan Wujue and other gods to successfully stop them. The vast and majestic ancient dragon spanned the sky, and the dragon breathed. The azure dragon scales illuminated the light of the dimension of time, and floated together with Lin Chen's phantom clone and Shenling Shuang. On the opposite side is the quadruple demon king with 2 demonic auras, leaning on the sky and covering the earth. Shenling Shuang panted, I was run away by the 4-layered demon king with wings. I don't know what happened to everyone. A 4-fold demon king with wicked aura and a youthful attitude laughed in anger. The little doll of the human race, with an ancient dragon from the universe, stopped my 2 quadruple demon kings of the demon race, and still has time to worry about others? Another demon king, who looked like an old man, said indifferently. Should I say that you are arrogant, or are you too big-hearted? Shenling Shuang smiled slightly. The mad teacher is a show student. I am not only a big heart, but also a surprise for you. Surprise? When the 2 demon kings were stunned, a loud bang fell, and one of the demon kings fell down with serious injuries. The sudden surprise attack shocked a large number of demon gods. There was a lot of fire in the rear, and the 4th team headed by Shui Jianming rushed forward. King Yu slash. Great blood soul technique. Fei Yu a soul snatcher. The gigantic divine hand of Yu Qing, like the moon, fell, and the light of the sword like a river galloped and slashed, gathering the demon kings one after another. Hundreds of 4 teams of true gods swarmed up, and the law was shrouded. From the demon body to the soul, all kinds of attacks emerged one after another, and the 3 demon kings were seriously injured in an instant in a roundabout surprise attack. There is still support? The 2 kings were furious. It's now. Shenling Shuang's figure flashed, stepping on the martial god's body technique, and swept towards the 2 kings. The azure dragon light condensed into dragon claws and grabbed it from the sky. The Dragon King cooperated flawlessly. When Shenling Shuang made a surprise attack, he slammed the Taiyuyu claw away, and the time and space almost stood still. With Lin Chen's phantom clone, Shenling Shuang and the Dragon King besiege the other's twin kings. War is imminent. The battle situation is changing rapidly, outside the Yuan demon prison. Near the front line of the demon realm, the 2 kings of speed were stunned. A sound wave crossed the void, blasting the debris near the continental plate. And the 8-winged demon king was severely injured by Lin Chen, and he was defeated. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was fierce, when Lin Chen was planning to destroy the devil in one go. LOL. Boom. A thunderclap exploded, and the silver-armored demon king, with a halberd in his hand, stepped out of the air. It has 3 eyes, 2 wings, and a giant tail, a humanoid holding a halberd. And it is mighty and straight. A pair of demon pupils release the demonic energy that devours the heaven and earth. The 8-winged demon king was overjoyed. General, kill this son quickly. The demon general, the pinnacle demon king, who is responsible for guarding the front line of the demon realm. The magic halberd came from a distance, and Lin Chen suddenly felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloped him, and the Fengshen wings slammed and stepped back. Boom. The star behind Lin Chen was instantly cut open and shattered into a meteor shower that fell to the surface of the demon domain. The demon general said sternly, the response is quite fast. Lin Chen squinted at it, you're not slow either. Peak Demon King. Lin Chen had faced a powerhouse of this level before, and it was the last time. He challenged God's domain. At the beginning, he used the 3 major talents and the Golden God of War. Set to the extreme, exhausted all the killer tools, and then he was able to fight against the Peak God King for a time. This time, he no longer needs to be as embarrassed as last time. Although the powerhouse of this realm is still powerful, for him it is no longer so far away and out of reach. The magic halberd shook, the stars shook, and the continental plates shuddered. The blood-colored demonic energy of the heavenly demon general was full of blood, like a blood demon. Its power is even more tyrannical than that of the 8-winged demon king. The realm of the king of gods, each level represents a brand new realm, it is true. However, before the generals of the demons attacked, Lin Chen jokingly smiled. I said, the generals of the demon domain, don't you deserve to be caught? After leaving the front line for so long? The demon general frowned, what do you mean by this? Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. Lin Chen is not the only one who likes to do the back. When the heavenly demon general was stunned for a moment, the thunder shook. Like a thunder, and a loud noise came from the front line of the demon territory. A roar of laughter resounded through the front lines. Ha 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 ha. Demon equipment, good stuff. We lowly don't have any other skills, just as mother will rob. Everyone has it, fight to the death, it's rare that the old devil is not there, banging his mother. The golden divine road stretches out from under the starry sky, and above the divine road, I do not know where to kill 10,000 human race true gods. Led by Wang, who holds the blood soul sword, 10,000 true gods attacked one of the many front lines in the demon realm. What? The Tianma general was moved, you also united with Mad Manly? Lin Chen whistled and said with a joking smile, if you want to kill me or get stolen, you choose one. On the other side, south of Jiujia Mountain, is the territory of the human race. Numerous god kings sitting in the major stars suddenly opened their eyes, and their expressions were moved. Who is making such a fuss about the demon realm, and also has sex with the demon race? That location is the territory of the old devil, is it Wang? That's not right, who gave him the courage to go to the demon realm? Didn't his subordinates just be hit hard by the last war? This old fox looks like a reckless man, but in fact he is a ghost, and there must be a major external force prompting him to act. Hey, don't say it, give him the true god of the law of 100,000, and he dares to hit the imperial capital. Ha ha ha. Fun, fun. You don't care about him so much, half of the demon territory has become a pot of porridge, and we also send people to liven up the fun to add some fire to these bastards. In the territory of the human race, it was the first to move the gods, and the mighty team of gods assembled to the demon realm. Outside the Yuan demon prison, the battle on the front line has begun, and the demon race team has been defeated. Led by the Peak God King, the main 4-layer God King, and the heavenly demon general were transferred again, leaving 3 first-layer demon God Kings. Unless a large number of demons can live and die together, it will be difficult to stop the team's progress. However, the demon race is always in a serious internal struggle, and when the war begins, each small group fights on its own, and it can't stop the destruction of Li Tianwang's destroyer demon crying blood knife. In front of the demon prison, the heavenly demon general's face was ashen. He looked around a little, and the front line was completely collapsed. Lin Chen smiled and said, the general of the demon race, holding a halberd. Who are you scaring? You still ask me to settle the account, what are you? You are a halberd. Boom. The bright red demonic energy of the heavenly demon general is like a man devouring angry beast, furious and mad. It glanced at the 8-winged demon god king, then looked at Lin Chen's Fengshen wing, and had a judgment on the current situation in his heart. In a short time, Lin Chen could not be killed by it. This son deliberately angered me and wanted to keep me fighting here, but Shibi has other backers and spread to the front line. When the demon general's eyes flickered several times, he finally made a decision. Devil, go back to the front line to suppress the human race. At this time an obscure demonic voice transmission fell from the sky, and the demon general was shocked. Lin Chen squinted his eyes suddenly. He had heard some of the language of the demons. The demon lord has summoned. Yes, I will follow your order. General Tianma retreated with the 8-winged demon king. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Lin Chen. It's like being in a hell of a group of demons all at once. The cold light is biting, as strong as the ultimate wind god blessing, and unable to escape. 100,000 kilometers away from the Yuan demon prison, the west side was dyed with brilliant magical energy, like a boundless wave. Coming on the waves was a boy in the shape of a human. It is dressed in a black robe, with eyebrows like eagle feathers, with its hands behind it, its hair is light, and its face is like a pile of snow and jade trees, like a noble young man who is graceful and youthful. Lin Chen was fully focused and faced the black-robed boy. It said slightly, young man of the human race, even this seat did not expect that you were forced to leave the customs with these few actions, which is really remarkable. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled casually. I have a lot of operations. The main reason is to know. I suggest you buy a copy of the practice method first. Demon Lord, sharp teeth and sharp mouth, I don't know what it means. Lin Chen, the gun is blunt and sharp, thank you for your compliment. Tough mouth. The Demon Lord waved his hand, and the tumultuous demon sea shrunk into shape, and the transparent and profound demonic energy turned into a huge black sickle. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he sensed that in that magic sickle, the energy that rose far surpassed any of his divine laws. My law is more than 10 times stronger than that of the same level, but it is still far inferior to this demon lord. The Lord of God is really equivalent to the existence of the three-dimensional heaven. The God King can easily destroy the three-dimensional universe, and the God Master can easily create the three-dimensional universe, which is far more difficult to create than destruction, and is equivalent to the mighty power of heaven. System, God's rebellion. The system prompts the host that the target cannot activate the divine rebellious talent. Lin Chen was startled, and suddenly turned to look at the black-robed demon master. The corners of his mouth rose. So that's the case. The black sickle pointed at Lin Chen, and the black-robed demon master said scornfully, 10 breaths, I don't have any extra time for you, 10 breaths will kill you. The god wind suddenly melted, and the afterimages of thousands of middle fingers were directed towards the devil. Lin Chen showed his friendliness and laughed jokingly, come on, fuck me. The black-robed demon master was startled. You? Don't force lie, come and fuck me, don't fuck me, Lin Chen, don't call me the devil today. Dark Horse Lin, I'm begging for a hammer. I don't even have a suit, please fuck me. Lin Chen took off the Fengshen suit, opened his hands and laughed loudly. The demon lord of the demon race, that's all? The black-robed demon master looked gloomy. You kid is courting death. Lin Chen even put his face close. Don't force it. Do the demons only use their mouths to do things? It's okay for a gentleman to talk, and the devil also likes to talk? Despicable human race, let this seat fall into the devil's prison forever. The black-robed demon master waved the black sickle for a moment, and the shadows of the sickle all over the sky were crisscrossed like blades. Devil Soul Eater. The space around Lin Chen was tightly twisted, as if to crush the sky. The snow-white gods in the palms rose, and an elephant chant shook the sky. The blood of the god's body burned like flames. Lin Chen pushed his palms horizontally, and a snow-white idol was born and slammed into the black-robed demon master. Boom! Shung! 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 The world was tumbling, and the entire abyss demon prison trembled, as if even the dimensions of space were shaking. When the snow-white idol collided, it almost smashed the demon lord's blow into smashes, and it was only cut into pieces after a stalemate. When the shadow of the scythe in the sky was knocked away, Lin Chen stepped on his body, but the afterglow of the devil's attack failed to hit him. The demon actively admitted that this living creature-like idol had faintly surpassed the level of a god-king and approached the level of a beast. Master. A wisp of demonic energy shuttled through. The black-robed demon master was entangled like a shadow. The demonic sickle swung wildly, and the half-moon like sword light spanned across the sky, reaching a length of 10,000 meters. Cutting behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen slapped his backhand, and the dark and profound divine power spread out like an enchantment. Crackling. Rapid fire and thunder, starlight radiated in all directions, and a large number of laws were condensed in the enchantment of the gods, which delayed the movement of the devil for a moment. The extreme wind god wings unfolded, and Lin Chen turned into a meteor-like speed, and quickly retreated to the outside of the Yuan demon prison. There are so many tricks for this human race, kid? The demon lord was stunned, and the killing intent in his eyes was even stronger. I can't drag him anymore. The 10 absolute demon scythe seized Huangquan. With his palms open, the demon lord's demonic scythe trembled and turned into 10 giant scythes that covered the sky. The entire abyss demon prison was like the end of the day. The bright red demonic energy covered everything, and even perception could not be emitted. The demon lord void aimed at Lin Chen and grabbed it abruptly. The 10-handed magic sickle is like a blood moon of 100,000 feet hanging in the sky, crushing the world, the mountains and rivers sinking, dancing and swept away. The ultimate Peerless set lifts the minimum limit, and the characteristics of divine equipment, the speed of all attributes is increased by 10,000 times. The palm of the hand is shrouded in 9-color starlight, and many laws are interpreted in it. The light and dark alternate, the wind and thunder flicker. And the gods are shrouded in endless starlight, illuminating the sky. Lin Chen flicked his hand, and the 9-color starlight fell at an unprecedented speed. 5 9-color beams of light rose into the sky and slowly rotated, and even the demon lord's offensive was slightly involved in it, unable to advance an inch. During the half-second of stagnation, Lin Chen's wind god leg armor stepped on the god wind a little and quickly withdrew. Boom. 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 Half a second later, the demon lord's demon scythe crushed a large constellation and the continental plates of the galaxy to which the abyss demon prison belonged were crumbling apart one after another, and then smashed into pieces. It is better than the stars of the 9 tribulations after comprehending many laws, and it cannot resist the true killer move of the demon lord far. However, Lin Chen doesn't need a hard connection at all. When he avoided, Feng Shenyi slapped the void, his eyes were bright, and he looked directly at the devil in front of him. I saw that the demon master standing on the waves was completely gone. Lin Chen shrugged. The demon lord of the demon race doesn't seem to last long. This clone is really impatient, and it's almost worse than my phantom clone. The devil's eyes narrowed. Have you seen it long ago? The human race is really an incredible guy. The devil's breath slowly vanished, and finally turned into a wisp of devilish smoke, and it disappeared into ashes. Then, drop a lot of attribute light balls and 2 dazzling attribute treasure chests. It's just a clone. At the level of God Lord, how could it be so easy to rush to the body? After all, the demon lord is not like God's domain, and he does not have such a strong determination to kill Lin Chen. It just sent a clone with the intention to frighten Lin Chen and let him take his people out of the demon realm. From its slow action and the inability of God's rebellion to activate it, Lin Chen saw through its tricks. With his fingertips touching the eye of the demon god between his eyebrows, Lin Chen muttered to himself, even the eye of the demon god can't see through the trick of the demon lord's disguise. It seems that the God Lord and above are all a group of tricky guys. However, Lin Chen's goal is about to be achieved. Except for the second team, all the teams began to rush out of the demon realm under the support of the fifth team and set foot on the front line of the demon realm. On the front line of the demon domain, the heavenly demon general who was facing Li Tianwang was shocked. Its demon pupils shrank and turned to look behind. Does this human race brat have such combat power? Even the demon master's clone can't take him down. Seeing this, Li Tianwang sneered, "Hey, it seems that Lin Chen has done a good job. I haven't seen you, the devil, the old ghost, for a long time, and you can't spit it out after eating shit." Demon Temple. The demon lord opened his eyes, the expression in his eyes changed several times, and his body was about to move. In the end, it resisted the urge to go in person. The overall situation has been decided. This sun's team must be to pass through my demon territory. Now that I am leaving, the harm outweighs the benefit. I am afraid that this shame will be swallowed. Heh, a team that doesn't even have a 5th level God King can actually cross my demon realm, and I don't know what it will be like to be laughed at by other old guys. Outside the demon prison. Godslayer talent time limit expires, talent is released. Lin Chen's breath subsided. He turned his eyes, and suddenly turned his mind, urging the Shanghai Blue, swallowing a huge amount of energy, restoring the divine power that was about to bottom out. With the operation of the mind, the attribute light balls dropped by the demon master avatar kept sucking in. Boom. 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 There are many visions. The energy vortex of the blue sky of the star sea suddenly expands. Lin Chen's divine power soars to a new realm, and the pure power climbs steadily. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the late 7th stage of the God realm. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 7th level of the divine realm. Inside the 9 magic horns, within the 9 giant mountains shimmering like moonlight, the crystal light is splendid, and the blood of the devil is maddening. In a battle circle, the light of the sword flashed like fallen leaves, and Lu Qixin, who was wearing purple armor, hurried back with the sword, and was suddenly stunned. The graceful and slender figure is like a butterfly shadow flying, her delicate body is flying, and a group of aggressive demon gods are all knocked into the air. Tang Jianhai, who avoided the pursuit of the demon gods, scolded, "What are you stunned for? Why don't you leave quickly?" Everyone retreated outside. Lu Qixin stared at the 9 magic mountains of the 9 magic horns, and muttered to himself, The group of demons seems to be cultivating here. How can this vast and majestic mountain of magic horns have a steady stream of energy? Suddenly, he lowered his head and looked at the ley lines under his feet. Then, the corners of Lu Qixin's mouth rose wildly, revealing a smile that was exactly the same as Lin Chen's. I understand. Jianghai, take everyone away first and tell Brother Lin for me. With a knife in hand, Lu Qixin smiled proudly. I will give you a surprise. Boom. The figure trembled. Lu Qixin swept away alone. Crazy. Tang Jianghai's pretty face changed slightly. Tang Jianghai stomped on his toes, pulled the strings with his fingertips, and shot a green lotus-blooming arrow that pierced through the 4 demon gods, clearing the way for Lu Qixin. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Yanjia gritted her silver teeth, followed Lu Qixin, and then entered the encirclement of the demons. Why is this team all worrying? Who did they learn from? What Lin Chen obtained was not only the attributes of this battle, but also the attributes obtained by the phantom clones from various battlefields in the forest, all at once concentrated on the main body. The host attribute starts to be automatically upgraded. God level spiritual power upgrade equals divine soul attribute, God level heavenly value equals divine value, God level essence upgrade equals God level attribute, God level chi and blood upgrade equals God blood attribute. Host gets 12,300 points of divine soul, 180,000 points of divine blood attribute, 350,000 points of divine rule attribute, 95 points of divine way, 400 points of divine level enhancement. The host opens the law attribute treasure box and obtains the seed of cutting law. The host opens the red rank talent treasure chest and obtains 1 red rank talent fragment, 7/20. It was not until Lin Chen's cultivation level was promoted to the 7th level of perfection that the growth of the law's divine power slowly stopped. The 8th level of the divine realm is a brand new level. If Lin Chen can stop to collect medicinal herbs to refine divine pills, he may be able to try to attack, but there is no time at all right now. Excluding the fighting in other battle circles, the Demon Lord's clone is equivalent to letting me break through a realm. It's really outrageous. If I can kill a real God Lord. Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes twinkling. I can only think about it, the difficulty factor is too difficult to kill a God. The host refines the seed of cutting law, obtains cutting law. A ray of green light appeared on his fingertips. Lin Chen gently stroked the void, and the air pattern was torn apart, as if he was slashed by a divine blade. This is the pure attack type law, the cutting law, and the supernatural power and law that has been transformed to the hardest. The auxiliary armament of the 2 major suits is not improved by a single star. With this new law, Lin Chen's attack performance has been improved to a higher level. Go and meet everyone first. Fengshen's wings unfolded again, and when they flapped, Lin Chen turned into a ray of starlight and swept across the sky. 100,000 miles away from Zhenmoyuan, when Lin Chen and the others converged, the 4 teams converged for the first time. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, the God King of the human race should have been killed, and there is the tail of the demon race behind him, ready to break through the front line of the demon race in one go. Wait a minute. Yuan Wujua suddenly said, Qixin and Jianghai haven't come back yet. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, where are these 2 going? Jiang Fan shook his head helplessly and said, Lu Qixin said he wanted to give everyone a surprise. Bullshit. Lin Chen shouted angrily, I missed the opportunity to break through the front line, and being surrounded by the enemy, the issue of Casualties is not so simple. Shang Guanyun glanced at him, maybe someone is teaching on the spot. Lin Chen. Before taking a breath, Lin Chen decided to let the clone take everyone to break through the siege, and he turned back to find someone. At this moment, the divine light of the bright moon shone diagonally, and Lu Qixin's voice came. Everyone, get ready to leave. Everyone looked, and before they had time to scold, their mouths were wide open. I saw that Tang Jianghai was constantly protecting Lu Qixin. He was alone, carrying a huge, mountain-sized piece of pure snow-white divine jade in one hand. A small part of the divine jade exudes a divine light as pale green as a firefly, and the majestic energy is like a galaxy. Eyelids trembling, Jiang Fan trembled. Shang, top-grade divine jade. No. Shen Lingshuang said excitedly, it's a semi-superior divine jade. Shen Lingshuang had seen such high-quality divine jade in Wushan Mansion, and a piece of middle-grade divine jade could be worth 10,000 low-grade divine jade. And a piece of middle-grade divine jade can be worth 10,000 pieces of middle-grade divine jade. This piece that Lu Qixin is carrying is a semi-superior. Semi-top grade, the quality of the divine jade itself is mostly top grade, and a small part is the top grade divine jade. The semi-superior, divine jade in the size of 100 feet is almost more precious than the entire treasure trove that Lin Chen just went to copy. Mid-grade divine jade, reaching a certain amount can help true gods condense the law. High-grade divine jade can stimulate the maximization potential of the divine power of the law, and even help the true god to comprehend the higher realm of the law. The top-quality divine jade, the transcendent thing at the apex of the energy crystal that can be born in 4 dimensions, the Lord of God should also be tempted by it. Half the best, it is hard to come by. Its energy is so majestic that it can't even hold the air transport capsule. When Lu Qixin returned, Lin Chen was overjoyed, patted Lu Qixin on the shoulder hard, and praised, well done, as expected of me brought it out. Yuan Wujue? Jiang Fan? Shen Lingshuang, master, pay attention to your face. Shang Guanyun, I'm used to it. Lin Chen waved his hand, let's go and cross the front line of Demon Realm. Demon Temple. Hearing the changes in various war zones, the Demon Lord was furious. What? A divine jade magic furnace and the 9 magic horns was dug? The divine jade and demon furnace, sealed to the bottom of the magic horn mountain, is one of the lifelines of the demon domain. If the millions of demon gods guarding the demon realm want to advance and break through the realm, a large part must rely on the 9 demon horns. Now that a corner has been dug up, it is simply a great loss of vitality. Generally speaking, apart from the inside of the demon race, few outsiders know about the Jade Demon Furnace. The reported demon god trembled. We originally thought that they were targeting the treasure house of the front line. The infiltrating human race was rampant, and they succeeded in breaking through in many areas. Many demon kings participated in the battle in anger, but they were negligent about the divine Jade Demon Furnace. Trash. It's all a bunch of trash. The black-robed devil swiped up with a claw and directly turned the top-level devil into a piece of skin. Human Lin Chen, I remember this shame. The howl of the devil's rage echoed in the sky, as if to tear the space apart, making the devil's heart palpitate. On the northwest front of the demon territory, the god kings of the human race were killed, and they happened to encounter the chaos on the front line of the demon territory, and took advantage of the emptiness to enter. The sword energy surged into the sky, and the pure Kendo law turned into 2 phantoms of sword gods, performing thousands of sword techniques. The sword lights were listed, as if the sun and the moon were falling, forcing back dozens of top-level demon gods. When a snow-robed god king held swords in both hands, his eyes narrowed when he fought off many demon gods. Is there anyone else in the demon domain? The snow-robed god king's face was horrified, only to see the front line of the demon realm in front, and a hidden team actually crossed the front line of the demon realm. Rush over and cross the demon realm. Dig more, come here. Everyone of the demon race is not very powerful, you can't even hold a front line. This team actually carried the mountain-like semi-superior divine jade and followed the front line of the demon realm, taunting them as they retreated. The demon gods of the demon race were so angry that they wanted to turn back and fight them to the death, but they could not deviate from the front line. Once the frontier guard line is broken, they all have to be buried with them. Friends over the mountain, how are you? The boy carrying the divine jade shouted to the god king in the snow robe. It's really outrageous. The god king Shuapao shook his head and laughed. I dare to ask you all the names, and it really shows the prestige of my human race. Li Tianwang dared to make troubles in the demon realm. I'm afraid they are indispensable. Lu Qixing grinned and said, we are. Before he could finish speaking, Shui Baiyu covered his mouth with his hand. And Tang Jianhai glared at him, be low-key when it's time to be low-key. Lu Qixing cursed, why is this mother-in-law meddling with her own business? Tang Jianhai said in a cold voice, who wants to ignore your stunned youth? If it wasn't for brother Lin Chen to let me look at you, I would love to kick you. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phantom clone swept into the team. Lin Chen's clone looked at Zhao Anren, who was rushing in the sky. Have the wounded been evacuated? Zhao Anren nodded slightly. It's all done. Luo Yu borrowed Li Tianwang's territory and escorted them away, and the fifth team will be able to follow later. For the severely wounded who are unable to fight, Lin Chen will send one to protect the wounded and arrange for them to lead the team temporarily. Leaving the team is to better gather more people to come back one day. After entering the desolate star territory, there are not many people who have temporarily left the team. If these compatriots can survive, they will slowly spread across the star territory like a spark of fire. Seeing Lu Qixing following, Lin Chen's phantom avatar patted Lu Qixing on the shoulder and asked with a half-smile. Qixing, you just said that there are 9 magic mountains in the 9 magic horns, right? The latter was startled, and the two smiled knowingly. Brother Lin Chen, what do you mean? I mean what you mean. Then let's get to the point. In the demon temple, the demon lord is opening his soul, sensing the sound transmission from the demon realm. The huge pitch-black magic stone beat like a heart, transmitting the sound transmission of the demons from the demon world to the top. This group of people is the team that has been in the limelight recently. If there is no accident, it should be another group of descendants of Emperor Futian. The obscure voice in the ancient magic stone, like the roar under the abyss, is creepy. Even this space is shaking, it is hard to imagine how powerful its owner is. The demon lord nodded slightly. Sir, how about we set up a set for them? I have learned that if this child dares to fight against the god realm, the route ahead must have the route of the god race, and they are likely to fight the god race. No. The ancient magic stone had cold killing intent. The demon lord was shocked. He had never seen such a high-level executive with such a strong killing intent. When he was killed by one of the top 10 geniuses of the god realm, he was not so angry. Could it be that the potential threat of this child has surpassed the 10 people of the Protoss? The devil said tentatively, in your opinion, what should I do with them? The magic stone pondered for a moment, and issued an order, this seat wants you to kill this team, and absolutely cannot let them merge with the descendants of another group of Emperor Futian in Jiujia Mountain. Once they complete the confluence, the potential ratio will be even stronger. And a powerful force between the human race and the god race will be born. The most important thing is that this force is specially targeted at the demon race and the Zerg race. If the mission is not completed here, it will become the eternal sin of the demons. The demon lord shuddered, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn, these upper-level people are all like this, they buckle a bunch of hats before they do anything. If something is done, it is all good. If things go wrong, the pot is all his own. Subordinates understand, then the guards of Jiujia Mountain. The demon master held back his anger. When necessary, you can give up. Everything is mainly about annihilating the enemy. Remember, you only have one chance. The magic stone, which beat like a pitch-black heart, slowly lost its light. And the demon master breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's not the worst situation. If you have to defend and fight again, you can basically declare the blame. Lin Chen, this time I come to meet you in person, but I'll see what you can do. The demon lord laughed angrily. I don't believe it, you can call Emperor Lin Tian out again. The river pond is blue, and the stars are like fireflies, falling on the sparkling pool surface. Two almost human-shaped Azuras sit cross-legged on the pool surface. They are full of dragon shadow-like suffocating energy, like a supreme being that has created the world and descended into this world. There is a divine eye between his eyebrows, and the storm roars faintly between opening and closing, as if there is a heavenly way hiding in it. This place is the Shura Shinchi in Jiujia Mountain. When the two Azuras were refining the energy of the Shinchi, they exchanged information while chatting and laughing. There seems to be a war in the demon domain, and even an old monster that has not been seen in 100 years has been forced to make a clone. Is the news confirmed? Sure, the old man has been staring at it for hundreds of years, and I have never seen it so irritable. Haha, I think a lot of bad things happened in the demon domain. An Azura myth with blue eyebrows turned sharply. It is said that a group of human races came to the desolate star territory and caught our clansmen by surprise. Oh, is there such a thing? I heard that the leader of this group of people is named Lin Chen. Is it very strong? How much is he a god lord? The Azuras with blue eyebrows shook their heads. Is it the peak god king? The latter shook his head again. He's not even a god king, not even the 9th level of the god realm. Dragon clan, Shenlong Valley. The bright red dress is as charming as fire, the girl wears a dragon crown and sits alone in the first place of the dragon palace in the Shenlong Valley. She closed her eyes, and all the dragons in the dragon palace held their breath. For a moment, when the girl opened her eyes, the shadow of an ancient dragon seemed to be soaring, and layers of red glow rose above the dragon palace. Between the dense red clouds and mist is an ancient dragon with dragon scales and red gold. The girl's lips showed a charming touch, and she smiled like a flower. As expected, in the direction of the demon realm, I smelled the breath of Taizhou Ancient Dragon and Taishi Ancient Dragon. Grab it for me, I want to eat him. A dragon king bowed slightly, and said sternly, Monarch, the nearby forces are coveted, I'm afraid. The girl raised her slender jade fingers, and stretched out 2 fingers. If it's too weak, eat it. If you are strong enough, you will sleep. The moment Lin Chen's team stepped into Jiujia Mountain and passed through the Demon realm, the entire Jiujia mountain ushered in a moment of turbulence and breaking the balance. The storm is about to come, all ethnic groups go out. Jiujia mountain, the vast sea of gods. The sea of God was billowing, and there was a small island like a paradise. In the bamboo pavilion on the island, the old man in blue clothes with a childlike face is sipping the fragrance of the tea in the cup. The fallen leaves are floating, and a figure with overlapping leaves and shadows walks out of the void. It is a god king in green armor. He cupped his hands and bowed, "Sir," confirmed that the riot on the demon domain was caused by Lin Chen and others who were wanted by the divine domain. Although the divine king's tone was flat, it contained an unbelievable shock. It took less than 3 months for this group of people to kill from Jiahai. The old man in blue clothes narrowed his eyes. This group of people is really a monster. Could it be that they don't even have time to rest from the battle? The old man in Singi poured another cup, blowing away the tea residue, and drinking it slowly. How long has it been since I received the news of their arrival in the desolate star territory? After the Tianqing territory was broken, it took about 20 days to hit the demon territory. To the God Lord, the years and months are as short as the hours, but there are people outside who have undergone earth-shaking changes. And, not one, but a bunch. The old man in Singi pondered for a moment. I still can't know their intentions. I want to sit in the vastness to prevent the gods of other races from spying on the Emperor Shi's tomb. This matter is left to you. Yes. The Qingjia divine king clenched his fists slightly. Wait. The old man in azure called to stop him. You should know what the 3 words Fuxiandi mean. The Qingjia divine king's body trembled. Those old eyes, like stark cream, glowed for the first time in 1,000 years. Dragon festival, you remember. If you encounter them, this seat allows you to use all means unconditionally. The Qingjia divine king solemnly knelt down. I will not insult your trust. When the king of God left, the old man raised his eyes and looked at the starry sky, and couldn't help laughing at himself. The blood of heroes back then only replaced the old universe. Why do you always not understand? You always have to follow the old path of Emperor Futian, the iron law of history's rise and fall. How can I wait for a drop in the ocean to change? 9 magic horns are in the extreme north, next to the magic furnace of divine jade. The 8-winged devil king, who was seriously injured, sat cross-legged into the abyss. It slapped the magic wings that had fallen off all its feathers, clutched its chest, and swallowed the breath of the magic furnace. The 8-winged demon king was so angry that he said, a creature like the human race, is it really him? You can play any tricks, no wonder the adults above always want to destroy the civilization of the human race, and it really makes them grow up and reproduce the ancient times again. It is not impossible for the sight of the heavenly emperor. Just after finishing speaking, the divine jade demon furnace stopped abruptly, and the dazzling energy of the magic light above his head turned off like a dim starlight. The 8-winged demon king was startled, stepped into the demon furnace, and cursed angrily, what are you doing, motherfucker, who dares to shut this king? The next moment, the 8-winged demon king's eyes widened. Wearing a silver robe, carrying a huge mountain of semi-superior, divine jade, it was coming out of the magic furnace. 1 person and 1 demon, looking at each other from mid-air. The 2 sides stared at each other, and the 8-winged demon king trembled. My Nima. The silver-robed youth grinned, brother, the water here is too deep, you can't handle it. Boom. The magic wings fanned the magic flames that invaded the 8 wildernesses and slapped Lin Chen head-on. The right arm was covered with a layer of dark and deep divine light. Lin Chen raised his hand and raised his arm to block, and the god of heaven attire blocked the blow. Quickly switching to Fengshen Wing, Lin Chen took advantage of the wind and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, everyone of the demon race, thank you for your gift this time. With your help, it is not a dream for all our soldiers to earn 2.08 million a day. Demonic energy gathered in his throat, and the 8-winged demon king roared through the sky. There is an enemy attack. Almost at the same time, the 9 magic horns exploded in many places. When the 8-winged demon king rushed out, his face changed. Is there anything else? Lin Chen's phantom clone soared into the sky, and 4 clones carried semi-superior divine jade the size of a hill. At this moment, the 8-winged demon king completely stopped in Bangbu. A large number of wounded demon gods were alerted to leave the customs. The demonic energy rioted, and they were unbelievably horrified. That human race? Who gave him the courage to come back alone? Damn, how dare you come back? Don't let him run, he can't run fast with the divine jade. More than half of the demon kings in the demon domain are here to heal their wounds. Why did he come back? The group of demons rioted, as if they had been touched by the reverse scale. And they were launched into the sky, attacking at the speed of falling stars. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Chi Heart. Come on. Lu Qixin slashed through the sky with a knife, raised a thick dragon-like needle with one hand, and threw it at Lin Chen violently. Boom! 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 All the phantom clones kicked the huge divine jade with one kick, and the divine needle pierced 5 semi-superior divine jade, strung together like candied haws. Magic Domain Limited Edition, Divine Jade Candied Gourd. This is called a win-win situation. Lin Chen whistled at the 8-winged demon king. We won twice. It's too much to deceive the devil. The 8-winged demon god king was furious, and the demonic wing set off a surging demonic energy that covered the sky and swept towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen held the divine jade, turned around, and pulled Lu Qixin away. The group of demons wanted to chase, and Lin Chen's 4 phantom clones blocked in front of them, stopping all the demon kings. Although the phantom clone can only block for a moment, it is enough. The only 8-winged demon king who can catch up, but due to his injuries and the speed of Lin Chen's ultimate function, he is getting further and further away. A moment later, when Lin Chen's phantom clone was crazily besieged by a group of demons, the 9 demon horns completely fell silent. Everyone knows what it means when the energy source of the divine jade demon furnace is stolen. On the other end, Lin Chen, who rushed out of the encirclement, flashed rapidly. Remove the minimum consumption, and the speed of all attributes is increased by 10,000 times and 11,000 times. Lin Chen's speed is almost beyond the category of a god king. If there is only one person, he can use the extreme function set to the extreme. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen nearly straddled half of the demon realm, left the demon race's domain, and caught up with everyone. Jiujia Mountain, the first-level boundary mountain, everyone hides among the stars and forests. A gust of wind pierced the night sky. Lin Chen landed at the foot of Jia Mountain. The majestic divine jade energy was like a sun, and it was particularly eye-catching wherever he went. Shui Jianming looked slightly happy. Brother Lin Chen? Yuan Wujia's mouth twitched. You guys really got it back. Tang Jianghai shook his head slightly. It's crazy enough. Boom. When Lin Chen was out of breath, the vortex of the sea of stars above His head swirled, frantically swallowing the energy of the divine jade to make up for the lost divine power. With a push of his palm, when he placed the semi-superior divine jade in the mountain stream, Lin Chen immediately said, "Let everyone gather quickly and refine these divine jade together. This thing is a hot potato, and the space artifact can't be put down. Does not work." Jiang Fan said excitedly, "With the help of this divine artifact, we can attack the half-step God King in a very short time." Luo Yu said solemnly, "For 3 days at most, we are at the junction of the Protoss, the demons, and the Asuras. If we stay for a long time, we will definitely be discovered." Lin Chen nodded, turned his eyes to Zhao Anren, and said with a smile, "Do me a favor?" Zhao Anren, who has always been as light as water, trembled in her heart. When she saw the fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes, she seriously said, "What do you want to do?" Lin Chen said, "Help me beat the god kings of all races in Jiujia Mountain one by one, and lead them to the territory of the gods." "Everyone?" Again, using human words to say inappropriate words. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Luo Yu was dumbfounded and stared at Lin Chen. "Am I right?" Yuan Wujia's mouth twitched slightly and said, "How many cups have you had?" Lu Qixin was amazed. "I'm darling, I thought I was crazy enough, but I can't imagine that I'm less than 1/10,000th of my eldest brother." Dai raised her eyebrows slightly, and Yi Qinggu smiled like a smile. "You are planning to involve all the creatures above the God King in Jiujia Mountain." Shen Lingshuang clenched her fists and suddenly said, "This may be the last and most crucial battle to break through Jiujia Mountain." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes, it seems like a desperate situation, but in fact it is the only way to break the situation. Only in this way can we have a chance to rush out of Jiujia Mountain." The starlight was like a ripple. Lin Chen drew a circle in the air. "Never follow the enemy's train of thought." Jiang Fan couldn't help, "So what is this play?" Shang Guanyin said, flatly, "Lin Chen's style of play." When the action was communicated, everyone was surprised, but no one doubted Lin Chen, and everyone chose to execute it. The phantom avatar sits cross-legged, and when the mind moves, it incorporates a large amount of divine power. Time passed. 2 days later. Outside the first layer mountain, 2 figures floated like a dark curtain. They are 2 spies from the divine race territory, and they are both powerful men in the divine king realm. Just as the old man and Singi said, this time they plan to do everything in their power to stop Lin Chen and the others, and even the spies they send are at the level of a god king. The dark curtain opened, and the 2 black-clothed god kings disappeared, hiding on the cliff, staring at the mountain stream in the distance. As expected, these people are around here. Explore their realities and count their numbers. When a black-clothed god king was about to use his soul to probe, he was suddenly stunned. When he sacrificed his soul perception, the world in front of him completely changed. The wind is surging, the sea of stars is magnificent. What a magnificent scene was that! The magnificent and majestic Xinghai vortex is like a hurricane, absorbing 6 semi-superior divine jade, rolling the remnant clouds, and the situation changes. The corners of his mouth twitched violently a few times, and the black-robed God King muttered to himself, "It's really outrageous to open the door to. Outrageous motherfuckers, outrageous to come home." Looking around, the stars are flickering, and the visions that break through the realm are constantly appearing. This group of people, tens of thousands of true gods, have all cultivated into the red rank exercises. What concept? You must know that most of the Red Order combat skills can only be started at the 8th level or above of the gods. And it is extremely rare to break the common sense of the fourth dimension. And it is also a first-class peerless genius in the realm of the gods. And here is the starting specification. The most outrageous is that there is more than one. Another masked god king trembled. Their mentality is also red level. Even if it is placed in the realm of the gods, it will definitely not be inferior to any sect. Did this group of people really come from Jihai? No one dared to doubt that they came from the gods' domain. Even a genius comparable to the Protoss is by no means an exaggeration. This is the team that dares to challenge the realm of the gods and span the realm of the gods. Evacuate first, and then get too close, there may be danger. The dark curtain floated, and when the two god kings were about to disappear, the palms covered with the law of light fell on their shoulders. The youth's long smile reverberated. Guests of the Protoss want to leave. After rubbing outside? It's too contemptible, right? The law of light? No, someone. The two put out their palms at the same time, urging the movement to retreat. Quickly. Boom. There was a violent explosion in the first layer of Boundary Mountain, and everyone was still in seclusion, and they didn't hear it. The two god kings stepped on the misty phantom under their feet, and their movements were extremely fast. When the two pulled out a heavy afterimage and retreated, they were shocked. One of their arms was broken off. The law of cutting and the law of the stars? Such a profound accomplishment. So fast that neither of us can react? This son is Lin Chen, don't drag him. The hearts of the two god kings trembled violently, and their shoulders trembled. The divine power of the law burned violently, and two heaven-opening divine swords rose above their heads. The divine sword is thousands of feet long, and the dark tide seems to be surging on the sword, and it stabs Lin Chen with a quick stroke. The god wind suddenly rose, and when the wind god wings flapped, Lin Chen slammed out his fists like a flash of light, shattering the death blow of the two god kings. Immediately, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a little black light absorbed the starry sky, bursting out from between the two, and the divine enchantment came out of thin air. The two god kings were shocked, and they had no chance to explode themselves. Lin Chen turned into the ultimate wind god and swept towards the two of them, punching them in their hearts with a sudden punch, smashing their ribs. Pfft! The two vomited blood, and horror remained in their eyes. Is a guy who has not reached the level of cultivation of a god king, is it terrifying to such a degree? At this moment, they finally understood why the Taiyang Xinjiu was broken, and whose hands Chen Junlin died in. In an instant, Lin Chen threw his fist at a high speed. With the cooperation of the cutting law and the laws of thunder, fire, and stars, it was like a life-threatening sickle, reaping the last lives of the two god kings. In the blink of an eye, when Lin Chen hit two people with 100 punches, the bodies of the two god kings finally began to burst apart, the laws collapsed, and all the life-saving artifacts were shattered. I'm just worried that I'll be able to rush to the 8th level of the gods. Thank you too for your gifts. While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen's palm was swirling with a strong crimson blood light, like a round of sun and moon, and his palms patted the Tianling cover of the two of them. Consumes 4 points of Shinto. The host uses the Great Destruction Divine Fragment, and is absorbing the life force of the designated target. Absorb the vitality of the first-level God King and obtain 790 points of the soul, 36,500 points of the blood attribute, 290,000 points of the God level attribute, 131 points of the God level enhancement point, and 12.2 billion of the God level dark element. Congratulations to the host, the breakthrough of the law of darkness, the realm of transformation. Congratulations to the host, promotion, the initial stage of the 8th level. Of the gods. The 2 god kings, together with their souls, qi and blood, and laws, were all drained by Lin Chen's great destruction godhead. Lin Chen's divine power is like a dazzling galaxy, which is promoted and split into a vast sea of stars. At the 8th level of the divine realm, Lin Chen finally reached this crucial watershed in the divine realm. In the past 2 days, Lin Chen was alone, refining nearly a piece of semi-superior divine jade, and the accumulation was reaching its peak. When he was missing a breakthrough bottleneck, he suddenly sensed that someone was approaching. It was thanks to the law of light that he had learned in the treasure house of the demon race that he could sense these 2 people. Light and darkness are originally opposites, but they are also one. These 2 god kings are proficient in the laws of the dark system and are very good at hiding themselves. In Lin Chen's team, the realm of comprehending the law of light is not as high as these 2. Only Lin Chen can perceive them with the speciality of law of light and mind. However, before the 2 of them died, they still activated the imprint of blood and soul in the body of the god. Brush. The imprint of the blood soul hit Lin Chen like a blood arrow. This thing is. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the god race's territory. In the end, it's the king of gods, and there are still a lot of backhands left. This position, I am afraid it is exposed. Shui Jianming arrived with his sword and fell to Lin Chen's side. Brother Lin Chen, you solved it? Lin Chen clapped his hands. The solution is solved. I'm afraid the position is also exposed. Shui Jianming frowned and said, do you want to change the route? Shaking his head slightly, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. No, according to the original plan, they can't guess our actions. This time, Jiujia Mountain has been turned upside down. Outside the Sanchengji Mountain, the top of the Huanghuang Tower is missing. The Qingjia Divine King stood with his hands behind his back, his sword, eyebrows and star eyes, and his heroic and martial arts were extraordinary. Behind the Qingjia Divine King, there are thousands of sword lights that are arranged and rotated like the sun in the sky. Every sword light contains the deepest and strongest Kendo law, which is in harmony with the heaven, and is faintly close to the legendary realm of heaven. When the imprint of the soul in his palm dimmed, his eyes turned sharply towards the direction of the first layer of Boundary Mountain. To kill 2 god kings in a very short period of time, either the peak god king shot, or you. Lin Chen. Although the 2 god kings died, at least they let me know their positions. God King Qingjia waved his hand, and his subordinates knelt down on one knee. Pass on the king's order, prepare to gather all the god kings, and directly open the 1,000 gods to return for a while. The figure of the subordinate trembled. Sir, do you really want to achieve this level? Thousands of gods return to a sword formation, but it is used to resist the attack of the Azura army. The Qingjia God King said indifferently, in the face of a person who Lin Tiandi also wants to protect. Do you think we have the spare power to keep it? Subordinates understand. First layer Boundary Mountain, when everyone leaves the border, some people are even breaking through the realm and have to be transferred. When Xinling Shuang opened her eyes, the splendid light of the Valkyrie fell into her palm. Between her brows, there was a bright blue glow that only Xinling Shuang could see. The ancient martial gods who break through the gods will obtain the inheritance of the ancestors. Unexpectedly, I, who have always been biased towards strong attacks, will actually obtain the unique skills of the defensive martial gods of the red rank intermediate level. Advanced class. Xinling Shuang clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit. Maybe it's the answer that my ancestors left me in the dark. The ancestor of the god of martial arts, although he did not become an ancestor in his life, he was an amazing and extremely powerful god emperor. After the Qin Huang era of the human race and the gods. When the ancestor of the martial god was in a state of transformation, he left behind a martial god space. Only after the descendants of the martial god bloodline became the god king can the martial god space be awakened. Descendants use their spirits to lead the martial gods, which can be combined with the unique inheritance of the ancestors of the martial gods. Before leaving, Shen Lingshuang turned to Lin Chen, Master, is it okay for you to attack by yourself? Lin Chen smiled and said, if you don't treat the problem as a problem, it is not a problem. The key to the problem is not me, but you. The corners of Shen Lingshuang's lips rose, and she thought to herself, is it my turn to protect the master this time? Set off. 5 teams, divided into 5 routes to advance. And Lin Chen has a single route. Sanjiji Mountain is like a wandering dragon winding under the starry sky. One after another sonic boom-like sound of breaking wind, Shen Xiao lingered. And the vision was sky-high. This time all the god kings and god kings of the gods who guarded the triple world mountain were all assembled. A beautiful woman in green came from the sky, and she wrote dissatisfied. It's okay to gather all the gods, and I plan to open the formation of 1,000 gods to return to one. What are they thinking? What if they are taken advantage of this time? All of a sudden, the light of the knife swept across, and the fish and dragons swayed, like a mad dragon rushing down, rolling up thousands of tons of yellow sand. A black-clothed man walked out from the sword light of the swift and powerful, and said indifferently, the 1,000 gods formed by us will return for a while, but even the gods of the Azura tribe can fight. Is it possible that the opponents to be dealt with this time are more than is the god lord of the Azura tribe still in trouble? The hurricane swept through, and a man in a green shirt sitting cross-legged on the divine wind tornado smiled elegantly, everyone, don't complain too much, the top has its own meaning. Looking around, there are hundreds of god kings. 900 gods at the 9th level. Peak god king, 2. For god kings, 5. Among them, these god kings are still from the gods, and they are even stronger than the god kings of the same level. This lineup can even fight against the God Lord. Suddenly, a graceful voice came. After 10 breaths, there are 3 attacks of the law of divine attainment. It's the mathematician's warning. The God Kings were shocked. Reset. With a cold drink from the sky, Jiuqing God King opened the battle, exerted the divine power of the law, and injected it into the eyes of the earth under his feet. There are still 10% of God Kings, watch carefully. Wanzhong Shenxia rose into the sky, illuminating the starry sky, and the Sanjiji Mountain stretched for 100,000 miles away, full of divine light. The Qingjia Divine King came from the sky, pointing to the void. Gangjin protecting heaven sword. A chain of flying sword lights merged in and out, and 100,000 sword lights hung in the sky, turning into a huge golden sword. Indestructible. Sigh. 3 swift arrows, 1 arrow leaps into the sea like a blue whale, 1 arrow falls like a meteor, and 1 arrow turns into a white dragon flying. 3 arrows shot across thousands of miles away, hitting the huge golden sword. Boom. 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 The sky was overturned, and many mountain peaks were shattered into powder when they were scattered by the divine light. Only the flowing golden sword was safe and sound, and even shaking could not shake it. Friends of the Protoss, this welcome battle is too big. Countless God Kings rushed away, and the Qingjia God King was carrying the divine sword and overlooking the distant mountain tops. The faint golden light appeared like ripples, reflecting a silver robe like snow, leaning against the sky and covering the ground. The young man stepped on the top of the mountain, with a golden light like a on, holding a golden gun in his hand. His long eyebrows were high, and his eyes were like stars. When he looked directly at the gods of the gods, he showed a smile, and he did not hide the domineering of the world. Although the mathematician in the realm of the gods could not deduce Lin Chen's fate, he could deduce the opportunity for the safety of the land he protects. Lin Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. God King Qingjia said indifferently. You know I'm coming? Lin Chen smiled playfully, the laughter shook the wind and thunder, and the airwaves shook, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains. Before being separated by thousands of miles, Lin Chen had already sensed it in advance with his divine soul. The group of divine kings had gathered early, and the great formation had been opened in advance. It was impossible to attack the interior with the ultimate function speed. The Qingjia divine king suddenly smiled. There is no one in the world who does not know the king. Since you are here, it means that your intention is to cross the Jiujia mountain, right? The old and mature Qingjia God King deduced that if Lin Chen and others appeared in the demon race and rushed to their god race territory, this route is the shortest way to cross the Jiujia mountain. Lin Chen carried the god of war gun with a half-smiling smile. Yes, we disdain to hide our purpose. Do you mean that your excellency wants to let us go? I dare to let go. Do you dare to enter? I dare to enter. Do you dare to let go? Come on, call your people first. How can you let them go if you don't see them? No, I must explore the depth first, otherwise wouldn't it be abrupt? Lin Chen's face was full of jokes, and the two sides were tongue-tied, and they tried it out before fighting. This kid doesn't care about the urgency of time, and he doesn't see his team. As soon as the Qingjia Divine King raised his hand, the remaining 10% of the Divine Kings who had not entered the battle immediately understood and turned to withdraw. Lin Chen raised his brows lightly. These God Kings must be important strongholds to defend them. However, they may never have dreamed that the fifth team and others would rush into their territory. The Qingjia Divine King sneered, since you are not in a hurry, let this seat come to see if your strength is as strong as rumored. He drew his sword and stood up, and all of a sudden, the clouds moved in 10 directions, and the wind and thunder were agitated. Almost at the same moment, a golden talisman bloomed on Lin Chen's head, and a flash of red gold flashed across his pupils. The host opens the orange level advanced talent God Killer. The host opens the top talent of the orange rank Divine Rebellion. Qing Hui Shenxia rose up into the sky, and under the starry sky where the sword light was intertwined and danced, it performed one after another of Peerless sword energy, flying like a galaxy and jade dragon, like a world-shattering sword that opened up the world. The cultivation base of the Qingjia Divine King actually has the smell of stepping into the realm of gods with half a foot. There was a hint of enlightenment in Lin Chen's heart, beyond the existence of the five-layered God King. The laws of Kendo have a taste of transforming into the realm of heaven. The moment the golden talisman bloomed, Lin Chen's divine power surged. Suddenly, the host consumes 2.1 billion talent points to open the orange level advanced talent God Killer. Hostile target, all true gods in the three worlds mountains. The host consumes 69 billion talent points to activate the top talent of the Orange rank, God's rebellion. Hostile targets, 107 God kings and 1/2 step. God master. The stronger the enemy's divinity, the stronger the boosting. Power. Boom. The divine might that looked down upon the world was like a sun, rising suddenly from Lin Chen's body. All the true gods suddenly felt a shocking trembling. What it is? This king has a palpitating feeling of numbness on the scalp. It's like there is some kind of law in him that targets my divinity. As if being stared at by natural godslayers, the gods were covered in hair and their hearts throbbed. Lin Chen's law is so powerful that he temporarily breaks through the middle, late, and complete 8th layer. It's not over yet. After refining the semi-superior divine jade and killing 2 kings in a row, Lin Chen, after stepping into the 8th level of the gods, without using a suit, his body combat power is enough to equal the ordinary 4-level god king. And this time under the superposition of the 2 major talents, Lin Chen's body realm has soared to the 9th level of the god realm. In the end, Lin Chen's law and divine power temporarily climbed to the late stage of the 9th layer. The only fly in the ointment is that the power temporarily blessed by the 2 major talents cannot obtain the increase of mental law. Every inch of Lin Chen's flesh and blood reverberated with the roar of the Taishi ancient dragon, as if there were countless heavenly dragons roaring. With the help of 2 great talents, his pure power temporarily soared to 7.9 billion barren power, and his spirit stopped at the peak of the Dashang stage. Even in the face of any peak god king, Lin Chen is now fearless. However, that's not enough. His opponent is the person who stepped into the god's foot at the door. He's using his ultimate move. Qingjia Divine King's eyes are fast and his hands are fast, and he slashes in the air with his sword. Wherever the tip of the sword passes, the law of Kendo rises into the sky. Countless sword god phantoms appeared behind the Qingjia god king. From the same moment, the sword light flowed across the sky, and the airflow exploded, forming a beam of sword light that slashed at Lin Chen like a dragon. Sword God's secret burial art. When the sword light stirred, the space crystal wall was faintly cracked. The space crystal wall of the godly desolate star territory is so strong that at least the God Lord can break it. It can be seen that the power of this blow has vaguely touched the power of the God Lord level. When the Qingjia Divine King made a shot, he was a full-strength red rank swordsman, and he had no intention of underestimating the enemy. With 5-finger swivel, the God of War gun was in his hand, and when a beam of golden light flashed, Lin Chen put on the golden God of War armor again. The host uses the golden God of War set, charging 79%, and is maintaining the minimum charging consumption. The majestic and endless mighty power of the God of War blessed Lin Chen's body, and his pure power suddenly rose to hundreds of billions of wild power, breaking all methods with one force. Sigh. Boom. The God of War spear flashed, and a ray of golden light that dominates the universe swept across the space. Lin Chen swept away the jade world with one shot, and shattered 1,000 beams of sword light. Boom. 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 The scene in front of the gods tilted slightly, and the king of the gods said in surprise, "Has the triple world mountain been shaken?" A white-robed god king said in a trembling voice, "It's not that the triple world mountain was shaken, it was his shot that tilted the spatial dimension of the nearby galaxy." Hiss. Many gods and kings are moved, and they are waiting for you. The shattered light of the swordsmanship in the sky is like rain, and the decoration disappears into the galaxy, reflecting the solemn expression of the Qingjia God King. The Qingjia Divine King said seriously, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the gods, I have to say that I have never seen a monster like you. If you become a god king, you will definitely be one of the 10 geniuses of the god race. Lin Chen held the god of war spear and smiled sternly. What about the number 1 in the god realm? I will beat them 1 by 1 sooner or later. The soul quickly swept away, and Lin Chen looked at the entire thousands of gods returning to one sword formation very quickly. He just wanted to cast ultimate heavenly rebel in one breath. But he found that the sword formation was 1,000 gods, and the Qingjia God King could enter the sword formation at any time. Unless he can break the sword formation, or exhaust the divine power of everyone in the sword formation, he cannot injure any creature in the sword formation. If you can't hurt your opponent, ultimate rebel is equivalent to not opening. This sword formation has not yet blessed the power of this Qingjia divine king, but it has already been hidden in the way of heaven, and it has an imposing aura that cannot be broken by a god. Lin Chen understands more and more the importance of the number of true gods. No one can ignore the number of true gods. Once the number reaches a certain level, it will cause a terrifying qualitative change. Laugh. 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 The sonic boom roared, and the Qingjia divine king struck 1,000 strikes with a single thought, and quickly sent out a sword to kill, picking out a faint green glow like a on. Every bit of firefly is like the stalwart swordsmanship that shatters the galaxy. He will not underestimate Lin Chen for half a point. This person who is enough to make Lin Tiandi, who has disappeared in the long river of time, also appear to protect, is definitely not a level he can despise. This king smashes you to death. The green armored god king's sword slashed the stars, and the sword's peerless edge was even more sharp. God leads. Lin Chen shoved horizontally with one palm, the secluded and pitch black divine enchantment barrier unfolded, and the green firefly sword light paused. The god of war spear spun sharply. Lin Chen danced the spear with both hands, and the golden light roared into the air, quickly spun and swept away with a spear. Boom. 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 All the sword lights were shattered by him, and Lin Chen stepped on the divine light to move. Unexpectedly, the azure blue sword light was in full bloom, and 1,000 true gods and 100 god kings urged the sword formation, like the sword of water in the realm of thousands of waters, straddling the sky, attacking him with a sword. Shinshui's demon sword. Lin Chen's shoulders were shaken, and he swung his spear to the sky sharply. And the front was agitated with the divine sword of water. This time, Lin Chen must go all out. It was almost the location of the distant Wujiji mountain when Lin Chen entered the Triple Jiji mountain alone. A team broke in here, almost at a flying speed. Boom. The earth-shattering roar seemed to appear out of thin air, causing the Asuras to wake up one after another. An Asura god king with a hammer on his back rushed out of the Wuzhongji mountain, roaring and roaring. What the hell is going on? There are creatures breaking into our clan's territory, but you didn't find it? Wang, it was a man and a woman who led a group of humans to trespass into the 5-layer boundary mountain. An Asura clan flew over and said in a trembling voice, "They have killed hundreds of Asura warriors in a row. They are rushing towards you, and they also threatened to chop you up and feed them to chickens." The Asura god king, who was carrying the hammer, was suddenly furious, and a dragon-like suffocating energy exploded above his head. He laughed in anger. Feed the chicken? This king will feed the fuck first. Dare to violate my Asura territory and seek death. There is no need to capture it alive. I will beat this king to death. In the three world mountains, the Qingjiao divine king was forced to retreat. Again and again. Lin Chen drove straight in, pure power continued to soar, breaking through 200 billion barren power. The god of war spear threw violently, turned into a golden light and slammed into it, forcing the Qingjiao god king to block with his sword. Boom! The blade was turbulent, and the Qingjiao divine king was once again sent flying. Lin Chen flashed in front of him like a star, making his face terrified. The law of stars and the law of thunder intersected, and Lin Chen punched him. Boom! A mushroom cloud, shrouded in the glow of the gods, exploded, and the golden light radiated in all directions. Lin Chen had a gun in his hand, his aura glared at the world, galloped under the starry sky to kill, and another shot came at him, forcing the Qingjiao god king to fight. The sword light slashed rapidly, the gun shadow swayed heavily, and the two battled into a ball, intensifying. Just after 100 rounds, when the two sides fought each other, the Qingjiao god king was shaken back and his arms were numb. He looked down at his indestructible cyan divine armor. At this time, a large gap was cracked, and it was broken by Lin Chen, which almost caused him to be injured. Even with my half-step Godmaster's cultivation, it is very risky to fight against him. What a terrible young man. It would be unbelievable if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. In the late stage of the 9th level of the gods, can it threaten the half-step god? If he were to become the king of gods and the day of the gods, wouldn't it be the time when the world of gods changed? I don't have time to dawdle with him. Since he is the main body, let's defeat this child in one go. The Qingjiao divine king suddenly dodged and retreated into the sword formation. Lin Chen, this seed admits that for so many years, you are the most terrifying god realm that this king has ever seen. Even the god king's cultivation base has not been able to force this king to such a level. When he opened his arms and merged into the thousands of gods returning to one sword formation, the center of the divine formation shone brightly. Boom! In the center of the sword formation, the hair of the Qingjiao god king was flying, his eyes were cold and severe, the starry sky trembled, and an aura that was not inferior to the azure god lord came to the world. But this time, I want to see how you can break this great formation of my god race. The Qingjiao god king sounded like a bell, shaking the sky. The sword formation, composed of 1,000 true gods, 9 layers, and 100 god kings, is almost under the gods, and no one can break it. Now, with the addition of a half-step god lord, the might of the sword formation is like the might of the heavens, and the presence of the god lord may not be able to break the formation. The space outside the sword formation suddenly exploded, the green armor god king stabbed out with a sword, and the avenue was destroyed. All the laws and divine power of the sword formation were condensed on one sword. The tip of the sword flicked, and a ray of green firefly was shot out. The sword broke through the sky, and smashed the crystal wall of space in a flash. When it crossed the sky, countless tornado columns raged and exploded, and a sword came, like the doomsday of the Triple World Mountain, descending. The cloak was rolled up, the golden god of war set was flourishing. Lin Chen stepped out, and the power transmitted by the void smashed the entire star. The host lifts the minimum limit of the golden god of war set and continues to improve the pure power of the host. Lin Chen clenched the airy spear abruptly, the handle unfolded, and the shape of the spear blade changed into a sharp hexagonal sharp blade. Turn on the second form of the god of war spear and get the accessory weapon. Feature, power penetration. The next moment, the 3 divine laws, blessed by the cutting laws, turned into Lin Chen's shocking spear, slashing towards the sky. Sigh. Boom. 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 Countless shattered glows scattered like a firefly scattered, the divine light dimmed, and the aftermath of the collision between the two sides separated. Tens of thousands of meters made everything into nothingness, as if wiped out from the four-dimensional space. What a wonderful power, this is the level of a god lord. The Qingjia divine king couldn't help showing an intoxicated look. With the power of the sword array, he briefly possessed the combat power of the god lord level. And it is still stronger than the average god lord. This kind of feeling is like an old man who has been deficient in kidneys for many years suddenly turned into Shijijiro day and night. The level of refreshing is difficult to understand in words. The next moment, his eyes were fixed on the front. And skate? How is it possible? Hundreds of millions of bundles of golden light from the gods of war are released like the sun and the moon, and the power to dominate the 9 heavens. And 10 places descends on Jiujia mountain. Heaven fell, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the endless might shattered the avenue, as if it could shatter the universe. The sky of Jiujia mountain faintly echoed the hymn of the god of war. All the worlds, I am the only one. Stepping out from the void, looking obliquely at the figure of endless golden divine brilliance, Lin Chen's eyes seemed to pierce through the void. As far as the eye can see, the space is wrinkled and shakes, and the solid space of the godly desolate star region seems to be unable to bear even his gaze. His pure power surpassed the category of power and reached the height of law for the first time. One of the 10 laws, the law of power. Lin Chen's pure power has surpassed the level of trillions of desolate powers, turning power into laws. When the indifferent voice spread across the sky, the gods were shocked. The law of heaven and earth, power is respected. Lin Chen's god of war spear points to the gods in the 1,000 gods gi. Sword formation. When Jiujia mountain set off an unprecedented storm, Shenling Shuang's team rushed to a region full of unknowns. Shenling Shuang and her second team are always in charge of the most dangerous tasks. This time, dozens of elites and Luoyu from the 5th team were specially assigned to lead the way, and together with the second team, they traveled to the legendary area hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Jiujia mountain. Natural danger, the other side of the dead. Arrive. The moment Luoyu, who was flying in the sky, stopped, Shenling Shuang led everyone to a slow stop. The dark earth is like a dead tombstone, lifeless. When they looked ahead, it was like a black river, extending down from the sky. Luoyu trembled, this is the other side of the dead. The other side, which is known as death, cannot cross the border, is one of the natural dangers in the territory of the Protoss, and almost no one can pass it. On both sides, there were patches of gray-white sea of clouds blocking their way. The endless sea of clouds, like densely interwoven silk threads, is airtight, as if even time, space, and laws can be bound. Shenling Shuang narrowed her eyes, the law that becomes the substance? These gray and white silk threads turned out to be the laws that transformed into substance. Luoyu stared at Yunhai who was blocking his way, something's wrong. Get out of the way. Shenling Shuang stood in front of Luoyu, her hands formed into fists, her laws of killing and explosions lingered in the heart of her fists, as if brewing the ultimate energy of destroying the world. A man with a stern face and red eyes stood beside Shenling Shuang. Its breath is not a human race, it contains the breath of the 2 ancient dragons of Taizhou and Taishi. It is Lin Chen's Dragon King. This is Lin Chen's backhand for Shenling Shuang, just in case something changes. 1 person and 1 dragon stood in front of the vast sea of clouds, and everyone retreated 100 miles to deploy divine defense. Shenwu Ba Huang. The claw of the universe. The fist and the claws are destroyed, and one person and one dragon break out. The offensive of the sky and the latitude. Sigh. Boom. 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 The space swayed, the galaxy shook, and the stardust fell faintly. Apart from a slight tremor, the ethereal floating sea of clouds was unscathed. Shen Ling's frosty face sinks like water. The turn of events far exceeded her expectations. My divine power and the Master's Dragon King, the two forces are bound and divided. Shen Ling Shuang's face changed slightly. The law of this sea of clouds can't be wrong. It is the most difficult law of winding among the top 100 of the 3,000 avenues. This avenue is like magic, and when the attainment is strong enough, the law can bind and entangle any energy body. It is rumored that there was a god who used the law of entanglement to reach the realm of heaven, entwining two three-dimensional universes with one finger, and living beings in the two universes forever imprisoned. The true God in the imprisoned three-dimensional universe can never escape his own universe, which is extremely terrifying. The power of this entanglement law has been transformed into essence, and even the Lord of God is difficult to break. Shen Ling Shuang's heart slowly sank. I am afraid that even if the Master is here, he cannot forcibly attack. Master is still fighting the gods of the gods alone. If you can't bypass this, you will have to waste the opportunity created by the Master. Breathing slightly short, Shen Ling Shuang clenched her fists. This is the fastest route to break into the Protoss territory. If you switch routes, it will be too late. At this time, Luo Yu suddenly said, I can untie it. This law of entanglement does not require a strong attack, but it can only guarantee that a maximum of 100 people can pass. Really? Shen Ling Shuang was overjoyed. It doesn't matter if there are 100 people, as long as they can pass. What price will it cost? Luo Yu stood in front of Yunhai and said with a smile, what's the price? Just give me some time. When the palm of his hand touched the airtight silk thread, Luo Yu's eyes flashed a trace of smashing the cauldron and sinking the boat, and the fighting spirit was indomitable. Half a quarter of an hour, I will untie it and send everyone over there. 7th World Mountain, Shenlong Valley. The girl in the red dress standing in the Dragon Palace opened her peach eyes slightly, and a red-gold ancient dragon loomed behind her. The girl showed a smile and said, the location of the triple boundary mountain has started, and my prey has appeared. The dragon's strong men under his command knelt on one knee and said, respectfully, Monarch, I am waiting for your dispatch. The girl in the red dress played with the blue silk and raised her hand slightly, leave a little manpower to guard the Shenlong Valley, and the rest. Come with me, let's go make a scene. The fragrant tongue lightly licked the red lips, and the charming girl smiled playfully. Is it food or prey? It's really looking forward to flooding. A dragon roar roams the world, the red glow is transpiring, and the red gold true dragon rushes straight into the sky. Then, the Taishi ancient dragon with 10 flame clouds was born, followed by a group of dragons with monstrous dragons. There are Tianyue Town Prison Dragon, Jiuyo, Huangquan Dragon, Star Tribulation Dragon, Burial Shadow Illusory Dragon, Extreme Thunder Dragon, Fengshan Pterosaur, Wancher Guangming Dragon, Great Dark Sky Dragon, and Yin Yang Fortune Dragon. Like the dragon god era in the ancient times, the dragons dancing in the sky swept across the sky. Wherever he passed, it was earth-shattering, and under the starry sky, there were all dragon clan hymns. 6th Boundary Mountain, Fengyun Ridge. The man with colored pupils standing proudly on the top of the mountain stared into the distance. He stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttered, he was gentle and elegant, his face was extremely handsome, his rainy eyebrows were like the first snow of warm jade, and there seemed to be thousands of heavy snow in his eyes, and a magnificent wave was rolled up from the surrounding thousands of meters. The man with colored pupils pondered, the ancient dragon of Taishi, which has not been born for 1,000 years, is actually dispatched, and still brings the core dragon clan. Strange, what is she doing in the territory of the god clan, could it be? The next moment, the man jumped up and turned into a colorful phoenix. The phoenix sings in the sky. It flapped its radiant wings, and swept to the position of Sanjiji Mountain at a moving speed. Bazhongi Mountain, Luoxia Mountains. Under every magnificent mountain and river, there are dense insect gods lurking. There are colorful and magnificent Luiwe divine butterfly, the world shattering red saber mantis, the indestructible golden king clam, the one horned insect god, the skyfire spider, and so on. On the top of the mountain range, an insect god in the form of a human, dressed in white, with a face like 30, with 2 tentacles on the top of his head, a thunder rune dotted between his eyebrows, his eyes opened and closed, and the sky thundered. Riot, boundless thunder, and punishment will come at any time. The man in white said coldly, the territory of our 10 insect god kings was attacked by the Tarantine? The Terran also hijacked the insect queens. Everywhere? It seems that this is a naked provocation. Myzurg specializes in devouring the human race. Now a group of savages from nowhere dare to break into our territory and seek death. 2 pairs of thunderous divine wings unfolded, and the man in white levitated in the void, his voice transmitted like a thunderous roar. Pass the order of this seat, be sure to recapture our clan queen, destroy the human clan, at all costs. Squeak. 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 Like a tsunami of insect gods, the crazy sound transmission, the terrifying Zerg army assembled at once. The grotesque insect gods exude the breath of slaughtering gods and devouring demons. The Zerg of the 4-dimensional god realm is not the original 3-dimensional Zerg. Although the top powerhouses of the Zerg are not comparable to the major powers, the number of insect gods is the most comprehensive of all the tribes. The race that can occupy a place in the desolate star territory is by no means weak. Besides, the Zerg are notoriously the most unprovoked race in group battles. At this moment, all the races in Jiujia Mountain moved by the wind, or all gathered towards the territory of the god race. On the other side of the dead, the dark river of death stretches down from the void of the sky. Surrounding the dead river is the endless law of winding, a sea of clouds formed like a cocoon. The arrangement of the laws is entrenched, and I don't know how many years have been compiled, and even the flow of time is bound and stagnant for a little bit. It is rumored that countless gods were lost and perished here, and they were called by various ethnic groups as a forbidden land. Even the extinction galaxy in the Tianqing territory should be inferior to it. Suddenly, at the other end of the river of dead silence, the countless winding law slowly eased away, and a few people led by Shenling Shuang rushed out from the inside. Success. Unexpectedly, Luoyu's source law and mental law are so powerful that they can temporarily release the shackles of the winding law. With such efficiency, all the 100 people we booked can rush over in less than half an hour. However, only Shenling Shuang's eyes were quietly watching the situation in the sea of clouds, her brows were tense. In the sea of clouds where the laws of entanglement are intertwined, Luo Yu's hands form a seal, and the divine power of the 8th level of the gods is fully motivated, and the eyes covered by the law of origin are like the sun and moon. The whole body is full of light from the statue of a 1,000-handed god, one after another. The law of entanglement that is enough to restrain divine power is gradually unraveled, opening a gap between the law of entanglement. When Yuan Wujue stepped out of the sea of clouds, he suddenly shouted, "Luo Yu, everyone has left, we are waiting for you outside, return quickly." Luo Yu turned his back to everyone and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, go ahead. Don't look back." Kacha. Xinxia trembled, and when the divine light of the law dimmed, Luo Yu's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears suddenly burst, blood rushing. The surrounding law of entanglement, like a python that entangled its neck to death, squeezed close again, crushing Luo Yu to the point of splitting his soul, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But he turned his back to everyone, and Yuan Wujue didn't notice this abnormality until he rushed out of the sea of clouds. The moment before the soul collapsed, Luo Yu looked into the distance of Jia Shan, and suddenly smiled. Since the Luo family fell into the hands of the Protoss, I swore that the Protoss blood would splatter the divine realm. I was born to meet Big Brother Lin. Although I haven't seen the end of the Protoss, I am worthy of the Luo family's skills. The kings of later generations worked hard, and the head of the gods was killed under Huang Quan. In the young laughter, there is a high-spirited spirit, and there is a worthy and calmness of letting go of everything. Click. Click. Boom. The light of the broken soul, like a flame in the dark, bloomed and disappeared quickly. Outside the sea of clouds, everyone gathered. Where's Luo Yu? He hasn't come out yet? When Yuan Wujue and others finally arrived, everyone was in shock. Xunling's frosty face sank like water, and she said coldly, "One last step left, go ahead." Xunling Shuang's soldiers are very fast, and the law of 100 people is rushing to reach the end of the dead person's shore at the fastest speed. When he reached the end, Yuan Wujue's expression changed slightly. As far as the eyes can see, it is the endless river of death, and the origin energy in the center is pouring down. Every drop of dead river water brews an aura of destruction that can shatter the law. With his brows furrowed, Yuan Wujue had a heavy expression and said in a low voice, "Is it all in vain?" The silent and serene river of death seems to have stagnated even in it. Under the violent power and washing, the bright red and bewitching flowers on the other side bloomed from the river. Under the peaceful scene, there is an unimaginable violent power hidden. There are 13 iron cables extending down the majestic river of destruction with an immemorial atmosphere. The material of the iron cables is particularly special. It seems that it has existed since the ancient times, and its end is connected to the other side of the Sanjiji mountain. Only by crossing here can we reach the territory of the Three Worlds mountain. In the Protoss, Xunling Shuang raised her hand and waved a law of divine power, which disappeared in the river of death almost instantly. Everyone's pupils narrowed. Horrible. Under the Lord of God, enter it, there will be death, but not life. Even the Protoss doesn't bother to fortify here. There is a law of entanglement in front of the sea of clouds, and there is a river of dead silence in the back. If the God Lord wants to break through this place, the possibility is infinitely close to zero. Yuan Wujue looked at Xunling Shuang. "Let's go away, the energy inside is too Terrifying, and we want to enter if we are lower than the main cultivation level of God. It is the choice to step into hell. No. Shenling Shuang's eyes showed a bit of determination. The great formation of the Protoss must be destroyed by us from the inside, and it is too late to withdraw now. If the formation cannot be broken, a large number of powerhouses in Jiujia Mountain will join forces, gathering in the territory of the Protoss. The sword formation of the Protoss will open again, and our people will no longer have the opportunity to cross the Jiujia Mountain from the territory of the Protoss. Yuan Wujua frowned. Do you have a solution? Shenling Shuang walked in front of the river of death, close at hand, and the aftermath of violent energy blew on her cheek. Those who want to follow me, give up your life. Because of the attack from other places in Sanjiji Mountain, the possibility of breaking into Sanjiji Mountain is not zero, but in terms of time, it is not allowed at all. You must take down the triple boundary mountain within today. Luo Yu took his life as a bet, briefly untied the law of entanglement in the sea of clouds, and escorted them here. She knew what the price was, but she didn't say it. In terms of talent, Luo Yu was born in the Luo family of Shenzhou, and his talent was at least on the same level as her Shenling Shuang. He was one of the youngest members of the team. With the best years of his life, he chose the fastest match for the team without hesitation. And the most dangerous way. To yourself. This time, it was her turn, Shenling Shuang. Tai Shi Shengguang. The Dragon King changed his dragon body, the vast dragon body of the ancient dragon burst into the sky, and the faint red, golden divine light enveloped everyone like a cocoon of light, forming an absolute defense. Shenling Shuang's hands formed a seal, and a magnificent multicolored divine light rose into the sky. Then, Shenling Shuang's law and divine power unfolded, revolving around 100 people, with her as the center, forming a circle of light, and finally transformed into a field. Martial God Realm. Shenling Shuang's eyebrows shone with the divine brilliance of a six-pointed star. This was the red-level intermediate combat skill, Martial God Domain, that she obtained from the martial god space in her bloodline. In the realm of the gods of war, the vision is unique. Above everyone's heads, there is a peerless sword god holding a sword to control the sky, an immortal sword god standing with a sword, 1,000-handed god statue with clouds and moon, fish and dragons, graceful, light and shadow-free. This is the ultimate defense technique that stands in the realm of the gods. All energy close to the martial god realm will be automatically broken by the law and divine power in the realm, and its power will be weakened infinitely. Let's go! Shenling Shuang shouted. Everyone looked at each other and stepped into the dead Hanoi together. Boom! At that moment, to Shenling Shuang, it was like a million volcanoes erupting at once. It's like a million beasts, colliding in an instant. When stepping into the river of dead silence, the radiant Valkyrie realm was instantly hit by the dark storm that filled the sky, one after another, and almost sent everyone flying. The surging frenzy on the face made everyone tremble with fear, as if a group of divine beasts had hit the face, and the law of the divine body dimmed. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the Taishi divine light and the cooperation of the martial god domain, they barely resisted the invasion of the dead river. Boom! 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 Multiple law explosions exploded from the martial god realm, and the consumption speed of law divine power is particularly terrifying. Shenling Shuang clasped her hands together and stood at the front alone, and suddenly shouted coldly, "Grab those divine iron long cables and rush up." A wisp of blood swept across her cheeks, and within 10 breaths, Ling Shuang continued to bleed from her nose and mouth, her chest was burning like fire, and the pain was unbearable. The energy that came from the river of dead silence was unstoppable even by the peak god king. Seeing this, Yuan Wujue suddenly shouted, "Quick! Use all means to rush up as fast as you can." Silver teeth clenched, Ling Shuang clenched her palm. "It's not enough, if it's a master, I can do better." Under the impact of the violent energy of the dead river, the huge pain hit Ling Shuang like a tide, like countless knives piercing the bones, and the blades spun deep in the bone marrow. The martial god realm has just arrived at the iron ropes, flying like dragons in the deadly long river, and everyone will show their skills and rush towards the top. Triple Boundary Mountain, Ling Tianfeng. It is located on one of the highest points of the god race's territory, backed by a long river of death and stillness, surrounded by a sea of laws and clouds, and placed in a natural defense line. Usually, there are only 5 to 7 true gods guarding it. Today, 5 divine guards are guarding here. Their expressions are lazy and undisciplined. The fighting outside is so intense that even the 1,000 gods return to one. God formation has to be used. It means that the opponent is comparable to the big boss of the Azura tribe. Hey, it has nothing to do with us anyway, we can just keep an eye on it. Speaking of which, this is the most difficult formation to break, almost no one can break in. The true myth of a bronze armor was not finished, and the pupils shrank. He looked down and stared in disbelief at the bottom of the surging dead river. A group of people flashed. Boom! Boom! The dragon took off and danced in the sky, and the crowd led by Yuan Wujue rushed out of the river of death and entered Ling Tian Peak, the moment the guards were stunned on the spot. Is this so serious? That is a dead river that can even be smashed by the 5th level god king. This group of people actually climbed over the iron rope and came here? Zheng. The divine sword was unsheathed, and the hob was born with the meaning of a wicked dragon. Yuan Wujue, who had a sword in his hand, had red eyes, fierce fighting intent, and shouted angrily, "Brothers, this is the base camp of the enemy, let go of your hands and feet." Triple Boundary Mountain, frontal battlefield. The huge law divine sword slashed down, Lin Chen's war divine spear swung toward the sky. The law of power was like a mad dragon overturning the river, and it resisted the sword formation head-on. Clang! Boom! Lin Chen held the gun and retreated. The Qingjia God King laughed wantonly. It depends on how long you can sustain this temporary surge, and you want to break this king's sword formation? It's impossible for you to be the monarch of the Azura clan. Holding the gun and standing in the void, Lin Chen exhaled heavily, his eyes glowing with divine light piercing the universe. The sword formation is indeed very strong, and it is almost impossible for the outside world to break the formation. The god of war spear spun lightly, spreading a golden light that opened up eternity, and the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. But if it is broken inside, it will be different. This battle is different from the past. Lin Chen is not alone in this fight. The Qingjia Divine King was startled, and when he saw Lin Chen's tacit smile, he was immediately shocked. Could it be that? Sigh. Click. 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 At this time, a shattered crack appeared in the corner of the sword formation. The law collapsed, and the divine power and sword formation of several god kings broke. The mighty sword formation of the sky began to disintegrate and collapse. When the god kings began to lead the sword formation, they were shocked and horrified, and the formation eyes began to collapse. At the same time, a raging fire broke out in the territory of the Protoss. What did you do? The Qingjia God King was furious, and the speed of Qian Shenghui's sword formation collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, next, that's what I'm going to do. With the God of War gun in front of him, Lin Chen's pupils flashed blue. The ultimate rebel, open. The sword formation, Shunsha that covered the stars and covered the moon, shattered, and the eyes of the sword formation shattered one by one, leaving only the God King and a group of God Realm ninth layers at a loss. The law of the sword formation that sheltered the gods like a glazed jade cover suddenly disappeared. The Qingjia Divine King angrily asked, "The Gi sword formation is the treasure of my God clan's formation, why can it be broken inside, and what are these rice buckets in the back doing?" The Protoss mathematician guarding the triple boundary mountain trembled and transmitted his voice with the law, which came from thousands of miles away. To the governor, "We were raided by a team, and they came up the dead river. The people who guarded the formation were defeated by them one by one." The expressions of many gods and kings changed greatly, and the divine power of the law was slightly dimmed, like the moon and the stars. They actually came from the forbidden land on the other side of the dead river? What a joke! Even the God Lord may not be able to come from there. The most unlikely natural danger of an intruder, but was breached? However, most of the sword formation's eyes are in the area of Lingtian Peak. Thousands of gods return to one sword formation, with the God King and the true God as the eyes of the formation is just one of them. If the inner formation eye is destroyed, it will no longer be able to maintain the indestructible power of the sword formation itself. That is to say, the complete thousand gods return to one sword formation is a combination of offense and defense. Unless the divine power is exhausted, the true God in the sword array will not suffer any damage, and it is guaranteed to display the divine power of the sword array in the best state. And now, although they can still activate the sword formation, their power is greatly reduced, and they no longer have the ability to turn the gods into one. They are now no longer monolithic. Just now you were on the defensive, now you are the sheep to be slaughtered. Lin Chen's eyes glowed with monstrous fighting intent, and his pupils were covered with a layer of blue divine light. The host consumes 238 billion God-level talent points to open the strongest orange-level talent, the ultimate rebel. A domineering intent that despised all living beings rose from Lin Chen's body. It was the power of the ultimate heavenly rebel, as if it could destroy all living beings. The host has entered the state of the ultimate genius, extreme destruction, extreme instant kill, and the host will kill all creatures below the god master, breaking the defense and instantly killing. That violent killing intent seemed to be looking down upon the kings of the world, instantly awakening the Qingjia God King. Don't be in a mess, use the power of the sword formation to still fight against the Lord of God. As long as we are still here, he will not be able to break through the sword formation of the thousand gods, returning to one. The God Kings activated the sword formation once again, and with this body law, divine power, injected into the sword formation. God King Qingjia holds swords in both hands, the sword's edge flickers, and the green light is like a firefly, enough to smash the three-dimensional universe and split the sky. Each sword god phantom erupted with completely different laws, and the Qingjia God King sacrificed the strongest killing move of the thousand gods returning. One sword formation, three gods returning to judgment. Holding the gun high, Lin Chen shouted angrily and shocked Xingyu, the golden leg armor stepped on the void, and the law of power shattered the universe. The wild dragons that were condensed purely with pure power surged out of Lin Chen's body, and his power rose to a level above the trillions of wild power. Then, the world-destroying law of thunder condensed into majestic blood thunders, which converged on Lin Chen's god of war spear, and blood thunders emerged. This move is the strongest blow Lin Chen has ever made. If the Thousand Gods Gi sword formation is used when it is complete, it is still unknown whether it will be able to turn the tables. But now that the sword formation is broken, they are no longer united. Defense, Lin Chen only needs to break the defense, and he can kill instantly. God robbery. The host uses the strengthening +2 red level intermediate divine tribulation exercise to activate the instant light and shadow, which consumes 486 billion god level talent points. A spear was swung out, and the huge spear beam was like a waning moon, slanting, and it spread out in an instant. Almost at the same time, the coquettish bright red blood thunder burst out like dragon marks, covering the entire sky in an instant, and an unprecedented large-scale attack broke out. Click. Click. Boom. The sharp edge of the god of war spear destroyed the crystal wall of 1,000 miles of space, and the blood thunder exploded, completely hitting the divine power of the law of the three gods returning. The space as strong as the desolate star territory could not withstand this shot, and the sky was rolled up. The terrifying shocking explosion shook most of Jiujia Mountain. The gods of the entire thousand gods returned to one sword formation were attacked to varying degrees. The extremely sharp cutting law is like 1,000 knives, swept through the void through the aftermath of the attack of the god of war spear, and cut through the defenses of the gods. The law of thunder, flying like a wild dragon, was dark and deep, destroying the protection of the law. The supremely domineering divine flame galloped across the sky, and the law of fire burned the divine power of the laws of the gods. Hundreds of true god ninth layers were blasted away with a single shot, and they were beaten flying all over the sky. Hundreds of god kings retreated with different injuries, causing the entire sword formation to shake a bit. Lin Chen stepped back dozens of steps in a row, each step smashed the void. And when a smear of blood fell from the corner of his mouth, he laughed so hard that the gods scorned the world. God King Qingjia stepped back 10 steps in a row, and laughed in anger. You can still laugh? This sword will make you injured, but let's see how many swords you can hold. Lin Chen smiled sternly. No, it's over. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen released the talents of God Killer and God Rebellion, and his cultivation base returned to the early 8th level of the God realm. The golden light of the god of war has temporarily disappeared. God King Qingjia stood with his sword and sneered, I think you are crazy. Suddenly, he felt that the sword formation behind him had completely lost its divine power. Like a lofty, unruly dragon, like a supreme god who looks down on the world. He was knocked down from the world at once. The Qingjia divine king looked back in disbelief, his expression completely showing fear. The scene in front of me is not enough to describe it as shock. The god king, the true god, and his face were full of disbelief, and the body of the god appeared densely packed with cracks like spider webs. What are you kidding? My soul actually began to collapse. Why, even if the soul is separated from the body, I can't do it. How the hell did I die? This king has been around for the first time, and has been promoted from the 5 continents to the gods. In the future, he will be a giant who will become a god. How can he die in such a ghost place? Unwilling. This king is unwilling. Break the defense and die. Is there such a technology in the world? or screaming screams, or roaring frantically, or unbelievable before death. These 1,000 true gods and hundreds of god kings burst into a radiant divine light all over their bodies. Together with the soul, body, and artifacts, they slowly turned into pieces, and finally scattered and disappeared like dust. Attribute light spheres scattered all over the sky are dazzling, and attribute treasure chests are densely packed, such as opening the most precious treasure house between heaven and earth. This scene made the Qingjia divine king's scalp numb, and an aversion to the cold rushed up from the soles of his feet to the heavenly spirit cover. Thousands of gods fall, and hundreds of kings are annihilated. With just one shot? How he did it. It is impossible for most of the gods to have this kind of background. Gotcha. The armor fell off, and the blue armor god king suddenly fell into an ice cellar. He looked down at his cracked armor, and there was a cracked wound on his chest. No way. God King Qingjia looked down at the trace of blood on his chest. That was the position where Lin Chen had penetrated before integrating into the sword formation, and then was affected by the aftermath of a cutting law just now, and suffered a little fingernail-sized skin trauma. However, this ray of skin trauma, like the scythe of the god of death, the edict of hell, mercilessly harvested the life of this half-step god. Although he is a half-step lord, he is not a real lord after all, and he still cannot avoid the instant kill of the ultimate heavenly rebel. Why? God King Qingjiao's body gradually cracked like a porcelain, and shocking cracks spread all over his body, until his face. His face was full of disbelief, his expression was full of horror, and he roared, why? Lin Chen, what tricks did you use? This seat has never seen such a law. Lin Chen didn't answer, just stared at him calmly, like water, running his mind, and the attribute light ball in the sea was quickly incorporated into his body. The Qingjia divine king looked at the azure blue in his pupils and closed his eyes slowly. This is, after Emperor Futian, the characters who declared war on the Protoss. A generation of half-step gods turned into fragments and flew away. Between the wind and the remaining clouds, 3 inches of dust are scattered. Thousands of gods return to one sword formation, broken. Thousands of true gods in the 9th layer, 107 god kings. And one half-step god master. One shot, kill it all. The host has obtained 6,994 points of Divine Soul Attribute, 15,000 points of Divine Soul Attribute, 120,000 of Divine Blood Attribute, 270,000 of Divine Blood Attribute. The host has obtained 760,000 God-level attributes, 1.03 million God-level attributes, 87 God-level points, 190 God-level points, and 1,200 God-level enhancement points. The host has obtained 9.9 billion God-level talent points, 36 billion God-level talent points, and 1,409 top-level suit essence. The host opens 3 red-rank talent treasure chests and obtains 3 red rank talent fragments, 10/20ths. The host opens the special attribute treasure box and obtains 1 trillion points of soul essence of God-level exercises. The host opens the treasure chest of laws and obtains the seed of the origin law. Lin Chen's attributes are soaring at an unprecedented speed. 1,000 true gods at the 9th level are fine, but these 100 god kings exceed the sum of all the god kings killed by Lin Chen before. Besides, there are also 5 4th-level god kings and 2 5th-level god kings. The divine soul is sublimating at an extreme speed, the divine body is continuously tempered, and the divine power of the law is rising steadily. The consumption of casting divine tribulation can be compensated from countless attribute light spheres at a speed visible to the naked eye. The host has advanced to the middle stage of the 8th level of the gods. The host has advanced to the late 8th stage of the god realm. It's not over yet. The improvement of the realm is unstoppable, and it has hit the peak of the 8th layer in one fell swoop. The host's promotion to the 8th level of the divine realm is complete. The host reaches 2.5 billion baron power and 3 billion baron power. The speed of Lin Chen's promotion is particularly terrifying, the fastest since stepping into the desolate star territory. It was almost a race against time. Lin Chen grabbed the attribute treasure chest dropped by the Qingjia God King, and the black treasure chest with the strongest breath almost confirmed Lin Chen's conjecture. The host opens the treasure chest of the suit and gets the 6th piece of the Optimus God outfit, the Optimus helmet. The sky-high helmet poured like divine iron appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes. It was dark and dark. There was a divine curtain above and a black moon like mask below. Lin Chen was shocked, and finally came this real absolute defense suit. Congratulations to the host, the collection of the full set of Optimus suits is completed, and it will be automatically merged into a complete set of Optimus gods. The full set of charge, 2%. The triple world mountain, the vast sea of gods. In the palace of the sea, the old man and Xing Yi, who was in silent retreat, suddenly opened his eyes. Divine lords, who are stronger than him, can't help but feel a little stunned. Qing Yun and the others are dead? Or in an instant, without even a chance to ask for help? The sword formation was broken, and hundreds of god kings died in an instant. This son of Lin Chen has such means. When the old man and Xing Yi got up slowly, the entire vast sea of gods was crumbling, the heavens and the earth swayed, and time and space fell, as if the sun and the moon were about to sink into this world and die in an instant. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, I didn't expect the old man to set up to such an extent that he didn't take care of you. The old man and Xing Yi stepped in the air and disappeared like a ghost in this void. Triple boundary mountain. When a divine power was incorporated into the body, it was like a violent and incomparable dragon, breaking through the bottleneck, and Lin Chen stepped into a new realm in one fell swoop. The host has advanced to the early stage of the 9th level of the gods. The attributes of beheading a half-step god, such as the last divine power, pushed Lin Chen's realm to the top, and the divine power of the laws flowing into time and space began to approach the peak of the divine realm. The host has advanced to the middle stage of the 9th level of the gods. The host has successfully advanced to the divine soul realm. The ultimate pure power of the host is increased to 19 billion baron power. In Lin Chen's time and space, after stepping into the middle stage of the 9th level of the god realm, a large number of attribute light balls finally slowly stopped growing. In the face of the follow-up horror needs, the remaining attributes are far from enough to hit a new realm. At the snap of his fingers, a wisp of law ripped apart the sky, and Lin Chen was shocked by the dozen or so true gods who had suddenly attacked from a distance. Lin Chen is now even stronger than himself, who performed the God Killer and God Rebellion states before. Previously, Lin Chen briefly stepped into the late stage of the 9th level of the God realm with 2 major talents, but the temporary increase in divine power of the Godslayer and the gods is not the blessing of the mind. But now in the middle stage of the 9th layer, it is a cultivation base that has actually obtained the blessing of the mind, with 10 times the divine power and 10 times the strength of the law. At this time, in the time and space of the mind Dharma space, Lin Chen's spirit stood there, in charge of 8 of the 3,000 avenues, listed and displayed, which was particularly conspicuous. Some laws are like clear and bright gems. Some are like giant beasts that cause landslides and tsunamis. Some are like magnificent star clusters. Some seem to be unremarkable little rays of light, with hidden mysteries. Thunder, fire, stars, cutting, wind, light, dark, origin, and 8 laws appear. Among them, the stars, lightning elements, and fire elements of the God realm are especially strong and powerful. The godly desolate star territory, an area surrounded by divine fog. A vast and mysterious stone gate stands between the galaxies. The stone gate seems to seal some old and mysterious gods, making the world tremble slightly. The clouds on the temples are like frost, and a gorgeous and mysterious black dress came out of the sky, and the beautiful and exquisite figure was like a rose blooming under the starry sky. Dignified Empress, why did you come to my Azura tribe's territory? In front of the stone gate, an obscure voice suddenly sounded, shaking the time and space, and the light dimmed. To your Azuras, I can borrow something. The black dress, Channing said indifferently. If this emperor says no. The spirit in front of Sherman snorted coldly. I'm not here to discuss with you, I'm just making an announcement. When the beautiful figure in black dress slowly revealed its true colors, the appearance of Li Ju Huanyu seemed to be stunned by the time and space. If Lin Chen is here, I am afraid that she will recognize her outstanding appearance and be familiar with it. This woman's appearance is exactly the same as Luo Yaoer of the Holy Realm. But the temperament of the two is completely different. 3-World Mountain, above the top of the cloud, Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended. A little lavender divine light flashed across Lin Chen's pupils, and the movement of all things between heaven and earth seemed to fit into his eyes. He saw the familiar breath in the distance, and was approaching him. A large amount of divine jade is constantly being refined in the body, and Lin Chen secretly said in his heart, insight into the origin of things, and mobilize the power of the origin of the world. This is the origin law of the top 100 in the 3,000 avenues. With this law, to assist the soul, Lin Chen can understand or see through more means of disguise. The law of origin can detect the opponent's law in advance and even the trajectory of divine power. And Luo Yu is one of the peerless geniuses who applies the law of origin to the extreme. He can always lead the team to avoid the imminent crisis at the first time and can even temporarily unravel the sea of clouds that is rare in the ages. Brush. Hundreds of divine lights flew from the sky, Yuan Wujue and others rushed back in blood, and from the 100 people who passed the other side of the dead, everyone was still alive. At this time, Lin Chen looked at everyone, the Dragon King whose body was full of dragon blood, and Shen Lingshuang, who was on the verge of death and comatose on the Dragon King's back. At the meeting, Yuan Wujue saw that there was no enemy in the world, and he couldn't help but refresh his understanding of Lin Chen's power. Yuan Wujue, who was covered in blood, clasped his fists and said, I live up to my mission and return from the battle. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the seriously injured dragon turned into a stream of light and was incorporated into his body. A mid-grade divine pill was stuffed into the unconscious Shen Lingshuang's mouth. Lin Chen sighed in his heart, this girl is too hard. Then, Lin Chen said seriously, where's Luo Yu, isn't he with you? Everyone suffocated. Yuan Wujue took a deep breath and said in a low voice, after he escorted us over the natural dangers of the Triple Boundary Mountain, he never came back. Thanks to him, we were able to reach the other side of the dead. Hearing this, Lin Chen's palm trembled, his strong soul shrank as if he had been severely injured. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes. As if there was no extra time left for Lin Chen at all, the terrifying army swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places. When he opened his eyes, the source law covered them. Lin Chen's eyes swept away. The armies of the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Azura Clan, Zerg Clan, Demon Clan, and the 5 clans approached Sanjiji Mountain at the same time. Lin Chen, the Azura tribe has killed over 100 Azura kings. Yi Qingwu's voice transmission came first, and then, everyone's voice transmission came one after another. Brother Lin, the elites of the Phoenix Clan have arrived. There are dozens of Phoenix Kings and a group of pure-blooded Phoenixes. One of the 9 colored Phoenixes is suspected to be the Lord of the Gods. There are more Zerg here. It is suspected that there is an insect master lurking. The Dragon Clan has dispatched the Dragon Master directly. Brother Lin Chen, the demons are crazy here, and their mothers came out of their nests directly. It's a dog, and the leader is the Demon Master. Coming. All are here. The peak powerhouses of Jiujia Mountain, down to the God King, up to the God Master, all gathered here. The effect even exceeded the original plan. I originally thought that the God King would be summoned, but I didn't expect the God Masters of various races to come. Lin Chen, what are you going to do next? Yi Qingwu flew over from the sky, stepped on the flying rainbow, and each team arrived one after another, just to meet Lin Chen. Enough. Lin Chen held the unconscious Shenling Shuang to her, and said solemnly, next, go straight through the Protoss. After you come to stop? Everyone was stunned, and the corners of their mouths twitched. The situation to be faced next cannot be solved by the combat power of 1 or 2 gods. Lin Chen turned around. Why, can't you trust me? Now is the time to truly decide the outcome. If you cross the territory of the Protoss, you will be able to truly reach the boundary of Jiujia Mountain. When Yao looked into the distance, Lin Chen whispered, I have a vague premonition in my mind that someone is waiting for us after Jiujia Mountain. Everyone looked at each other. Shang Guanyin came over, full of solemnity, I want to come back alive. Shui Jianming grinned and said, Brother Lin, we are waiting for you outside Jiujia Mountain. Yuan Wujua nodded and said, since it's decided, let's lead the way. The 5 teams moved at an extremely fast speed and rushed into the last line of defense in Sanjiji Mountain. Yi Qingwu took a deep look at Lin Chen, didn't say a word, turned around and left without saying anything. A ray of divine wind swept up, the wind god wings unfolded, and Lin Chen stepped into the air to look at the sky, far exceeding the terrifying aura that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places, as if it was about to swallow up this universe. The powerhouse of the 6 clans, the outcome is here. Because of the ancient dragon bloodline talent in the universe, the cooling down of the Godslayer talent is completed. Because of the Taizhou ancient dragon bloodline talent, the cooling down of the divine rebellious talent is completed. The 2 ace talents had just been displayed, but they were restored once again. Because the Dragon King returned to Lin Chen's body. Boom. 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 The void is constantly exploding, and the dragon's might is majestic and mighty in all directions. The first to arrive was the Dragon Clan. One after another dancing dragons, breaking the clouds and opening the moon. Flying across the sky, 10,000 dragons cover the sky, shaking many creatures in the world. Lin Chen clearly saw that standing proudly among the dragons was a slender woman with red hair like flames. With her arms folded over her chest, Qiong has a beautiful appearance, and her delicate snow-white skin has both a girl-like style and a charm washed by time. She stands proudly at the head of the group of dragons, and behind her is the vision of 10,000 dragons. She is the leader of this world, the monarch of Wanlong. Well, are you the guy who attracted this gentleman? The woman in red sneered. Human, you have two kinds of ancient dragon blood in your body at the same time. Very interesting. There was a ray of fierce light in her eyes, and the woman smiled sweetly. However, it's too weak. You are only at the 9th level of the gods. You should eat it as food. The woman's snowy 5 fingers suddenly stuck out, the red light flickered, and the fingertips burst out with the roar of hundreds of millions of ancient dragons, and slapped Lin Chen with a palm. Chi-Xia filled the sky, and a piece of dragon claws suppressed it, as if a world was collapsing and destroyed, comparable to the might of heaven. Shilong claws. This claw, pushing Xingyu horizontally, seems to be able to crush a 3-dimensional universe. There is no doubt that it is the terrifying strength of the gods. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, just as he was about to urge Feng Shenyi to dodge. Clang! Suddenly, a 9-colored and magnificent wind blade slashed down, slicing a large space, and severing the strong claw of the red-clothed woman. Huh? The red-clothed woman licked her delicate lips, half smiling. It smells like the Phoenix clan. Shenfeng, do you want to go to war with me? I saw a colorful and magnificent hurricane swept across the sky, slowly falling into a group of figures, all of them in the shape of humanoids. The men were handsome and refined, the women had a variety of amorous feelings, and they were full of beauty. The Phoenix is here. The leader was a young man with fluttering colorful robes, and there was a vicissitude between his eyebrows that was not similar to his appearance. The young man in Kaipao smiled lightly. Even a guy like you will be dispatched on his own, which is really rare. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Lin Chen froze in his heart. It was another god-dominated realm. An ultimate battle that affects the entire Jiujia mountain is about to start. The young man in Kaipao said to several handsome men and beauties around him. I will catch this human kid for me later. The woman in red sneered and said, you're a jerk, let's see who can have the last laugh today. The hatred in the eyes of the young man in Kaipao gradually appeared. Many years ago, during the war, Yu Longyan took advantage of the fact that my Phoenix clan was under attack. Shame before, your opponent today is my Feng clan. Longyan smiled charmingly and coldly. Really? You are also worthy of being called my opponent? Before Lin Chen could see through the battle of the Feng clan, the dark red magic vortex on the right side spun out of thin air. I saw that the mighty demon race team was born. The moment the demon clan arrived, both the dragon clan and the Phoenix clan couldn't help but change their expressions. Because of this battle, almost all the demons guarding Jiujia Mountain. This demon race team is extremely powerful, faintly overshadowing the dragon race. There are 8-winged trolls, skeleton trolls with whole bones, ancient 4-armed demon kings, corroded corpse demons, and more. Too much. It's like the momentum of wanting to break the net. What is this devil doing? Crazy? The demon master who looked like a teenager sneered, Human Lin Chen, you can't think of it. What you did in the demon domain will be repaid 100 times the price today. I want you to feel the 10 demon punishments of the demon clan, even if the corpse and soul are torn apart, not enough to vent my anger. Lin Chen smiled casually. What you brought are your subordinates, and what I see are attributes. Court death. The devil's desire erupted, and a scream mixed with piercing souls came from The air. The little devil of the human race, return the queen of my clan, or you will splatter the heavens with blood. I saw that the dense black tide surged from Lin Chen's left side, covering the sky and covering the sky, and everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed. In the face of this battle, the powerhouses of all races instantly became solemn. Zerg is here too. Fighting alone, no one is afraid of the Zerg, but if they come together, they will become the most unignorable force in the world. Leading the Zerg is a mantis with a divine sword. Even if it is transformed into a human form, the eyes still have the unique pupils of the mantis. His arms are like knives, and he is actually an insect god of the gods. There was a trace of doubt in Long Yun's eyes. Why is this kid still going to provoke the Zerg? Does he know that we are coming? Want to fish in troubled waters and withdraw? At this time, a sigh echoed in the world, but it made people feel a chill like hair. Unexpectedly, the three-dimensional world has a hard character like you. Dressed in Xing-Yi, it appeared like a ghost, and the old man stepped into the air behind his hands, and looked down at Lin Chen. It's because the old man is not careful enough. If the old man controls the sword formation from the beginning, you will never break through the territory of the Protoss. Lin Chen smiled casually. Is the old immortality of the Protoss finally showing up? If you feel regret, I suggest refining the law of time and predicting the future in advance. Lin Chen was not surprised by his arrival, on the contrary, he couldn't ask for it. Since he came in person to kill himself, it proves that everyone can get away faster. Next, hold on and break through to win. The old man and Xing-Yi laughed in anger. You have sharp teeth and sharp mouths. How can the law of time be so simple to control? You are a sword formation that temporarily overdrawn your own strength, and the old man expects you to have stronger power than when you broke the formation. Otherwise today, the old man will tell you that you can't get out of this triple world mountain. The old man in Xing-Yi still doesn't believe it. A god level 9th level can still turn the sky over. It is absolutely impossible for him to show strength stronger than when he broke the formation. If not, he has already broken the formation alone, so why rely on others? The old man and Xing-Yi only guessed half of it right. Lin Chen just now may not necessarily have the strength to break through the formation alone. But now, it's different. LOL. Suddenly, the space was cut open, and the majestic and sharp evil energy cut the space into a saw-like air wave, disturbing the situation. Many strong men suddenly condensed their expressions and looked sideways into the distance. Unexpectedly, the kid who dared to provoke our clan was Lin Chen, who ruined our Azura clan's territorial development some time ago. The flat and sharp voice echoed in the world, as if even time and space had forbidden it. At that moment, Lin Chen's sure natural enemy divine spark was spinning at an unprecedented speed. The majestic and powerful force blesses Lin Chen. Especially in the realm of the soul, Lin Chen's soul, under the blessing of the godhead fragments of Shura's natural enemies, is like a broken bamboo, stepping into a new realm. Then, a group of neat figures glowed with the might of leaning on the sky and covering the earth. Each figure has 3 heads and 6 arms, or 2 heads and 4 arms, standing in front of many powerful people like a monster that overturned the world. Azuras. It was like an army that broke through the mountains, rivers, and stars, and as soon as it appeared, it shocked the strong people of all ethnic groups. Long Yun and the old man and Xing-Yi both showed surprise. This kid has provoked the Azura tribe. What do you want to do? The Azure monarch headed by 6 armed swords exudes a rolling evil spirit. His name is Aslan. He is one of the 2 Azure gods guarding Jiujia Mountain. This time, the Azure tribe has dispatched at least half of the strong. Aslan said indifferently, "Human race, is this king who crippled you and then take it away, or are you now obediently following me back to the Ashura tribe and punished?" However, Lin Chen smiled like a spring breeze, "Go back to Malgobi." Aslan waved his knife and was about to suppress Lin Chen himself, when the demonic energy surged, and the figure of the demon master stood in front of him. With the support of the supreme demon god above, the demon master rarely stubbornly said, "Stop talking nonsense, this sun's head, my demon clan wants it, whoever touches it will die." Aslan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and suddenly shouted, "Whoever takes the head of this human race will be named Shura King." When many Azures heard the words, they were excited. The army of the demons and the Azures rushed towards Lin Chen almost at the same time. When Jinfeng stood in front of Long Yun, she immediately scolded, "Tie that human race to me." The Wanlong army immediately acted, transforming into streaks of divine light, like a meteor shower moving across the sky. Seeing the action of the old man in green clothes, the Zerg's jade god knife Tang flapped his wings, and a series of afterimages that moved the void flickered in the void. When he regained his senses, a pair of terrifying and huge emerald sickles blocked in front of the old man in blue clothes. "This person is from my Zerg." The Zerg army under his command trembled frantically, and rushed towards Lin Chen with the overwhelming momentum of sweeping the mountains and rivers. A large number of stars were smashed, the airflow was reversed, the meteorite was corroded, and under the starry sky, the Zerg army swept through everything. This scene is so scary. In the sky and the ground, looking around, there are all enemies. Among them, there are more than 20 masters who have the strength to reach the 5th level God King. There are more than 1,000 living beings above the God King cultivation level. And there are even more God Kings in the 8th, 9th, and half steps of the God realm. Although the powerhouses of the God Lord realm are fighting in front of them, the powerhouses brought by various races are as terrifying when added together. No ordinary God Lord can resist such a heaven-defying offensive alone. Lin Chen, tremble under my demon army. In the demon army, the demon general roared and laughed. No. Lin Chen showed an unprecedented smile. What I've been waiting for is now. God comes with 1, I can withdraw, come with 2, but can't beat it, come with 6, knock them all over. With a flash of Fengshen's wings, Lin Chen quickly avoided the first wave of demonic attacks. God Slayer, God Rebellion. Lin Chen shouted suddenly. Consumes 7.9 billion God-level talent points, the host activates the orange level high-level talent, God Slayer, hostile targets, Dragon, Phoenix, Zerg, Azura, Demon, God, number of enemies. Consumes 288.9 billion God-level talent points, and the host activates the top-level orange-level talent, Divine Rebelliousness. The higher the enemies' divinity, the stronger the increase. Applicable target, a creature that surpasses the host's cultivation base. Beings with more than the host's cultivation base are present, 6 gods, 1097. Gods, 15,390 gods, and the remaining creatures are lower than the host's cultivation base and are not included in the target range. 2 trump cards, launch again. Almost in a blink of an eye, with 2 major talents, Lin Chen's cultivation level has grown in one go, temporarily increasing to the late stage of the 9th level, and the 9th level is complete. The gap between the God King, who was originally like a chasm, and the 9th level of the God realm, slowed down the blessing of innate power. Boom. However, the energy brought by the rotation of Azura's natural enemy Godhead fragments, with absolute momentum, broke through the huge bottleneck, and Lin Chen briefly stepped into a new realm. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the realm of the King of Gods on the spot. The increase brought by the Azura Godhead fragment, compared to the sudden change in cultivation, the spirit in Lin Chen Mei's heart has reached a brand new state. The divine soul as magnificent as the sea of stars kept breeding new souls, and Lin Chen's divine soul was lifted up and hit the pinnacle of a divine soul realm. Divine soul realm is divided into 4 realms: initial stage, middle stage, Dashang stage, and perfection stage. Going up, the previous process is reincarnated again, which is the double perfection. Only after going through the 5 reincarnations of the soul and reaching the 5 major consummations of the soul is the pinnacle of the soul realm. Lin Chen has only reached the 1st level of perfection, so he doesn't know how much accumulation he has used up. Now, the increase in the talent of the gods has made Lin Chen temporarily reach the state of 5 major achievements of the soul, and he faintly touches an unprecedented door. That was Lin Chen, a scene he had never seen before. His soul seemed to be in a mysterious plane, wandering in the sky, a scene that only gods with powerful souls could see. It was a whole new world: the sea, the mountains, the palaces, the land, the sky, the stars, the sun and the moon, everything was made by the soul. Even though the current divine soul is extremely tyrannical, and a single thought can annihilate the galaxy, Lin Chen can still vaguely feel that in that divine soul world, any mountain or river contains several times as much divine soul power as he is now. And, in front of the divine soul world, stands a gate that lifts the sky from the ground. Lin Chen has an intuition: as long as he pushes open this giant gate, he can obtain unimaginable power of the soul. If you want to open this door, you can only use the power of the soul. How many God Kings and God Masters have cultivated for the first time, and have never had the opportunity to see the opportunity to open the door? This gate, the gods named, the gate of the Emperor Soul. Only by opening the door of the Emperor Soul, can we enter the Emperor Realm Soul. However, Lin Chen still hadn't broken through the door. The soaring power of the soul seemed to be a long way in front of the door, and then stopped. The mutation of the soul, everything happened in an instant. When Lin Chen came back to his senses, the power of the 2 great talents perfectly blessed him. The cultivation base will finally stop at the 1st level God King, and Lin Chen's law and divine power have reached a level of new life. The Azura Godhead and 2 major talents helped Lin Chen break through 3 realms and 1 big realm in one go. Late 9 stages, perfection, half step. God King, divine soul, has reached the 5 major consummations of the terrifying divine soul. The pure power of the temporary increase of the 2 talents is superimposed on the Dragon King's divine dragon veins, a total of more than 500 billion baron power. All the changes seem to happen only in one breath. God-devouring poison. More than 100,000 insect gods spit out a blue and magnificent insect poison, which looks like a beautiful and gorgeous star sea swept over from a distance. But the murderous intention contained in it is proportional to the beautiful scene. Red Lotus divine fire. Heaven-smiting dragon slash. Life and death sacrifice. Thousands of feet of red lotus bloomed, the dragon's tail with heavy dragon shadows slashed, and the lore magic power of the dragon family came in one move, and the sun and the moon fell. Fengji is back in the nest. Jiufeng Jiueyu. The offensive of the Feng clan is closely followed, and all the strong heaven abacus in their hearts. They will not easily fight for Lin Chen, but instead turn their target to Lin Chen. The most important thing is to take him down as soon as possible. In an instant, all the rays of light in the heaven and earth fell, and one after another, azure suffocating from hell smashed the sky and the earth, galloping across the starry sky, and waving towards Lin Chen. Many azuras who smashed the world made a strong shot, and in an instant they became a powerful attack second only to the Zerg, encircling and suppressing Lin Chen. Lin Chen's all directions are almost all enemies, and there is no way to escape. The talent state of the ultimate heaven rebel has not yet ended. What I'm waiting for is your attack. Lin Chen erupted with unprecedented fighting intent, and he had a kind of pride that he wanted to test his edge with God. The next moment, the radiance of Fengshen disappeared in an instant, and the immortal radiance of the heavens and the earth burst out from Lin Chen's body. Laugh. 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 Boom. 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 When the incessant attack hit Lin Chen, the space was broken, the heaven and the earth swayed like an overturned land, and the desire collapsed. For the first time, a crack appeared in the boundary of Sanjiji Mountain. However, some powerful five-layer god kings were the first to show a particularly solemn expression. They could clearly feel that Lin Chen's breath was not affected at all. It's really a heavy attack. Under the siege of so many strong men, God Lord can't retreat completely, ha 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 ha, thanks to all of you who looked down on me. Someone from Lin, I will send a surprise to all of you today. In the aftermath of the energy, all the powerhouses clearly saw that Lin Chen was wearing a pair of dark armor. The light on the armor was like flawless obsidian, the arm armor was cast like black iron, the leg armor was like dragon scales, and the shoulder armor it is engraved with a mysterious pattern like a horned dragon. The whole body has a space of 100 meters, with a deep black domain aura, which isolates all damage. The host uses the Optimus God outfit, consumes 4,500 points of top-level outfit essence, and completes the charge, 28%. Obtain suit characteristics, absolute defense, using the God of Gods suit, you can resist all damage from higher realms according to the host's body refining realm, cultivation realm, and soul realm. It is a complete God-defying God outfit, and it has perfectly resisted the terrifying offensive that even the God Lord may not be able to retreat completely? Then, what is that? An Azura God King's pupil shrank, staring at the artifact in Lin Chen's hand. In Lin Chen's hand, he was holding a huge single-edged divine axe. The axe is sharp, and the body of the axe is like a shield. The most mysterious thing is that there is a dark eyeball on the top of the axe. That eyeball is like a living creature, blinking a little bit, as if it can absorb all the energy of the world, filled with shocking coercion, dominating the world, like a giant god descending. Countless powerhouses were shocked and horrified when they faced the pervasive pressure of the divine axe. What it is? The 6 gods who were fighting to the extreme suddenly stopped their offensive and cast an unbelievable look at Lin Chen. This kid, actually relieved from the offensive just now? The old man and Sing Yi couldn't help showing a bit of horror. Is it a cultivation technique? Or an artifact? What grade of cultivation technique or an artifact can let this boy resist such a terrifying offensive? The armament attached to the Optimus God outfit, Optimus Shield Axe. The divine axe is a single blade, defending first, then attacking, and then Attacking. It can absorb all attacks that attack the host and respond back. Note, the premise is that the host can parry and resist the attack when using the Optimus God outfit, otherwise it will be life-threatening if you force a counterattack. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. The pitch-black eyeballs on the shield axe blinked slightly, the space between heaven and earth was distorted, time and space collapsed, as if even light could not escape its divine power. At this moment, the powerhouses of countless races in the audience were horrified, as if they were facing a giant god who was about to awaken. Holding an axe in both hands, Lin Chen is extremely domineering, and said inspiringly, feel the attack from yourselves. The black-armored gauntlets exploded with radiance, like a black dragon flying, and the divine eyes of the shield axe suddenly became black, and Lin Chen swung the axe violently, slashing towards the sky. LOL. The sky cracked open, and time and space were instantly separated into countless pieces, like a broken mirror that was cut into many pieces. Swinging the axe, the light of the axe strayed, and an unprecedented black light net opened, covering the 9 heavens and 10 places, covering the thousands of gods at once. Laugh. 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 Boom. 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 With an axe, the axe swept the world and opened up the world. The black light net rolled over the army of the Zerg, Demon, and Phoenix, causing countless explosions in an instant. Every vein of the black light network seems to maintain the way of heaven, suppress the eternity, and is surrounded by a faint cutting law. All the troops actually showed signs of retreating. In this scene, even the powerhouses of the gods were moved. He was actually alone, able to compete with the armies of all ethnic groups in court. Although the powerhouses of the 5 clans are fighting each other, they are not one from the top and bottom, but they are definitely not opponents by relying on the first-level god lord. The 6 gods present asked themselves, I am afraid that no second can do it to such an extent. What a powerful axe, even the Zerg army was almost scattered by him. The dragon kings of the dragon clan let out a dragon roar, resounding through the heavens. Don't give him a chance to breathe, he is the first to perform such a trick. When he is exhausted, take him down and pay the highest respect to the Taishi Dragon Lord. Dedicate your heart to the Dragon Lord. For thousands of years, only I, the Dragon Clan, are the only ones. This time, thousands of dragons changed their bodies, and the dragon veins in their bodies exuded a mighty aura, like the breath of dragons traveling through the sky. An Azura king suddenly shouted, Don't give the Dragon Clan a chance, this son is a disgrace to our Azura clan, hang his head high in our Azura capital. Roar. Attack his soul, don't give him a chance to back off. The Azura clan army swept from all directions, and the hell-like evil spirit shook the space and distorted the space. A dazzling eternity of divine brilliance appeared in the space, and the golden light of the god of war was born. The cloak is rolled up, and the thick black armor is switched to the light and agile golden armor. The Qing Tian shield axe disappeared, Lin Chen didn't use the axe, and a ray of divine brilliance condensed into a spear. Sigh. Boom. A glorious golden pillar bloomed from Lin Chen's body, and his pure power once again entered the field of the law of power. After the trillions of barren power, it is extremely difficult for pure power to grow upwards, and the difficulty is almost 10 times that of the trillions of barren powers. Ordinary creatures, the limit of body refining is 500 billion barren power. As powerful as the demon god, Asura, dragon, and so on. Going up, only by comprehending the law of power, one of the 10 principles, can we reach the level of trillions of desolate power. If you can't control the law of power, no creature will be able to step into the field of trillions of wild power in a lifetime. Just relying on the law of one force, you can compete with the first-level god. Lord. This is the power of the 10 laws. In the realm of God Lord, at least one law must be cultivated to the realm of Tianyi, and one of the 10 laws only needs to get started, and it can match the peak of ordinary laws. When the god of war spear was held in his palm, he pointed at the gods and dragons of the gods, Shura, and Lin Chen's eyes bloomed with a war intent that looked at the heavens and the world, and the killing was fierce. You missed your only chance to escape. The dragon-like blood thunder was wrapped around the god of war spear, and when the aura of the annihilation of the world was revealed, the old man in Xingyi was completely stunned. Isn't this the calamity of the Chen family? How did this son learn it? Divine tribulation, one of the most powerful exercises among the 3 major gods. Lin Chen actually learned this trick? LOL. The blood thunder was violent, like a vast catastrophe covering the heavens. Relying on the power of the divine soul to suppress the eternity, since Lin Chen temporarily stepped into the 5 major consummations of the divine soul, the power of the sacred tribulation exercise greatly increased. Not to mention, with the blessing of the law of power now, this shot will surpass any previous killer move. In the face of the big counterattack from the Asuras and the dragons, Lin Chen swung his spear like a dragon and slashed away. Boom! 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 The time and space collapsed, and the space suddenly exploded, and the star field as strong as the gods could not bear the power of such a law. At the point of the spear, the blood thunders of the gods' robbery appeared one after another, and the blood-colored thunder marks spread all over the world, like thunder dragons, sweeping across the heavens. At this moment, the army of the 5 clans was completely defeated, and where the blood and thunder of the gods' robbery passed, countless gods and gods were blasted away. Even the indestructible Zerg army was beaten all over the sky, and even the team collapsed. The insect gods as huge as mountains were blasted away, and the Asuras retreated. The dragons in the sky were blown away, and the phoenix feathers fell, falling one after another, up to the 5th level of the God King, down to the 9th level of the true God, all suffered varying degrees of injury. What a brave shot. With just this shot, this son has few opponents in the realm of the first level gods. Let's stop the war, the army is injured and can't take him down. The 6 divine masters had a heart-to-heart, tacitly withdrawing, and were planning to regroup for the army in person. Ultimate heavenly rebel talent continues to trigger. Suddenly, Long Yan's eyes trembled, and her jewel-like pupils shrank slightly. What happened? In the mighty army of the dragon clan, all the dragons were torn apart, opening a series of shocking cracks. The indestructible dragon bodies of the dragons were cracked like porcelain at this moment. Not just dragons. Zerg, demon, Asura, phoenix, all split. The 6 gods trembled, staring at the golden god of war, bathed in golden light. He held a golden spear in his hand, smashed the wind and clouds, stepped from the void, and shattered the void thousands of feet with every step he took. This scene, unforgettable forever, is deeply engraved in the hearts of the 6 gods. The Zerg shattered to dust under his feet. The demons vanished under his splendor. The Phoenix clan turned into powder beside him. Shura was shattered by his divine might. The dragon race was annihilated under his gaze. Just like Emperor Futian, back in the day, one shot per person, singled out the four-dimensional heavens and races. The eyes of the six great gods showed an illusion for a moment, as if they saw the back of Emperor Futian in a trance. The divine power was suppressed, and the rebellious god Lord Azura, who was stronger than Aslan, also showed fear. The Azuras cannot be afraid of any race in the world, except for him, the only man who brought the Azuras to their knees. This son is just like him back then, still so proud, still so energetic. When the demon lord came back to his senses, the demonic energy all over his body ran wild, his soul trembled, and the demon lord said in horror, "Hey! Hey, what's the matter with his mother?" The army of 5 clans was swept away by a single shot. Moreover, there were no bones left, no resistance, and he was killed in an instant. This is no longer a level of shock, it's just naked fright. It is as strong as 6 divine masters shooting together, and it is impossible to achieve such a level in one move. Defeating the army and instantly obliterating the army are completely two concepts. Long Yan's face turned pale, her lips turned white, and she said in a trembling voice, "Why, my dragon race's body has no resistance at all." The Zergsbishen knife tang, the sharp edge of Yu Qing, surged from the divine body, showing its body, turning into a 10,000 zhang blue-winged knife. Tang, screaming and roaring, and the sound wave pierced the void, the little devil of the human race, I will swallow you alive. Aslan's 3 heads showed an unbelievable look, could it be that every creature injured by him will be obliterated? With a flick of the fingertips, a shocking rainbow flashed across the void. And the magnificent rosy clouds were as sharp as a high-level artifact and shot out instantly. Clang! Lin Chen swung his spear obliquely, bounced off Caixia, who was tearing apart the void, and said indifferently, "Is this the level of the god Lord of the Phoenix clan?" Zhenfeng's handsome face was full of hideousness. "You dare to kill this gentleman's woman, Lin Chen, I will kill you." His roar, but his sternness, even fluttered his colorful wings a few times and stepped back a little distance. The old man's face in azure was sinking like water, so it is no wonder the people of my god race disappeared in an instant. It turns out that this son has such tricks. This kind of death is very similar to the god king he killed before he declared war on the gods. The soul stirred up a wisp of fear, and the old man in Xingyi thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. How much is this kid hiding? Such a method of slaughtering the gods is like picking weeds and mustards. Even the peak gods can't do it. God is not an ant, no one can ignore the number of true gods, but the means under his control today have subverted any epic battle in the history of the god realm. If this trick is also useful to the god lord, doesn't it mean that he can ignore the number of true gods? The 6 gods were so excited, they thought about hundreds of possibilities in their souls in half a breath. Boom! 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 The roar of the sea of stars, the endless starlight is like a vortex, like a sea tide. The situation changes, swallowing everything. At this moment, all the attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests that fell around Lin Chen were incorporated into his body like the wind and clouds. The talent status of the ultimate rebel is lifted, the time limit is over. The time limit has just ended, and the ultimate deviator cannot take effect on the Lord, and it is equivalent to nothing for the next battle. The host opens 2 talent treasure chests, and gets 2 red-ranked talent fragments, 12/20. The host opens the Godhead attribute treasure box and obtains Shura Natural Enemy Godhead fragment, 6 out of 6, Shura Natural Enemy Godhead completes fusion. The host opens the treasure chest of the Godhead attribute and obtains Great Destruction Godhead Fragment, 2 halves, the fusion of the Great Extinction Godhead is completed. The host opens the Suit attribute treasure box and obtains Dream Reincarnation Suit Parts Left Armor. Recharge, 100%, with the host's soul as the root, with the soul as the foundation. When activated, it will make a single or group enemy fall into a dream cycle, a dream bubble, from the illusion to the virtual. If it enters the cycle, it will never be broken. The ultimate fantasy suit. Consuming more than half of the top-level suit essence, the Golden God of War. Suit recharge, 88%, when the charge of any complete suit of the host reaches 100%, the charge will never drop. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure power has soared by another level, surpassing hundreds of millions of barren power. Faintly entered a new realm of the law of power. Boom! The space collapsed, and Lin Chen, who couldn't care about refining attributes, was like a golden meteor, and Long Yun immediately reacted. When the sharp spear's tip was reflected in her pupils, her pretty face was as pale as paper. Tai Shijin. Long Yun's dragon body transformed into a shape, and a piece of dragon tail exuded the fierce power of dominating the world, and suddenly slammed, like a divine sword smashing the sky. Clang! Boom! The tail of the gun collided, and when Lin Chen took advantage of the situation to slap her face with a palm, the secluded divine spirit barrier covered the sky, and the divine soul power to suppress Wanlong lingered in it. And Long Yun's figure slowed down. With Lin Chen's current background, the use of the Shenin barrier is enough to affect the God Lord. Lin Chen swung down a spear, Long Yun was forced to defend, and the divine light of Taishi shrouded his body. Boom! It was smashed by Lin Chen with one shot. The thunder and fire alternated, and the cutting rules were surrounded by a little starlight and knocked down the dragon body of Long Yun's Taishi ancient dragon. Long Yun fell, causing the ley lines to collapse, and the corners of her lips overflowed with red blood. The first generation of the gods of the dragon race, who has guarded Jiujia Mountain for thousands of years, was injured for the first time. In an instant, the cloud sky of the triple boundary mountain cracked open and was split in half by a green rainbow. Qinghong slashed like a flash, and slashed from the top of Lin Chen's head. The other 4 gods were full of divine power, and decisive, killing intent was brewing in their eyes. Lin Chen must never be allowed to leave, otherwise, over time, he will be the confidant of everyone present. The golden light was dim, Lin Chen was cut in half, and disappeared like a dream bubble in the void. Baishan Dao Tang's wings trembled, his pupils turned extremely fast, and he said in disbelief, "Phantom? How is that possible?" Lin Chen appeared from the top of Sanjiji Mountain like a ghost, and his armor, which was as beautiful as a purple light and precious jade, covered his left arm, flashing free divine light, like a wheel. The old man and Xingyi suddenly stared at Lin Chen and lost his voice in horror. "You control the law of illusion?" Lin Chen smiled. "How many laws I have learned, it depends on how many of your dog lives can survive." Fantastic set. Lin Chen's new suit parts can actually hide from the sky and the sea, and hide from the powerhouses in the realm of gods. Generally speaking, only one component can't intervene in this level of combat. But Lin Chen is now in a special state, one of which his divine soul has been promoted to the 5 major consummations of divine soul on the spot. Second, the temporary increase brought by the complete Azure natural enemy Godhead made his divine soul power full of fire. Qing Tian, Fengshen, God of War, 3 complete suits, this battle will make Lin Chen attack, defense, speed, and perfect one. Lin Chen's fighting spirit is high, and the immortal spirit of the gods is rushing to wash away the wounds. The tenacity of fighting spirit and vitality is simply the first time that the gods have seen. The corners of the mouths of several gods twitched slightly. Damn it. This kid, how many trump cards are there? The host uses the dream armor to obtain the set feature, Dream Phantom. Incomplete. The power of the parts of the dream reincarnation suit is determined by the realm of charging and soul. And with the temporary realm of the 5 great perfections of the soul, Lin Chen can even use a dream component to confuse the Lord. Suddenly, the demon lord sneered, so that's the case, the trump card you just used to kill all the god kings in an instant can't be applied to the god lord. Right. The 4 gods were startled, and looked at Long Yun almost invariably. Although her dragon body was injured, she was not in serious trouble, and her dragon eyes were full of anger and heart palpitations. So what if you find out, I, Lin Chen, can kill a pair of your dog's lives today, and I will never let one go. Zheng. The black light appeared, and the majestic sky shield axe was held in Lin Chen's palm again, and he instantly switched to the sky set suit. Roar. Long Yun transformed into a gigantic Taishi ancient dragon. The 100,000-meter-long ancient dragon covered the sky, and the dragon's eyes were brewing with monstrous, killing intent. Taishi ancient dragon, right? Kill it, and my Dragon King bloodline attribute will be gone. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierceness. The moment they found out Lin Chen's details, the 6 gods were no longer afraid and shot together. Although they did not intend to unite, at this moment, the hostility they aimed at Lin Chen broke out almost at the same time. Heavenly Shield Axe, full counterattack. A black ball of light hundreds of thousands of feet bounced out of Lin Chen's divine axe. Boom. 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 When the 6 gods were repelled, a ray of divine wind swept through the void and punched the devil's head, knocking it down. Turning to move in the air, he grabbed Long Yun's dragon tail, and instantly switched to the golden god of war suit. As soon as the old man and Xingyi pointed it out, the laws flew like a jade dragon entangled, but Lin Chen slashed out again with an axe, and all the laws bounced back. Aslan slashed with several knives, cutting off the dimension of space, but only the afterimage of Lin Chen was cut, like a dream. The next moment, the golden god of war shone through the ages, and the spear shot out like a dragon, stabbed the Bishen knife and Tang with one shot. And the blood of the gods was mad. Before Zhenfeng could react, the 3-inch god wind rose again. Lin Chen recorded dead silence and yellow spring, and shot at the stars in the sky. The arrows were like white whales covering the sky, and the vast phoenix body that repelled Zhenfeng was more than 100 miles away. The 6 gods were completely stunned. What a monster! Can't stop, can't stop. The golden god of war, the god of Optimus, the god of extreme function, and switching in turn, the 6 major gods were caught off guard. Is it the full rebound of the Sky Shield Axe? Or the overbearing destruction of the god of war gun? Or the speedy attack of the Fengshen Bao? It is impossible to predict what kind of offensive Lin Chen will have next to deal with them. Even the parts of the dream suit are shining in Lin Chen's hands in advance. And they are superbly used in the realm of the 5 major consummations of the soul. Now is a unique opportunity to crush these gods and kill each one. Lin Chen's eyes were fierce, and the offensive was fierce, and several gods were shocked. Damn, this kid is for real. He really intends to kill them here. This opportunity is really unique, and it took everyone's hard work in life to get it. If there is no increase in the godhead of Shura's natural enemy, with Lin Chen's current state, he can deal with at most 3 gods. But the perfect performance of Shura's natural enemy is different. He can use his own laws and divine soul arbitrarily without worrying about running out. When Lin Chen single-handedly fought against the 6 great gods, the battle intensified. To the north of Sanjiji Mountain is a great continent. Boom! The divine light that swept across the sky was destructive and gathered from all directions, bursting with sonic booms. It was Zhao Anren, Shang Guanyun and others. The 5 teams were invincible to break through the siege, and the remaining gods of the gods in the 3-layered mountain couldn't even block it a little. The previous main force was instantly killed by Lin Chen in the Gi sword formation, and now the remaining soldiers are nothing more than wandering warriors. Yi Qinggu rushed in the sky, a rainbow streaked across the sky, holding Shen Lingshuang and advancing with the team at a very fast speed. Lu Qixin, who was at the forefront of the team, looked around and said excitedly, almost to rush out of Jiujia Mountain. Tang Jianghai, who was beside him, frowned, and the strings of the divine bow were tensed, ready to fight at any time. Unlike Lu Qixin, the closer she gets to breaking the game, the calmer she becomes. Oftentimes like this, fatal crises are most likely to occur. Wrong. Tang Jianghai's pupils shrank slightly, and when the law of water in the gods' body fluctuated, her eyes were cast into the distance. That piece, from the vast ocean in the Sanjiji Mountains, in the vast sea of divine, violently boiled and fluctuated, the waves were turbulent, and the currents reversed. The cold jade of the law of water appeared in the snow-white palm of Tang Jianghai, and the throbbing became more and more obvious. Get down, everyone. She suddenly let out a cold snort, and everyone's instinctual souls shook, and then they all slanted towards the ground. Boom! Boom! A long river of sword energy like a jade dragon strangled, galloping across thousands of miles, galloping across the sky, containing the laws of Kendo. Comparable to the way of heaven, sharp and impermanent, and almost affected everyone. The Kendo in the realm of Tianyi. Shui Jianming's pupils shrank. There is a god, everyone be careful. There is a god. Jiang Fan suddenly shouted angrily. Everyone in the 5 teams started the battle, the law was disillusioned, and they stared at the vast sea of divine in the distance. It's really a bunch of monsters. It's only been a long time since you arrived here from the 3-realm sea, and you all came to Jiujia Mountain. I was forced to leave the team to pursue you. My future generations are terrifying. If I give you some more time, won't even the old man be able to take you down? When 2 indifferent voices resounded through the sky, 2 figures stepped into the void. A young man with white hair, a stern face, and the vicissitudes of the years between his brows. A man in a long gown like snow, with a contemptuous and arrogant demeanor. With his hands behind his back, he overlooks all beings. It was actually the 2 great gods who were chased by the Triple Realm Sea. When they set foot in the desolate star territory, they used the law of Tianyi to transfer to the moving law hidden under the boundless sea of the Sanjiji Mountain, and implemented the space transfer unique to the Protoss, which can only be used by the Protoss. Jiang Fan's heart was heavy. Sorry, I didn't expect to be chased here by them. Yuan Wu roared unwillingly. Obviously it's almost going to rush out of Jiujia Mountain. These 2 old people are immortal. The sharp spear pointed slantingly, the woman's heroic figure stood in front. of the two of them, and said sternly, "Don't mess around, there are only two of them, we still have 10,000 people, each team has 2,000, and they may not be able to work together. Take us." It's Zhao Anren. In such a desperate situation, instead of retreating, she focused on facing the enemy. In the eyes of Shui Jianming, Ms. Shenling Shuang and Luo Yu handed over their answers. Zheng. The sword energy is arrogant, and all evils are invincible. Shui Jianming hunts with his sleeves, and with a sword in his hand, the sword will cut off all negative emotions. He threw a sound, and the sword sound throbbed. All the soldiers of the fourth team, please join me here and exert the last strength of this life. More than 2,000 people in the fourth team were shocked, and Shui Jianming's back was like a sword that opened up the world, shining into everyone's heart. The white-haired boy's eyes were cold and mighty, and he suppressed one side of the world. He looked at Shui Jianming coldly. It's really powerful sword intent, but with your 8th level of divine realm, what can you do? Yi Qingguo said solemnly. It turned out to be the blue sword master and the blazing god master of the god domain. These two people are proficient in kendo and blood, respectively. One is famous for his technique of the 9-layered blood sea great Buddha, and his technique of turning blood into bone and skin is the lore technique of mass attack. Don't want melee combat. Fame, the ultimate sword, dividing life and death. With a single thought, Yi Qingguo used the law to transmit her information about the two gods to everyone. Oh? The old man in the robe raised his brows lightly and stared at Yi Qingguo. Where did the junior come from? He actually knew the origin of the old man. The old man has been in seclusion for a long time, and there should not be many people in the contemporary generation who know the old man. The white-haired boy's Kanglin sword master stared at Shenling Shuang and Yi Qingguo's arms and said with great interest, "Junior, you are also a person from God's domain, to sign up for your name." Hey, this kid. Kanglin sword master pondered, why does this son have a sense of déjà vu? Is it the descendant of an old friend? The blazing blood god raised his hand. Enough, don't talk nonsense with them. If you are late, you will change and take action. Boom. As soon as he pointed it out, the sea of blood swept across the sky and swept across the 8 wastelands, covering everyone. Blood Sea Buddha. The law of the blazing blood god lord's blood is as vast as the suppression of heaven, and the power of the god lord can rival thousands of gods. Shoot! Yuan Wujua shouted suddenly. Thousands of divine lights soared into the sky, and all the true gods of the 5 teams used the law to display infinite combat skills, causing blood to explode. Huh? The blazing god lord was stunned, his brows furrowed. These guys have one mind and law, and the laws did not collide and destroy each other, but skyrocketed their power. He grabbed it with one palm, and the sea of blood exploded with 9 giant claws that were billowing with blood, and grabbed at the crowd, bursting with piercing sonic booms along the way. Boom! 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 The blood exploded, and the law of blood turned into snowflakes scattered all over the sky. Zhao Anren pierced the blood claws with a sharp spear, and behind him was 1,000 feet of divine light. Thousands of people headed by Zhao Anren broke the face and stopped the attack of the God Lord once again. The crowd did not retreat against the God of War. If they retreated, they would be overwhelmed by the momentum of the opponent, and they would be exhausted and exhausted. It's really a group of monsters. Not even the first-level God King, they can actually resist the attack of this old man. The blood god lord waved his hand, and the sea of blood shot a large number of blood bats in the sky, nibbling away all the chi and blood energy in the world, like an invisible vampire lurking in the void. Kanglin Sword Master sneered, I said earlier that your tricks didn't work. And the real killer move should be to condense a little. Zheng. The Kanglin Sword Master drew his sword, moved the sword into the sky, took the sword as his finger, pointed it away, and the void collapsed in an instant. A touch of sky blue illuminates the void, pointing directly at everyone. The sword light was like a meteor, smashing everyone's positions, and thousands of people were seriously injured in an instant. The two gods shot together, and the battle situation changed immediately. When everyone joins forces, they can still contend against a god lord. But the two gods, who have almost no suspense, will be suppressed. Compared with the cultivation base of everyone, it is far inferior to the true gods of the god race when the 1,000 gods return to one sword formation. Oops. Yiqingwu's heart tightened, she couldn't help it. If the two gods attack again, they will all perish within a few breaths. Sword Master Kanglin narrowed his eyes were sharp, and there were hundreds of people missing from the other party. Dead? No, not yet. His eyes were 1/10 of a breath, and he turned to look behind him. Instantly, and wiped it with one finger, an ant, come out to this seat. LOL. The law of the sword tore through the void, and Shui Jianming and others, who were hidden in the layers of the dark curtain of the law of darkness, were instantly cut out of their prototypes. The younger generation dared to attack the Divine Master. Sword Master. Kanglin sneered, raising his sword and slashing across it. Shui Jianming's pupils shrank slightly. The blue sword light cuts through the void, the sword of the Lord of the Sword God. This sword, almost seamless and flawless, twists the dimension into a circle. And there is no way back. In Shui Jianming's eyes, ghosts and gods appeared when he was young, when his master brought him back to the sect. Sigh. Boom. 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 The God Master galloped thousands of miles with one sword, smearing Shui Jianming and the hundreds of people in his 5 teams into blood mist on the spot. Big brother Shui. Lu Qixin's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled angrily. Kanglin Sword Master sneered, Don't worry, I'll send you all on the road. Soon. The next moment, the Blue Sword Master's heart inexplicably raised a trace of fear of facing death. In the space of 100 meters behind him, a divine sword was born out of thin air. Hundreds of divine souls burned into the afterglow, filled with a sword wielding figure. It's Shui Jianming. He and all his subordinates gave up their divine body at the last moment, leaving only their divine soul. My child, I brought you back from the slave farm of the first layer of the Boundary Sea. You are an extraordinary child, but you lack a bit of luck. If you meet a bright master in this life, don't miss the opportunity. A person is born, but time flickers, and so does God. Life is born to pass away. Heaven has no eternal life, let alone a human race. What matters is not the result, but your choice in the process. The master's lingering voice was in his ears, and Shui Jianming's eyes showed a hint of enlightenment, and the shackles in his heart seemed to be opened. Boom. At this moment, Shui Jianming's sword intent reached the realm of sacred achievement, even surpassing Lin Chen's. What about the sword master? This sword dare to call God domain Wushan to this world. Shui Jianming slashed violently with his sword, wiped it with one sword, and used the sword of hundreds of soldiers to do everything. The sword light slashed swiftly, and even his body protecting sword intent could not be blocked, and Sword Master Kanglin was slashed by a sword in the back of the neck. The blade snapped with a bang. Sigh. The blood surged, the sword edge cut into the bone, and the blue sword master was blown away by a sword. What? The pupil of the blazing blood god shrank slightly, the old face was startled. And he hurriedly smashed the void and stepped back dozens of miles. Master, this is my swordsmanship, and I have no regrets when I make swords. As soon as the sword came out, Shui Jianming's soul was like the afterglow of the sunset, gradually dimming until it was transparent, touching the large wound at the mouth of the bull on the back of his neck. Sword Master Kanglin's face was twisted, and a monstrous anger emerged. I was actually injured by a group of ants. A group of bed bugs who don't even have the cultivation base of a god king can break my body protection sword. Intent. As if suffering a great humiliation, Sword Master Kanglin glared angrily and was afraid. He's a generation of gods. These guys, who don't even have the cultivation base of the god king, can actually hurt and threaten him. If they were god kings. As a result, I am afraid it is not as simple as leaving a scar. The blue sword master's eyes were filled with endless anger. This is the one who underestimated you. From now on, I will treat you as opponents of the same realm and kill them completely, leaving no one behind. As soon as the divine sword turned, the Kanglin sword master slashed at Yi Qingguo and the others. Clang. The sword's edge was suddenly stopped by a black shadow. The broken blade in the void was sucked into a white palm. The two gods were startled, and the young Qingyue's voice echoed in the void. Young sword god, the sword you exchanged for burning out your life, exactly affects the future direction of history. Kanglin's sword master clearly saw that what stood in front of his sword was a heavy and sharp piece of divine iron. It was a black ruler with 3 dragon patterns all over it, like a coiled dragon roaring, dragon mighty unparalleled. Chapter 2132, Fenjian Hui Qinglong, the deterrence of the god of war. The black-robed youth stepped on the dragon, and a black ruler blocked the blade of the blue sword master. Sword Master Kanglin let out an L-like cooing as if strangled by his throat. You are. The black-robed youth was as plain as water. Are you 2 old ghosts, azure and blazing blood, from God's domain? It seems that there will be a good harvest this time. A dragon's shadow rose from his palm, and the azure ancient dragon burst out with a roar that traveled through time and space, freezing the time and space. The 2 gods were horrified in an instant, and their bodies quickly retreated. The black-robed youth turned the black ruler and slashed down in the air. The tip of the ruler smashed the void, the dimension of space was torn apart silently, and the figures of the 2 great gods froze instantly. 1 hour and 3/4. The black-robed youth held the black ruler in both hands, and with one sweep, the blue-green ruler swept the 9 heavens and 10 places. Wherever he passed, it was abruptly banned, and the law stagnated. The 2 can't move. The blood god lord burst out screaming, the law of time, you actually control the law of time, one of the 10 laws. This extremely young black-robed youth is actually a god. Moreover, he is still a god master who has mastered the law of time. Lu Qi's heart was startled, and his heartstrings shook. Could it be that? Boom. 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 At this moment, Jiujia Mountain shook completely. Everyone's mentality seems to be sensitive, and their hearts are shaking. The golden divine light cast a golden avenue, extending down from the void. And thousands of true gods descended on the 3 realm mountains. 10,000 layers of flames burned the sky like a sea of flames. From the vast sea of flames, the void was shattered, and 10 desolate ancient bifangs. Sword, with a group of flaming giant-like figures standing on them. Thousands of sword lights flew like waterfalls, splitting the heavens and the earth. A group of white robes flew, and sword gods wearing feather crowns came. With swords, sword chi cut through the void, and their feet stepped on the long river of sword chi. Their eyes were cold and arrogant. The giant elephant smashed the earth and came, and the rhinoceros pushed across the mountains and rivers. On the back of the rhinoceros stood a stern man with a halberd on his back, leading an iron-blooded horse riding on many ancient beasts. The white-robed sword god looked at Jiang Fan, Lin Chen's person. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, then bowed his hands and said, "Do you know our brother Lin Chen?" The other party didn't answer. Yu Jian fell beside them and threw out a few bottles of magic pills. Huang Gubifang flapped his wings and landed, and a charming girl ran to the crowd and said excitedly, "You are the team that challenged the realm of the gods? Domain information, you will come to Jiujia Mountain." Yi Qinggu regained consciousness and finally realized their identities. Coming. It is the other group of powerhouses who practice Tai Futian art in the desolate star territory. As soon as these powerhouses from different camps appeared, they were on guard against each other. With the wisdom of the Divine King and Divine Master, it is natural to guess that no one knows how many Xiao Chongqing there are between them, let alone the intentions of the other party. The only thing that is synchronized is that they unanimously launched a battle to protect Yi Qinggu and his party. It not only protects the people of the 5 teams, but also guards against each other. Sword Master Kanglin's pupils shrank. After all, it's still a step too late. The worst thing happened. Start gathering. In this era, the geniuses of the heavens, the talents that are not inferior to the top 10 geniuses in the Protoss, began to gather with Lin Chen as the center. Fenjian Wei Qinglong. Since ancient times, dragons do not live with snakes. There is no doubt that if this group of people targets the 2 of them, even if the 2 of them are stronger than the God Lord, they will die here. Sword Master Kanglin has a look, and the bloody old ghost understands it. The blood in his left arm is surging. The law of blood is like a suffocating giant beast, and it is torn out of his body alive. Boom. 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 The left arm of the blazing God Lord exploded, and the terrifying blood frenzy swept away the shackles of 1 moment and 3 moments. Huh? The black-robed youth narrowed his eyes. Zheng. The blue sword master released his sword like frost, and the blue-like sword light turned into a streamer of horizontal lines, stabbing the black-robed youth. He raised the ruler to block, and the sword light surged, shaking back dozens of steps, leaving a faint sword mark on the ruler. Then, 2 hazy divine lights enveloped the 2 of them, escaped into the void, and disappeared instantly. The law of self-exploding blood, and the use of a causal talisman, I'm really willing. The black-robed youth sneered, just with the 2 moves just now, it is difficult for these 2 to recover to their heyday without resting for 1,000 years. If he took the challenge seriously, he would have left 1 person just now. But this was not the purpose of his trip. His goal was to protect the integrity of Lin Chen and his party. Huh? Lin Chen doesn't seem to be in the team. The black-robed youth showed a hint of vigilance and solemnity, looking at the teams of all parties. In the gods of all parties, they kept a distance from Yi Qinggu and the others, and kept vigilance against each other. Lu Qixin, with a stunned expression, wondered, are they here to support us? Or to make trouble? Tang Jianghai was as calm as water, and said slowly, I'm afraid there are both. They will not trust each other, I'm afraid they have already expected. About Xiao Chongqing. No one knows whether so many parties present are enemies or friends. If there is a team that is the enemy and deliberately comes to cut the grass and roots, the consequences will be disastrous. The atmosphere full of suspicion and tension did not last long. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the void vibrated, and a huge and friendless Taishi ancient dragon fell from the starry sky, smashing the ley lines, and the triple boundary mountain was crumbling. When everyone cast their eyes on Sanjiji Mountain, their expressions were all moved. The monarch of Azura was slashed back by his black axe, and the worm master of the Zerg was pierced by his arrows. The divine fist shining with golden light suppressed the divine phoenix of the Phoenix clan, and overturned the god masters of the gods and demons with a spear. The black-robed youth showed a frantic trembling for the first time ever. It turned out to be in the realm of the god king, challenging the 6 god masters. Everyone was shocked, and realized his aura in the most intuitive way. As arrogant as their nature, they will not easily trust each other. However, they can only believe in one person. After Emperor Futian, the first person who dared to openly challenge God's domain. Lin Chen. Strength in the red level intermediate divine tribulation plus 17 success, the total power is increased. Lin Chen, who fought to the point of giving up his life, smashed the void with one step, the world overturned, and the law of power suppressed the eternity. All the space within the 10,000 zhang was violently distorted, the blood thunder flashed, and collapsed toward the blood-colored thunder light of the war god spear. The god master present was horrified, subconsciously retreated, and the cold light was piercing. The next moment, with a wave of the god of war spear, the blood thunder that shone for thousands of miles in an instant, like a sinuous dragon, shuttled through the demon body of the demon master, piercing its flesh and blood, soul, and bones. What? The demon lord was horrified, and the demonic energy dissipated. Impossible, why did his power suddenly soar several grades with this move? Kacha. The demon body collapsed, and the generation of demon masters who guarded the Jijishan demon territory exploded like a broken jade, dropping the magic crystals that filled the sky, and a crystal nucleus of the demon master, the size of a grinding disc, fell to the ground. At this moment, the heartstrings of all the powerhouses shook. The powerhouses of the various forces present quietly watched the figure holding the magic gun, with the body of a god king, the realm of the god of war, defying Heaven Slayer demon lord. This old ghost is actually dead? The vitality of the demon clan is second only to the dragon clan and Azura clan. Why was it killed in one move? God robbery. Divine robbery's cultivation technique has reached a new height. In this son's hands, the heartstrings of the old man in Xingyi trembled, and the divine power of the law unfolded like a legal net. These monsters were born because of Lin Chen. Sure enough, the most worrying thing above still happened. The monsters came out of the cage, and they were still a group. In the past, they never united, which caused the disdain of the gods. Now gathered because of Lin Chen, the god masters and god emperors of the 3 major gods will never sit still. The eyes of the old man in Xingyi flickered, his feet stepped on the law of wind, and the secluded tornado flashed, and the whole person was swept away and evacuated. Lin Chen, things won't end so easily. The next time the Protoss wants to move you, it won't be a lineup of 1 or 2 gods. As soon as the old man in green clothes withdrew, the other gods woke up like a dream. They were frightened and angry, gritted their teeth in anger. The host kills the demon lord and completes the update target, 1 out of 10. When the spheres of attribute light scattered all over the sky, Lin Chen's killing intent was soaring to the sky, desperately rushing towards the Taishi ancient dragon that fell to the ground. Do you still want to kill me? Long Yan's pair of dragon eyes showed a bit of panic, and the divine light of Taishi shrouded the dragon's body. She wanted to escape into the void, and a huge ghost of tens of thousands of feet lifted into the sky. It was Lin Chen's soul. The phantom of the soul ripped through the void with both hands, and a roar of the soul burst out, which actually knocked her out of the void. The black-robed young man in the distance squinted. The 5 major aspects of the soul are consummated? The realm is a little unstable, and the means of control are too rough. Didn't you want to swallow me? I'll swallow it for you now. Lin Chen's war spear smashed, breaking her Taishi divine light bodyguard. Pfft. The law of power slashed open the huge dragon body of Taishi ancient dragon. Tearing 1,000 zhang crack alive, the dragon's blood was like a pillar. And Long Yan screamed and slapped the dragon's tail. Lin Chen kicked the god of war spear suddenly, and the tip of the spear turned into a ray of golden light that penetrated Long Yan's dragon scales. Under the severe pain, Long Yan swept the dragon claw with anger. Taishi Gulong struck desperately, and wherever he passed, the space became a dark vacuum. Trace. Lin Chen slammed away with a punch, which was completely a slap in the face. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen and Taishi Gulong's huge dragon bodies battled into a ball, and the law of power blessed them. Lin Chen fought frantically, and between fists and feet, the void collapsed. And the space continued to explode. Comparing the size of the two, it looks like ants and elephants are fighting each other, but it is the elephant who has been repelled many times. It was another punch to the bang, blood surged, and both sides were injured and retreated. A ray of divine wind swayed, and Lin Chen instantly switched to the ultimate wind god, and a magnificent 9-color starlight flashed in his palm. In an instant, the stars of 9 tribulations transformed into a beam of 9 color streamers under the starry sky, slamming into the dragon body at a speed that Long Yun could not avoid. 5 9-color beams of light rose into the sky, covering the violent rotation of the Taishi ancient dragon, nibbling away all the energy of the world and reducing it to a void of annihilation. The 5 major consummation realms of the soul made Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star skyrocket more than 100 times in power. Gulong's protective divine light was shattered like a mirror. After many hard battles, Long Yun finally reached the limit, and Gulong's body was torn apart. The dragon swims in the shoal, and the dragon falls into the dust. Give me death. What about the dragon master? Dare to hit me, and I will kill. One end. His eyes were like electricity, and when he switched to the golden god of war, Lin Chen flashed in front of Long Yun, punched wildly with his fists. The law of power turned into a thunderbolt, and crazily blasted through the head of the ancient dragon. Consume 1,500 divine Dao points, continue to cast the great destruction. Godhead, absorb the life energy of the hostile target. Every punch of Lin Chen is accompanied by the devouring power of the great destruction Godhead, which devours Long Yan's chi and blood. Boom. Boom. Kacha. Pieces of space cracked open thousands of cracks, and the aftermath of the law of power spilled out, shocking. Witnessing this moment, the 3 god masters of the Phoenix clan, the Ashura clan, and the Zerg clan finally chose to retreat from his ancestors. This kid is really a lunatic. At this moment, the mighty Taishi Gulong felt the fear of death after a long absence. Looking at Lin Chen's ice-cold eyes, she finally realized that this young race is not something she can covet. She regrets it. Why did he come to provoke him? His divine soul blocked the space, and his divine fist was even more bizarre. He was absorbing her life essence, and he didn't even have the chance to escape. Who would have thought that a human race that did not even have the cultivation base of a god king would have the power to kill a god master? Heaven and earth fell into a vortex of chaos, destruction, and destruction. The center of the vortex was the fist of the golden god of war. Lin Chen punched punch after punch, and the momentum was like a raging wave. Wherever the body of the ancient dragon passed, the space was like a glass lens, and it kept cracking and bursting open. The countless powerhouses outside the three-realm mountains were either stunned or solemn. This is too brutal. The body of the Dragon Lord, through the sky and the latitude, is as vast as the universe. After receiving hundreds of punches from Lin Chen, Taishi Gulong's dragon head finally exploded into a blood mist and powder. A fist-sized piece of red golden and beautiful divine dragon crystal nucleus jumped out of the void. The host kills the demon lord and completes the update target, February 10th. Lin Chen sighed heavily, and he almost fell down due to lack of energy. The rotation of the Azura godhead slowly stopped, and Lin Chen was sure that the god lord of the Azura tribe had evacuated. The powers of God Killer and God Rebellion escaped from the shell, and Lin Chen's cultivation level changed back to the original middle stage of the 9th level of the God realm. It's like the whole body's chi and blood are burned out, the laws are dim, and the soul is exhausted. This battle is the battle that Lin Chen has tried his best since he stepped into the desolate star territory. Fighting fiercely against the armies of the 5 clans, the 6 great gods jumped back and forth from the edge of life and death several times. If there is a mistake in one link, so that Shura's godhead and talents cannot be maximized, Lin Chen and his party will be buried here. Kacha. In Lin Chen's soul, there was a cracking sound. The host continues to be in a critical and near-death state, and the immortal personality is overrun and destroyed. Yolan's undead spirit was completely shattered, showing how dangerous Lin Chen's battle was this time. This body almost broke apart from the load. Lin Chen clutched his chest and gasped violently. However, before Lin Chen's weak period lasted long, with a bang, his divine body chi and blood quickly made up. The attribute light balls of the Demon Lord and Taishi Ancient Dragon began to be madly incorporated into Lin Chen's body. Not only that, but also the attributes of the previous 5 clan armies, and the real refining begins at this moment. A large number of attribute light balls swept in like a tsunami. The attribute light balls of the 5 clan army and the Battle of the Gods were all absorbed by Lin Chen like a whale. The attribute light balls dropped by the 2 gods were even absorbed by Lin Chen, and the treasures were like rosy clouds, full of dazzling arrays. Boom! The space of Jiujia Mountain vibrated, the roar echoed, and the starry sky trembled, as if the sky and the earth were crawling. Lin Chen, it's about to break through. In the whirlpool of the azure sea of stars, Lin Chen's spirit, blood, and realm are almost maddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The loss of the previous war was made up for crazy at this moment. In the late stage of the 9 stages, the 9 stages of consummation, Lin Chen's realm, an unstoppable impact on the realm of the King of Gods. What's the matter? The hot and charming girl with red eyebrows exclaimed. The Huamei youth standing proudly above Bai Feng said solemnly, it's Lin Chen. He is going to break through. The sword god of Baipao Xingxue said in surprise, his realm of God King just now was only temporarily improved. This is his real realm. The tiger-backed youth who stepped on the scorpion and carried the halberd on his back was amazed. What a terrifying power. I also believe that it is the god of breakthrough. Who would have thought that it was the god of breakthrough? On Shenlong's back, the black-robed youth sat cross-legged, staring at Lin Chen in the distance with interest. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seems that our story has only begun now. This group of superpowers actually stood up to protect Lin Chen with a consonance, warned each other, and protected each other for Lin Chen. They had witnessed Lin Chen's combat power with their own eyes. The realm of the God King can even kill the God Lord. What if let him become a God Lord, or even a God Emperor? Throughout the 4 dimensions, there are several people who are his opponents. Perhaps, he is the person most likely to become the ancestor of the gods in this era, after the tyrants of the gods of all dynasties. Host gets 560,000 divine soul, 3.5 million divine blood, 7.9 million divine law, 1912 divine Dao points. Top-level suit essence 32,000 points, God-level enhancement points, 9,985 points, God-level gift points 8,355 points. Open the set treasure box and get Dream Reincarnation Parts Dream Right Armor. Open the set treasure box and get Dream Reincarnation Parts Dream God Armor. Acquired Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline Attribute, 49 billion points. Brush. Lin Chen's Dragon King was born and turned into a 10,000-foot dragon under the starry sky. It opened its mouth and swallowed all of Lan Yun's dragon corpse, including the dragon's main crystal core. Even the qi and blood attributes dropped by Taishi Ancient Dragon were absorbed by the Dragon King. Lin Chengwang is close to the limit because he absorbs the attributes of the 5 clan armies. You must know that the 5 clan army has a large number of Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, Azura Clan, and Phoenix Clan. These clans are famous for their tyrannical life and the qi and blood attributes dropped by the entire army almost failed to support Lin Chen. Not to mention refining the blood of the Dragon Master, this task can only be handed over to the Dragon King of Lin Chen. Open the treasure chest of the Seed of the Law and obtain the Law of Blood. In time and space, a group of intense blood-colored jade was added, which was Lin Chen's new law, the Law of Blood. The blood of all things is the origin of the Law of Blood. Finally, the almost violent qi and blood energy in Lin Chen's body was suppressed by the emergence of the Law of Blood, and it was continuously refined into Lin Chen's blood. This Law of Blood is really timely, otherwise I will have to temporarily stop breaking through the realm because of too much qi and blood. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the divine light was bright. Boom! The void exploded, and Lin Chen's law and divine power were unstoppable and broke through the boundaries of the half-step God King. He has seen a brand new path through the laws of the one time and space. In time and space, the laws headed by the law of fire began to sound. The majestic and profound law of fire was introduced into Lin Chen's body. Like a sea of fire, like endless flames tempering Lin Chen's body. Thousands of fire clouds surround Lin Chen, like a god, coming into the world, burning all things. Lin Chen's life is being integrated with his laws. He started to introduce the law of the great Dao into the body. The red-browed girl trembled. This is too fast, it took me 7 days and 7 nights to complete this step. To become a God King requires at least one law to reach the realm of divine attainments. Lin Chen has already satisfied this condition. Then use the law of the gods to lead the Dao into the body to create the King of Gods. Since the life of the body is integrated into the law, the level of life soars to a new realm. The ninth level of the true God is the cultivation of divine power in the realm of the gods, the comprehension of the law, the control of the law, and the cultivation of the law. The King of Gods is the law of fusion. Since then, the Tao law is like the life of the God King, and the two cannot be separated. And the Lord of God is the law of cultivation, and at least one law can reach the realm of heaven, in order to achieve heaven and reverse the universe. The young man with fire eyebrows looked up and down and sighed, what a strong law of fire, far surpassing my vision of becoming a god king back then. At this time, Lin Chen just happened to refine the last attribute treasure chest of the two great gods. The host opens 4 red ranked talent treasure chests and obtains 4 red ranked talent fragments, 14/20. Open the treasure chest of the supreme law, the seed fragment of the law of the 5 elements, 2 halves. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained one of the 10 laws, the law of the 5 elements. Suddenly, the black-robed youth exclaimed, no, it's not the law of fire. Boom. 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 The space of Jiujia Mountain was shaken unprecedentedly. Directly above Lin Chen's head, 5 groups of divine lights were swirling, shining with the sun and the moon. In each group of divine light, there is the supreme Tao energy. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are not only 5 laws, but also a kind of law. The 5 elements rule. It turned out to be one of the 10 laws of the 5 elements. The law of Lin Chen's achievement of the fusion of gods and kings is not the law of fire, but the 5 elements. In the Tai time and space, the 5-element law of the 5 elements has reached the God realm, and the other 4 elements are also the same. Comprehend the law of the 5 elements, one will automatically integrate the law of the highest attainments in the 5 elements. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the realm of the King of Gods. His divine body is indistinguishable from the law of the 5 elements, and the law of the 5 elements has become the origin of his life. This is the rule of 5 elements. Lin Chen urged the law of the 5 elements, his eyes flashed with light. And he came with the 5 elements of heaven, and reached out to grab it. Suddenly, with Jiujia Mountain as the center, the energy of the nearby 10 regions rioted in an instant. The auspicious clouds and auspicious flowers cover the sky, like a 5-colored divine cloud flying down from a giant dragon. The 5-colored divine clouds gathered together like wind and clouds, with Lin Chen as the center, and scattered on everyone in the 5 teams. Yi Qinggu, Shenling Shuang, Lu Qixin, Jiang Fan, Yuan Wujue, Tang Jianghai, Zhao Anren, Shangguan Yun and others. Everyone in the 5 teams greedily absorbed this cloud of 5-colored gods. And their cultivation level skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss. Everyone can't help but take a breath. This is the legend, the 5 elements Tianyan Qi. The divine energy that can enhance the divine power of the law is hidden between the avenues of the 4-dimensional universe, and only the holder of the law of the 5 elements can extract it. However, doesn't it mean that at least one has to cultivate the law of the 5 elements to the high level of the divine attainment realm, so that it is possible to discover the 5 elements of heaven's Genesis Chi? Could it be that as soon as he became a king of gods, the law has been practiced to the high level of the gods? He is really a guy who is beyond common sense. Lin Chen's law of fire did almost reach the high level of the divine attainment realm, but his Tai Ifu Tianju can increase the strength of the law more than 10 times. Everyone did not expect that the next moment would be to witness the miraculous moment. It was thought that Lin Chen's achievement as a god king was enough to defy the sky, and everyone completely expected the next scene. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sky was chaotic, and the visions of the Tao law appeared. Among the 5 teams, everyone who absorbed the 5 elements heaven's chi is breaking through a new realm like a broken bamboo. Jiang Fan, Yuan Wu Jue, break through God King. Lu Qixin, break through the King of Gods. Tang Jianghai, break through the King of Gods. Zhao Anren, break through the God King. Shang Guanyun, break through God King. At this moment, many people's expressions were like seeing a ghost. In Lin Chen's team, there are constantly people breaking through the God King. 1, 10, 20. It hasn't stopped yet. Still climbing. Is this Nima still human? Just freak out. Countless people were stunned and stared at this scene. The people who were dealing with the army of the 5 clans had been honed by many deadly battles, and the people who were at the critical point of breaking through the bottleneck suddenly obtained the 5 elements heaven's chi. Anyone who absorbs the 5 elements heaven's chi will drop a large number of attribute light balls as long as they break through the God King. And these attribute light balls were taken into Lin Chen's body like a cycle, gaining a lot of attribute values. The reason is because everyone's mentality is in the same vein as Lin Chen. Everyone absorbed the 5 elements, the realm broke through, the talent and strength were raised at the same time, and a large number of attribute light balls were automatically dropped. Time passed, and in the next 7 days, everyone witnessed miracles time and time again. 50, 80, 100. Terrifying visions spread across the sky, with thunder dragons roaring into the sky, sword waterfalls swept across, fire lotuses bloom, and dark tides surge. Everyone who breaks through the God King will attract signs of the Great Way entering the body. In the 5 teams, 100 God Kings were finally born before they stopped. Slowly. Of the remaining 8,000 people, each of them is at the lowest level of the 9th level of Divine Realm. Moreover, they have fought all the way until now, and each of them is the strongest among the real strong, and it is only a matter of time to become a God King. Ha ha ha, we have broken through the God King. It feels so good to be a God King. The law is integrated with the body of the gods. In one thought, the law can be used against the enemy, and there is no need to use divine power to motivate the law. Lu Qixin and others were ecstatic. Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang, the 2 not only recovered from their injuries, but were also promoted to the 2nd level of the God King. The powerhouses of all parties were dumbfounded and stared at this scene with their mouths open. Is this fucking still human? I have never seen such an outrageous thing before. Creating a God King, and 100 God Kings. In a short period of time, hundreds of God Kings have been created. This is not a real God 9-layer, a half-step God King, a real God King. To create a King of Gods, perhaps the power of the gods and the giants of refining medicine can do it. But creating 100 God Kings is a rare handwriting and miracle in history. Lin Chen was fascinated. This is the law of the 5 elements with a 10-fold increase. If it is the ordinary 5-element law of the high level of the gods, how can it easily mobilize the 5 elements of the sky in the gods and the 10 regions? With the increase in mentality and talent, from now on, Lin Chen will achieve an unprecedented leap as long as he controls any of the 10 principles. The Fire Eyebrow Youth was amazed. It is indeed one of the 10 rules. Sure enough, none of the top 10 rules can be inferred by common sense. The black-robed youth said with a rare smile, if the top 100 rules of the 3,000 rules are the kings of the Dao rules, then the top 10 rules are the supreme laws. However, Lin Chen refined a large amount of the 5 elements of the sky and the massive attribute light balls dropped by everyone, and finally stopped at the first level of the God King, and the ascension of the realm tends to stop. The distance from the second level God King is a step at the door. As for the reason for not breaking through, it's very simple. Lin Chen's foundation is too high. As soon as he stepped into the realm of the King of Gods, he controlled one of the 10 laws, and he also possessed more than 10 laws. Ordinary attributes and accumulation have been unable to make him have a significant improvement. The 5 elements of heaven in this area have been captured by me. At least I have to leave the area outside the 10 regions to find it. The 5 elements heaven's chi is a very limited cultivation resource in the 4-dimensional universe. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's possession of the 5 elements law, he would not be able to extract it even if he reached the realm of a God's Master or even a God Emperor. However, on the other hand, as long as there is enough 5 elements heavens chi, Lin Chen's cultivation and everyone's cultivation can be improved indefinitely. At this time, the system screen pops up. The ultimate pure power of the host is increased to 259 billion baron power. The realm of the soul, breaking through the double perfection of the soul. Refining the blood of the 5 clan armies and the demon lord made Lin Chen's pure power reach an extremely perverted level. Ultimate function suit, recharge, 50% Optimus outfit, recharge, 50%. Golden God of War suit, recharge, 96%. The more the charging goes up, the more terrifying it is. Lin Chen has a sense of sight. Once again, the 5 clan army and the 6 gods may not be able to fill up the final charging of the Golden God of War set. Although this tragic battle has lost the undead spirit, the gains are unprecedentedly huge. With the recovery ability of the 5 elements law, as long as the plane Rn has enough vitality of the 5 elements, the recovery ability is not inferior to that of the undead godhead. Taking back his mind, Lin Chen looked at everyone. Lin Chen looked around, looked at the leaders of each side, and bowed his hands to them respectively, and said with a light smile, "Everyone, under Lin Chen, I don't need to say more about the origin, and I didn't ask you for advice?" Lin Chen could see that the people in front of you are the real powerhouses. Anyone who leads the way is much stronger than Chen Junlin. The black-armored man with flaming eyebrows clasped his fists and said, "Lu Huang, this is my sister, Lu Xiaomei." The lively and hot girl raised her hands and said with a smile, "How are you, Brother Lin? It's better to see it once you hear it, you are really too strong." Lu okay, Your Excellency Lin Chen led his men to capture Jiujia Mountain, which makes me admire. The white-robed sword god smiled indifferently. In Sichuan, I have heard the name of Brother Lin Chen for a long time. The young man and I smiled and said, "It really opened my eyes as soon as we met. The God King killed the God Master and created 100 God Kings. Brother Lin Chen can be regarded as one of the ancients." In the end, Lin Chen looked at the black-robed youth and the other parties. Ancient eyes were dark and mysterious, as if he wanted to know all his secrets. Facing the gaze of the other party, Lin Chen is neither humble nor arrogant. And now he is not far from these top powerhouses. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the latter smiled and said, "Yi Tianchen, Brother Lin, I look forward to the day when you become the Lord of God." Ha ha ha. They looked at each other and smiled, holding each other tightly. At first sight, Lin Chen could vaguely feel that this Yi Tianchen was the most like-minded and congenial with him. Lu Huang continued, since Brother Lin Chen's people have contacted us, why not come and sit on our plane? Lin Chen raised his hand and said, don't worry, since we have got time to rest, we have to regroup. There are many territories of various ethnic groups near Jiujia Mountain. Now, I want to collect a good amount of interest. Talking about this, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. There are still many resources in Jiujia Mountain that they can collect. Everyone looked at each other. Copy home? Anyway, it's coming. Everyone dispatched together, and the territory of the Protoss near Jiujia Mountain was almost swept away by Lin Chen and others in less than 2 days. Divine Desolate Star Region, 524 regions. Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang stepped into the void overlooking the ancient city below. Shenling Shuang said curiously, this should be the last city. Huh? Lin Chen frowned, the ancient city has the sword and tent that dominates the world, it seems that someone has taken the lead. The two master and apprentice immediately broke into the ancient city and stood at the towering gate. When the old city owner saw the master and apprentice, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. We have nothing left here. The ancient city's city lord hurriedly said. What happened? Lin Chen asked coldly. The lord of the ancient city cried and said, a few days ago, the lord of the Protoss asked me to set up a great formation of the god's domain and arm the city gate, but it was stolen by a mysterious strong man, and he also left a note saying that if others don't pretend, they will do it. You pretend, you have no sense of trust. The city lord cried out, so I evacuated the big formation, and the nearby city lord heard that I was stolen, so they all pretended to be. Then I was stolen again, and the man also said that everyone else pretended to be. If you don't pretend, are you looking down on him? Lin Chen, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Shenling Shuang, then what? Then the man left a sentence. What? My practice has its own special effects. The release of the soul shrouded the ancient city. Lin Chen searched around and found that the ancient city was really worthless except for the remnants of the soldiers. Boom. 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 At this time, the ancient city was overhead, the sky was dark, and the sun and the moon were dark. Lord Kanglin, we are here to help. It's Lin Chen? Ha ha ha, you can't find a place to break through the iron shoes. It doesn't take much effort to get it. He is single, Lin Chen is single. The tide-like army of gods came from the sky around the void, and there were hundreds of thousands of true gods. There are also 8 god kings headed by them, the Jiahai army. Shenling Shuang was surprised, they actually chased here? Lin Chen suddenly said, the feeling is that the 2 old ghosts, Kanglin and Qi Xue, ran too fast and didn't inform them. Lin Chen? Is he the Lin Chen that the big bosses of the Protoss want to take down? The city lord of the ancient city rolled his eyes, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Everyone in the ancient city obeys the order and assists the friends of the God's domain to take down the thief Lin Chen. The city lord of the ancient city shouted suddenly. Brush! 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 Bai Dao Shenxia rose into the sky, and the 4 god kings in the ancient city were also mobilized. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, order? It's indeed an order, but it's not me, it's you, the 170,000 true gods. The headed King Yi laughed angrily, tough mouth? The great figures of the Protoss gathered at Sanjiji Mountain, and the 2 lords of the Divine Master acted in person. How can you escape? Lin Chen smiled, but not smiled. Really, the two god masters you mentioned have already run away. With your god king's experience and eyes, can't you see that we are wounded after the war? The god kings were stunned for a while. It is true that Lin Chen is not injured now, but it seems that he is not much stronger, far from the tyrannical power of the god of war when he was in the sea. That's right, today's Lin Chen is a two-level perfect soul, a divine body caste, and his cultivation base is a divine king. It is easy to hide the realm among the powerhouses of the same realm. King Yi shouted suddenly, this son has always been tricky, don't be fooled by him. Maybe they are still on their way to escape. This group of god kings thought that the two god masters, Qi Shui and Kanglin, had succeeded, but they were killing their group and retreating, leaving him, Lin Chen, to escape. Lin Chen patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, their symptoms are called the sequelae of the three crossing Jiahai Sea. Don't bother with them. The storm of the soul appeared under the starry sky like a huge tornado. Lin Chen stepped out one step, and the situation changed suddenly. No matter how many true gods fill the sky, he cannot shake his power by half. Okay, let the horse come over. Lin Chen smiled calmly, if I can move half a step, you will win. When King Wang secretly had a bad sense of crisis in his heart, Lin Chen's fingertips swiped down lightly, and the divine light of the thick earth flashed and disappeared. Not right. The long starry sky, why are there so many stars twinkling all of a sudden? Hey hey hey. Hundreds of thousands of true gods suddenly rioted. King Yi's face was horrified. God King? You actually became a god king. He took a few steps back in horror. Your breath actually controls one of the legendary 10 laws, the 5 elements rule. This monster can fight against the god king at the 5th and 6th levels of the god realm. Now that he has become a king of gods, what is the point? In Lin Chen's secluded and calm eyes, there is a piece of divine power of the 5 elements spinning. King Wang woke up like a dream, and when he looked up at the sky, the curved space and time rippled, interpreting a scene that made his scalp tingle. Looking up, the stars twinkled in the sky. Every bit of starlight represents a star that turns into a meteor and falls. Within the range that the God King can perceive, there are hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of meteorites falling down. The target of the fall is directly above the ancient city. Boom! Countless meteorites pierced through the clouds, and with Lin Chen's fingers, they fell crazily near the ancient city. Boom! 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 The enchantment of the law that the army of God's domain is proud of, the unprecedented meteor shower carries the law of the earth, which is as heavy as 10,000. The meteorite carried the power of destroying the dry and the rotten, and the ley line collapsed, shattering like a block of tofu. Countless tornadoes roared like monsters, the ancient city collapsed, the core melted, and the surface was instantly destroyed. One by one, the tyrannical true gods, like frightened birds, were smashed into blood mist or smashed into the crust of the earth, and they were crushed to pieces. Mourning, screaming, begging for mercy, since a short breathing time all over the world. Here, it seems to be God's hell. Looking at the silver robe, the ancient city's city lord's face was pale. Is this a divine punishment from the gods? This scene finally made Wang and others wake up like a dream. The power of one finger actually destroyed the army of God's domain head-on. Lin Chen, this monster is simply too strong to be human. Crazy, the world is really crazy. There is such a god king in the world, this king will stop fighting, and he will not do it if he is ordered to withdraw from the realm of the gods. More than a dozen god kings fled in the air and fled, turning into a streamer of flashing voids that seemed to be mad and evacuated. With the rotating palm of the five-color divine light, Lin Chen turned his hand slightly, and the law of the five elements turned into a deep blue. I saw that after the impact fell, the meteor fragments scattered in 9 days. And 10 places were transformed into the divine power of blue water, and the monster sea spread and boiled in an instant, engulfing all the god kings. Lin Chen clenched his fist suddenly, and the law of the five elements turned into a dazzling golden light. The monster sea condensed into substance in an instant, and the endless golden light pierced through the gods and kings like snowflakes. Divine souls such as abyss and sea shrouded the starry sky, and even the divine souls of the god kings could not escape this world. Until the scene before his death, the king of God's eyes were unbelievable. In the four-dimensional universe, there is such a god king. Their army, even if they encountered the Lord of God, could not collapse so quickly. Master, you really become a new monster every time you step into a realm. Shenling Shuang opened her mouth wide. Raise your hands, and destroy 170,000 true gods. This is one of the 10 laws of the 5 elements. Simply, unreasonably strong. No, to be precise, it should be the law of the 5 elements controlled by the Master, which is so strong that it defies the sky. It is impossible to achieve this level of power even if it is used by any god king to perform it again. Shenling Shuang has no doubt that if time passes, if the Master is promoted to God Lord, I am afraid that he will be able to wipe out the world of this ancient city with one finger. As soon as the Shanghai Blue exercise method was activated, Lin Chen turned his mind method, and the attribute light balls obtained by the fallen massive true gods were incorporated into Lin Chen's body one after another, killing them with Lin Chen's current cultivation level. Although the attribute light balls obtained are not many, the victory is that there are enough enemies. Get 1.29 million gods attributes, 450,000 gods blood attributes, 7510 Shinto points, 980 top-level suit essence. Gold Aries set recharge, 97%. When a large number of attribute light balls were absorbed into the body, it did not attract Lin Chen's attention. What really caught Lin Chen's attention was the sea of spiritual knowledge, a group of red gods. Take a closer look, this group of red radiance, like a round of the sun. In the previous practice, Lin Chen Wuxia took care of the changes in the sea of soul consciousness. Now when it absorbs the attribute light ball, this group of red gods is monstrous, suppressing the eternity, and firmly occupying the center of Lin Chen's spirit world. The 5 elements law that Lin Chen has mastered is unreasonably strong. Nowadays, the 5 elements law is firmly ranked first in the Tai space, and time and other laws are completely incomparable. One of the 10 laws, it is the strongest existence among the Tao laws. However, the origin of the 5 elements law is under the pressure of the red gods that are about to take shape, and there is a huge contrast of Firefly and Hao Yue. Even the law of the 5 elements must be dimmed under its light. This group of crimson rosy clouds is impressively a crimson-level talent that Lin Chen can complete with only 6 talent fragments left. What godhead, the ultimate heaven-defiant, divine-defiant talent, everything can't be compared with it. As strong as the current Lin Chen, it is hard to imagine what kind of talent can be so strong. Even the 10 laws are far inferior to the existence, the red-rank talent. How strong is it? The only thing Lin Chen can be sure of is that the talent of Qi rank, once born, will definitely be worthy of the ranks of Qi rank. It will become the strongest trump card in Lin Chen's history. Maybe only the 100% charged golden god of war suit can match. Recovering his consciousness, Lin Chen looked at Shenling Shuang, who was so shocked that he was speechless, and smiled casually. Why are you opening your mouth so wide, and I won't invite you to eat a lollipop. Take away the spoils of these true gods, and let's go back. Jiujia Mountain, a vast island. Hearing that there was an important matter to discuss, Lin Chen met with the leaders of the forces. The Emperor Shi's tomb mansion? Lin Chen said in surprise. You mean, because of the Emperor Shi's tomb mansion, all forces have been occupying Jiujia Mountain. What is the origin of this tomb mansion of the Emperor Shi? There was a divine sword in front of him, and Luo Ke, dressed in white, sat cross-legged and sat opposite Lin Chen. He smiled indifferently and said, yes, in the modern history of the human race, Emperor Shi is one of the most amazing people who can't be avoided. His highest achievement is not to become a god emperor, but to be consistent. To open up his own way of benevolence, to enlighten many geniuses, and many famous people in history to move mountains and rivers. Lu Huang nodded slightly, but he also fell into the hands of the Protoss. Today, his tomb is divided into 9 floors. The first 7 floors have been opened, and the last 2 floors may be opened this time. All open. Fang Chuan said earnestly. Little friend Lin Chen, although you dare to fight, I don't recommend you to participate in the Emperor Shi's tomb this time. He stretched out 5 fingers. Every time Shi Huang's tomb is opened, it will attract the most powerful people from all ethnic groups to compete, and there is no limit to the number of creatures entering the tomb. It is a real melee of various ethnic groups. Your people have just gone through a war and need time to recuperate. Fang Chuan said it very euphemistically, but in fact, although Lin Chen's team was fierce and unforged, they created miracles many times. But in a melee of this scale, the strength is too weak. 100 god kings and 8,700 true gods are ninefold perfection, and they are not weak forces in any domain. But every time the Emperor Shi's tomb mansion is opened, the power ratio will cause a big melee break out of the forces led by the God Lord realm. It is not surprising that there was a god emperor who was born because of this and visited the tomb of Emperor Shi. They didn't want the capital that Lin Chen had finally cultivated to be folded here, and the difficulties of thousands of mountains and rivers had come over. So they couldn't sink the boat. That's right, Lin Chen's team needs some time to develop. Lin Chen thought so too. However, this does not mean that Lin Chen will stand idly by. Now, even if he is defeated by those top powerhouses, it is not difficult to retreat completely. Lin Chen tapped on the table and smiled casually. I know what you all mean. I will do what I can for the matter of Emperor Shi's tomb. Speaking of this, Lu Huang's eyebrows lit up with divine flames, and his eyes glowed with energy. He rubbed his hands together with a serious expression. Brother Lin Chen, I have a proposal. With you as the head, how about our alliance? As soon as these words came out, Luo Ke and Fang Chuan's eyes were particularly solemn. Even Yi Tianchen, who had been lying lazily at the window, couldn't help showing a look of interest. Form an alliance, from the beginning to the end, in the desolate star field. There are so many strong people who practice Tai Fu Tian art. But they have never formed an alliance, united into a force that can truly shake the realm of the gods. The reason is very simple. There is no one who can be trusted by them and who can convince them. Now Lin Chen's appearance has become a possibility to break this deadlock. In terms of strength, he used the realm of the King of Gods to single out the armies of various ethnic groups, and even kill 2 powerful people in the realm of gods, which is rare in ancient and modern times. In terms of trust, he dared to declare war on the divine realm, destroy the army of the divine realm, fight all the way, kill Chen Junlin, a genius of the Protoss, storm the Tianxinjiu, and fly over the Jiujia mountain. If even he can't coordinate this force, no one can. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. This scene, he had expected. Rather, he was preparing for this moment when he declared war on God's domain. At the beginning. Is it a good place to make an alliance? Lin Chen raised his glass and drank, and then slowly said, I do have the intention to form an alliance, but I am afraid that if you have this intention, the subordinates under your command may not be able to obey my people. The opponent's people may serve Lin Chen, but they may not be able to serve Lin Chen's team. The comprehensive strength is not strong enough to convince the public. Fang Chuan nodded earnestly. We strive to do a good job of ideological work. In this regard. No. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. Seeing is better than seeing. If you really want to form an alliance, it's best to do me a favor. What's up? Everyone said in unison. Collect these treasures. Lin Chen flicked his fingers and handed over a list of medicinal herbs, to everyone. Seeing the medicinal materials contained in the list of jade slips, no one's face was relieved. Everyone is not a general generation, and immediately understands 70% to 80%. This list of medicinal herbs is, in a sense, a covenant of surrender. Willingness to afford the valuable resources in it is enough to show some willingness to form an alliance. On the other hand, if there are people like Xiao Chongqing, it is naturally impossible for anyone to want them to form an alliance. Although Lin Chen fought all the way and gained a lot of resources, it was still not enough for the next thing to do. In order to completely convince everyone of him, Lin Chen, and to focus on him and follow him, it is definitely not something that can be decided by a battle. Lin Chen needs a means that can really shock the heroes and attract people from the other side to join his camp. Then, Lin Chen said slowly, my team, 100 God Kings, is not enough to convince the crowd, but what if there are 8,000 God Kings? Fan Chuan? Lu Huang? Lu Ok? Yi Tianchen, it's interesting. Hey, are you coming for real? Does he still want to create a large number of God Kings? What does he think of the King of Gods? Chinese cabbage? Anyone who cultivates to become a king of gods, who is not lucky, has an extraordinary talent, and has a great opportunity and great experience. Every divine king, even the divine realm, has to win over the powerhouse. Luo Ke seemed to think of something, frowned and said, Brother Lin Chen, are you planning to use the 5 elements to generate energy? With all due respect, this move is probably not realistic. Even though Lin Chen controls the 5 elements law and can absorb the 5 elements heaven's qi, but the 5 elements heaven's qi is by no means a cultivation resource for the bad street. Usually, the 5 elements heaven's derived qi will only be born in the highest secret realm, the blessed fate cave heaven, where there are great opportunities or areas where there are treasures of heaven and earth. You, Lin Chen, want to get close to these places. Shibi is the core ruling area of other domains. The other party must not fight with you? Even if you have the strength of a God Lord, you don't dare to play like this. If the God Emperor is about the same, at least you can forcibly suppress it. The last time Lin Chen broke through the God King, he immediately ingested so much of the 5 elements heaven's qi. At that time, Lin Chen basically beat up all the main powerhouses of all ethnic groups in Jiujia Mountain. He even swept other people's army into rubbish. Who would dare to stop him if he wanted to absorb the 5 elements of heaven? But if you go to other regions, it will be completely different. If you want to create thousands of God Kings based on the previous situation, how much 5 elements Tian Qi will be needed? Lin Chen said sternly, so I need you to collect medicinal materials. I have a pill recipe, which can turn a god into a king, and can make the 9-level true god step over the half-step god king list and step directly into the god king realm. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, how much confidence? Lin Chen smiled lightly, it seems too crazy to say 100%, let's say 90%. Hiss. The hall was filled with the sound of breathing cold air. Can a pinnacle true god be 90% sure that he can go over half a step and become a god king directly? This kind of pill recipe is enough to change the situation in any region. In the history of pharmacists, the weight of this medicinal pill is also very light. This kind of pill is naturally not a level that Lin Chen created or can capture, it was given to him by Yi Qingguo. To be precise, it was what the little goblin asked for Lin Chen's biological mother, Yang Meng, one of the pill recipes. 9 turns God King pill, the user needs to reach the real God's 9-fold perfection. When the medicinal power is completely refined, it is the moment to board the God King. One of the most competent works of the medicine refining giant standing in the Protoss. Pills that can help a true god become a god king are rare, and a 20 to 30% confidence is enough to make countless people rush 90%? Or directly cross the half-step god king. This must not be a sensation in the human race. Hey, it seems that Brother Lin has already made plans. Although these medicinal materials are precious, it is worth it to exchange for such a heaven-defying ally. Everyone made up their minds immediately. After talking for a while, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the hall. A group of divine light rose from the palm of his hand, suddenly rushed into the sky, and then dispersed. Consumes 65% of the god-level rune energy, and the strength of all phantom clones has been synchronized. Note, the level 10 phantom rune has reached the upper limit, and it is impossible to create a clone that exceeds the main level of God. Lin Chen frowned. Has the phantom rune reached its limit? The phantom rune is one of the trump cards that Lin Chen has grown from the Kyushu continent to the present. The powerhouse of the Godlord realm must cultivate the law to the realm of heaven, which can be comparable to the way of heaven in the 3-dimensional universe. Phantom runes cannot replicate the power of this realm. That is to say, the upper limit of Lin Chen's phantom avatar can only be up to the 5th level God King. Sure enough, the power comparable to the way of heaven cannot be easily copied. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. The higher the level of touch, the more ineffective the previous methods. For example, many of the methods that could be used in the Holy Realm, including exercises, were no longer applicable. God's master creature is basically the biggest watershed of God, and it is extremely difficult to completely cross it. Lin Chen may now be able to be on an equal footing with the first-level gods, based on his combat power, but he may not be able to do many things that gods can do. For example, to change the life trajectory of the creatures in the 3-dimensional universe, the Lord can do it, but Lin Chen can't do it. Faced with a higher-level powerhouse, it seems that I need to add more trump cards. Lin Chen made up his mind. Collecting scarlet talent fragments has become the most important thing for Lin Chen now, second only to refilling the golden god of war suit. Shangguan Yun flashed into the hall like a puff of smoke. The beautiful woman saw Lin Chen, closed her eyes and rested her mind, and used The law to transmit her voice, all the spoils of war have been confiscated. Do you want to count it yourself? Lin Chen didn't open his eyes, and said subconsciously, Jianming is responsible for the inventory of medicinal materials, and Luo Yu is responsible for the identification of artifacts. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen opened his eyes, flashing the divine light of the 5 elements, and clenched his fingers tightly. Shang Guanyun sighed softly, leaned down and sat down, leaning back against him. Tell me, did I choose the wrong one? Lin Chen suddenly said, could it be that it would be better for me to go forward alone as before? Shang Guanyun didn't answer his question, but smiled gently. Anyone can make a choice after knowing the result. When embarking on a road with unpredictable results, only those who continue to move forward will know the scenery at the end. Lin Chen said softly, do they have anything left at the end? Shang Guanyun nodded slightly. Luo Yu, let's go, don't ask us to look back. Shui Jianming is willing to return his sword to his teacher. Although her tone was light, she was particularly firm. No one knows what impact one step back will have on the future. There are many compatriots like them who have not taken a step back to death. If one day, I will also be happy for the world first. She handed Lin Chen a broken blade, which was still stained with blue-red blood, which was the blood of the Lord of God. When Lin Chen put the broken sword into the air transport capsule, the beautiful woman's slender fingers passed through his fingers and overlapped with each other. Shang Guanyun smiled quietly. Miss Amran told me she is very sure that you are the one who can reach the finish line. If you are, you will definitely be worthy of their life and will. Miss Yi Qianqi asked me to hand it over to you, the edict of the Yi family. Shang Guanyun opened her palm, and a pale blue jade slip appeared. When Lin Chen opened the jade slip, his expression was solemn. The arrogance of the gods is all out. Except for the few geniuses of the gods, the elites are all out. The leader is Lin Xingchen. The goal is Emperor Xi's tomb. Lin Xingchen is also here? However, when Lin Chen read it carefully, his heart was even more shocked. Information from spying at the risk of death. God's domain has shocking secrets, and within the God clan, there is more than a faint aura that far exceeds that of the God Emperor, and has not yet exited the customs. If it were born, it would surely suppress the ages and sweep all ethnic groups. Is there such an existence lurking in the realm of the gods? Far beyond God Emperor, what is the concept? Is it the pinnacle God Emperor? Or, a higher being? If this is the case, then Lin Chen has no other choice from the beginning. And building your own strength is the fastest growth path. It seems that after refining the first batch of 9-rank Divine King pills, there may be many opportunities for Shihuang Tomb Palace. The day before Lin Chen became the King of Gods. The desolate star territory, a mysterious continent surrounded by divine fog. The ley lines were shattered into powder, all the light in the world was devoured by the endless darkness, and the curved spacetime was completely reduced to a vacuum. Some hidden old monsters in the distance cast a ray of divine soul to watch the battle, just an aftermath of a random collision, enough to hide in the distant body and trembling. How terrifying! The battle between the two sides directly flattened a domain. No, it should be said to be completely obliterated. This battle is the most terrifying battle this old man has ever seen. There are signs that the 10 laws are surging, and it is the powerhouse of the human race. There are still strong people in the human race who dare to fight directly with the territory of the Azura tribe. Aren't they afraid of causing more high-level fights? The hidden old monsters communicated through voice transmission, and they were both frightened and reluctant to leave. When it comes to the powerhouses above the gods, there are few real swords and real guns. Not all strong people grow up like a madman like Lin Chen, the true god of war, the god of war, and the lord of war. The confrontation of the top powerhouses often relies on their own divine might to fight against each other, and there is little sign of a big fight if there is a disagreement. And the battle in the God-Emperor realm is even more, every move and every style contains the truth of the Tao, and the power to stand at the top of life is rare in the ages. Being able to wait and watch this kind of battle will benefit a lot of powerhouses of the same race. If you miss it once, you will not know how many years it will take to encounter it. The two sides did not know how long they were fighting, and the roar of the Azura clan resounded through the sky. Empress, you have violated my Azura tribe, and the situation in the sky and the ground is better than there is no place for you. Today, the body of this seat has not arrived, and I will make you proud for a while. When the army of the Azura tribe is dispatched, it will definitely flatten your plane. A cold and gentle voice came out. Don't be arrogant, not to mention your body being dispatched, even if the for Azura gods of your Azura clan come, I will still come and go. Boom. The sky and the earth roared, collapsing into a black spot of light, swallowing all the energy. The strong man of the Azura clan burst out with a shrill scream, You have actually cultivated to this realm, how is it possible, you don't have? Emperor Yuan, how can you step into this realm? Her voice was cold and disdainful. Azuras are also known as the gods of battle. Shame on you. I wanted to make a deal for you once and for all, but I have to be beaten again. It's really a cheap bone with 3 heads and 6 arms. Okay, you are awesome, this hater has written it down. The wounded Ashura finally turned into a gray streamer that shuttled through the emptiness of the void, dodging away. The dark and mysterious graceful figure did not pursue in the end, she slowly stretched out her beautiful and exquisite jade hand, gently attached to the void, and a snow-white divine lotus flew from the void space and fell into her hand. She closed her eyes slightly, and the pure and flawless snow-white divine lotus gradually melted, transforming into wisps of light smoke and absorbing it into her body. If it weren't for the Tai Fu Tian art, I'm afraid that my dark soul would not be able to hold back. If I continue to grow like this, maybe my time will not be long, and I will disappear again. Suddenly, when the snow-white divine lotus was completely refined by her, the Empress suddenly opened her eyes. Her icy divine soul seemed to have a ray of light shining into her, and the darkness in her divine soul actually stagnated slightly. There is actually a ray of light and soul in the desolate star region? Her heartstrings trembled, she looked back suddenly, and released her soul to explore the endless desolate star field. Those hidden old monsters who were trying to watch the battle and were detected by her were suddenly shocked. Fortunately, the other party is not interested in them, otherwise it is stronger than their strength, and it is only a matter of 1 or 2 tricks in front of this woman. The godly desolate star territory is incomparably vast as the endless starry sky. There are tens of billions of stars in a galaxy, and each domain of the godly desolate star territory has at least 5 galaxies. The entire divine desolate star region is divided into thousands of regions, which are as strong as the Empress, and the scope of detection is also very limited. It seems that it is time to organize a force to infiltrate the desolate star territory and investigate it carefully. 499 domains. The Dragon Palace is like a crouching dragon, and the head of the palace is a handsome man wearing a dragon crown and a phoenix robe. His breath was as flat as water, like a simple and unpretentious person. However, many dragon kings in the dragon palace were sweating coldly, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. The only thing that is unique is his blue eyes, which hides a most evil and evil Taiku blue dragon. He quietly listened to the reports of his subordinates. His face was calm as if nothing had happened in the face of a disaster. Is Lan Yun dead? It seems that she is not someone who can become this Emperor's confidant after all. The blue-eyed man slowly got up and said indifferently, the matter of Lin Chen of the human race will be put on hold for the time being, and this Emperor will handle it himself. The tomb of Emperor Shi is about to be unveiled, and there will definitely be emperors of other races who are coveted, and this emperor needs to sit in town. In this domain, intercept other god emperors, and leave the rest to the dragon masters. He turned to look at the distant sky, his pupils reflected the phantom of a huge tomb, and murmured. It is rumored that Emperor Shi was the teacher of those two legendary god emperors, so there must be no shortage of treasures. Especially regarding the legend and the clan, there have been many dragon emperors who suspected that Emperor Shi was related to it. The vast sea of gods is high in the sky. Luo Ke, who was dressed in a white robe and beat the snow, looked at the sky. And Lin Chen, who had cast a phantom clone, couldn't help but be amazed. With a sword on his back, he was so arrogant that he had to let go of his arrogant state of mind, and sighed, Brother Lin is truly unparalleled, even if his cultivation is so perverted, he is still able to refine a top-quality pill at such a young age. There are 9th order pills, and the 9th order, Shindan, is the highest. Divine pills are divided into low-grade pills, middle-grade pills, high-grade pills, top-grade pills, excellent pills, and emperor pills. Being able to refine the top-quality divine pills has already represented Lin Chen at the pinnacle of the god realm, and in the Protoss, he is also a well-known alchemist in history. Yi Tianchen said with a rare smile, the physique of people cannot be generalized. Lu Xiaomei exclaimed, it's about to become a pill, it seems that there are more than one. Heaven and earth are born, all things are born. In the universe, is there light or darkness first? The original and empty four-dimensional universe gave birth to the original light and darkness, two mysterious and extremely powerful energy bodies. The original light and darkness are one and the same, too powerful, it is difficult to condense the highest intelligence, and it is even more difficult to transform. Light and darkness have become the vertices and barriers of the fourth dimension, and only the most powerful beings in the fourth dimension can vaguely know their existence. Only by stepping into the highest realm can we finally see this existence. And the first creature to see the first light and darkness was neither the dragon ancestor who created the universe, nor the great ancestor primordial demon who devoured the starry sky, nor the Azura ancestor god who fought the sky and the battlefield. Rather, the Qin emperor of the human race. Emperor Qin used his supreme power to forge the first artifact, immortal Dragon City, throughout the ages. With the divine power of the Dragon City, he shatters the void, and wants to refine the entire four-dimensional, and achieve eternal and immortal power. For the first and last time, Emperor Qin encountered the original light and darkness, the most powerful forces in the four-dimensional universe. In that battle, there is no record in the history of the human race, and only a very few people know that in that battle, all the ancestors of the world were involved. The first demon of the demon race, the Shura ancestor god of the Shura race. The ancestor dragon of the dragon race, and the Qin Huangzu of the human race. The four god ancestors mysteriously disappeared in the face of the four-dimensional power that checks and balances all things. Since then, Siwei has entered the era of no ancestors. The God Emperor is the respect, and the God Master is the Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 2140, The Dragon Lord comes into the world, and the clouds move in the 10 directions. In the eyes of everyone, Su Tian opened his eyes. His soul was like two giant hands in the void, combining all the energy of the young pill. The radiance of the young Dan was so prosperous that it actually bloomed with 9 layers of light circles, and each circle of light circles contained strong energy. In Jiujia Mountain, all the powerhouses of the 9th level of the true God all felt this legendary energy. What a strong divine pill energy! It was brother Lin Chen who made pill refining. Just because of that round of aperture overflow, I have a strong intuition that I can break through the half-step God King immediately. In the end, what kind of divine pill is this? Countless powerhouses were heartbroken, and in the center of the vast divine visions appeared one after another. Dawn Xia soared into the sky, and the situation suddenly rose. The dense cloud of Dan Yun, like an endless cloud of 5 colors, actually poured a strong Dan rain in the sky. Brush brush. 9 kinds of divine elixir, which are either handsome or beautiful, are all naked and suspended in the void. In the end, a total of 7 divine pills transformed into 7 streamers and fell into Lin Chen's palm. Under the shroud of Lin Chen's soul, they have no chance to escape. The top grade Shindan already has enough intelligence and is very clear about this. If Lin Chen released them, maybe they could cultivate into an independent god. Or even a god king in the future. Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Exquisite divine pill, 9. Turn divine king pill, it is really difficult to refine. If it wasn't for Lin Chen breaking through the 2nd level of divine soul realm, his success rate would not exceed 50% at most. Now, under the premise of 1-to-1 refining, he can guarantee a success rate of more than 80%. Lin Chen looked at the group of phantom clones, shook his head and laughed. It seems like a coolie in medicine refining for a while. It would take him at least 7 days to refine a 9-turn divine king pill. Even if the phantom clones are used together, only one is refined a day on average. This has to be considered under the premise of sufficient medicinal materials. If you can have the red level alchemy handprint, the efficiency can be more than doubled, but the red level alchemy handprint is even rarer than the red level exercise. When Lin Chen was thinking about it, a pillar of 9-colored light rose in the distance. It's night dance. She held the divine pill in her hand and threw it to Lin Chen lightly. She blinked, her brows filled with pride. You are not the only one who can refine the best divine pill. Lin Chen smiled and said, what a goblin, don't waste the medicinal materials. Yi Qinggu raised her eyebrows, leave this sentence to yourself. Lu Huang, Lu Ok, and Yi Tianchen all looked at each other and retreated. Then it was their turn to collect the medicinal materials. After years of waiting for a joint opportunity, one person has to carry the banner. In the vast sea of gods, there are continuous signs of many pills being released. 500 domains, a sea of clouds surging. The sword light is intertwined, like a galaxy above the 9 heavens. Entrenched in the sky. The starlight moved and changed, approaching at an extremely fast speed, and suddenly stopped when it was about to cross the 501 domain. The leader was a cold man in white clothes, with his hands behind his back. He was carrying a divine sword entwined with 5-colored clouds. It was Lin Chen. When the team stopped, he opened his eyes with golden pupils, his imposing manner was arrogant, his swordsmanship screamed, and he asked, "Why stop?" A young god with vertical eyes, between his brows opened his eyes. There was the vicissitude between his brows that did not match his appearance, and his deep eyes washed away the sophistication of the years. His expression was rarely moved, and after a while, he said, "Just now, the news that the Lord of God's heavenly master used the law of space to send back, in the triple world mountain, the vast sea of sacred sea that was originally prepared for us has been broken." Lin Chen frowned and said, "Who broke it?" "A madman who challenges God's domain, Lin Chen." "It's him." Lin Chen turned his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. "It's really a duel in the dark, this time I dare to call him back and forth." In his eyes, there was a peerless sword light surging, and when the sharp sword power filled the air, not even the master dared to look at him. Let's go to Jiujia Mountain, and before entering the Emperor Shi's tomb, kill Lin Chen to be the lucky head." Lin Chen couldn't help frowning with another 9-turn god King Dan. Speaking of which, Yaoer's original situation was not enough even if it was supported by my life force. How did she do it? As his alchemist skills became more refined, he felt that life was more precious. It's better than his current medicine refining. It's not difficult to save a god. But saving a dead god is not so difficult. The difficulty of saving mortals may be much smaller, especially to save a person who has died, and his corpse and soul no longer exist. It is better than his current medicine refining skills, and he must pay a certain price. Maybe some gods who control special laws can do this. This is the difference between Lin Chen and the Lord of God. Although his combat power is comparable to that of the Lord of God, his methods are still inferior to the true Lord of God. But again, there is a fatal problem. So many people have died in the Holy World and Kyushu continent where Lin Chen is located. Luo Yaoer was able to use her own vitality to save so many souls and influence countless people to reincarnate. Is this really entirely because of the ability of the reincarnation heaven monument? Putting away the last 9-turn divine king pill, Lu Huang, who had just turned back, received a voice transmission from Lin Chen. "Transfer to Taiyang Xinjiu?" Lu Huang was surprised. "Why do you want to transfer?" Under the vast sea of gods, there is a former Protoss who opened the passage to Shi Huang's tomb, and went straight to the 6th floor. If you leave like this, you have to start again from the first. Isn't it a pity to enter on the 1st floor? Lin Chen said with a smile, "You can only get it if you give up. This channel is not our first choice. I have never planned to make moves according to the enemy's prediction." Enemies? Luo Ke came with his sword, his eyebrows twitched. Could there be an enemy coming? Lin Chen looked into the distance, his eyes were dark, and he said slowly, an old rival." He sensed that Lin Xingchen's bloodline was approaching him, perhaps still far away, but this time, the perception was stronger than every time. Because his bloodline has really reached the peak growth stage, as the original bloodline owner Lin Chen, the perception is extremely strong. Lin Chen is not in a hurry to open the Emperor Shi's tomb. He has the law of the 5 elements and the law of origin, and can quickly approach the first 7 floors. This kind of big scene, the sooner it goes, it may not be a good thing. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. "Big brother Luo Xiongtai, are you interested in ambush this person with me, and give him a surprise?" Only Lin Chen must go all out to seize every opportunity to weaken his strength. abandoning the vast Shanhai's first chance to enter the Emperor Shi's tomb. Backhanded him in an ambush. Lu Huang and Luo Ke looked at each other. Luo Ke frowned and said, "Who is it that requires you to be so serious?" He can feel that the laws of Lin Chen's whole body are like billions of volcanoes, which may erupt at any time. Lin Chen smiled slightly, but it made the two of them extremely moved. The enemy is the future, and the gods are number one. The two were heartbroken. Gods first? Boom. At this time, a soaring dragon energy burst out from Lin Chen's body, rushing straight into the sky, and the clouds moved in 10 directions. The dragon roars, and the red gold dragon shadows interpret the ancient dragon relics. With a radius of millions of miles, it conveys endless dragon sounds, bathes in the brilliance of the dragon, and presents the dragon miracles of the Taizhou dragon and Taishi dragons. The high ancient dragon hall, the long-lasting dragon energy from ancient times, was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. A phantom of a Taishi ancient dragon perched above Lin Chen's head, roaring in the sky. Boom. 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 The entire vast divine sea was shaken by the waves. Lu Huang said in horror, "This is the breath of the Dragon Lord." The miracles and hymns of the dragon spread all over the sky, appearing in front of everyone in Sanjiji Mountain like a new universe. A divine dragon flew out of the starry sky, releasing an immortal divine light that illuminated the sky. Its dragon body is like the azure great wall wrapped around flame clouds, the stalwart dragon body of Taishi ancient dragon, and the endless scales of Taishi ancient dragon, Taizhou claws, Taishi body, Taizhou horn, Taishi head. Luo Ke was stunned, staring at Lin Chen, shocked. He actually raised a dragon master in his body? He has seen similar powerhouses, using his own body to keep divine beasts in captivity, one with each other and complement each other in practice. But he had never heard of it, that a divine body keeps a divine beast, and one can cultivate to the level of a divine master. God Lord is the most important watershed among all living beings. Those who have seen evildoers have never seen such evildoers. They have even raised a monster comparable to the Lord of the human race. Luo Ke was amazed. "No, it's not that simple," Lu Huang said in a trembling voice. "This dragon master has perfectly carried 2 ancient dragon bloodlines, and has even been promoted to the dragon master realm. What an invisible man! Congratulations to the host, the Dragon King has refined the Demon Lord, the Dragon Lord, and all the energy, and has been promoted to the realm of the Dragon Lord. Shenlong veins contain pure power, 500 billion barren power. 500 billion desolate power is also the limit of life. Without the law of comprehension, Shenlong cannot break through this limit. However, when the Dragon King was promoted to the Dragon Lord, the bloodline magical powers underwent a qualitative change. For example, Lin Chen used the Taishi divine light to protect his body before, and he needed to consume the energy of the divine dragon vein. Now he only needs a thought, and he can achieve the strongest Taishi divine light without consuming the divine dragon vein. The previous strongest bloodline magical power has now become a powerful move that can be exploded at will, and its power is countless times stronger. Lin Chen said sternly, "Dragon Master Realm is really powerful. It's worth it for me to kill 2 God Master Realm to cultivate it. Congratulations to the host, the Dragon Master has awakened a new bloodline. Magical power. Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline Supernatural Powers, Taishi Divine Dragon. Trace, with the blood of the ancient dragon, the miracle will come. Taishi is immortal, and the scales and feathers are scattered, weakening the Opponents attack, super-wide bloodline supernatural power. The ancient dragon bloodline supernatural power of the ancient universe, Zhou. Devour, the time that can devour the specified creature. Within the same realm, the maximum can be swallowed for 10 seconds, and the effect is halved. For those with a higher realm, eternal devouring magical powers can be used on oneself, and when used on oneself, the consumption is extremely small. Note, devouring time can affect causality, and it will weaken the enemies who control the law of causality, to a certain extent. Two great bloodlines. Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The universe devours blood vessels with magical powers. Can it devour time? This upgrade of Shenlong is no less than the combat power of Lin Chen's body. Entering the Emperor Shi's tomb, Lin Chen added another powerful trump card. Especially the bloodline supernatural power of Zhou Ma, it simply raised Lin Chen's combat power to a whole new level. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. Let's go, first transfer our people to the Taiyang Xinjiu, where there are compatriots from the Hui clan, to meet us. The host uses the ultimate wind god suit to obtain the characteristic, the gift of the god of wind. Open the second form of the attached weapon, Fengshen Bao, and obtain the characteristic, absolute hit. Lu Huang asked curiously, Brother Lin Chen, who are you? Holding the Fengshen Bao, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Leave a surprise for our friends who have come from thousands of miles away. It's almost like Lin Chen and others just moved for a month. Triple Boundary Mountain, the vast sea of gods high in the sky. 10,000 feet of sword light broke through the void. A tall and slender figure stood proudly on top of the divine sword wrapped in 5 colored clouds. There was a team of hundreds of people behind them, and the momentum was huge. And no one was lower than the King of Gods. It's Lin Chen. He was on his way with all his strength, and he actually crossed this point in a month, obviously using some kind of special space artifact. Lin Chen looked around and frowned. Run? Lin Chen can perceive him, and he can also perceive Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought that Lin Chen would, as always, wait here for him to fight to the death, but he didn't expect to run away. A divine master, with eagle-like brows, said solemnly, Don't underestimate your opponent. You are divided into 3 teams, and explore the vicinity of Jiujia Mountain. Once you enter the space channel, the team can move in a very small range. Be sure to ensure that team's safety. Yes. Everyone moved separately, probed a large circle, and assembled one after another. No trace of Lin Chen was found. Oh, how long has it been since then? Have you become so timid? Lin Chen, Lin Chen, you have disappointed me so much. Lin Chen's figure flashed and swept into the vast sea of gods. Several divine masters followed closely behind, following Lin Chen like a shadow. I saw that in the depths of the vast divine sea, a vortex of the divine sea was entrenched in the depths of the sea like a sea eye. On the other side of the sea eye is the entrance to the 7th floor of the Emperor Shi's tomb. It is the space channel left by the former Protoss powerhouse after investigation. Lin Chen took the lead alone, and when he glanced at Haiyan, he was suddenly startled. In an instant, everyone, including Lin Chen, could clearly see the azure light that was as bright as the stars, surrounded by a faint divine wind, stirring the sea water, forming a dazzling array of starlight. The light outlines the words surprise and high. When everyone took a closer look, their pupils shrank. The word surprise turned out to be a dense group of divine arrows. 5,000, 10,000 divine arrows? No, far more than that. The dark green arrows entwined by the kamikaze are entwined with the fiercely killing kamikaze, as if they can pierce the heavens and the earth, and face everyone directly. I feel like my bone marrow has been penetrated by these arrows. These divine arrows are made of materials I have never seen before. What are they made of? No. It's not right. A god lord lost his voice. These god arrows, their own flow time has been stopped. Time stands still? Where is the sacred place, and there is such a monster's handwriting? To be able to stop time in a large range, there is only one possibility, the law of time. Lin Chen frowned and said, these divine arrows still have the potential to explode. Could it be that? Suddenly, the vast divine sea shook violently, turning the world upside down. And the waves rolled in rage. Boom. 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 The entire vast divine sea seems to have been blown up suddenly. Countless divine arrows suddenly turned and changed from the stillness of time to the rapidity of Fengshen's blessing, as if the seal had been lifted. The arrow light pierced the ocean current, galloped at a glance, and burst out. Thousands of arrows were fired in unison, and the arrows of Fengshen disturbed the sea of divines, dazzling the eyes of the gods. The sharp cold light shot quickly, causing countless strong men to take a gulp of sea water. It was sour and sour, as if remembering the June 9 that night. I do not know which god lord trembled and cursed. His grandma's, who the hell gave it a surprise? Surprise protruding face, really surprised and happy. Surprised by the enemy, delighted by someone Lin. Using his finger as a sword, Lin Chen slashed with his fingers, and the azure blue sword light lined up crisscrossed like a rain of swords, severing a large number of Fengshen arrows. Several divine masters released endless divine power at the same time, and the law was born and destroyed, as if to crush the space. The law of blood that snakes like a dragon, the law of cutting like a French net, the law of devouring such as a psychedelic vortex, and the law of the sword path like a rainbow, splitting the sky. Several god masters had to be forced to fight seriously when they met face to face. This was unimaginable before entering the Emperor Shi's tomb. Just in Jiujia Mountain, they encountered a battle that they must face seriously. When barely blocking the first wave of offensive, the people behind Lin Chen quickly reacted, and the power of Zunti and Hidi erupted. One by one, surrounded by laws, they formed a circle and joined forces to block Lin Chen's Fengshen arrow. The entire vast divine sea seemed to evaporate. The divine king and divine master of the divine realm cooperated with each other to avoid this wave of sneak attacks. Stepping on the bright star pillar, the sword light surged. Lin Chen rushed out of the vast sea of divine, and suddenly shouted coldly, Lin Chen, are you playing Yin? Get out of my mouth. The sound waves are rolling, and the killing intent is soaring to the sky. This almost outrageous way of playing cards without playing cards according to the routine, Lin Chen reacted almost instantly. It was a good thing that Lin Chen did. Sure enough, there was no time for this coercion. He actually hid and came with a sudden attack. Brush. Fengshen's eye flapped lightly, and the divine wind swept the sea of gods into turmoil. Lin Chen stepped out of the waves and smiled lightly. I don't have any hobbies, I just like to start frying. As soon as Lin Chen used the law, his cultivation base was exposed, and he turned out to be the second-level god king. This time, he actually walked in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, and Lin Chen's growth rate was really against the sky. He deliberately stayed in the Holy Land for 100 years, and once he became a god, he activated his bloodline, like the awakening of a real dragon, which was unstoppable. However, what makes Lin Chen feel a little bit puzzled is that Lin Chen's Body has an aura that he has never felt before, which is ancient and vicissitudes of life. Lin Chen laughed in anger. Really, I want to see how many Wang Xuan you have. The eyes of the two sides met again, and the killing intent was high. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The sky that bends time and space suddenly shines with a series of flashing starlight. The storm of arrows of the Fengshen seemed to swept through the starry sky, disturbing the heavens, the earth, the sun and the moon. Lin Chen shrugged. No one really thinks that my brother Chen's king bomb is only one time, right? I can't take advantage of things that can be taken advantage of? This sun is really not a human species. I don't know which godlord lost his voice and was horrified. This time, it was much more violent than before. In order to hide the wave of wind and arrows in the sea, Lin Chen did not use the exercises for the sake of concealment. But this time, each arrow contains the 3 styles of the Huangquan Tai Bao technique, which can destroy the soul, destroy the body, and break the rules. Although the number is not as much as just now, it is more than 1 grade stronger than just now. Boom. 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 When the arrow was swiftly shot down, the vast sea of gods evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire team was instantly numb from the arrow rain, and the bone marrow became cold. Got shot straight away. Outrageous to break the sky. Not even giving them time to prepare and react. This team is the strongest group of super geniuses in the divine realm today. In addition to the 3 major Protoss, there are the most top-notch groups of the same generation. Some of them clearly reacted, but they couldn't avoid these arrows. One is that it is too fast, and the other is that they have locked everyone's soul aura, and will never let an arrow empty. These divine arrows contain the legendary 5 elements law of the Great Dao. Don't underestimate the enemy. Ancestor bless me. Ichigo Linglong, come out. With my hard work, I dedicate it to the great mad god, and the madness turns blood into madness. The entire team was completely shot to pieces. Some sacrificed the remnants of ancestors. Some unleashed special life-saving artifacts. Some used the life-saving supernatural powers hidden in the blood of the gods. What's more, some old monsters hidden in the team were forced to show the cultivation of the gods. The number of god lords in this team exceeds 10 at a time. The host has obtained 1230 points of Shinto and 7.3 million attributes of God. The geniuses who were forced out of their cards by Lin Chen dropped a large number of attribute light balls. Their potential is extraordinary, different from ordinary god kings. In the distance, outside the Sanjiji mountain, Lu Huang and Luo Ke witnessed this scene. Lu Huang couldn't even help applauding. Brother Lin Chen is outrageous. These 2 waves of sneak attacks, either indirectly or directly, caused the geniuses of God's domain to use their life-saving cards in advance. Luo Ke's eyes were full of ferocity. They have used a lot of backhands. If these guys can be killed in the Emperor Shi's tomb, God's domain will have to lose a lot of young blood. That's right, the life-saving trump cards prepared by this group of gods. Domain Tianjiao in advance are all used here. If Lin Chen was still at the 9th level of the god realm, they wouldn't be so embarrassed. But Lin Chen, who is a god king, has 10 times the law and 10 times the divine power. Ultimate function set, with the time of the eternal devouring magical power. Swallowing the function arrow, a sneak attack almost played a 10,000% role. Lin Chen raised his brows and said, "No one was injured?" Lin Chen sneered and said, "I already know your trump card. The people I Specially selected this time can prevent your attack from being injured, and you won't be able to kill them instantly. Lin Chen knew very well the principle of Lin Chen's move, ultimate Heavenly Rebel. The people who can follow him this time are all first-class geniuses from the God realm, with extraordinary backgrounds, and they are definitely not comparable to some general people. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. The second generation of the gods are still living too well, and if 2 waves are not enough, there will be 7 or 8 waves in ambush. Shoot until they penetrate. Snapped. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, the divine enchantment barrier unfolded, and the geniuses of the divine realm froze. Then, in all directions, endless arrows shot down. Among them, there are more than a dozen 9-color starlights, and the stars of the 9 tribulations crash down. This round of offensive is even more fierce. Lin Chen personally stayed here for a month, and the ambush he set up was enough to surround and suppress many gods. Tips for carving insects. Lin Chen sneered and patted the scabbard behind him. Zheng. The 5-colored and extremely magnificent sword light rushed into the sky. The 5 Emperor's divine sword popped out of its sheath and fell into the palm of his hand. Lin Chen slashed with the sword. Sigh. The divine sword of the 5 Emperors is like a round of light and shadow, cutting the sun and the moon, sweeping across the sky, and the sword cuts through the sky. All of Lin Chen's Fengshen arrows were instantly wiped into nothingness. Luo Ke, who was also the sword god, showed a dignified expression for the first time and his pupils shrank. This sword, is it the legendary 5 Emperor sword? Lu Wang said in surprise, what is the 5 Emperor sword? Luo Ke pondered for a moment, the 5 Emperor's divine sword, since the ancient times, the 5 god emperors of the ancient times, Chidi, Qingdi, Baidi, Haidi, Xuandi, Jiwancher, almost exhausted all the gods that were created in the world. Sword. So strong? Lu Huang was stunned. Luo Ke's face was solemn. Unexpectedly, the 5 emperor swords would be possessed by a god king. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a god king to control a sword like the winner. He finally realized that what Lin Chen said, the opponent this time was number 1 in the realm of the gods, was by no means a lie. Lu Huang looked at it carefully for a moment, and the law of fire appeared in his pupils like a vein. The sword of the 5 emperors, with colorful lights on its body, is entwined with 5 color clouds, like pieces of gorgeous clouds, and the fog hides the murderous intent of sharp killing. He was surprised to find that, with the cultivation of the God Lord, he could not see through the details of the 5 emperors' sword. The dignified generation of God Masters can't even see through the details of an artifact. You must know that a powerhouse of his rank, at least a powerhouse of a god Emperor, can completely deceive him. Lu Huang said seriously, can this sword really be made by humans? Luo Ke nodded. When this sword was born, heaven collapsed, blood rained. Time and space collapsed, the avenue shook, and it had the divine power to cut dimensions and destroy laws. It was the human race in the ancient times, and it ranked first in the artifact. In terms of grade, the 5 emperor swords are second only to the immortal Dragon City, created by Emperor Qin Huangzu. Afterwards, they were left behind in a battle between gods and demons. It was originally the supreme sword weapon that countless sword gods dreamed of. It is a genuine, quasi-ranked 10th order artifact. In the subsequent history, perhaps only a few artifacts can be slightly comparable to it. Lu Huang said with a moving expression, quite 10th rank. The first order soldier corresponds to the human race's Qi refinement realm. The second-order soldier corresponds to the human race psychic realm. Tier 3 Battle Soul, Tier 4 Earth Demon, Tier 5 Heavenly Gang, Tier 6 Yuan Zun. Tier 7 Battle Emperor, Tier 8 Holy Artifact. The ninth order is God. Artifacts are divided into upper, middle, top, superb, and emperor. The imperial artifact should be the pinnacle of the ninth order artifact. Quasi-10th order, which surpasses all the emperors of the world. The corners of Lu Huang's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Lin Chen with disbelief. Emperor-grade magic weapons are rare in the world, and even some newly promoted god emperors may not be able to hold an emperor-grade magic weapon. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a god king could actually use an artifact that surpassed the divine weapon of the emperor. Luo Ke pondered, until the era of Emperor Futian, how Futian swept across the four-dimensional universe, personally suppressed this sword, and handed it over to his right-hand man, Lin Chen, to reign in this sword, becoming the only sword-wielding person in the new era. It's just, I'm curious, why did the 5 emperor swords appear in this son's hands after Emperor Lin Tian's mysterious death? This Lin Chen, or the people behind him, may have a great relationship with the events of the past. Lu Huang felt even more outrageous. Isn't this fucking bullshit? The emperor of the 9th rank peak, the god emperor, also covets. What is the concept of quasi-10th order? A god king running around the world with a quasi-level 10 artifact on his back? It's just that others don't dare to be tempted by him? Walk sideways? Or, if he has the capital and confidence, even if the god emperor takes action, he can leave safely? Luo Ke's brows were furrowed, and his calm face was slightly murderous. Originally, he also planned to besiege the geniuses of God's domain. Now it seems that killing 10,000, 100,000 geniuses in the God realm is far inferior to this Lin Chen. If the two of you want to make a sneak attack, then you will look down on the old man too much. The sky was dim, and an old man in gray robes stepped into the air, and unexpectedly discovered Luo Ke and Lu Huang hidden in the sea of divine. Brush brush. 10 divine masters came from the sky and surrounded the two of them. Lu Huang and Luo Ke did not change their expressions, but their expressions showed a little displeasure. The gray-clothed old man frowned and said, Luo Ke, I didn't expect you to get in touch with this kid. Luo Ke waved his hand, and all swords were sent out, stepping on the river of sword light, looking directly at each other. This son has the potential to overthrow your divine realm, and I will naturally come together with him. The gray-clothed old man looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Overthrow the divine realm? Just a joke. Look at how he was suppressed. In terms of talent, he is not worthy of Xingchen's shoes. The white rainbow flashed. Luo Ke held the divine sword in his hand, and his expression was indifferent. Let's see who can live to the end. The one who survives is the genius, and the only thing that dies is the modeled history. Take these two for me. The gray-robed god snarled, and the 10 gods released endless laws that enveloped the sky. Lu Huang and Luo Ke were calm in the face of danger. They had been galloping in the desolate star territory for many years, and they had never seen any scenes. A god-level melee started from Jiujia Mountain in advance. Boom! The sword rainbow is like the sun and the sky, sweeping through time and space. Lin Chen used the 5 emperor swords again to obliterate Lin Chen's last batch of Fengshen arrows that had been stagnant for time. The two stood opposite each other. Lin Chen had a sword in his hand, and the law of the sword and the law of stars revolved completely. A pair of golden pupils pierced the sun and the moon. In the past, he had just become a god and had just begun to entrust the divine power of the Five Emperors' sword. Today, Lin Chen, with the cultivation of the second-level God King, the Five Emperors' sword, the Peerless divine weapon, has been blessed too much. It is conceivable that if Lin Chen is promoted to God Lord, God Emperor, and the Five Emperor swords, the blessings that will be brought to him will far exceed any magic weapon. Boom! Lin Chen attacked with a sword, and pointed at Lin Chen with a sword, and the sky rolled torn apart 1,000 zhang space crack. The speed of all attributes is increased by 12,000 times. With a flick of Feng Shenyi, Lin Chen's figure turned into afterglow, and the sword light shattered his afterimage. Star lock. Lin Chen held his 5 fingers horizontally, and 10,000 stars radiated brilliantly, condensed into a golden sphere, enveloped Lin Chen, and bound Lin Chen's retreat. LOL. A bit of starlight tore from the inside of the golden ball. Lin Chen withdrew, pulling the string with his backhand and shooting 10 arrows in a row. He actually broke my laws of stars? Lin Chen was slightly moved. His laws of stars are on par with mine? In the last battle of becoming a god, Lin Chen didn't even have the law of the stars, but now his achievements in the law of the stars are comparable to his own. I have a master to help me, and I have the ancient monuments of the gods to comprehend the rules. The pills continue to serve, the blood of the gods is improved, and the rules of cultivation are thousands of miles away, but how did he do it? Lin Chen's eyes were even more murderous. I see. In the pupils of the 5 elements divine light, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. And the law of origin was like a white rainbow, wandering between his brows. After possessing the 5 elements heavenly eye and the law of origin, he gained insight into Lin Chen's 5 emperor swords. Lin Chen smiled and said, "So you are a natural swordsman." Generally speaking, it is almost impossible for a saint to wield an artifact. Lin Chen was able to envoy the 5 emperor sword from the Holy Land, because this sword was sealed with a powerful seal by the sealing law. In addition, this sword was refined into his body by a very profound means, and the sword body became one. So when the two met for the first time, Lin Chen saw that his sword hilt would have veins connecting him together. Hearing his swordman, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and his swordsmanship became even more severe. With a single blow, the void collapsed, and the 10,000 feet of space was obliterated into nothingness. On his sword, there is a deadly aura of yellow spring, and everything he touches withers and eats life. It is the law of death and the law of devouring. Lin Chen slapped his left palm, and the law of blood turned into a blood dragon flying and collided with Lin Chen's law of death. Then, he pulled the bow and shot. The arrows were sparkling, melting the twisted law of devouring. The two fought from the sky to the sea of divine, the sun and the moon sank, and the heaven and earth paled. The geniuses of God's domain were shocked. What kind of monster is Lin Chen? It is a peerless genius who can single out their 300 geniuses from the God realm. How could this Lin Chen be able to fight him evenly? There are 2 monsters like Lin Chen. It's no wonder that Lin Chen wants to do it himself. There is no doubt that this is the strongest battle between the gods and kings in the history of the God realm. It is unparalleled. Given time, if these 2 can be promoted to God Lord, I am afraid that they will really surpass the top 10 talents of the God race. With a sword in the air, Lin Chen pressed down with a single palm, and the starlight engulfed him endlessly. In the center of his palm was the rotating law of death, turning into a giant dragon with a tidal wave of death. 9 secluded palms. Destroy Godhead. The dark red divine light surged, and Lin Chen slammed away with his palm. Instead, and the dark red vortex in his palm swallowed the death dragon. The host obtains 1.03 million gods attributes, 980,000 gods blood attributes, and 459 Shinto points. The complete Great Destruction Godhead can even devour law attacks and convert them into attributes. When the law of death dissipated, the shining star light suddenly lit up, and the sword edge containing the 5-color divine light slashed down. Sigh. Behind Lin Chen, a splendid phantom shadow rose up, and the soul was soaring to the sky. The soul suddenly opened its mouth, mixed with the sound of rolling dragons, and burst out dozens of soul roars in a row. The violent shocks of the divine soul came one after another, smashing the swords of the 5 emperors. Lin Chen said in shock, the second level of the divine soul is complete. Brush. The Fengshen wing slapped. Suddenly, the god wind danced wildly. Lin Chen immediately stepped aside and pulled the bowstring. Boom. The arrow fell into the sky and shot down from the top of Lin Chen's head at an extremely fast speed, forcing him to block with his sword. Clang. 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 Lin Chen seized the opportunity and suppressed Lin Chen in one go. With the extreme Fengshen suit, the current Lin Chen held back Lin Chen, who used the 5 emperor swords. Everyone, prepare to retreat. Lin Chen laughed. Want to leave? Lin Chen's eyes became fierce. If you want to withdraw. After testing, it's not that simple. His hands were dazzling, condensed like the sword of the 5 emperors, and the sword body appeared faintly like blood veins, beating faintly. 5 emperors slash. Lin Chen held the sword and slashed horizontally. The extremely gorgeous 5-color cloud light at the tip of the sword condensed into a line, flashing across the sky, and the curved time and space were completely obliterated into nothingness. The godlord melee in the distance immediately separated, and his expressions were slightly moved. The power of this sword is astonishing. It is not inferior to Lin Chen's previous move, Divine Tribulation, to kill the Demon Lord, and even faintly wins the first line. Divine Tribulation is a large-scale attack, and this sword is an extreme swordsmanship. The sword light fell on him at a speed that Lin Chen couldn't avoid. LOL. Boom. 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 The entire vast divine sea was completely split into 2 halves, raging waves swept through the sky, and the sea was cut and torn apart. However, Lin Chen's figure disappeared like an afterimage, like a dream bubble, shattered at a touch. Illusion? Lin Chen was startled. The law of illusion? Lin Chen's eyes turned. Is it there? Grabbing it with one palm, the universe was destroyed, and the sword light flickered with the starlight of destruction, turning into a giant hand and shattering the void. As soon as Lin Chen's figure appeared, it turned into a bubble. Huh? No, there is no fluctuation of the law. Lin Chen was in shock, and Lin Chen's afterimage appeared like a floating cloud. In a few flashes, Lin Chen moved away from Lin Chen. He stared at the purple light armor between Lin Chen's hands. His heart trembled, and he thought to himself, he has acquired a new type of such a strange artifact. Lin Chen has an extraordinary vision. He can understand the parts of Lin Chen's dream reincarnation suit. The casting materials are obviously different from those of the artifact, which are somewhat similar to the golden armor used by Lin Chen before. Just when Lin Chen thought that Lin Chen was really retreating. Boom. At that moment, the heaven and the earth roared and the earth shook, as if the Sun and the moon were shuttled between the boundless divine brilliance. A spiral cyclone appeared in front of Lin Chen, like a dream bubble. The cyclone exploded, and a golden god of war was born, kicking the sky with a kick in the sky. Clang! The five emperor's sword was kicked away. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen turned around like lightning, and the golden fist slammed into Lin Chen's chest. What? Lin Chen's heartstrings were horrified, and the law urges the jade green unparalleled inner armor. The law of force is like the collision of galaxies, and the terrifying force explodes. Boom! 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 Lin Chen was blown away by a punch. The superb artifact he was wearing, the Jade Emperor with heavenly armor, blocked most of the damage for him. And a crack opened slightly on the surface. However, it was this crack that caused a violent divine power of the five elements law to invade like a coiled dragon. According to the law of adhesion, it instantly penetrated into his body. Pfft! Lin Chen's mouth bled slightly, and a red treasure chest fell out. It was an innocuous minor injury. But Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. Not good, breaking the defense is an instant kill? 1 hour and 3/4. On Lin Chen's head, a scroll of infinitely mysterious blue-green pictures suddenly appeared, with a long river of time inside. The long river of time in the picture scroll squeezed out a blue-green time river and poured it into Lin Chen's body. Then, the time around him, the time of his body and soul, came to a standstill. Not only did it fall into stagnation, but in an instant, it reversed the flow and returned to its original physical state. The law of time. It's another superb artifact, or a top-class artifact with the blessing of the law of time. He actually understood the five elements law? Lin Chen's heartstrings trembled. Lin Chen was able to use the law of power, through the information of other gods, he only knew not long ago. But why, he will also be the law of the five elements, which is also one of the 10 principles? The Emperor Jade attached heaven armor could guard against the law of power. But it did not block the law of the five elements, which caused him to be injured. It's not right, I didn't feel like I was about to die just now. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Grabbing the red attribute treasure box that he was injured and dropped, Lin Chen switched to the extreme wind god suit again, and the double-winged kamikaze rolled wildly and flashed into the distance. Lin Chen laughed jokingly, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, are you surprised, are you? Surprised, are you stabbed? Be smart for a lifetime, so you are so afraid of me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen's golden pupils were full of anger. He was tricked. The punch just now did not have the effect of breaking the defense and killing instantly. In this game, Lin Chen lost blood. Lin Chen used 2 dream reincarnation parts to find out Lin Chen's other cards. He thought that Lin Chen was in a state of injured and instantly killed, and exposed his cards in advance. In fact, Lin Chen didn't enter the ultimate heavenly rebel state at all. Lin Chen suffered a slight injury at most, and even if Lin Chen dared to play hard enough, he immediately denied Lin Chen's sword, but Lin Chen did not take any advantage. But he was cowardly. Lin Chen's ultimate heavenly rebel left him so much psychological suspicion that he subconsciously wanted to protect himself. Brush. Lin Chen pulled the Fengshen bow and shot a large number of divine arrows in a series of bursts, forcing away the genius of the divine realm who was besieging him. You too, it's time to go. Lin Chen laughed loudly and broke into the Godlord melee circle. Lu Huang and Luo Ke fought against 11 divine masters, and they did not lose in the slightest. Lin Chen's Fengshen wing rolled up and took away Lu Huang and Luo Ke. The host gets the red rank talent treasure chest, open it and get 1 red rank. Talent fragment, 1520. Congratulations to the host, the talent fragments have reached 3 quarters, the talent fusion is completed, and the incomplete red rank talent can be used in advance, about 1/10 of the power of the complete talent. Then, when the system light screen appeared in front of me, Lin Chen's pupil shrank. This red rank talent is actually so strong that Lin Chen himself can't imagine it. Lin Chen, you really gave me a great gift. Lin Chen never dreamed that after testing Lin Chen, he actually tried out an incomplete red rank talent. As soon as he thought of shutting down the system, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't stop rising. Luo Ke narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. It seems that brother Lin Chen has gained something. Lin Chen said with a hearty smile, yes, I have gained one. Under certain circumstances, I am not afraid of the God Emperor's trump card. Luo Ke? Not afraid of God Emperor. Seriously? With the cultivation of the God King, not afraid of the God Emperor's trump card? I am afraid only another legendary God King who can hold the name with the young Futian Emperor can do it. Only Lu Huang said regretfully, it's a pity. After a sneak attack, Yi Tianchen didn't know where he went. If he was there, he might be able to kill Lin Chen. Fang Chuan dominates one side and cannot stay in Sanjiji Mountain for a long time. Yi Tianchen was alone in the clouds and wild cranes. He heard that he was going to collect medicinal materials, so he acted first. If he was here, he might be able to encircle and suppress Lin Chen together with Lin Chen, and kill this powerful enemy in advance. Shaking his head, Lin Chen said seriously, it's not that simple. It is true that Yi Tianchen is very strong. He is the only one who controls the law of time among the many powerhouses that Lin Chen has seen. Lin Chen couldn't even see through Yi Tianchen's realm. In a one-on-one situation, even if Lin Chen had the trump card of the Taizhou ancient dragon, he could only remain undefeated against him at most, and the outcome was still a matter of 2. But Lin Chen definitely has a more important life-saving trick. Since the number 1 mathematician in the God realm dared to let him go to the godly desolate star territory, he must have more important means of life saving. Outside the Jiujia mountain, the blood star. On a bright red continental plate, Lin Chen just turned back. Things have changed, and the Emperor Shi's tomb has been opened ahead of time. A beautiful figure swept over, with a simple and unfathomable aura. It was Zhao Anren. The Emperor Shi's tomb was opened ahead of time? When Lin Chen was stunned, Luo Ke suddenly said, Miss, your cultivation level. Only then did Lin Chen notice that Zhao Anren's cultivation level turned out to be a 4th level God King? You must know that she and Lu Qixin and others became the king of gods, and she stepped into the realm of gods and kings with the help of Lin Chen's intake of the 5 elements of heaven. But Tang Jianghai, Jiang Fan and others are still the 1st level God King. How did she achieve the 4th level God King in such a short period of time? Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, stunned. The heroic and beautiful Zhao Anren, with a stunning face, lightly stroked a strand of blue silk, and said with a smile, will you, Lin Chen, show this expression too? Lin Chen was surprised. I am Miss Anren, how did you do it? After pondering for a moment, Luo Ke said seriously, is it a divine bone? This young lady has the aura of a divine bone in her body, and there are more than one type. God bone. Speaking of this unfamiliar name, Lin Chen inexplicably thought of the second realm C. At that time, he was wanted by Jia Hai and had to meet the opportunity to become a god. When he became a god, Zhao Enren desperately defended him against foreign enemies, and used some ancient power to make his realm skyrocket several times. It turns out that such power is the bone of God. Zhao Enren nodded. Well, in my body, I have the divine bones of the ancestors of all dynasties. The divine bones can inherit some of the original masters' cultivation and laws, and even the most proficient exercises. And my bloodline is the most suitable for refining the divine bones of the ancestors of the ancient kingdom of God, and the ancestors passed the divine bones to me. Lin Chen finally recalled what Zhao Jiuxiao said, his daughter will never be a drag bottle. That's what it meant. Usually, refining the energy of the god bone requires a long process. But a strong external force can accelerate the catalysis of this process. And Zhao Enren has been tossed and turned several times from the three realm C to the present. After life and death, it became this opportunity. In addition, the divine bone also has an effect, that is, it can explode a powerful attack of law and divine power, which is somewhat of the power of the master before his death. Divine bones can only be condensed by the strong above the divine lord. The value of each divine bone is too amazing, no less than some top-level exercises and secret treasures. The 5 elements' heavenly eyes swept through Lin Chen's eyes when Lin Chen urged the law of origin to try to sense Zhao Enren's breath. Instead, Zhao Enren released his divine power and let him feel it. Perceiving the vast ancient aura hidden in Zhao Enren's body, Lin Chen frowned. Lu Huang noticed, Brother Lin? Lin Chen couldn't help but shook his head slightly. What a good Lin Xingchen. He's hiding really deep. He was all scared by my ultimate heaven-defiant you way, and he didn't use this killer move. He finally remembered that the ancient divine power he had sensed from Lin Xingchen's body was actually a divine bone. If he fought with the divine bone just now, I am afraid the result would not be so simple. It's no wonder that Lin Xingchen is forced to improve his cultivation so quickly. In addition to my bloodline and various factors, there is also the influence of the divine bone. The sword of the 5 emperors and the bones of the gods, plus the many whole cards left to him by the first mathematician. In a head-on battle, Lin Chen might not be able to kill him. We have to find a chance to kill this guy. His blood is small, and he must not grow up. A fierce killing intent flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. But Lu Huang said, by the way, Miss Anren, why did you just say that the Emperor Shi's tomb was opened ahead of schedule? Talking about the business, Zhao Enren said solemnly, let's go back to the hall to discuss. In the ancient hall, in the dilapidated hall, everyone gathered. Not only Lin Chen's team, but also the core backbone of Lu Huang and Luo Ke were present. Zhao Enren said solemnly, not long ago, the news that Your Excellency Qianchuan sent back, the seal of Emperor Shi Huang's tomb, was torn apart. The last 3 floors and the 8th floor of the Emperor Shi's tomb, there is a god emperor from the ancient times. This god emperor is about to have his life and has been trapped for countless years. Although his strength was greatly damaged, his desperate attack on the seal still caused the seal of the tomb to be loosened, and he was born ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Lu Huang and Luo Ke's expressions changed greatly. God? There is actually a god emperor in the tomb of Emperor Shi. Even if it is a god emperor who is dying, even if he is unconscious, the god emperor is still a god emperor, standing at the top of the 4-dimensional pyramid. If there is no large-scale teamwork, under the premise of one-on-one, it can turn around the existence of the Lord of Death. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. Everyone looked at him in unison. Could they still laugh at this time? As soon as he clapped his hands, the corners of his mouth rose. Good luck. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a strong and terrifying fighting intent. It's decided, modify the plan. This time, in the Emperor Shi's tomb mansion, we won't take the treasure, and rushed to the 8th floor as quickly as possible. Lu okay? Lu Huang? Zhao Anren, I'm used to it, I'm used to it. Lin Chen laughed wildly, let's go and release that crazy god emperor. Hey hey hey. The crowd was astonished. Lin Chen, what do you want to do? Not to mention enemies, even if Lu okay and Lu Huang, who are allies, have a lot of knowledge, they can't guess Lin Chen's brain circuit. This guy is doing business, how can he never get his way? Release the crazy god emperor? Thanks to him, Lin Chen can say it. All of you here, joining hands together is not enough for a few tricks of the god emperor. Lu Xiaomei couldn't help looking at her eldest brother. Brother, what is his style of play? Lu Huang clicked his tongue, I don't understand. Brother Lin, are you serious? Usually, in this case, a god emperor is imprisoned and sealed for a long time and loses his mind. The soul must be missing. There is no communication or let him assist us in battle possibility. Lu okay with a dignified face said seriously, Brother Lin Chen, when you declared war on the divine realm, you should be very clear, what does the existence of the divine emperor mean? Even if it is incomplete, the divine emperor is still the strongest in the 4 dimensions. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, it's okay, a double-edged sword, if you use it well, it's a win-win situation. I win twice. If you don't use it well, I win. The same. Looking at the strong and high fighting spirit in his eyes, Lu okay stopped persuading him, and looked at Lin Chen one more point in his heart. Heart. Exist. Call everyone above the King of Gods, follow me into the tomb of Emperor Shi. Everyone set off one after another, Lu okay and Lu Huang also brought out their core strength. It is not possible to come out in full force, but the real power must be displayed. The vast sea of gods. The white beard fluttered, the white robe was like snow, an old man with a flat breath hovered in the air, stood beside Lin Xingchen, and suddenly said, Master Xingchen, just now the old man shot, and I am sure enough to keep him. Why not chase him? Lin Xingchen's eyes twinkled with golden light, your strength is to be used at the most critical moment. If you don't make a move, it will be fatal. If you make a move this time, it will only expose your existence in advance. Lin Xingchen drew his sword into the sheath, stood against the wind, with an indifferent demeanor. Those who have achieved great things can endure and give in. For this temptation, let's just assume that Lin Chen is better than him. The white-robed old man gave him a slightly satisfied look, and quietly retreated. Boom! The torn sea current suddenly rioted, and it began to roll against the current, and was absorbed by the deep sea eye. This is... Lin Xingchen's eyes narrowed, the Emperor Shi's tomb mansion has been opened ahead of time. Divine Realm and other geniuses are overjoyed. Open in advance, don't they take the lead? We enter. Led by the 11 Divine Masters, Lin Xingchen and a group of geniuses from the Divine Realm broke into the sea eye vortex. The stars move, the space reverses. Everyone arrived at a dark and broken continent, and saw a total of 9 continental plates in the twisted space in front of them. It is the whole picture of Emperor Shi's tomb. In the 9-story tomb, only the last 3 floors are left unopened. And Lin Chen and the others just happen to be on the 5th floor. The spatial coordinates explored by the Protoss in the past dynasties have opened up unique spatial channels. This place has been completely explored, and only the 7th and 9th floors are left. The team of God's domain kept on going, swept into the depths of the 5th floor of the tomb. When they reached the 6th floor, a black light from the void above their heads enveloped everyone. Everyone felt a crippled and vast divine emperor's coercion. My law can only perceive the range of 10,000 feet. A genius of God's domain exclaimed in shock. Don't be alarmed, it's the remnant of Emperor Shi's imperial power. The black-robed god lord headed indifferently. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Whoever of you has obtained the inheritance of Emperor Shi must speak up later, otherwise all the consequences will be at your own risk. The geniuses were silent and nodded quickly. The hundreds of geniuses in God's domain, although very powerful, usually do not lead to participate in such a dangerous operation. And God's domain has special information. The opening of the tomb may open the 9th floor. The 9th floor is the possibility of Emperor Shi's selection of the last successor. To this end, it is necessary to bring the new force of the younger generation. If the Emperor Shi inherits the inheritance, it may be able to help the gods to give birth to a new god emperor. In the godly desolate star territory, beyond the Jiujia mountain, a bright red Styx seems to have cut through the sky. Styx rioted with extremely violent energy, which was the same divine power as the law of death, and was the most dangerous place in the desolate star territory. Styx. Only when the Emperor Shi's tomb opens, will the energy stop rioting. Lin Chen's 5 elements heavenly eyes activated, accurately breaking through the fog above the Styx River. Lin Chen and his party, except Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang, the main 100 god kings, all dispatched. And this time Luo Ke brought 50 kendo kings and 1 sword master. And Lu Huang brought 200 god kings, all of them with strong aura, and the lowest is the 2nd god king. This team is definitely not weak when looking at all ethnic groups. Lin Chen and his party stepped on the Styx River and crossed the surface of the river. When they reached the end, they saw a shocking scene in front of them. A huge miracle stood in front of everyone, and the mansion was soaring into the sky. Creep. The door opened slowly and automatically. When the gate of the tomb was opened, a monument of ancient and modern gods stood in front of everyone. There are a few words engraved on it, but there is a great ambition to compete with the sky. My generation is striving for dominance, and I want to open the gate of heaven. Drinking the blood of the Styx, laughing about the past and present. Talking and laughing broke the gods and slaughtered thousands of gods. Ask God, where are you going to stay? When they saw the vast steel, everyone was in a rush, as if they were on the scene. And the 2 groups of soul fire behind Lin Chen had a hint of violent swaying and throbbing. Lin Chen turned around subconsciously, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Lin Chen frowned. Just now, it seems that an alternative spirit will emerge. From me? Lu Huang looked around and said, impossible, even a god emperor can't approach you without disturbing us. It's an illusion. Thinking to no avail, Lin Chen could only put aside his thoughts for a while. Flying into the tomb, the dark void presents 9 distorted space vortices. And each vortex contains the scene of each floor of the tomb. Except for the last 3 space vortices, the first 6 were clearly visible. And Lin Chen even saw the figure of the God's Domain team. Is it the team of God's Domain? Sure enough, they entered the 5th floor, from the vast sea of divine. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen said with a playful smile, entering too fast may not be a good thing. Zhao Enren nodded and said, let's go to the 3rd floor. First, Yi Tianchen and Fang Chuan are already waiting for us there. The dark divine light was released from his body, flying like a dragon, and when it was blessed on Lin Chen, it slowly turned into an enchantment, which actually protected everyone. Seeing the domineering Lin Chen in black armor, Lu Huang and Luo Ke were shocked. Let's go, from the 1st floor to the 7th floor. Lin Chen laughed casually. He actually launched an absolute defense and made a strong breakthrough. When the 5 elements heavenly I was activated, in accordance with the law of origin, Lin Chen entered the Shihuang tomb mansion like a duck to water, completely unimpeded. Some of the small galaxy storms encountered along the way were directly resisted. In less than half a day, Lin Chen went down 2 floors, and the speed of his breakthrough was astounding. When he arrived on the 3rd floor, Fang Chuan actually brought a team of 500 God Kings, waiting for Lin Chen. The wealth of its capital is evident. Yi Tianchen rode dozens of dragons, and stood on the other side with Fang Chuan. However, when Fang Chuan and Yi Tianchen heard about Lin Chen's plan, they were also stunned. Release that crazy god emperor? Fang Chuan and the others were horrified. Brother Lin Chen, are you serious? Yi Tianchen said seriously. I thought I was waved enough, but I didn't expect you to be waver than me. In the depths of the 6th floor, the people of God's domain arrived in front of a vast palace. Standing behind the ancient gate of heaven and earth, there seems to be some dangerous and ferocious existence lurking. But in front of the ancient gate, a group of creatures arrived earlier than the people from the gods. It's the Azure family. The Azuras who came this time are all elites stationed in the desolate star territory. Huh? Human race. An Azura king grinned. Could it be the human race that killed my Azura race recently? A bunch of Azuras looked at the people in the god's domain in unison. Especially Lin Chen in the middle, which was particularly attractive. Because he is very young, the youngest and the most mysterious of all. The Azuras are the gods of battle. The strong and the weak cannot be easily distinguished by their cultivation. They can identify the strong with the most accurate perception. Obviously, Lin Chen is the outlier among the outliers in this group of people. Lin Chen sneered and said, a group of rubbish, and they were also rubbish. By Lin Chen. What did you say? One of the Azuras roared. Today is really lively. I didn't expect that the people of God's domain and Azura would arrive first. I really didn't expect that God's domain, which was the loser of the godly desolate star domain, would be one step ahead. 2 jokes or sneers echoed. Another 2 teams arrived, the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan. The strange thing is that this time the Zerg and the demons did not show up. The Dragon clan led the team, a man in azure clothes who turned into a human figure with a free and easy, handsome face, but there was a hint of ruthlessness between his eyebrows that did not match his temperament. The Feng clan led the team was a graceful and hot woman with a pair of purple pupils that turned like jewels, and seemed to have an insight into the cultivation of all the creatures present. No one in the 4 camps agrees, and each party takes one. Boom. At this moment, the door of the 7th floor shook with a bang. There is a faint and incomplete Emperor's prestige, faintly coming from the depths. The powerhouses of the Dragon clan and Azura clan suddenly became solemn. Sure enough, what the adults said is right, there is a God Emperor imprisoned on the 8th floor. Fortunately, the 7th floor will be opened later, and there is still a chance to find a wave of opportunities. If there is any change, don't fight, we will withdraw after exploring the 7th floor. The man in Singi said solemnly, and explained to the dragon clan behind him. 4 powerful teams are entrenched on one side, waiting quietly. In less than 2 days, the gate of the tomb on the 7th floor trembled and slowly opened. Immediately, everyone's perception was more suppressed, and the space of the 7th floor tomb was stronger. Even the God King can perceive only 1,000 meters away. Creep. When the door opened, dozens of groups of divine light rose into the sky. A top-level exotic treasure was born. Hey! The Taijo dragon egg of the dragon clan, the 9-folded phoenix egg of the phoenix clan. Extraordinary artifact, soul clock of life and death. Extraordinary primordial divine fruit, a good thing. There's even chaos Qinglian? The light of that roll of exercises is the exercises of the middle-level red rank. The 4 teams suddenly became restless, released laws or divine power to protect themselves, and rushed in immediately. Almost at the same time, when the treasure was born, 36 ancient coffins slowly descended from the void. When the ancient coffin was opened, there were actually 36 divine bodies. These 36 divine bodies have lost their divine souls, and have long since perished, but they have been buried here for a long time, but they are attached to the fighting will of the divine emperor. At this moment, the 36 divine bodies suddenly flashed a ray of starlight. The black-robed old man in God's domain lost his voice. Could it be that it's the 36 god lords of their constellation? This name, the young people of God's domain, are still a bit unfamiliar, but the top gods of all ethnic groups are all dignified. This group of god masters once challenged the 3 major god races of the previous era, but they failed completely. Unexpectedly, their remains are buried here. We block these 36 gods, you go and grab the treasure. The strong man of the Azura clan shouted and acted first. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle is imminent. A big melee between the King of Gods and the Realm of Gods unfolded at once. If the space had not been reinforced by the might of the God Emperor, this space would have been shattered long ago. The God Masters of the 4 teams stopped the 36 God Masters of the constellation one after another. Although they did not have the brilliance of their lives, they integrated the fighting will of the God Emperor, which was especially terrifying. In addition, the gods of various races are mainly on guard against each other. And the combat power that can be exerted is less than 5 or 6 out of 10. And the battle cannot be won for a while. But the god kings of all races broke through apart. Among them, Lin Chen was the most swift and fierce. He used his finger as a sword, and every time he pointed at each other, several god kings would be wounded or killed by him. Numerous gods blocked the way for him, and he was the first to catch a group of treasured light, which was a rare and unparalleled divine fruit of mixed essence. Lin Chen accepted it, the corners of his mouth raised. These things must belong to my god's domain. He turned his eyes, aimed at a roll of light flashing with the red rank exercise, and slapped it with a palm. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal. The void collapsed, 2 dark sword marks, and the 2 dragon powerhouses were repelled. When he stretched out his hand, he was about to grab that group of treasured light. Sigh. A ray of divine wind swept across the sky, the cyan divine wings flapped against the void, and a young man dressed in silver robes like snow and wearing divine feathers, snatched the scroll. Looking at the joking smile that was reflected, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, burning with anger. Lin Chen? It's you. How could he get here so quickly? It takes at least a month to enter here from the first floor, right? Did he see through the Emperor's tomb? Lin Chen whistled at him. Come on, go and bring your experience back, Xing. Pika. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Chen made a move that shocked all the geniuses of the God realm. He kicked the incomparably precious Crimson Rank Intermediate Cultivation technique out with one kick, and the Crimson Rank Intermediate Cultivation technique turned into a ray of light and shot into the chaotic battle circle. Lin Chen rushed over subconsciously. Feng Sheniai slapped. Lin Chen laughed loudly. If you tell you to go over, go over. You are really an obedient dog. Next time I will give you a bone and let you eat it well. Lin Chen even ignored many treasures and rushed straight to the depths of the 7th floor. This scene, even Lin Chen was the first to react. He actually chose to give up the middle-level red-level exercises and went to chase Lin Chen. With his speed, he can take advantage of the melee and grab more treasures. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. People don't seek small profits, they must have great plans. He patted the 5 emperor swords behind him. The divine sword was unsheathed, and the 5-colored cloud light entangled Lin Chen's body. He stepped on the law of thunder, and his speed increased rapidly. Lin Chen's soul sensed Lin Chen behind him, and smiled indifferently. Is it still the number 1 in the future of the God realm? It's really not easy to fool. However, in terms of speed, Lin Chen has never been afraid of anyone present. The host continues to increase the speed of all attributes, 15,000 times. Charge consumption is accelerated. Lin Chen's speed skyrocketed again, and he rushed to the depths of the 7th layer of darkness. There stood a cage-like gate, surrounded by terrifying chains of gods. These chains were actually condensed using the law of sealing, the law of entanglement, and the law of imprisonment. The most terrifying thing is that these chains of laws are all the laws of the heavenly realm. But the chains of these laws are already broken, as if they are about to be broken at any time. Boom! Inside the cage, there was a terrifying coercion of the God Emperor, almost causing Lin Chen to vomit blood. Lin Chen took a few steps back, and when he stood, the corners of his lips bleed, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Good guy, violent enough. I'll let you out today, the God Emperor who can be sealed by Emperor Shi himself. Don't let me down. In Lin Chen's eyes, the madness of his youth flashed. The sword light flashed, and Lin Chen turned into a startling rainbow, and arrived. He looked up and saw the pressure of the God Emperor rolling in, and his pupil shrank. Lin Chen actually saw that Lin Chen was wearing a golden armor, and he broke the chain of the gate with his own hands. Hey. Lin Chen, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? Lin Chen showed a trace of shock. The last law chain snapped. At that moment, the situation changed suddenly. The host uses the Golden God of War set to improve pure power and obtain the law of power. The golden light is brilliant, and the God of War is coming. Lin Chen bathed in the divine brilliance of the law of endless power, stretched out his hand and tore off a large number of law chains. Drink. Lin Chen tore his hands horizontally, breaking one after another of the law chains that were as vigorous as a dragon. If there is no law of power, even if the chains of these laws are incomplete, it will be extremely difficult to destroy them. Just breaking the chains of these laws, Lin Chen did everything he could, and His bones were about to fall apart. As expected of the law used to imprison and seal the God Emperor, after countless years of decay and attacks, it is still so powerful. Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. If these law chains are in their heyday, I am afraid that he will have to use the red rank talent to shake them. When the last law chain is broken, the entire Shihuang Tomb mansion was completely shaken. The terrifying murderous aura, mixed with endless divine might, drowned the entire 7th floor of the Emperor Shi's tomb like a tide. Lin Chen instantly switched to the ultimate function suit and withdrew to the side. All the godlord creatures paled in horror. God Emperor's coercion? How is this possible? If it is within the estimate, it will take at least half a month to break the seal. Nima, who let him out? The gods of the Azura, Dragon, Divine Domain, Phoenix, and Quartet were shocked. They even withdrew at the first time, and the God King, who protected his family, quickly retreated, and even the treasures had no time to fight for it. Who? Kill all you mortals. Whoever dares to challenge the coercion of my Protoss should kill them all. This emperor is the strongest. The voice, full of madness and killing intent, shook time and space, causing the nearby space to burst open. The blood-filled middle-aged man slowly stepped out of the void. His hair was disheveled and his face was hideous. The former God Emperor had no majesty and confidence, but only hysterical madness. His flesh was cracked, the blood of the Golden Emperor was flowing, and dozens of holes were pierced all over his body, which was horrifying to see. Everyone can see that this is a God Emperor with a candle in the wind. Even so, his divine might has already crushed one side of the world. When his pair of bloody eyes glanced at every living being present, the strong ones present were all piercingly cold. Lin Chen returned to the team with a solemn expression. Chen, what's going on? A god lord asked, in shock. Lin Chen sighed, it's Lin Chen, this guy released this God Emperor. Hiss. Lin Chen? The thief is here so soon? Damn, does this son want to die with us? The team scolded for a while. When they intercepted the 36 god lords of the constellation, no one cared about the situation nearby. Lin Chen frowned, this is a big trouble. All the gods started to take a stance one after another, and it was really troublesome. The God Emperor was born, and with the multitude of powerhouses present, I don't know if he could stop him. But only Lin Chen knew. It is not only the God Emperor who is in trouble, but also Lin Chen. The two have fought many times, and Lin Chen is very clear about Lin Chen's character. Although Lin Chen works hard, he never commits suicide. He dared to release the God Emperor, that is to say, he also had a trump card. That was not afraid of the God Emperor. Lin Chen's demeanor appeared extremely solemn, his cold golden pupils glanced around, his eyes were not even on the Emperor, but instead he was alert to the surroundings. If his conjecture is correct, on the premise that Lin Chen has such trump cards, he will use Lin Chen's hand from the dark. Lin Chen said, Lao Mo, can you tell the origin of this God Emperor? Hay-robed God Lord shook his head, his aura is too long to be seen, the only thing that is certain is that he is a God Emperor of the old era, a strong man. Before the era of Emperor Futian. At this time, God Emperor coercion rioted again. Everyone felt a sudden increase in pressure. Under the pressure of the God Emperor, their attacks and methods would be suppressed to a certain extent. Huh? Dragon and Phoenix, come to this Emperor. Become the foundation of this Emperor's nourishing chi and blood. The mad God Emperor suddenly swept his bloody eyes, grabbed it with one palm. And the void tore apart two abyss and swallowed the dragon and phoenix teams. Although the God Emperor was crazy, his fighting instinct and will still remained, and he knew that he would attack the dragon and phoenix clan as soon as possible. The two powerhouses were shocked. Gulong swallows the mirror. The phoenix eats the dragon and eats the heart thunder. The dragon team opened their mouths and spit out a pillar of light that turned into a white polar mirror. The Phoenix Clan team is even more incarnated, with thunder and lightning, shooting a bunch of purple thunder pillars that shattered the soul and shattered the body. Boom. 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 As soon as they fought, the space on the 7th floor of the Emperor Shi's tomb was shaky. Is it next? Many powerhouses were moved, and the two teams of the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan actually followed the attack of the God Emperor? It's not right. Even if it is a dying God Emperor, according to the strong team of the two clans, it is impossible to take over, at least double the number to be possible. Let's get out now. The strong men of the Azura tribe, regardless of the 3721, quickly retreated, stepping on the suffocating Tianhe to retreat. The crazy God Emperor may not stay here forever, and he will definitely leave when he finally sees the sun again. Kill him when he leaves. The Azuras who thought so, suddenly several Azuras were torn to pieces. Sigh. The figure of the insane God Emperor appeared ghostly in the ranks of the Azura tribe. Hundreds of Azuras paled in horror. Crazy opened his mouth and bit, biting off a few Azura heads, his lips stained with Azura blood, grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Azuras, it's not bad. He tilted his head and shot with both hands. The terrifying laws danced like a blue dragon, and the Azuras were scattered all over the place. So it was just a feint? The real target is the Azura clan. At this moment, the 36 divine masters of the constellation also acted. The powerhouses who wanted to evacuate were all blocked. Huh? Lin Chen turned his eyes, and a divine wind swept across the bright and radiant space. It's Lin Chen. He grabbed the azure dragon egg that distorted the divine light of time, and showed a knowing smile. The dragon egg of Taizhou Gulong belongs to me, Lin Chen. Brush. 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 Lin Chen flashed back and forth, and there were a few more flashes, chaos. Qinglian, 2 kinds of divine pills, all accepted. The roll of exercises that was kicked away just now is also among them. Lin Chen grabbed it, and when the red brilliance dissipated, the large characters on the red level exercise scroll glowed with divine light. Red rank intermediate Emperor Fengshen Fury. Hey, it turned out to be a spiritual technique. Spiritual cultivation techniques are almost rare among those above the crimson rank, and even more so than the intermediate crimson rank and above. Consumes 1,264.5 billion god-level martial arts spirits, the host cultivates. Red-level intermediate combat skills, Diffing Shenwu. Emperor Feng is furious, his soul transforms into wind, and his anger sweeps across the world. The super-large range of soul exercises, the kamikaze has the chaotic attribute, which can cause the enemy to fall into a state of chaos. The strongest power of this technique can only be exerted by stepping into the divine soul of the Emperor realm. A large number of cultivation memories are rolled into the phantom avatar. Without Lin Chen refining, Lin Chen turned his eyes and looked at more than 30 treasures scattered in the void. He smiled knowingly. These are all my Lins. The insane God Emperor actually used the fighting instinct recorded in countless years to overcast the Azura tribe. Just when this mad God Emperor was about to start a killing spree from the Ranks of the Azura tribe. Sigh. Boom. An arm as vigorous as a fierce dragon hit the mad god emperor, and he was knocked back half a step for the first time. Although it was a short half step, it shocked many of the powerhouses present. That is God Emperor. Who has the ability to beat it back? Goo, you want to die? The mad god emperor stared at a human figure with murderous intent while gnawing at the remnants of the Azura clan in his hands. I saw that in the Azura team, the head of the humanoid figure had 6 eyes. And it was suspended in the air. It is full of white hair, but it has the appearance of a young boy, and a pair of blood-red eyes is brewing a monstrous aura. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly turned, and his Azura natural enemy, Godhead, spun rapidly. The aura of this Azura tribe was a bit terrifying. In a head-to-head battle, if Lin Chen didn't use his crimson rank talent, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to catch this guy. Even if there is, sure, a natural enemy, Godhead, it will not work. This is an astonishing gap that originates from the realm of God Lord. At least, it is the strongest existence among all the Azuras he has ever seen. This Azura clan has at least the cultivation of a 5th-level god. No wonder they dared to enter the Emperor Shi's tomb. It turned out that they sent the strongest to sneak in. 5-fold God Lord. The existence of the pinnacle among the gods is second only to the gods. The white-haired boy smiled evilly. Hey, the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, and the old ghosts of God's domain, all of you have appeared in this seat. Why do you hide in cover? When it looked at the team of the Dragon race and God's domain. Within the Phoenix clan's team, a graceful and fiery woman wearing phoenix wings stepped out, and there was a bit of awe-inspiring ruthlessness hidden between her glamorous brows. Her breath seemed to only have the cultivation of the God King, but in a single breath, it instantly soared and broke through the God Lord, and finally stopped at the 5th level of the God Lord. At this scene, even the God Kings of the Phoenix clan were shocked. Obviously, even they did not know that their own team had dispatched such a strong man. Among the Dragon clan, there is a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, a golden robe and a dragon crown. It is also the 5th level of God Lord. In the realm of the gods, the old man in white robe, Xingxue, stepped out. Slowly, his breath was the most insipid, but also the most mysterious. God's domain team also has it. If Lin Chen had chosen to fight to the death in the vast sea of gods, I was afraid that he would be overshadowed to death. The white-robed old man sighed softly. If it wasn't for the will of Emperor Shi on the last floor of the tomb, the old man really didn't want to take this risk. On the last floor of Emperor Shi's tomb, the will of Emperor Shi will last forever. When other god emperors come, they will only be met with the final counterattack of Emperor Shi. This kind of counterattack is as strong as the god emperor, but he has not dared to take it hard, so the god emperors of all ethnic groups have not yet appeared. The white-haired boy of the Ashura tribe said with a single-handed voice. Transmission, stop talking nonsense, this lunatic, you should have figured out the details. At most, he has only 1/10 of his heyday. I will join forces and take it down in one go. You can go to the 8th floor. The fighting will of the constellation 36 gods is to resolutely guard the 7th floor, and they cannot advance without defeating them. While the God Emperor is here, few God Lords can spare the time to deal with the 36 God Lords. It seems that there is only one way to get rid of this stumbling block. If we don't get rid of him, our team will only lose even more. Then unite. Everyone grinned, and in their hearts, Mother hoped to criticize. Who doesn't know that the God Emperor can counterattack and that the God Lord can withstand it? Even if it is only 1/10, the God Emperor is still far stronger than the God Lord. Boom. After devouring the remains of the Azura tribe, the crazy God Emperor grinned. Again, I will swallow all of you. The terrifying battle is about to break out. This time it is the four gods who bring half of their own gods to fight against the mad God Emperor. One hell of a fight. At this time a powerful hand picked up two groups of precious lights in the air, and Lu Huang's heroic laughter spread all around. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin did a great job. The powerhouses present were shocked. In the darkness, a mighty team appeared mightily. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups looked at it closely, and they were all moved. There are 8 god lords headed by them, all of them are powerful, and all of them are well-known powerhouses in the godly desolate Star region. Human Yi Tianchen? Luo Ke of Sword God Temple, Lu Huang of Shenhua Army. Thousands of god kings and 8 god masters, no one dared to underestimate this team. The number of its god kings is even more than any other team. Unexpectedly, such a team that affects the battle situation is hidden. The Emperor Shi's tomb is no trivial matter. Just crossing the Styx River is not something that an extraordinary powerhouse can cross. There are only a handful of characters who can enter, which greatly limits the number of strong people who can enter the tomb of Emperor Shi. And even if you can enter, it will take a long time to get to the 7th floor, even if there is no space channel arranged in advance. But why did they come so quickly? Boom. 5 ghosts together. The power of the 5 gods and ghosts held and held, turning into a giant claws that covered the sky and crushed Lin Chen. The power of the gods and ghosts can even penetrate the soul, which is strange and unpredictable. Qing Tian. Covered in black armor, the absolute defense unfolded. Lin Chen held a sky-high battle axe, and when he blocked the earth-shattering claw from the front, the divine axe slashed horizontally. The second form of the tomahawk axe, full rebound. In the attack that can be rebounded, the law power of the host itself is added. LOL. The giant claws of the gods and ghosts, who were disillusioned with the law of the 5 elements, grabbed Lin Chen instead. Huh? Lin Chen's divine sword was unsheathed, and the sword cut across it. The 5 Emperor's sword contained a faint 5-colored sword light, and opened a space crack. He really has reservations. Lin Chen's heartstrings trembled. In the last duel, how many trump cards did he hide? Ha ha ha, are you Lin Chen? Yi Tianchen laughed loudly. The black ruler slashed into the sky, and the time-distorting ruler ray shot away. Lin Chen pierced it with his sword instead, and the ruler shattered. The 5 Emperor swords seemed to possess the law of restraining time, which made Yi Tianchen more and more interested. Yi Tianchen stood in front of Lin Chen and said indifferently, "Brother Lin Chen, please rest assured to collect other treasures. Give this person to me." Lin Chen's brows were cold. Although Yi Tianchen was very strong, in his eyes, he was far less threatening than Lin Chen. "Where's the savage? Get out of here." Hey, the future of the God Realm's #1 is really big. But only those who survive can talk about the future, and those who die can only talk about the future. The 2 world-shattering gods battled together in an instant and a time. Distorted melee was fought between the swords and feet. Lin Chen stopped talking nonsense, switched to the limit function, flashed one after another, and quickly pocketed more than a dozen exotic treasures. Boom. At this time, among the 36 gods of the constellation, 6 gods chose Lin Chen's side. These tomb lords are eyeing us. Lu Qixin took out the knife and drank suddenly. In an instant, the wind was surging, and thousands of god kings surrounded the 6 god masters. When the powerful men under his command stopped the 6 divine masters, Lu Wang and Luo Ke shot together to capture the treasure. However, they have a good heart, and they will keep whatever they urgently need, and give the extra to Lin Chen. Everyone seems to have a heart, almost 2/8. Lin Chen is 80%, and they only need 20%. Everyone knows very well that without Lin Chen playing such a situation, they would not have rushed here so quickly, let alone have the opportunity to choose these rare treasures. No one else has it, they even have a choice. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the space cracked, and the sun and the moon were reversed. A blazing white light shrouded the battle circle of the mad god emperor. The light of everyone's law is dim, as if to be suppressed, to vomit blood. Luo Ke's face changed slightly, not good. It's the law of the god emperor. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his eyes flashed with excitement for the first time ever. Come yet. To become a god king, one needs to cultivate more than one law of heaven. The more laws of the Tianyi realm, the higher the realm of the gods. And the god lord with the highest attainments of law, if he wants to break through the god emperor, he must create his own law world in his body. The creation of the universe within the body of the god is the way of cultivation for the god master, to aspire to the god emperor. Only the true God who truly created the world of laws can be called a god emperor. The law is a universe by itself, and the divine power of the law is no longer the category of divine power, but the world power. To reach this state, every time a law is used, if the law world force is activated, the ultimate law state can be exerted. Once the law of the god emperor uses the world power, it is the highest state of the law. The competition between god emperors is based on who has the stronger law world power. And the more the number of laws, the more perfect the world of own laws, the stronger the world power. Once the law world power is used, it will mean that the god emperor powerhouse has entered a state of going all out. Lu Qixin slashed the corpse of the constellation god lord with a knife, and found that its power to attack him was a little weaker. These gods. Could it be? Lu Qi's heart lit up. Boom. A blazing circle of light erupted in the battle circle of the mad god emperor, covering the entire 7th floor of the tomb. Go back. Fang Chuan's halberd slashed through the constellation god lord who was blocking the way, and shouted abruptly, that madman is about to use the power of the law, back quickly. Yi Tianchen and Lin Xingchen immediately separated and retreated to each other's camp. No. Fengxian's wings slapped, and Lin Chen flashed one after another, with the heavenly god costume covering his whole body, holding the heavenly war axe. Gather at me, I'll block it. When they heard Lin Chen's voice transmission, everyone thought they had heard it wrong. Block? Can this thing be blocked by the King of God? Ordinary gods will be smashed to pieces. Don't care too much, everyone can only blindly believe in Lin Chen, gritted their teeth fiercely, and flew to Lin Chen's side. Luo Ke and Lu Huang personally opened the way for the team and shocked several constellation gods. OM. At this moment, everyone clearly saw the front of the tomb, and the 10,000 zhang time and space were suddenly wiped into nothingness. 8 beams of light shoot out from the aperture, sweeping everything. When the 5-level gods of each team were hit by the beam of light, they raised their heads and vomited blood. When a large number of god kings were touched by the aftermath, they were annihilated into nothingness and turned into a large number of attribute light balls. The main body is as tyrannical as the dragon and the phoenix. As long as it is illuminated by the aftermath, it will be smashed into powder in an instant. And it happened that the last beam of light slanted towards Lin Chen and others. The laws in everyone's body are brewing frantically, and they plan to fight back for the last time. The god-eye orb of the battle axe blinked slightly, exuding a deep and bright black light, shrouding everyone. Lin Xingchen's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's side. Yi Tianchen, who has always been laid back and lazy, has an unprecedented, dignified expression. Brother Lin, are you serious? This is not enough to prevent the world of law. For Lao Tzu. Lin Chen held up the divine axe, facing the thousand zhang beam of light, and slashed down fiercely. Get back. Laugh. The divine axe slashed the sky and the ground, slashing a dark black light, and actually severing the blazing beam of light. What? Countless people were stunned, and their eyes almost fell to the ground. As strong as Lin Xingchen, his pupils could not help shrinking. He clearly saw that the law world force that pushed the galaxy horizontally was actually eliminated by Lin Chen 9/10. However, before it was Lin Xingchen's turn to be shocked, the team of gods domain was shocked to find that the eyeballs on the axe were blinking. A long river of silver light instantly shot back from the divine axe. What's the situation? I date his grandmother. Lin Chen actually counterattacked the law realm force. Although this law world power is only 1/10 of that just now, it is still terrifying. The geniuses of the divine realm, who were previously dismantled by the mad god emperor, had almost no power to defend against this axe. Zheng. The sword of the five emperors burst out with a clear Yuelong chant. Lin Xingchen danced with stars all over his body, and the lost sword. His breath was rising steadily, and it had temporarily skyrocketed to the 4th level God King. Lin Xingchen stepped out, holding the sword in both hands, the five emperor sword overflowing with 5 colors of divine light, slashed down. 5 aggregates slash. LOL. The 5-color sword rainbow slashed, and the law world force that Lin Chen counterattacked was cut off by his sword. Lin Xingchen's arms went numb from the shock, and he stepped back again and again. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes were like electricity, and he looked directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen. In the void, Lin Chen held a divine axe, dressed in black armor and invincible against evil, standing upright, like a god of war who opened up the world. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Xingchen, are you surprised? The people behind Lin Chen looked around again, and could not help but gasp. Slightly. I saw that at least half of the battle strength of the Phoenix clan, Dragon clan, Azura clan, and the main god king were killed or injured. Some even lost a few of the gods. God's domain team, 1/3 of the casualties. Too perverted, this record. If everyone in the coalition takes action, even if they fight hard, it is impossible to achieve such a record. Luokai couldn't help but change his mind on Lin Chen again, trembling in his heart. Did he expect this scene already? With the hand of the God Emperor, the enemy will be wiped out. What a win-win. He is the only one who Lin Chen won twice. Lu Xiaomei rolled her eyes and said almost admiringly, Brother Lin Chen, how did you do it? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, maybe, I am a tough person, and the Emperor can't beat me. Lin Xingchen stared at Lin Chen stubbornly, the killing intent in his eyes was brewing to the top. He actually dissolves the power of the law, which is impossible. There is no such power in the 3000 Great Dao. At this moment, a light screen flashed in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Consumes 29,550 divine gift points, and the host uses the red rank talent. Wang Dao, incomplete. The way of heaven is destroyed and the way of transformation is immortal. The way of heaven is rotten and the way of transformation is immortal. Effect of this talent, consume divine endowment points and the host's divine power to activate. Transform eternity, transform the way of heaven, and exhaust the 3,000 Dao laws. Note, every time you use it, it will consume a lot of God's gift points. Lin Chen's trump card finally showed his edge. In the heaven and the world, the first law is above the law of the 3,000 great avenues. Eternalization. Lin Chen's red rank talent turned out to be the strongest talent for restraining the 3,000 rule. From this moment on, even if the God Emperor stood in front of him, Lin Chen might not be able to suppress him. There is no distinction between low, medium and high grades for red rank talents, because every red rank talent is the strongest. If there is no way to resolve the power of the law realm, Lin Chen's celestial armor will not only be unable to rebound the offensive, but may also be destroyed on the spot. This is the power of Dao transformation. It's only 1/10, and it's still stronger than I thought. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose. If the power of the eternal transformation Dao is complete, it will open up a brand new road for the four-dimensional universe. The red rank talent eternal transformation Dao can be attached to any attack of Lin Chen. It is not an independent move, but it is the strongest ability. The most powerful thing is that transforming the Dao can not only transform the law. All the things formed by the 3,000 great Dao law are nothing in front of Hua Dao. A power that is truly enough to go against the sky. Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash, how can you be this emperor's opponents? Kill. Kill your entire clan. The mad god emperor wanted to go crazy, his palms shot continuously, and the force of the law like an evil dragon slammed into each team. The gods continued to resist and were defeated. Another law world force is like a rainbow flowing through the sky, sweeping towards Lin Chen. Turn the Dao. Lin Chen spun the heavenly battle axe and slashed down abruptly. The divine axe slashed the power of the law realm, lost 9/10 of its power, and bounced back to the team of the god realm. Now, put away all the treasures. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and he suddenly drank, and everyone acted immediately. The scene became more and more chaotic, but only Lin Chen's team could stand in this chaos. The Fengshen wings flashed and shot continuously, and when Lin Chen switched to the extreme Fengshen suit, he shot continuously. Turn into Tao. Turn into Tao. Each arrow carries the power of transforming the way. The arrow pierces the star and the moon, the arrow gallops, and each stroke is precisely shot to the law world force. Not only that, Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast, and he plundered a large number of attribute light balls while shooting at the same time. The previous offensive of the crazy God Emperor killed the God Master, God King, and lost a large number of attribute light balls. Even if Lin Chen did not kill it himself, it is by no means unusual to kill a God Master. The host has obtained 15,600 divine gift points, 69.9 million divine attributes, 65.8 million divine blood attributes, 3,500 divine points, and 120,000 top-level suit essences. Too much. The attribute light balls obtained by a fallen God Lord are already massive, and the fallen God Lord creatures this time exceeded double digits. Boom. In the chaotic world of divine light, a breath rising from the sky erupted. From Lin Chen's body. The host cultivation base is promoted to the second level of the God King. The law is flying like a giant dragon, and the law of the 5 elements turns into 5 stars that flicker around Lin Chen's body. Some geniuses in God's domain twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this pervert really human? At this juncture, he actually broke through the realm? Lin Chen's breath broke through the second level of the God King and still did not stop, and went straight to the second level. His cultivation is catching up with mine. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he wanted to stop Lin Chen, at this time he had to deal with the mad emperor with the team of God's domain. Big brother. Lu Qixin rushed through the siege and hurriedly said, "These constellation gods will not attack us." These words made Lin Chen forget the joy of breaking through the realm. What did you say? Lin Chen also had to be shocked. Xinfa. Lu Qixin said excitedly, approaching them to run the mentality. Their attack will stop. My mentality is not strong enough, brother, try it. Lin Chen released a phantom clone, and when he ran his mind to collect the attribute light ball, he rushed to a star god. Out of the instinct of battle, the constellation god slammed into Lin Chen with a punch, and the terrifying divine power tore apart the long cracks in the void and crushed Lin Chen. The 5 elements are destroyed. The law of the 5 elements revolved from the palm of his hand, and Lin Chen slapped it with one palm, shaking the magnificent fireworks. In a flash, when Lin Chen approached the constellation god lord, his fingertips touched his forehead, and suddenly turned his Teofusion art. Boom! 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 A mysterious roar and will came from the main body of the constellation god. And there was some connection from Lin Chen's Teofusion art. The face of the constellation god was a little distorted, and dusty grains of sand fell off his face, revealing a young and dead face. Only that pair of eyes seemed to have a ray of light again. Then, the body of the constellation god lord trembled violently. Lin Chen's heart was shaken. A certain will in his body is fighting against the will to fight that drives him. Later people, finally, waiting for you. When the constellation divine master stiffly uttered a sentence, the body radiated a lot of light, and it slowly dissipated like a weathered stone. Wait. Who are they waiting for? Lin Chen thought swiftly. According to the history of Emperor Shi, the 36 divine masters should have been in a much longer time before Emperor Futian. Why did they stop attacking? Because of the Teofusion art? There should be no connection between the two. In the end, a constellation god lord weathered and dissipated, leaving only a piece of silver light, which contained a heaven and earth-like divine bone. The silver divine bones are carved in ancient corpses, and each inscription is engraved with the divine power of the law. Each of the above inscriptions is a law of the sky and the latitude. Lin Chen was completely shocked. God bone. And it is second only to the quality of God Emperor God bone. It is the divine bone of the pinnacle God Lord. When the divine bones appeared, the violent energy fluctuations alarmed Lin Chen. That's a God bone? Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. I understand. It turns out that the most precious things here are not those precious treasures, but all the constellation gods present. Lin Chen immediately released 5 phantom clones and rushed towards each star god. Seeing this scene, Feng Chuan, Luo Ke, Lu Huang, and Yi Tianchen were all shocked and swept to the constellation gods. Like Lin Chen, when they approached the constellation gods, they ran the Teofusion art. However, when they operate the mind method, although they can make the star gods stop their actions and temporarily not attack them, they cannot make the star gods disappear. That's right, the constellation gods will not disappear because of them, and the god bones from their bodies cannot be taken out. So that's the case. Luo couldn't help but sigh, as proud as Luo. It seems that we don't have the qualifications recognized by the sages. Feng Chuan stepped back and looked at Lin Chen from a distance. It turns out that they have been there all the time. Yi Tianchen took back the black ruler and sighed. The 36 divine masters of the constellation died for fighting the Protoss. The last trace of will they left behind may be waiting for someone who dares to declare war on the Protoss again. This person is Lin Chen. Lu Huang said seriously. If it wasn't for Lin Chen, perhaps the body of the 36 divine masters of the constellation would only fight for the last moment. Even Luo couldn't help but envy. Is this the advantage of daring to challenge the Protoss? Hey! Lu Huang said with a smile, I can't be envious. This is a chance that Lin Chen hit with his own fist. I wonder if in the world, standing in front of the 5 continents of the gods, who would dare to sacrifice blood to the gods and declare war on the 3 gods? I'm afraid he is the only one. Lin Chen. One person. The 36 divine lords of the constellation, who used to be the peak divine lords during his lifetime, were there 36 divine bones of the peak divine lords present? This is far more valuable than the divine treasure just now. I can't stand it anymore. Withdraw. Even if he is far from a god emperor in his heyday, he is not something I can handle. The teams of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Azures were losing ground, and they were trying to retreat. The mad god emperor stopped abruptly, stepped into the air, and stopped in the void. He twisted his neck with a slight twitch, his red eyes filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly looked in a certain direction outside the tomb. There is ambush. Boom. The mad god emperor tore apart the void and forcibly broke through one side's space to escape. Run? Lin Chen's heartstrings were startled, and he immediately switched to the ultimate function suit to subdue the remaining remains of the star gods as quickly as possible. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. This crazy god emperor actually escaped? Although his divine soul is incomplete, as a divine emperor, he has gone through vicissitudes and has fought countless strong men. Even if it is decayed by the years, some fighting instincts derived from the divine body have already been engraved into the bone marrow. As long as some real risks are detected, they will be automatically avoided. Is he really gone? Damn, won't you kill it again? I don't want to be swayed by this lunatic again. The Azures and other powerhouses were in shock and didn't even act the first time. Only Lin Chen reacted the fastest. He seemed to have some means to know that the mad emperor had really retreated. Boom. The sword of the 5 emperors trembled with light and cut out a radiant sword rainbow that swept Lin Chen directly. The heavenly god axe reappeared in rotation, and Lin Chen slashed with an axe in the air. Clang. Boom. 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 The 2 of them retreated, and at this time, Lin Chen just finished collecting all the attribute light balls and the bones of the 36 divine lords of the constellation. 36 divine bones shone with dazzling silver light, so powerful that Lin Chen had to use a space artifact to contain them. Lin Chen's eyes were cold. Lin Chen, hand over the divine bone. You can't swallow this treasure alone. Lin Chen smiled casually. What if I say no? A sword light shot into the sky in an instant and shot at Lin Chen, brewing the law of kendo and the law of stars, and the light of the avenue was faintly brewing, like a dragon claw shining with starlight. Consume 19,750 divine endowment points to activate the talent of eternal transformation. Huaxing. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a faint redness appeared in Lin Chen's palm, and he wiped it casually. LOL. With Lin Chen's casual palm, the starlight disappeared, and the sword chi turned into nothingness, actually dissolving and erasing the terrifying sword light that the God Master had to deal with all his strength. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the audience were shocked. Disappeared? Then the supreme sword of the young man of God's domain was directly wiped into nothingness? Human Lin Chen, he actually has such a means. What a terrible method. In the face of the incomplete laws of the Mad Emperor, Lin Chen's eternal transformation of the Tao can wipe out 9 out of 10, and it is even more. Imitating the law of Lin Xingchen, a god king. Lin Xingchen's eyes were cold, and he secretly said in his heart, "It's the ultimate move that eliminated the power of the law just now." How many times can this guy use it? If it is one-on-one with Lin Xingchen, Lin Chen will definitely not use red rank talent so extravagantly, and each use will consume a lot of divine gift points. But there are too many strong people present. Lin Chen must show enough strength to shock them. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, it only takes about 10,000 divine gift points to use Ultimate Heavenly Rebel once. This is equivalent to that every time Lin Chen uses the Crimson Rank talent. It is equivalent to launching the Ultimate Heavenly Rebel once. If it wasn't for the attribute light balls dropped by 10 gods killed by the God Emperor, Lin Chen really couldn't afford it. Lin Chen smiled with pride. Want to hit me with Lin Chen's idea? Come on. All in one piece. Lin, singled out all of you. Come up if you are not afraid of death. A beam of golden light opened the sky. Lin Chen held the god of war in his hand, and the god of war was as powerful as the sky. The law of power is like a golden dragon entrenched, surrounding Lin Chen. Slowly dying, and descending again, sweeping the world with momentum. There is a kind of daring that life and death are bearish. Whoever comes up will do it. For a time, the powerhouses of all ethnic groups were so shocked by Lin Chen that they did not dare to act rashly. All the powerful people stared at each other with anger. Some were murderous, sinister and cruel. It was as if he had met his ancestor's enemy. Who didn't know that it was Lin Chen who released the Mad Emperor just now, causing them to suffer heavy losses? This time, the Phoenix, Dragon, Ashura, and the loss were too serious. Any God Lord or God King is the most important strength and mainstay of all races. In every large-scale battle in the history of various ethnic groups, the competition is all about the number of God Kings and God Masters. This time, soon after they arrived at Shi Huang's tomb, they lost 1/3 or nearly half of the core powerhouses. The hatred for Lin Chen can't be washed away with all the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Want to fight? Wait, look at the meaning of the Elder Taishang. His strange move is too perverted, and it can turn the law into nothingness. That's right, the previous Mad Emperor's incomplete law world power has also been eliminated by him, and he must not be underestimated. Stronger than several peak gods, they did not act immediately. Yi Tianchen, Luo Ke, Lu Huang, and Fang Chuan stepped out at the same time. And the divine might was shining like a scorching sun, staring at the powerhouses of all races. Everyone around Lin Chen was almost in a state of prosperity, not even dead. Only a few people were injured. On the other hand, the powerhouses of all ethnic groups will die and be Injured. If they can unite together, they will definitely be able to eat Lin Chen's team. But at this juncture, who doesn't have their own abacus? It's even more dangerous to be swayed. The white-robed old man stroked his beard for a moment, and then sent a voice transmission to Lin Xingchen. Xingchen, that's all, this son has already provoked strong men of all races. We will wait for the opportunity to find another chance to smack him. Right now, the inheritance of Emperor Shi is the most important thing. Don't be impulsive. Bad thing. Lin Xingchen's eyes flickered slightly. Breaking defenses kills people, and it is a trump card that eliminates the law. It's really a scourge that has grown up. Seeing that the team of God's domain had no plans to do anything, the powerhouses of all ethnic groups also stayed put. Boom. 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 At this time, in the 8th floor, the barrier leading to the 9th floor was completely lifted. You can enter the 9th floor. Let's go. Legend has it that Emperor Shi once left a legacy alive. The powerhouses of all races, led by the peak gods, turned into beams of light and swept into the 8th floor. The space on the 8th floor was dark and empty, like a ruined tomb, surrounded by traces of destruction. Obviously, this place was left behind by the insane god emperor who had been imprisoned earlier. Only Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently looked at the darkest gray corner of the 8th floor, like a void of nothingness. In that direction, there was a faint attribute light that only he could see. That location, there are treasures. Lin Chen's heart was shocked, but he acted extremely calm, as if he was nothing. Right now, I can't be sure that there is only an attribute light ball and other exotic treasures. The peak gods of various races are staring at me. If I act, it is very likely to lead to a siege. Lin Chen did not move, and continued to advance with the team. Only he left behind a phantom avatar, which deliberately gradually landed at the back of the team. Suddenly, there was a roar in the space, and everyone entered a new world. The space here is extremely stable, shrouded in pure divine emperor coercion. 10 dragon-like divine stones cast the heavenly divine pillar. The 10 gods are written impressively. The visitor can only choose one kind of god to choose the test. If the test is passed, there is a chance to come into the world. On the pillars of the gods, there are options: medicine, refining skills, casting skills, Shinyu energy, realm testing, spiritual cultivation, physical body refining, self-created exercises, and so on. Lu Qixin in the team asked, curiously, create your own exercises? Lu Huang smiled and said, well, usually it's writing a book. Write a book? Write a fart. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, kneeling and begging. The old stand-alone wrote a 911 pick-up exercise, and even got 10% and was scolded as a big black egg without professional ethics. In the end, Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen's eyes fell on the last pillar. There are several illusory ancient urns written on it. Meter test. Is this the legendary White Emperor Optimus Prime? The genius of God's domain exclaimed in shock. By Di Qin Fan? It was him. The history of God's domain has recorded that he and Emperor Shi were friends once, and it was unexpected that his handed-down divine artifact was actually in the tomb of Emperor Shi. This fetish is said to have moved the sky and moved the earth, and deduces the mystery of the future avenue. Although it is not as high as the law of cause and effect, it is almost the same. All the creatures that are close to the 10 pillars, the divine power and all means in their bodies are suddenly sealed. The top of the pillar is full of space laws. As long as you choose the same, you can enter the trial space. Trial? Is Emperor Shi going to test me? Choose the inheritance. I don't know if the people from the human race and the gods will have an advantage. Many powerhouses are hesitating whether to choose an inheritance test. Lin Chen and Lin Chen set foot on the pillar of the measurement test almost at the same time. Although the realm of the two was suppressed, the expressions between their eyebrows were still tit for tat. Lin Chen had a cold expression and said indifferently, "Why, are you afraid that you won't be able to choose?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a playful smile, "It doesn't matter whether I choose or not, because I, Lin, have never relied on these. The important thing is that I have to ask you not to choose, you Lin Xingchen may make money, but I Lin Chen never loses." When the two of them were separated by dozens of meters, they placed their palms on the divine pillar at the same time. I saw that the dragon-like divine light on the surface of the pillar filled the air, and the dazzling golden divine light outlined a burst of ancient urns, showing Lin Xingchen's aptitude. The talent of the emperor, the king of the gods, meets the prerequisites. Then, the red radiance on the other side condensed, listing Lin Chen's aptitude. Have a strong mind, never forget all living beings, and meet the preconditions. The powerhouses such as the God's Domain team and the Azura tribe couldn't help but be astonished. These two actually met the conditions of Emperor Shi at the same time. However, in the next moment, a large amount of light was intertwined and condensed into a list from the void, and the conditions for the test of the power were written down. What is the measure of a tool? Talk about the measure of daring to be the first in the world, and talk about the tool made by the will of all living beings. It is like the sword of the Son of Heaven, with Shurching as the front, Qidai as the shovel, Jinwei as the ridge, Zhou and Song as the shovel, Han and Wei as the clip, wrapped around the four barbarians, wrapped around the four seasons, surrounded by the Bohai Sea, and led by Chongshan Mountain. For the 5 elements, the discussion is based on punishment and virtue, the opening is based on yin and yang, the maintenance is based on spring and summer, and the behavior is based on autumn and winter. This sword is straight and unparalleled, it is unparalleled, the case has no lower, and there is no side to it. The upper reaches of the clouds, the lower the Jedi discipline. Once this sword is used, the world will obey. When the mighty Gu Lu was conveyed, Lin Xingchen's golden pupils flickered with brilliance, and a smile appeared on his cold and handsome face. It's a good measure, and casting this tool is the way to doge my business. Lin Xingchen. Only Lin Chen looked at all this indifferently. You who regard yourself as the Son of Heaven are inexorably narrow and indescribably vast. How can the mere sword of the Son of Heaven be compared to measuring the sun and the moon, and testing the sharp sword of faith with heaven and earth? However, Lin Chen did not doubt Emperor Shi. At least from what he learned about Emperor Shi, such characters, they definitely did not use such questions to select inheritors. Could it be that this is an anti-test question? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the divine pillar exploded with a burst of golden light, spinning out 3 vortexes of teleportation space, and there was a faint space law permeating it. 2 inheritors, please lead 100 people who cannot exceed their own realm, divide the battlefield, and discuss the battle of life and death. In this battle, the 2 winners will get the true inheritance. The 2 losers will only die. If you win and lose, you will be exempt from death penalty, but you cannot resurrect the dead. You can choose 3 treasures from the treasure house. The winning side can get a time-space reversal and resurrect the lives that died in the battle space. This scene instantly moved everyone. Yi Tianchen shouted abruptly, "Brother Lin, think twice. This is a battle of life and death, don't be careless." For the first time, Lu Huang, who has always been hustling, also showed an extremely solemn expression. "Brother Lin Chen, you don't need to gamble to such an extent. Even if there is no inheritance from Emperor Shi, you will definitely become a god and a god in the future, but it will come naturally. A matter of time." Luo Ke nodded in agreement. "Besides, this is not a battle for you alone. If your people lose, you will also be affected." Fang Chuan with cold eyebrows looked directly at Lin Chen without speaking, as if he wanted to see through the thoughts in his heart. Lin Chen didn't answer, but looked at Lu Qixin, Jiang Fan, Tang Jianghai, and others. He smiled comfortably and confidently. "Are you confident?" Boom. The 100 god kings of the first column stood out in unison. The sun and the moon swirled in a magnificent manner, and the fighting spirit of each one of them was just beginning to emerge. There is no need for even a conversation, everything is silent. Lin Chen smiled proudly, and suddenly stepped into the battle space with his own people. "You are not the only ones who are not afraid of death." Lin Xingchen's eyes were cold, and his golden pupils flashed a sharp sword intent as he glanced at the team of God's domain. "Master Xingchen, I'll come. I also want to see the inheritance of Emperor Shi. Just kill these unruly guys, and let them know who is the orthodox master of the God realm." 100 geniuses from God's domain walked out of the team. The extraordinary temperament of this group of geniuses, as well as the arrogance and self-confidence between the eyebrows, all show their strength. They are not playboys, and none of them will be easily frightened if they can stand out from among the geniuses in the divine realm. Due to the limitations of the conditions, the 100 people who can enter on both sides cannot exceed the cultivation level of the picker, so the god kings of both sides are the cultivation level of the first level god king. If I obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shi, I will not be without your benefits. If I don't say more, there will be no problem in ensuring that you become the God Lord. Lin Xingchen's promise made all the geniuses excited. When the two teams entered the inheritance space, the space suddenly changed. At this time, the strong men of all ethnic groups did not act rashly, but instead turned their attention to the scene of the inheritance space. No one will miss this matchup of the strongest young generation of the human race today. Maybe the top 10 gods in the realm of the gods can surpass Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen in terms of cultivation, but everyone knows that if these two continue to grow, it is only a matter of time before they surpass them in the future. Of these two, maybe only one of them can survive. The yellow sand is rolling, the desert roars like a sea, and in the curved time and space, the sand sea is monstrous, rolling terrifying sandstorms. In the vast battle space, when Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen stepped into this realm, boom! The seals on their souls, bodies, laws, and cultivation bases were all lifted. The aura of the two gods and kings' second-level perfection is like a round of sun and moon, tit for tat, and before they fight, they form two natural law. Coercion. A series of rays of light dotted the void, forming ripples, presenting two screens of light. It is the two major battle spaces for the two teams of Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen. As soon as Lu Qixin and the others stepped into the battle space, they rushed forward bravely, and instantly formed a group with the geniuses of God's domain. The melee of 200 god kings, such as two chaotic law storms, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, with various laws emerging one after another. The genius of God's domain is also extraordinary. With his tyrannical background and skills, he even counterattacked and suppressed the first column of God Kings, headed by Lu Qixin and Jiang Fan. Lin Chen spirit sensed the situation of the battle a little, and his expression became more calm and content. The genius of the gods was personally selected by his vision and the appraisal of his master. Lin Chen suddenly said, "You're someone who doesn't worry about you at all." Lin Chen smiled lightly, "Only those who believe can see, and those who don't see will believe." The 5 emperor swords suddenly made a trembling sound and almost automatically unsheathed. Boom. 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 The kamikaze flashed like an endless afterimage, and the fists that surrounded the law of the 5 elements instantly turned into violent storms, hitting Lin Xinchen's vitals, and being continuously swiped by the automatically unsheathed 5 emperor swords. The automatic protector blocked all of them. The Lin Chen who spoke earlier has long since disappeared into a dream bubble. Taking over the 5 emperor's sword, Lin Xinchen's sword was swift and violent, and the sword light fluttered like dust and snow, smashing the law of the 5 elements. Lin Chen, who was flickering with the wings of the wind god, then threw away the 9 tribulation stars. The 5 elements were reversed, life and death were reversed, and the 9-color beam of light bloomed and rotated. Lin Chen held his sword and cut down the 5 aggregates with a slash. Sigh. Boom. The 9-color beam of light, swirling tens of thousands of feet into the sky, was split. Lin Chen said indifferently, "Don't you just sneak attack?" The divine wind flickered, Lin Chen's figure appeared, his divine soul rose faintly, and said indifferently, "The battle of life and death, do I want to call you and my destiny or something?" Brush. In Lin Xinchen's palm, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared, flashing with a azure blue light. The terrifying law of Tianwei was like the darkness of nothingness. Another sword of the 9th Order imperial artifact, the Ancient Emperor Mirror. Holding the Ancient Emperor mirror in one hand and the 5 Emperor's sword in the other, Lin Xinchen's power continued to rise. The vast and illusory palace suddenly appeared, and a relic of the sword god that suppressed the 8 desolations, surging with the sword intent of the Tianhe, entrenched from the top of Lin Xinchen's head. "Lin Chen, you have a trump card, and I, Lin Xincchen, have the same." Lin Xincchen was condescending. "Today, I will let you see, what is the sword world. I will take a sword and destroy your countless killer moves." Outside the Optimus Pillar. "I actually summoned the sword world of the ancient times?" Is he actually the descendant of the sword world god emperor? Luo Ke lost his voice in shock. Shen Lingshuang wondered, the emperor of the sword realm? Luo Ke said solemnly, "The god of the sword world is one of the beliefs of the 4-dimensional sword cultivator. He once created a world of kendo outside the human race in the 4-dimensional universe. He is the only person in the history of the human race who has cultivated the laws of kendo to the highest peak. God Emperor, based on the sword world he created, he was the existence who once declared war on the dragon race." Luo Ke's voice trembled a little. "It is said that the sword realm god emperor put all his heritage and accumulation in the sword realm before he died, and only his true descendants can open the sword realm." Hiss. Everyone gasped slightly. What is the concept of a full-scale declaration of war on the dragons? The god of the sword world declared war on the entire race with the forces he created. On the dragon campsite, there is a gloomy expression. The battle of the god of sword world greatly damaged the dragon's vitality. Although the final outcome was the victory of the dragon lost so Many secret realms and positions in the four-dimensional space that it was. Chased by the Ashura. Yi Tianchen's demeanor was rarely solemn. It turns out that Lin Chen is the only descendant of the god of the sword world. Fang Chuan looked at Yi Qinggu thoughtfully. Miss Yi, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Lin Chen is the real Lin Chen, right? As soon as this statement came out, many people's faces were horrified. Lin Chen is Lin Chen? Yi Qinggu nodded slightly. Yes, he is indeed Lin Chen. The current Lin Chen is a fake who has taken blood. Yi Qinggu's speech completely caused countless people to fall into a strange silence. What is this concept? The body of the descendant of the strongest sword emperor is matched with the bloodline of the number one in the god realm. The heritage and wealth of the god of the sword world, coupled with the assistance of the number one mathematician in the god world. Does such a character, in today's world, really have rivals in the same realm? In the battle space. When Lin Chen's cultivation base was photographed by the ancient emperor's mirror, he was blessed by the gods in the ancient mirror. Its golden pupils released a billowing and violent sword energy, and quickly broke through the 3-level God King and 4-level God King on the spot. The sword glow wrapped around Lin Chen like a blood dragon, inspiring all his law power. In the end, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant at the consummation point of the 4th-level God King. Boom! Almost at the same time, the golden talisman exploded from the top of Lin Chen's head, and the fighting spirit was soaring to the sky, as if it were a god. When the extreme wind god set is switched, it is replaced by the golden god of war set that is invincible in battle. Consumes 592 god points, the host opens the orange level advanced talent God Killer, and there are 2,950 people who are hostile to the host. Consumes 2,950 divine gift points, and the host activates the top talent of the orange rank, divine rebelliousness. The higher the divinity of the hostile group, the stronger the talent effect. There are 2,950 people who are hostile to the host. The host temporarily breaks through the 3-level consummation, 4-level consummation, and 5-level consummation of the spirit realm. The natural enemy of Shura, Godhead, continues to activate, and the number of Asuras who are hostile to the host, 780. Lin Chen's cultivation level temporarily broke through the 3-level God King, and finally temporarily stepped into the realm of the 4-level God King. It's not over yet. In the secluded star eyes, there was a flash of blue light. Consumes 15,900 divine endowment points, and the host activates the strongest orange level talent, the ultimate heaven rebel, which can be instantly killed when the defense is broken, and applies to all creatures below the divine Lord. The host activates the phantom rune again and transmits phantom clones, 5. Golden God of War set, recharge, 97%, release the minimum consumption, within the host's tolerance range, activate it to the maximum extent. The second form of the God of War gun. Lin Chen's law of power, like a real dragon soaring, rushed to a new peak. 3 trillion barren force, 5 trillion barren force, 7 trillion barren force. This space was constantly shaking, and Lin Chen's pure power only stopped faintly when it reached 10 trillion desolate power. Lin Chen instantly waved the God of War spear and swept away thousands of miles. The 5 Emperor sword stirred up the 5 colored clouds with radiance, and contained the 5 essences of divine light. The sword fell for 9 days and slashed down violently. When the blade of the sword and the tip of the spear clashed, the 2 lawful divine powers that terrified the world shook the power of tearing the avenue. Boom! 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 The sand sea exploded, the sword wind raged, and there were many gunshots. Lin Chen and Lin Chen battled together in an instant, fighting for dozens of rounds in one breath. There is no nonsense between the two, and neither of them will hold back. As soon as they make a shot, they will do their best. Gotcha! The space filled with D-Wei suddenly burst open. The two of them actually cracked the barrier of this heaven and earth. Come on. Do your best. Only one person can get out of here alive today. The arrogant killing intent was no longer retained, and they were all released. Outside the pillar, Lu Xiaomei's red lips parted slightly as she watched the terrifying fight. In this scene, she once remembered the scene of the ancient beasts slaughtering that she witnessed as a child. She originally thought that her brother had mastered the law of power and was already an extremely strong person in body refining. But compared with Lin Chen today, it is still inferior. The eyes of the white-robed old man in God's domain narrowed. This son's pure power has climbed to the same level as the peak God Master. I am afraid there are 10 trillion desolate powers, which is equivalent to the power law of the realm. Several gods of the gods could not help but be horrified. What is the concept of 10 trillion waste power? It's not a problem to push the gods with one hand. Looking at the three major gods, the powerhouse who can cultivate the law of power to this point is also rare. With Lin Chen's body, how did he endure such a powerful pure body refining power? His golden armor. It seems to have the effect of enhancing power, but it can increase such terrifying power. This kind of artifact does not exist throughout the history of the human race. Beyond the comprehension of an imperial caster? Is it a 10th order artifact? Impossible. 10th order artifact, except for an immortal dragon city of Emperor Qin, no one can create it again. Hey, think about how much blood and flesh of true gods, saints, god kings, and gods were used to create an immortal dragon city. It was filled with the lives of all living beings. Yes, the 10th order artifact should be a divine artifact that violates the law of heaven. There should not be a second one in the world. Just as the people in God's domain were discussing, Feng Chuan and Lu Huang's subordinates were equally astonished. One of the 10 laws of power is only 100 million barren power, but the current Lin Chen is 10 trillion barren force. Why was Lin Chen able to take over Lin Chen's 10 trillion desolate power? With the 4-level perfect cultivation of the God King? The energy of the ancient emperor mirror washed over and over again, and Lin Chen's divine body seemed to be able to radiate a new edge every time he was purified. With this blessing, Lin Chen's defense is particularly strong. Lin Chen's 5 phantom clones held the 9 tribulation star and threw them towards Lin Chen in 3 directions. The sword of the 5 emperors overflowed with a cloud of air, and Lin Chen swept it away with the sword, and the boundless storm of sword energy engulfed Lin Chen's 9 robbery stars. Boom! The god of war spear pierced through the sword chi storm, and Lin Chen took the opportunity to shoot and smashed his head into the space directly above Lin Chen. The golden pupils flickered. Lin Chen's 5 emperor swords stood in the air, and the 5 colored clouds grew wildly, trying to entangle Lin Chen. The realm of the stars. Lin Chen shook his shoulders, blazing countless stars all over his body, and the laws of stars that enveloped the space within 10,000 feet turned into starlight that enveloped Lin Chen. Trapped among the stars, Lin Chen's movements, if he were dragged down by one June, would be particularly slow. God leads. Lin Chen waved his hand and wiped it away. When the secluded divine enchantment barrier unfolded. It was filled with the powerful laws of the 5 elements and the laws of power, crushing the vast stars in an instant. Seeing the situation was wrong, Lin Chen seized the opportunity. The 5 Emperor sword spun lightly, picked it up with the sword, and slashed with one sword. Holding the god of war spear tightly with one hand, Lin Chen swept away with one shot. Clang! Boom! Boom! In the brilliant sword, 5 colored clouds exploded like clouds, and the golden brilliance of the god of war overflowed the sky. The two took dozens of steps back at the same time and stood still. Lin Chen's eyes focused on Lin Chen. Even with such a powerful law of power, coupled with the law of the 5 elements, this time, Lin Chen's defense was never broken. He noticed that Lin Chen's physique was extremely unusual. Just like the god emperor of the sword realm back then, it's the Dao Hongmeng sword body. Luo Ke clenched his fists, and couldn't help worrying about Lin Chen in his heart. There are many kinds of gods, and there are 4 kinds of gods in Kendo. They are Jiujue sword body, Chaos sword body, Hongmeng sword body, and Dao Hongmeng sword body. The divine body is rare and rare, 1 in millions of miles. Even the lowest Jiujue sword body has the possibility and height of becoming a god master in the future. The Dao Hongmeng sword body, only the sword world god emperor has cultivated it alone, and it is unexpected that there will be another Lin Chen now. Even without the bloodline of the number 1 in the god realm, Lin Chen is very likely to achieve the top level of the human race in the future. However, the scary thing is that he has both. Lin Chen meant something, and said indifferently, "Why, don't you use that trick to eliminate the trump card of the law?" Lin Chen smiled lightly, "Don't worry, it will be your most gorgeous funeral. When it's time to use it, I will never be polite." With the divine gift point in Lin Chen's hand, he can still activate 10 eternal transformation Dao. These 10 times, he must stay until the last moment, forcing Lin Chen to use all his last resorts. After testing from the vast sea of Shen, Lin Chen knew very well that Lin Chen still had a life-saving killer in his hands. He wants to completely destroy Lin Chen from here. It only needs to be once. Lin Chen only needs to catch Lin Chen's flaw once, and the breach will kill him instantly, forcing him to use his trump card. Once the Dao of transformation comes out, it doesn't matter if he leaves the Dao of time and causation. It is useless if the Dao of transformation is destroyed forever, and the strongest of the 3,000 Dao comes. The edge of the 5 emperor swords became stronger and stronger, and Lin Chen's eyes were dimly lit. It is true that you can make countless mistakes, but I can only make one mistake and lose my life. But also, you can't guess how many times my life was lost. But your life, I'm sure, is only once. Then try who can hold on first. Come and come. Lin Chen raised his sword, and the phantom of the sword world above his head actually triggered a vast river of sword energy, which was injected into his body, majestic and strong. Dozens of sword shadows like snowflakes danced from behind Lin Chen, and they merged into a pair of sword wings. Move the sword world and enter my divine body. At this moment, Lin Chen's law and divine power skyrocketed. He stepped out a little, and his figure jumped like a flash of starlight, appearing like a ghost from the top of Lin Chen's head. LOL. Boom. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed it down, and the sword light of the 5 Emperor's sword fell like a round of moonlight, splitting the earth with sandstorms, and it fell into the air. Suddenly, a majestic tide of spirit surged in the empty sky. The violent spirit of the 5 major spiritual souls suddenly turned into a giant fist to shake, and punched out of the forest and the stars at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, a faint afterimage of the divine wind lingered away. And it was Lin Chen's function arrow that responded to Lin Chen. The host switches to the ultimate function set, charging 54%. All attributes. Speed increase, 13,000 times, 15,000 times. Hundreds of function arrows were either carried by beluga whales or entered the sea like a dragon and shot frantically, shooting at Lin Chen at a strange angle in the curved space and time. Lin Chen's figure tilted slightly, and the whole person flashed one after another, and the speed was so fast that he was chasing Lin Chen, the ultimate wind god. With a roll of sword light, Lin Chen's function wings enveloped Lin Chen, but this time there was still an afterimage. LOL. A dragon-like arrow shot. Afterimage. Afterimage. Still shadows. The melee between the two was like a clash of thousands of afterimages. The sword light pierced back and forth, the afterimage was disillusioned, and when the arrow shadow penetrated, it was still the afterimage. The two of them continued to perform offensive and defensive battles at an unprecedented speed, avoiding each other's attacks time and time again. Launched a continuous offensive again and again. It's the law of movement. One of the 10 laws, the strongest law of speed. Fang Chuan and Lu Huang exclaimed at the same time. The law of movement, the fastest law among the 3,000 avenues. When the speed is extremely fast, it is no longer moving, but stepping into the category of moving. The person who really controls it is no longer moving, but moving the entire space. Lin Chen, from the sword world of the Dao Hongmeng sword body, temporarily obtained the blessing of the law of movement and entered the body. Lin Chen can use the remaining laws in the sword world to a certain extent. He is the only descendant of the sword world god emperor and the most orthodox heir of the sword world. But the side effects of this move are equally obvious. The use of the 10 principles is not without cost. After the sword body is cold, Lin Chen will fall into a state of weakness for a long time. But it is enough to kill Lin Chen before the weak period comes. The law of shifting is against the ultimate function. Laugh. Laugh. Boom. Boom. The sword light slashed countless function arrows, and the two of them completely turned into 2 terrifying afterimages. Between the sky and the earth surrounded by 5 color clouds, the sword was like a rainbow, stabbing out at a speed. Between the arrows and the swords, a series of starlight sparks erupted, the yellow sand filled the sky, and the sky collapsed. If it weren't for the space blessed by Emperor Wei, it would be better than this battle that broke out in the desolate star territory and had to flatten everything hundreds of thousands of miles away. The powerhouses of the Azura, Dragon, and Phoenix tribes were completely stunned. Among them, none of them could see clearly the actions of the two. Only Yi Tianchen, who controls the law of time, his eyes are covered with a faint divine light of time, and can see the direction of the movement of the two from the trajectory of time. A true battle of speed and speed. Whoever is faster on the front line will be able to seize the opportunity. The two fought from the sky to the land, and everywhere they passed was a mess. The light was dim, and the space burst. Hundreds of rounds of offense and defense, the two fought like shadows, but neither of them really hit each other. Such a quick attack battle has opened the eyes of the powerhouses of all races. Lin Chen's eyes flashed faintly, no wonder he was able to refine the 5 Emperor swords into his body. It turned out to be the Dao Hongmeng sword body. Lin Chen's most essential mystery has been revealed. How could the body of a mortal fetus be refined into a quasi-ranked 10th order divine weapon with flesh and blood, it turned out to be the body of the great Dao Hongmeng sword. And the Dao Hongmeng sword body and the defense system Emperor Great Artifact. The ancient Emperor Mirror completely made Lin Chen's defense unbreakable. Even for the peak God Master. Suddenly, among the arrows of the strong wind and rain, there was an arrow. When Lin Chen moved. Laugh. The arrow turned into a white whale and swallowed the waves, slamming into Lin Chen, and his ancient Emperor Mirror once again protected him. What? Lin Chen was moved. He predicted my moving direction? When the star eyes stared at Lin Chen realized that his spirit, taking advantage of the melee just now, spread across the sky like starlight, casting a net of heaven and earth. Every bit of starlight is the remnant of his Lin Chen's soul. As long as he is close to it, Lin Chen will definitely lose his whereabouts. This is the power of the 5 major consummations of the soul, every move, all predictions. Under the premise that the speed of the two sides is on the same level, it is particularly important who can predict one more step ahead of each other. Can't you imagine that even the law of movement can't restrain him? Lin Chen spread out his palm, and the aura of moving the law disappeared. And the gate of the illusory sword world above his head appeared again, rolling and blessing him with new power. His face gradually paled, but his aura became more and more powerful. The law of movement is replaced by the law of gravity that is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Click. 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 The space was crushed by the tyrannical law of gravity, cracking open one after another with shocking cracks. The heavy sword has no edge, and the sword breaks the sky. The 5 emperor swords came out of Lin Chen's hands, suddenly expanded, and turned into a radiant, heaven-piercing giant sword. The dazzling 5-colored giant sword is filled with terrifying laws of gravity. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles seems to be directly crushed by the coercion released by the 5-colored giant sword. Lin Chen's extreme speed was suddenly greatly restricted. He is overdrawing the power of the sword world within the sword body. Killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. As long as he fights for a long time, it's only a matter of time before his sword body collapses. Chongjun Kaitian. Lin Chen pointed and slashed. The giant sword of opening the sky slashed down, and the law of gravity cut off the sky and attacked Lin Chen directly. The wind god wing was removed and the kamikaze disappeared, replaced by the divine power of absolute defense. A domineering divine axe as wide as a dragon's teeth emerged from Lin Chen's hand, and his aura changed as majestic, like a god of war. Standing tall. The host uses the Optimus outfit, charging 50%. Acquires the divine outfit. Feature, absolute defense. The second form of the tomahawk axe has the bonus of divinity, full rebound. All rebounds within the attack range that the host can withstand, and the power of the law of the host itself is added to the rebounded attack. Lin Chen held the divine axe in both hands, and suddenly slashed towards the sky. A foot of black light rose against the storm. The black-red light turns the law of power and the law of the 5 elements. And the curved spacetime is completely reversed. The sword and axe collided head-on, and the space burst into cracks. Sigh. Boom. 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 Cracked spaces are broken again and again, and quickly repaired again and again. The two of them were like giant beasts incarnated in heaven and earth, wielding swords and axes, and the world was chaotic, and the light was dim. There are not too many skills, only pure hard bombing, the front of the hard bridge and the hard horse go it alone. These two people turned out to be god kings. I have never seen such an outrageous god king. Who wins and who loses? It's really a crazy battle. Although a small number of powerhouses from all ethnic groups chose to accept the test of the White Emperor God Pillar, the top powerhouses were all staring at the battle situation in this scene. The collapsed void continued to devour a large amount of divine light, and the aftermath of the two's battle turned this space into a vacuum that even light could not escape. The law of gravity that suppressed the universe was actually reversed by the rebound, and Lin Chen's expression became more and more solemn. The law of gravity attached to each of his sword strikes is doubled by the divine axe that counterattacks. Moreover, this heaven-defying offensive has intensified. I wanted to use the law of gravity to suppress Lin Chen's power and his extreme speed, but he didn't expect him to hide such a heaven-defying trump card. Lin Chen, has he grown to such a level? In the last battle of becoming a god, he still didn't have such a killer move. Lin Chen stared coldly at Lin Chen's heavenly costume. He found that every set of Lin Chen's armor seemed to have infinite power. He even has a hunch that if this trend continues, maybe one day, Lin Chen's divine armor will be able to win the quasi-ranked 10th divine weapon. Even the 10th order is not impossible. Zheng. The sky-reaching giant sword was retracted, and the radiant 5-color cloud gasified into a wisp of cloud. The 5 Emperor sword lifted the law of gravity that had been introduced from the sword world and returned to Lin Chen's hands. Both Lin Chen and Lin Chen's faces were as pale as paper, neither of them was much better. The confrontation just now was simply a life-threatening struggle. Whether it was Lin Chen's absolute defense or Lin Chen's law of transitioning to the sword world, none of them were not gambling. Seeing that Lin Chen's momentum became stronger and stronger, Lin Chen switched to the golden god of war suit, lifted the restriction once again, and reached the limit of 10 trillion waste power. The sword light flashed like frost. Lin Chen attacked again with his sword. Lin Chen attacked with a shot, and attacked. The spear and sword alternated. Lin Chen strode forward. The law of power was as majestic as a dragon, wrapped around Lin Chen's fist, and a punch exploded. The law of power that spanned the sky and the latitude. The sky and the earth suddenly dimmed, as if all the rays of light converged into one point and gathered on Lin Chen's fist. When Lin Chen threw his fist, he suddenly shattered the darkness and shook it away. 9 Serenity Boundless Palms. Lin Chen's palm was swirling with a hellish stillness, and the law of death and the law of stars alternated like the sun and the moon. The law turned into 9 poisonous snakes, as if it could swallow up infinite energy. Boom. Lin Chen and the opponent's fists handed over, and when the 10 trillion desolate force exploded, the Hell Jiuru exploded from his palm. Apart from being repelled, Lin Chen was not injured except for the churning of qi and blood. This move was actually a red rank exercise that he specially learned to restrain pure power. However, Lin Chen noticed his ancient emperor mirror, the ancient emperor. Divine light billowing in his body, which was as strong as the sun and the moon before, but now it is a little dim for the first time. Although the ancient emperor mirror is powerful, it belongs to the extremely powerful artifact used in the category of god emperors, but it does not mean that it has no flaws, especially in front of the ultimate heavenly rebel. As long as there is a flaw, it can be enlarged infinitely. It's now. Here's your chance. Break through his defenses in one go, and then use transformation to destroy all his trump cards. The killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes skyrocketed. Shura's natural enemy, Godhead, turned extremely fast, and when the divine power recovered so quickly, Lin Chen's law and divine power disappeared for the first time as if it were exhausted. While Lin Chen was retreating, Lin Chen's war spear spun, the blood and thunder raged, and the wind galloped and thundered, bursting with the roar of a fierce dragon. The god of war spear bloomed like a mighty calamity above the 9 heavens. And the blood-colored thunder was like a sharp blade, beating violently. The god of war spear stood horizontally in front of him, holding the spear in one hand and opening the other, and the infinite law of divine light emerged from the palm of his hand. The law of power, the law of 5 elements, the law of stars, the law of thunder, the law of blood, the law of cutting, the law of wind, the law of origin. Each law is like a texture, all over the gun body. All things are born with God, and God has nothing in heaven. If the gods of the god race have no robbery, I, Lin Chen, are robbery. At this moment, all Lin Chen's law and divine power were poured into this gun. God robbery. Lin Chen swept away with one shot, and the blood and thunder flashed, leaving thousands of scars all over the sky. Countless blood mines that snaked like dragons flashed and enveloped Lin Chen almost instantly, sweeping away at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Feeling Lin Chen's drastic change of law, Lin Chen urged the 5 emperor swords. When the law of death wrapped around the sword's edge like a black coiled dragon, a turbulent yellow spring river spread out. In the Huangquan River, the dead bones are heavy, like a side of the underworld has descended. The head of the god king, the flesh and blood of the god master, and the skeleton of the god emperor floated in the Huangquan River. One of the ultimate moves of the 5 emperor swords, Xuandi Huangquan. As strong as Lin Chen's talent, now he can only barely use this unique skill. This move uses the life force of the soul to induce life in reverse, turning life into death. The stronger the life force, the stronger the power of this move, and the more obvious the beheading effect. This trick has killed many god emperors. Xuandi Huangquan. Lin Chen slashed away with a sword, and the dark sword mark was like a smear of darkness, covering all the light of the plane in an instant. Almost at the same moment, Lin Chen swung the strongest shot ever. God robbery. When the god of war spear swept in, the blood thunders fluttered in the sky. And the blood thunders flashed almost instantly, covering all the escape routes for Lin Chen. LOL. Boom. 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 The space was turbulent, and the entire battle plane burst into cracks for the first time, as if to divide this space into 2. The long dark sword light and the endless blood and thunder were mixed and strangled together, and the law of power and the law of stars exploded almost at the same time. The starlight in the sky is like the afterglow of the sunset, constantly scattering and exploding, sweeping over Lin Chen like a gust of wind and rain. Almost at the same moment, Lin Chen switched to the Optimus God outfit. Constantly waving the heaven optimizing God axe, the absolute defense God outfit feature bounced off all the aftermath of the attack. Lin Chen held the ancient emperor mirror in one hand and stepped back. Lin Chen's sacred tribulation is a super large-scale attack, even as strong as Lin Chen, it can't completely block it. Gotcha. The crisp cracking sound was like the turning point of a fighter plane. When Lin Chen's ancient emperor mirror was hit by a starlight entwined with the law of power, there was a crack. Do you rely too much on the defense of the ancient emperor mirror? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and his body quickly retreated. The ancient emperor mirror is an imperial artifact that integrates defense, illusion, auxiliary, protection, and protection. It absorbs the power of the law and feeds back the user. If a god emperor uses this ancient emperor mirror, he can control it perfectly. However, under the premise that Lin Chen's cultivation base was slightly inferior, he continued to rely on it to resist all of Lin Chen's attacks. This is an extremely extreme battle, even if it is like a fight between God emperors, it is impossible not to be injured at all. And Lin Chen must pursue the battle with Lin Chen, and not a single injury can appear. This caused his cultivation to not be able to give full play to the advantages of the ancient emperor mirror, which would inevitably lead to skewed results. And Lin Chen, he must seize the possibility of this extreme. What he seeks is not victory, but annihilation. The host suffers from the aftermath of the attack, and the recharge of the Optimus gear is rapidly decreasing. Boom! Lin Chen's expression changed slightly when Lin Chen stepped on the yellow river and rushed through the raging sword lights and stars in the sky. What's the matter? He has to resist. His law and divine power should be exhausted by more than 90%. The next moment, Fengshen's wings spread out into the sky, and when Lin Chen switched to the ultimate function suit, he was affected by the sword light and invaded his body. Laugh. The edge of the five emperor sword invaded into the body, and Lin Chen, who was forcibly close, bleeds from the 5 holes, bloodshot overflowing from his eyes, and lost half his life almost instantly. The law of death and Huan Chuan's breath penetrated into the body, and Lin Chen's life breath quickly withered. Everyone was shocked to see that Lin Chen was going to fight for his life. Sure, natural enemy, Godhead, running fast, the gigantic spirit of domineering killing rose into the sky. Lin Chen's law and divine power were exhausted in a short period of time, but his divine soul did not. A ghostly figure with the same appearance and temperament as Lin Chen's is like the sun and the sky, emerging from the top of Lin Chen's head, and a mysterious mark is formed on both hands. Red rank intermediate cultivation technique, divine furious wind cultivation. Memory fusion is completed. The host uses the ultimate function suit, the speed of all attributes is increased 15,000 times. The host used the phantom rune to summon 5 phantom clones again. The sky was falling, the divine light was like a pillar, and when the phantom clones that had passed away from the battle reappeared beside Lin Chen, they all sacrificed their divine soul body. The spirits of the 5 phantom clones rose from the sky, like stars holding the moon, surrounding Lin Chen's body as the center. Lin Chen opened his mouth abruptly, several ancient and mysterious ancient urns flashed above his head, and his soul roared angrily. Emperor's Fury Divine Wind. The host activates the instant light-splitting talent. Roar. 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 Bundles of divine soul storms protruded, covering the stars and covering the moon, turning into hurricanes, swallowing up endless laws and attacking Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no chance to retreat at this distance that he was forcibly approached. All experts who are proficient in the way of the soul will change their expressions in horror. Such a terrifying storm of the soul is as strong as multiple peak gods and must be swept away. Not good. Lin Chen swung several swords in a row, unfolding a 5-colored sword. Light that protected his body, but he was unable to resist the aftermath of a large number of attacks. A roar shook the wind and clouds, and a furious Songhai was cold. One roar shatters thousands of worlds, one anger destroys the heavens. It's the new exercise, divine fury, that Lin Chen obtained from the 7th floor. Diffing is furious, the soul is transformed into the wind, and the anger sweeps the world. Divine soul-based exercises, divine wind has the chaotic attribute. And the effect is comparable to the law of chaos, which can cause the enemy's soul to fall into a state of chaos. Although Lin Chen's phantom avatar is only in the realm of double perfection of the soul, but the phantom avatar has gained an increase in the mind, far exceeding the ordinary double perfection of the soul. On the other hand, the main body has been boosted by God Rebellion and God Killer, temporarily reaching the 5 major perfection of the soul. And Lin Chen's soul has 5 major consummations, 2 of which are the improvement of his mind, far exceeding the soul of the same realm. Under the premise of such a roar of energy, the peak God Master has to be seriously injured by the shock. Lin Chen, who was unable to resist, was completely smashed back thousands of miles by the divine fury, and the entire battle plane was crumbling. He was dizzy from the shock, and even his spirit had the illusion of stagnation. The divine light of the ancient emperor mirror was like a green tide, washing his divine soul again, and the light became more and more dim. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierceness, and his fingerprints changed suddenly. Consumes 9560 God-level enhancement points, strengthens Diffing Shenwu, plus 13. Success, power increases. Taking advantage of the speed of the Fengshen, Lin Chen worked hard to strengthen the fury of Emperor Fengshen to the highest level. This time it's more than 6 times the power just now. I want to see how you, Lin Chen, can block it. The phantom clone and Lin Chen roared again, and the storm of divine soul smashed the ground and stirred up the entire plane. The real dragon, like a 1,000 sonic souls, flew out and slammed into Lin Chen again and again. Click! Click! The surface of the ancient emperor mirror cracked more and more cracks, and the spiritual essence was lost. As soon as the power of the ancient emperor mirror was withdrawn, Lin Chen's soul was completely shaken and shrank by half. Gotcha! In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen's soul was roared alive by Lin Chen to the point of splitting. His pupils shrank, oops. Massive attribute light balls spewed out of his body, spilling into the endless void. Then, the wounds of the soul spread to Lin Chen's Dao Hongming sword body. Flesh and blood, root bones, soul, internal organs, and gradually cracked. Trigger talent, ultimate deviator, effect, breaking the defense and killing. Instantly, Lin Chen was covered in blood, and the law of death invaded his body through the golden war god suit, swallowing his life again and again. This made Lin Chen's divine body almost collapse, and he was forced to stop. The energy of Shura's godhead revolves, making up for Lin Chen time and time again. The law of the 5 elements is like a radiant cocoon of light, surrounding Lin Chen and repairing Lin Chen's injury. Lin Chen's eyes had the murderous intent of breaking the boat and staring at him stubbornly. Trigger talent, ultimate deviator, effect, breaking the defense and killing. Instantly, Lin Chen's body was split inch by inch, and the soul of his soul was about to shatter into powder. The illusory sword world above the head was faintly turbulent, like clouds, gradually dissipating, and the sword monuments and sword tombs began to disappear. As the darkness of death approached his heart, Lin Chen's brows knitted together, and his hand suddenly formed a seal. Suddenly, Lin Chen's head once again appeared a scroll of infinitely mysterious blue and green paintings, with a long river of time inside. When the time of the Tsangqing scroll is surging, it evolves the rise and fall of history. The sages of the past died with hatred. Today's people are intoxicated. The youth of the future crusade against the gods. A historical portrait that has been hidden for a long time, flashed by in an instant. Time is an imperial artifact? Yi Tianchen outside the battle space suddenly said in shock. What a monstrous thing, above the top quality artifact, superb, imperial. Every artifact is rare in the world. Ordinary god emperors may not be able to possess an imperial artifact, but Lin Chen actually has one after another. 1 hour and 3/4. Lin Chen flicked his fingers. The long river of time in the picture scroll squeezed out a azure river of time. Shenhua rushed into the sky, illuminated the plane of time and space, and poured into Lin Chen's body majestic. The time around Lin Chen's body, the time of his body, and his soul, stagnated. Not only did it fall into stagnation, but in the blink of an eye, the reverse flow was reversed. Lin Chen's spirit and body gradually reversed, and all his injuries were disappearing. The sword world where desire dissipated once again stood firm and returned to glory. Lin Chen, you are going to die here today. A dragon roar shook the entire plain. The red golden dragon energy was densely covered with clouds, and a blue-green ancient dragon entwined with red gold clouds appeared above Lin Chen's head. Taizhou ancient dragon. The red gold dragon scales are as beautiful as precious jade, and float down from the long void. Stripes of red clouds are like clouds, and the phantoms of golden light. Dragons are constantly shuttled. When wandering around the entire plain, the relics of the dragons standing side by side rise up into the sky, passing through the sword world above Lin Chen's head. Jing Guang's divine dragon phantom was pervasive and penetrated Lin Chen's body. In an instant, Lin Chen's law power was greatly reduced. The host uses the bloodline supernatural power, Taishi Shen Longji. When each dragon scale floats down, it can seal the opponent's strength, weaken the opponent's attack, and super-wide bloodline supernatural power. Want to make a sneak attack? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and the ancient Emperor's mirror spun up, releasing bursts of white divine light that enveloped him. Lin Chen pointed his fingertips upward, and the 5 emperor swords turned into a 5-color streamer and pierced through the void. LOL. The Dragon Master's Taishi divine light was pierced, and the dragon's blood was soaring. The blood was like a pillar, like a river, and he was instantly injured. But it can't be stopped. The blue-green ancient dragon of millions of meters is as vast as a long river. When the dragon's mouth is opened, the sharp dragon teeth are filled with the silent dragon's breath of blue-green snow. At this moment, the time scroll above Lin Chen's head suddenly stopped. The space near him, the law of the flow of the gods, all fell into a stop. Lin Chen's time was swallowed. Even at this moment, Lin Chen didn't even realize that his time was swallowed up, and his consciousness was completely stagnant. The host uses the bloodline supernatural power, cosmos, to devour the time of the designated creature. Within the same realm, the maximum can be swallowed for 10 seconds, and the effect is halved for those with a higher realm. Devouring time can affect causality, and can be overwhelmed by enemies who control the laws of causality. Cosmic Devour. Lin Chen's trump card, which has been hidden for so long, is finally revealed. In terms of realms simply, Lin Chen's divine dragon is a dragon major, and Lin Chen is now the 4th-level divine king. The ancient dragon whose bloodline is strengthened makes this move able to swallow Lin Chen for more than 70 seconds. The time picture scrolls violently, and the 2 forces of time are intertwined, as if they want to break. The time that was originally swallowed was quickly returned. Boom! The deadly black chi suddenly exploded from Lin Chen's body, and the 5-colored divine light was washed away. Lin Chen finally got rid of the attachment of the law of death, and the 5-element divine light was endlessly alive. Fluttering the Fengshen wings, Lin Chen flashed over. Suddenly, the ancient emperor's mirror radiated orange-red divine light, and the space surrounded by the blue-blue ancient dragon's breast suddenly collapsed. The time that Lin Chen was swallowed was returned again, and he looked directly at Lin Chen, coldly. I expected you, Lin Chen, to have this killer move. This move is... Lin Chen's expression suddenly condensed. His jaw bite was broken. Lin Chen lightly rotated the ancient emperor mirror with his left hand. And suddenly flashed. Sigh. The chi and blood dissipated, and Lin Chen's extreme wind god right arm guard actually fell from the air. The host loses his right arm and cannot use the full set of attributes of the ultimate Fengshen suit. Note, the speed of all attributes is reduced. The pupils of many strong men shrank. It's the law of cause and effect. 3,000 avenues, fate does not exist, cause and effect are the only ones. The second law of cause and effect. Unexpectedly, the first mathematician actually left a law of cause and effect from the ancient emperor's mirror. Lin Chen's right arm was erased by Lin Chen using the law of cause and effect of the ancient emperor mirror. Cause and effect annihilate and turn into nothingness. Lin Chen's ancient emperor mirror suddenly shone at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what I've been waiting for is this moment. Erase your cause and effect, and see how you change your life against the sky. Really, this is the moment I've been waiting for. The soul suddenly rose, and Lin Chen broke out the Emperor Fengshen fury. Again, shaking back the 5 emperor swords that were waiting for an opportunity to attack. The divine wind was like a dragon, and a majestic tornado erupted. Lin Chen shook it with one hand, and the crimson divine light in his palm was like a roulette wheel. The crimson light smashed the ancient emperor mirror with the momentum of annihilating all the avenues. Coups. Shaking it with a palm, the divine wind rolled in fury, and the endless divine might of the law of cause and effect in the ancient emperor's mirror suddenly disappeared. Consume 28,105 divine endowment points to activate the red rank talent. Eternal transformation, incomplete. What? The gods of all races were instantly stunned. The law of cause and effect turned into nothingness? His trump card can even obliterate cause and effect. Strong as Lin Chen did not expect this scene. The kamikaze galloped, and Lin Chen instantly turned his fist and punched Lin Chen violently. Time to change. Consume 23,950 divine endowment points to activate the red rank talent. Eternal transformation, incomplete. Focusing on Lin Chen with one punch, the law of time surging around him instantly vanished. The law of time carried by the blue-colored picture scroll above his head, the law of light is dim. Lin Chen, die for Lao Tzu. Lin Chen's eyes were like swords, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. Not good. Lin Chen finally realized that something was wrong, his face full of horror. He reached out and grabbed it. The law of movement in the sword world was forcibly blessed again, and the movement of desire retreated. Empty. Lin Chen slapped it with another palm, and the crimson divine light slanted on the plane like a roulette wheel, wiping out a large space. Lin Chen's expression was horrified. His moving law couldn't move out of this space? It seems that this space was completely annihilated into nothingness by Lin Chen. Boom. Huang's endless golden light of the god of war rose into the sky, and the law of power swept the 9 heavens and 10 places, and came again. Lin Chen is wearing the golden god of war armor. Even if he loses his right arm and the God of War suit is not complete, he can still mobilize the law of power to bless him into the body. Lin Chen's fist roared like a dragon, and with the last trace of his strength, he beat him violently. Hua Nua. Lin Chen was kicked away by the ancient emperor's mirror to protect his body, and the law of movement quickly turned into nothingness from his body. He finally realized what fear was, and frantically mobilized the last divine power to activate the law of stars to protect his body. Hua Xing. Another punch, the starlight dimmed, and the laws of the stars vanished. Impossible. I can't possibly lose to you. Lin Chen roared almost frantically. It's over, Lin Chen. When approaching Lin Chen slaughtered fiercely and punched him in the head. Click. The moment Lin Chen's skull was broken, Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. He stretched out his hand fiercely, and snatched the divine weapon nudging from his hand. Trigger talent, ultimate deviator, effect, breaking the defense and killing. Instantly, Lin Chen looked at him in disbelief, and a shocking crack crept out of his body again. This time, there is no longer the help of the law of cause and effect and time. Lin Chen looked at him indifferently. How about this funeral? God realm is number one. The world in his eyes showed signs of rupture, and Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen and the space light curtain behind him in disbelief. Lu Qixin and others fought to the death, and the compatriots around him fell, one after another. But they never wavered. The team that counterattacked God's domain again and again began to suppress the geniuses of God's domain that Lin Chen had chosen by a slight advantage. Just like Lin Chen, he only looked at him, Lin Chen, from the beginning to the end, and his eyes never wavered. Lin Chen couldn't believe it before he died. Why did he fail so completely this time? These gods of the gods are the existences that he personally selected from thousands of miles in the gods, and they can be unique if they are included in the three gods. A large number of attribute light balls fell out of Lin Chen's body, and there were also several dazzling attribute treasure chests that rose to the sky. Lin Chen disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and his body, spirit, and soul disappeared like dust. Lin Chen's Taizhou ancient dragon swooped down immediately, opened his mouth to swallow, and swallowed the scroll of blue-green paintings into his stomach. Brush. Brush. Suddenly, the ancient emperor mirror and the 5 emperor swords flew to the gate of the sword world of nothingness. The gate of the sword world above his head slammed shut, and the impermanent sword intent stood in the world, as if it were eternal. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's eyes glowed with terrifying killing intent. Instead of collecting the attribute light ball immediately, he turned to look at the illusory sword world in the void. Boom! Lin Chen punched the space where Lin Chen had died. Empty. Everyone was horrified. The space where Lin Chen and Lin Chen fought before was destroyed into nothingness by Wang Hua Dao. Even the space he once existed, Lin Chen has to erase to avoid future troubles. It's not over yet. When he finished destroying the space where Lin Chen was, Lin Chen punched the sky again and slammed into the sword world in the sky. The law of power is entangled with the power of infinite Tao, as if it can annihilate the 3,000 avenues and destroy the universe. Lin Chen punched the sword world with punch after punch. The world of transformation. The sword. Empty. Time to change. Fist strength is like a meteor falling into the world, carrying the crimson divine power attached to Hua Dao, shaking the sword world of nothingness time and time again. The entire sword world collapsed suddenly and began to gradually collapse. The illusory sword world left by the once strongest sword emperor is being devastated by Lin Chen's punch after punch. The gate of the illusory sword world built by the infinite sword intent finally dissipated, and it was unknown whether it was dispersed by Lin Chen or returned to the sword world. Until all of Lin Chen's God points were consumed, the entire battle space was smashed into nothingness. As long as there is a 1 in 100 million possibility of his resurgence, Lin Chen will kill him completely. Yi Tianchen was astounded. A ruthless man. Brother Lin's repairing knife is really a ruthless man. Even the trajectory of the flow of time was obliterated by him, and he simply didn't give Lin Xingchen a chance. Yi Qingguo breathed a sigh of relief. If he can still live like this, then he is really a monster among monsters. Master Xingchen, you actually lost? The old man in white robe was shocked. The geniuses of God's domain all looked horrified and looked terrified. The powerhouses of the Azura, Dragon, and Divine realms suddenly felt cold all over their bodies. This battle can be called the first God battle under the God Emperor. Even the peak gods will be overshadowed by it. Terrible. This son actually defeated a generation of God Emperors, the battle plane created by Emperor Shi. What a ruthless method, cruel enough to the enemy, enough trust to the compatriots, and another son of the times from the human race. The peak gods present are not old monsters who have experienced the vicissitudes of life. No matter how amazing the genius is, even if he becomes a God Emperor, he will rarely be able to shake the advantages of various races. After all, the four-dimensional universe is too vast, and no one knows the number of Azuras, dragons, Zerg, Phoenix, orcs, demons, Protoss, humans, and powerhouses. If you want to use your own power to control the battle situation and situation between the four-dimensional races, looking at the past and present, this kind of character can be counted with one hand. But Lin Chen in front of him must be one of them. He possesses incomparably powerful prestige, and can summon almost all Hao Futian successors in the new era. He also possesses a rare supreme combat power in the world, and with the body of a god king, he looks down upon countless god masters. Until the battle space was completely wiped out and Lin Chen teleported back to the divine pillar, the aura in his body was extremely weak. The attribute light balls scattered in the battle space were squeezed out, and the phantom clones ran their minds, all of which were incorporated into the body. Brush. 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 Feng Chuan, Lu Huang, Yi Tianchen, and others stood beside him at the same time, protecting him in groups. The current Lin Chen is at the weakest time, and there cannot be a single line of error. Suddenly, the moon-like star-like secluded azure god, Hua, rushed into the sky and merged in from the top of Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen's lost right arm was like a reversal of time and recovered again, intact. This is. Lin Chen suddenly looked to the other side of the Shinju. In the space light curtain, in another battle space, the Divine Realm team was completely destroyed, and only Tang Jianghai, Lu Qixin, and Jiang Fan survived. But in the next moment, the Cyan Shenhua fell like a scorching sun. In the entire battle plane, part of the time went against the flow. Except for the Divine Realm team, the sacrificed Divine Kings, gradually reversed and lived again. Party A wins 2 wins, completes the weapon test, and gets a reward. All those who died in the civil war from the battle plane will be resurrected, and those who have achieved a large amount of equipment will receive the inheritance of the Emperor Shi. In an instant, countless envious eyes cast on him. This time, Lin Chen is really the biggest winner. Emperor Shi and Emperor Bai. The secrets that the two supreme powers have sealed so far are all owned by him. Lin Chen didn't act rashly for the first time, swallowed 2 divine pills, sat cross-legged, and the law of the 5 elements washed and tempered the divine body again and again. Lin Chen's injury, which recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, was the legacy of Emperor Shi. The attribute light balls obtained after killing Lin Chen can be called massive. But he didn't pay attention to how many attribute light balls and treasures were obtained in the system. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Chen's space artifact for the first time. This space-holding ring is embroidered with the pattern of an ancient sword. It has lost the host's artifact, the ring, and has the means to automatically protect the host. If there is a divine soul forcibly squeezed in, this space acceptance ring will automatically explode, and even the God Emperor may not be able to forcibly untie it. If Lin Chen is just in the past, there is no way to take it. However, it is different now. With a light touch of the fingertips, the light of the transforming Dao flashed past, destroying the law of winding and the law of sealing. When the law disappeared, there was no risk of self-destruction, and Lin Chen's divine soul easily broke into the divine weapon collection ring. There are a lot of high-grade divine jade, semi-superior divine jade, and even a top-grade divine realm. There are not many exercises in them. Although there are only 3 volumes, each volume is above the red rank. However, Lin Chen's eyes fell on the 2 red ribbons in the far corner. They floated slowly, the light was restrained, and they didn't seem to be precious, but they attracted all Lin Chen's attention. Inside the divine weapon, Lin Chen's spirit turned into a big hand, and he took 2 pieces of red silk. Then, Lin Chen took out his 4 pieces of red silk. The 7 ribbons of the red god were obtained by Lin Chen by chance, and he obtained 4 copies in total. He had also heard that Lin Chen had been looking for it. Now, with Lin Chen's 2 pieces of red silk, a total of 6 copies are in Lin Chen's hands, only the last one. When all the red ribbons were put together, the endless red glow surged. Dazzling, and a long red ribbon was formed in an instant. This thing has once appeared in the holy realm. The long red silk swayed fiercely, like an oriental dragon, flying in the air. And the surface of the red silk oozes several ancient gold characters. 7th World Ocean, 9 World Ocean? Lin Chen's heartstrings trembled slightly. Could it be that the last part is in the Juzhongjihai? Besides, the 7 crossing of the boundary sea was mentioned above. Does it mean that this thing is related to Hao Futian? With such a clear clue, Lin Chen decided that as long as he had time and enough strength, he would return to Jiahai. He had a hunch that this thing must contain some secrets, otherwise it would be impossible for Lin Chen to go down to find it himself. Since it is related to Hao Futian, if Lin Chen gets it, it will be beneficial and harmless. Hum. 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 Ripples appeared in the space, the silver-white light beam was recalled, Lu Qixin and others were teleported back, and many people were dreamlike. Didn't I drag the genius of God's domain to explode? Alive? It's amazing. Is this what Emperor Shi and Emperor Bai did? The Emperor's handwriting, it really goes through the heavens and the latitudes. Huh? Our cultivation has improved. Everyone was ecstatic. After the previous battle against death, the 100 God Kings who entered with Lin Chen gained a lot. The strong men of all ethnic groups are all envious, and then they choose a divine pillar in order to take a chance. Boom. At this time, the attribute light ball refined by the phantom clone made Lin Chen rushed to a new realm like a broken bamboo. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the 3rd level of God King. The host gets 12,030 divine gift points, 46,203 divine gift points, 3,660 divine level enhancement points, 9,800 divine way points, 15,000 top-level suit. Essence. The Golden God of War suit is charging 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%. If Lin Chen activated Ultimate Heavenly Rebel twice during the battle, it was equivalent to killing Lin Chen twice, and the attribute light ball obtained was far more than any opponent Lin Chen had killed. His cultivation level, even after hitting the God King's 3rd level consummation, slowly stopped. In the battle with Lin Chen, although the God of War's recharge was depleted, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In the end, Lin Chen destroyed all the artifacts that Lin Chen had left in the Space God Ring, and the attribute light ball he obtained only increased the Golden God of War suit to 99% charge. Wanting to cross the last step is as difficult as a shocking gap. Obtain the red rank talent treasure chest, open it and get Wang Dao talent fragment, 16/20. Obtain the crimson rank talent treasure chest, open it and get Eternal Transformation Dao talent fragment, 17/20. The host opens the set treasure box and gets Dream Reincarnation set parts. Mirror of Reincarnation. The host opens the suit treasure chest and obtains Dream Reincarnation suit parts, Reincarnation leg armor. The host opens the suit treasure chest and obtains Dream Reincarnation suit parts, Dream God armor. The attribute value dropped by Lin Chen can be said to have refreshed Lin Chen's cognition. The Dream Reincarnation suit, only the last reincarnation armor can be collected. And the blue-colored time picture that Lin Chen seized from Lin Chen was sealed in the main body of the dragon. The Dragon Lord has the Eternal Bite, which is also an assimilation time, and consumes very little to himself, which can reduce the flow of time to the slowest, and there is enough time for Lin Chen to deal with it afterwards. This thing was probed by Lin Chen, and its owner was not actually Lin Chen. Just as he mobilized powerful laws from the illusory sword world, it was an artifact he temporarily acquired and controlled from the sword world. An imperial artifact may be destroyed by Lin Chen's methods, but he cannot forcibly recognize the master. At this time, the White Emperor Divine Pillar, which was measured by the meter, flashed with a space vortex. The pure and vast D-Way emanated from the vortex of space, and only Lin Chen and the 100 people who passed the test could pass. Jiang Fan solemnly said, "This is." Lin Chen nodded, "If there is no accident, it should be the inheritance of Emperor Shi. Let's go in." Lin Chen and his party stepped forward with their heads held high. The stars turned, like the reversal of the stars, and everyone felt that they had moved through the space many times and were transferred to a great hall. I saw that in the main hall, there were 4 volumes of pamphlets carved from ancient jade, all of which were written by Emperor Shi. 3 pieces of superb divine jade the size of a small mountain, hundreds of 9th order divine mines, are dazzling. There is also a divine saber. The blade is 5 feet long, the handle is in the shape of 2 wings, the handle is carved with dragon teeth, and the blade is inlaid with 33 Xinghua divine stones, such as the stars, connecting the stars and the vast sea of stars, all of which are included. Everyone gasped slightly. This knife is a handle, an imperial artifact. These treasures, I am afraid that Emperor Shi is not alone. There is also what the White Emperor left behind. When everyone is attracted by the treasures in the hall, only Lin Chen was alone. He looked at the top of the hall, 2 stone tablets with countless blood residues, and 2 lines of words were inscribed, respectively. I smiled to the sky from the horizontal knife, and left the 2 kunluns with my liver and gallbladder. Several generations of Qinglu and Shuiliu have drawn their swords and vowed to cut off evil spirits. They were left by Emperor Shi and Emperor Bai respectively. Lin Chen stepped forward, and when he touched the 2 stone tablets, a large amount of memories of the soul poured into his mind. The scene of the light and shadow kept emerging, as if he had crossed the long river of time, crossed the dimension of time, and the scenes of the past appeared in front of him. In the long river of emptiness and darkness, they rushed to the boundless and dark universe, opened up the world, turned into a flame, and illuminated the front little by little. This is. Lin Chen stared at their faces among the group of people who were walking one after the other. They looked back suddenly, and the face of nothingness gradually took on a clear appearance. That appearance was actually Lin Chen himself. Star field. Beneath the silent galaxy, a mighty team stretched out from the sky like an iron dragon. The suffocating gray light faintly enveloped the entire Tianxinjiu. In an instant, 10,000 layers of evil spirits gathered into waves, and wave after wave shook the remaining extinct galaxy nearby. Boom! Then, dozens of giant fists covering the stars and covering the moon swept away all the extinct stars. Above the star tower in the Tianxinjiu, Shang Guanyun suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of expression in his eyes. Azuras? Not good. They were able to bypass the perception. It seems that there are strong people rushing to help. Shang Guanyun stood up abruptly, and the sound of the law echoed through the stars. The third column joined forces with the Hui clan to retreat together. And the Azura clan is coming. Above the cloud of evil spirits is a team of Azuras. The strong are like clouds. Boom. 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 The galaxy trembled. The army of the Azura tribe rushed down into the Tianqing territory, and another unparalleled battle of the gods started in an instant. Originally, we should also go to the Emperor Shi's tomb. How could we suddenly be split up to deal with this garbage? A young Ashura pouted with disdain. No. Standing at the forefront of the team, the Azuras wearing blood-red battle armor, with a pair of bloody eyes like the sea, said in a voice like a bell. Never underestimate the human race, Lin Chen. He is an enemy worthy of our Azura tribe's attention. The white-haired boy Ashura raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Is he strong? The blood-eyed Azuras nodded and said, it's very strong, and he's not alone. The white-haired Shura sneered, why, how many people does he have? The blood-eye Shura did not answer, and the blood-eye flickered with a dim light. After half a sound, it said slowly. Lin Chen, it's a team. Lin Chen stood in front of the 2 ancient monuments, closed his eyes and pondered. The soul entrenched out of his head, and a soul-like storm erupted into a vortex, whistling constantly. When a large number of divine soul memories were derived from the 2 divine monuments, a large number of attribute light balls flew out continuously. Acquired 1.02 million soul points, 1.98 million points, 100,000 Shinto points, and 2,995 God-level enhancement points. When Lin Chen's spirit continued to rise, his expression was particularly complicated, sometimes sad, sometimes angry, and sometimes happy. After he originally killed Lin Xingchen, the critical value reached by his soul was about to break through a new realm. Boom. The host is promoted to the 3rd level of divine soul, successfully. When stepping into the divine soul triple consummation, Lin Chen faintly felt that his divine soul was approaching that divine soul universe. Even though there was still a long distance, he really took a firm step. Jiang Fan and Tang Jianghai were amazed when the nebula vortex-shaped soul storm broke through. The realm of the soul is so mysterious and hidden, and it is the most difficult existence in all realms to break through. He has entered the next realm so quickly. Should I say it's him? It's scary. Everyone did not dare to disturb Lin Chen, and carefully counted all the things in the tomb of Emperor Shi. The 4 volumes of exercises handed down by Emperor Shi are all at the red rank intermediate level. The inheritance of the White Emperor is hidden in the White Emperor. Shenqing. I see. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, a trace of vicissitudes had settled down, and finally he was absorbed into the depths of his soul. Having obtained some memories of the 2 supreme powers, Lin Chen learned that Emperor Shi was an era earlier than Hao Futian. The amazing thing is that although he has no direct intersection with Hao Futian, he is inextricably linked with him. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. It turns out that history is connected like this. Emperor Shi and Emperor Bai were close friends. After gaining some of their memories, it was equivalent to obtaining their divine soul mark and inheriting the artifacts they left behind. It can be said that the White Emperor Shenqing that the White Emperor has inherited from the outside world is also Lin Chen's artifact. In the 10 Optimus Primes, all the space planes in the hidden space laws belong to Lin Chen. The White Emperor Shenqing is the leader among the divine artifact of the Emperor. It contains one of the 10 laws of space, and the unity of the 10 is the complete divine artifact of the Emperor. Lin Chen obtained it. Not only can he temporarily mobilize the law of space to fight, but he can also use it to understand the law of space. After releasing a ray of divine soul, Lin Chen could immediately see that within the 10 divine pillars, the Asuras and the dragons were desperately participating in all the trials. I see. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose when the real inheritor appears. Everything inherited by the 2 God Emperors belongs to the inheritor. Now, Lin Chen is the master of White Emperor Shenqing. No matter how hard the powerhouses in the outside world work, as long as Lin Chen has a thought, even if they pass the assessment, they won't even be able to get a fart. Lin Chen looked directly at the starry sky outside the Emperor Shi's tomb, and suddenly said with a smile, "This is a good place." Lin Chen flipped his palm. The silver light was like snow, bright like stars. And the bones, which were as transparent and bright as works of art, slowly hung in the air. Lin Chen didn't have time before, but now he can. He can concentrate on refining a kind of divine bone. Divine bone, only one can be refined in each great realm. Divine bone is taken from other supreme powers, and it will be repelled when integrated into the body. In the realm of true gods, only one divine bone can be refined. The realm of the God King is also a God bone, and the realm of the God Master can be refined again. If a God Master has never refined God bones, then his God body can hold 3 God bones. On the other hand, in the God Emperor realm, it is no longer possible to refine the divine bones. The realm of the law of the Emperor's cultivation can no longer accommodate the breath of other creatures. Similarly, the fall of the God Emperor will not produce God bones, but will become a world. For example, Emperor Shi's tomb mansion was the realm of law formed by the power of his own law when Emperor Shi fell. Later, due to the time being too long, the realm of law expanded and merged with the desolate star realm. The God Emperor has the power of the law, and it is no longer possible to show It's stalwart in real objects. The fall of the God Emperor will only leave one world and heaven and earth. Even after his death, the glory of the God Emperor will last forever until there is a next heir. Wait a moment. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Lin Chen also has a divine bone. Why didn't I see him use the divine bone in the previous battle against me? Lin Chen felt the breath of the divine bones from Zhao Anren, and Lin Chen was very sure that Lin Chen also had divine bones in his body. His eyes once again fell into the space where he had previously fought with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen's demeanor was particularly solemn. Could it be that even Lin Chen couldn't help shaking his head and laughing? If he can still live here, he'll be hell in broad daylight. There is only one divine bone that can be refined in the Divine King realm. After careful selection, Lin Chen chose 2 divine bones engraved with silver patterns. Lin Chen probed and grabbed it from the air. Boom! 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 The space shook, the temple swayed, and streams of light came from all directions. Next, everyone witnessed an incredible scene. 1 piece, 10 pieces, 100 pieces, the bones of the gods are filled with magnificent and dazzling shenhua, and they fly into the air. Those divine bones scattered in all the inheritance spaces of the white Emperor Shenqing were all taken by Lin Chen from the air. A total of 1,209 divine bones. All of the inheritance in the 10 great pillars are now in the hands of Lin Chen. Everyone was stunned and their hearts trembled. This is the real Emperor Tibetan. Emperor Shi died generously, fighting the gods to the death, and did not pass on too many treasures. But Emperor Bai was different. He was another one who was ready to challenge the existence of the 3 gods following the will of Emperor Shi, and he had an infinite heritage. These divine bones are the divine masters who once followed the White Emperor. 1,200 gods, how many powerful beings have assembled in the heyday of the White Emperor? There are more than 1,000 divine lords, not to mention the number of divine kings. Did you fail to challenge the Protoss with such a background? How dark was the air back then? Jiang Fan and the others all lost their voices in shock. This power is so crucial. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone, take 1 for each refining. After going out from here, our strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts were surging. For Lin Chen, this is a surefire business. They practice a kind of mental method. If they refine the god bones, they will definitely drop a large number of attribute light balls, just like the last time they broke through the God King. Everyone carefully screened and selected a god bone. Lin Chen flicked his fingers slightly, the only top-quality divine jade in the temple that was shrouded in the brilliance of orange glow, blooming with dazzling light. A large amount of divine power has been injected into everyone's body, escorting everyone in the process of refining the divine bones, with a little more means and a little more control. The top-quality divine jade is extremely rare even for divine emperors, but Lin Chen is unambiguous when using it for everyone. Lin Chen made a seal and sat cross-legged. Instead of entering the cultivation state immediately, he displayed 5 phantom clones. For others, you may only be able to refine 3 divine bones in a lifetime. But for me, Lin Chen, not so. Lin Chen's eyes were full of terrifying confidence. My phantom clone can replace my Lin Chen and refine the bones. The realm of God Lord is not far from Lin Chen. Yower, I'll be back soon. Lin Chen's body and the phantom clone sat cross-legged in front of the top grade divine jade dozens of feet high, and when he refined a little bit of divine jade's energy, the laws in his body jumped like fish in water. When Lin Chen runs Shanghai Blue, he absorbs a lot of energy from the top. Quality Divine Jade. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen's law roared violently, and he broke through in less than a dozen breaths. The origin law of the host is promoted to the realm of transformation. The host's cutting law, promotion to the realm of attainments. Hiss. Around Lin Chen, he couldn't help but gasp slightly. The energy of the top-quality divine jade is so abnormal. No wonder so many divine masters can't collect it. The divine emperor has to covet such treasures. Lin Chen's laws are more than 10 times stronger than those of the same level. The promotion of his law attainments is of great benefit to the improvement of his combat power. With the body protection of the best divine jade, Lin Chen's law of the 5 elements is constantly running. Holding the divine bone in his hand, the phantom clone and Lin Chen worked together. The silvery divine bone twisted the divine talisman, and it was completely incorporated into Lin Chen's body. LOL. Almost at the same time, all the gods were bleeding, and when the gods were brought into the body, the flesh and blood were faintly torn. Refining the god bones is tantamount to a transformation that is completely reborn, and it is extremely difficult. Generally speaking, the realm of the true gods wants to refine the bones of the gods. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone present was a god-king cultivation base and a top-grade divine jade, Lin Chen really didn't dare to hand over the divine bone to them. Even if he did, it would be a gamble. 5 elements protect the body, yin and yang are in harmony. All the clones and Lin Chen released a large amount of 5 elements of divine light together, covering everyone and quickly healing their injuries. The piercing pain went straight to the soul, but for Lin Chen, who had experienced life and death, this pain was nothing, but stimulated him to absorb the divine power in the bones faster. Time passed quickly, and the powerhouses from the outside world were desperately trying to snatch the trial in the White Emperor Shenqing. In a trial plane. The 2 Azuras have gone through life and death, passed the assessment, and are waiting for the arrival of the trial treasure. Brush. The 2 Azura god kings were sent out and got nothing. What's the situation? This king has passed the inheritance and has no chance. Emperor Shi, you are a beast without benevolence and righteousness. The 2 Azura kings roared suddenly. The geniuses of the gods' domain team gloated. Ha ha ha. Emperor Shi is a strong man in my human race, how could he help show to abuse him? Brother of the Ashura tribe, go back and rest, the glory of the human race is something you can get. However, just when the geniuses got a trace of solace from the misery of the Ashura, more than a dozen geniuses of God's domain were also teleported out, stunned. This young master has passed the medicine refining trial, why is there nothing? Emperor Shi, Emperor Bai. You 2 liars are actually deceiving the world. A god emperor in vain, you really are a god emperor in vain. The geniuses of God's domain kept cursing and greeting the 2 former superpowers. The older generation of the Dragon and Phoenix teams were also dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Fool all the strong? Lu Huang frowned and said, my team's soldiers also went in. Could it be that the bamboo basket is also empty? No. Yi Tianchen said solemnly, Emperor Shi and Emperor Bai are not such people who do not believe in their words. I think there should be a change in the inheritance. His eyes were cast on the totem of the god column for the measurement test. And he suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, I understand, it turned out to be little friend Lin Chen. When the real inheritor appeared, the treasures of the trials of the 10 Major inheritances belong to the real inheritor. What a Shihuang and bitey. This hand is really cruel. What? Lin Chen. The angry faces of the strong men of all ethnic groups were revealed, with resentful expressions on their faces, gnashing their teeth. It's him again. It's still him. The obstacles again and again are all his Lin Chen. Lu Xiaomei said worriedly, will it be too dangerous to make this matter public? Fang Chuan waved his hand and said casually, based on the experience of these old things, it is only a matter of a day or two to scrutinize it, so why not make it public? There are not many enemies who have made great achievements. Shen Lingshuang showed a smile, and her fair and handsome face was full of smiles. It seems that this time, my master has won a win-win situation. In the endless swearing and scolding, Lin Chen and others entered the inheritance space, and it has been a month. Boom. Zheng. In the temple, when Lin Chen's body was the first to refine the first divine bone, a large number of cultivation memories and new laws poured into the divine soul and tai time and space. God Master Yutian, the name is Qian Luo, specializing in the law of moving. And the unique movement method, Orange Sky Pad. Crimson Rank Intermediate. An incandescent divine light that spanned thousands of miles across the galaxy. Rose from tai time and space, and with a little push, the brilliance drifted away and moved around the sky. One of the 10 laws, the law of movement. At this moment, Lin Chen possessed 2 10 principles, and his combat power soared, far exceeding his previous self. The divine bones refined by Lin Chen are the 36 divine masters of the constellation, and each of them is the pinnacle of the divine masters. Their unique skills are far beyond ordinary exercises. Then, within a few days, Jiang Fan, Yuan Wujue, Tang Jianghai, Lu Qixin and others succeeded in refining the divine bones one after another, and the realm was broken. The energy of the God bone is too vast, far exceeding that of the God King. Even if it is only a part of the God Master in his lifetime, it can still benefit the true God, God King, and endless benefits. The same is true of Lin Chen's phantom avatar. God Lord Jiang Yi, the name is Dong Yuan, he is proficient in cutting laws. And has a unique combat skill, flying his fingers in one breath. Red Rank. Intermediate. The Lord of Hades, whose name is Tsong Yi, is proficient in the law of slaughter, and has a unique combat skill, Songming Axe. Scarlet Rank. Intermediate. God Master Xingyu, the name is Luoxing, proficient in the laws of the stars. Unique combat skills, great destroying star palm. Scarlet Rank Intermediate. The Lord of the Prison Palace, the name must be Prison, proficient in the law of winding, unique combat skills, innumerable, intermediate red. The Lord of Buddha, the name of the creation of spirits, proficient in the law of floating, unique combat skills, 6 realms of floating, middle level. Red. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the 4th level of the God King. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the 5th level of the God King. When all the divine bone energy was refined, Lin Chen's cultivation level broke through the 5th level of the divine king. The god bones of the 6 peak god masters actually made Lin Chen leap over the 2 realms of the God King realm, surpassing the cultivation realm obtained by Lin Chen in any previous battle. Lin Chen's combat power has skyrocketed to a particularly terrifying realm. At least Lin Chen can be sure that if he doesn't use the major suits, he can compete with the God Lord at the triple or even quadruple level just by virtue of his cultivation. Lin Chen found that his phantom avatar only needs to refine 2 god bones. Every time, if the avatar falls and displays a new phantom avatar, he will no longer possess the God bone, but he can comprehend the laws of the God bone. Cultivate it, the memory of the exercises is transferred to the main body. Lin Chen couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that, theoretically, the number of divine bones I can refine will never end? Lin Chen can refine the infinite divine bones. If this news is known to the outside world, I am afraid that the chance of killing Lin Chen will be unprecedented. Even though the trump card of Phantom Avatar has its ultimate limit, it brings irreplaceable effects to Lin Chen's growth. Although Lin Chen can refine the divine bone, there is no limit in theory. But there is a limit to the ability of the soul to bear. Each divine bone contains a generation of divine masters' lifelong insights into their own laws and exercises, and their memory is particularly huge. The realm of the soul is insufficient, and it is unable to accommodate these massive memories. Not to mention, what Lin Chen refines is the divine bone of the 5th level. God Lord, which is more demanding than ordinary divine bones, several times or even 10 times more difficult. Lin Chen's soul received the blessings of his mind and talent, which, like the laws, were 10 times higher than those of the same realm. With his current divine soul realm, he estimates that he can accommodate up to 6 divine bones of the peak divine master, which has just reached the limit. Now, if it exceeds this number, the huge cultivation memory will affect his combat power, and even his soul will collapse. And Lin Chen's divine soul realm will determine the number of divine bones he can refine. It's not over yet. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appeared, and he suddenly turned his mind. Then, the 100 god kings in the hall were surrounded by a large number of attribute light balls, which were no less than the number Lin Chen had obtained from a battle of gods. It was left behind by everyone refining the divine bones. It's time to blossom. Lin Chen runs the mind method, and all attribute light balls are like rivers and seas, all incorporated into the body. Step by step, Lin Chen's 5th level realm loosened again, rushed to 5th level consummation, and then broke through a new bottleneck. The host is promoted to a half-step lord. If there is any kind of law that achieves the realm of Tianyi, he can be promoted to the lord immediately. His law of the 5 elements, law of stars, law of origin, law of thunder, and law of cutting have already reached the perfection of the divine attainment realm, and there is only one last line left from the heavenly attainment. Unfortunately, if you can refine another divine bone, you can break through. At this stage, the divine soul has reached the enduring limit, and it is impossible to refine any divine bone in a short period of time. The unique skills of every constellation peak god master are all mastered by Lin Chen. The red rank intermediate level exercises that Lin Chen had obtained so difficultly in the past actually controlled 6 types at once this time. His combat power, looking at the realm of the gods, except for the so-called 10 geniuses of the gods, there are few who can be called opponents. If my divine soul can break through the 4th level of perfection, or even the 5th level of perfection, the number of divine bones that can be refined can increase several times or even dozens of times. Lin Chen's divine soul realm will represent the number of divine bones he can refine in the future. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. There are still a group of gods outside. If you go out and slaughter a few, maybe you will be able to break through the gods. He didn't plan to let the genius of God's domain go back alive. The top quality divine jade is really mysterious. Not only has the realm broken through, but even my law attainments have reached the great achievement of divine attainments. I actually broke through the 4th level God King? Unbelievable, my laws are still growing, and I can feel that in the near future, I may be able to attack the 5th layer God King again. It's no wonder that the bones of the gods can make so many strong people flock to them, inherit the law, inherit the mantle, and ascend to the sky in one step. 100 god kings, after refining the god bones, broke through 2 realms. At least. Some even broke through the 3 realms and reached the level of the 4th level god king. On Lin Chen's side, it is equivalent to adding 100 triple and quadruple kings. When Lin Chen and his party stepped away from the sky, they returned to the outside of the Optimus Pillar. The Dragon Clan, the Azura Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Divine Realm, and a group of powerhouses surrounded Lin Chen in an instant. Lin Chen, hand over the inheritance of Emperor Shi. You can't swallow this wealth. Human Lin Chen, if you hand over the inheritance of Emperor Shi, I, the Azura family, can forgive the past, otherwise, when my Azura army comes, it will be your death day. The strong men of all ethnic groups are eyeing them, wanting to use their power to overwhelm people. Yi Tianchen sneered and said, "Did any cat or dog dare to threaten us? It seems that you haven't beaten you enough before." Lin Chen waved his hand at will, and the entire 9th floor of Shi Huang's tomb suddenly shook. 10 such as giant pillars flying through the sky quickly, shrinking, spinning extremely fast, falling into Lin Chen's palm, and finally being pocketed by him. This scene shocked all the powerhouses in an instant. Can he control the Emperor Bai's divine artifact? Damn it, he really made us get nothing. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups gritted their teeth, and as soon as the White Emperor's divine weapon was removed, the pressure of the God Emperor on the 9th floor was suddenly reduced a lot, and the pressure to suppress everyone's cultivation was no longer there. Only the pinnacle lord headed by the Azura tribe showed a smile. The white-haired god Lord Shura stepped out and stared at Lin Chen coldly. "Lin Chen, how about making a deal?" "Deal?" Lin Chen's shoulders shook sharply, and many phantom lights descended, one after another. The 5 phantom clones appeared one by one. Lin Chen stared at the Lord of Shura. "Do you have the strength to negotiate a deal with me now from the Azura family?" When the cultivation base of the half-step god lord was suddenly released, all the powerhouses in the scene changed their expressions. Half-step god lord? Isn't he the 2nd level god king? No, it's not right. The breath on his body is of various kinds, vicissitudes of life and ancient, and there is a bit of inheritance. It's the divine bone. He refined the divine bone. Hey, with such a strong breath, he has refined at least 5 god bones? There is someone in the world who can refine more than 3 kinds of divine bones? Is this guy really a human race? Why do I always feel that he is the only monster in the world? The pinnacle god lord is no longer far away from Lin Chen. The phantom avatar that cannot use the suit only has the cultivation base of the 5th level of the god king, and may only be able to deal with the 3rd level god master, but Lin Chen can use it many times, and the avatar is not afraid of death. Even against all the strong people present, Lin Chen has nothing to do fear. LOL. The sonic boom rolled, and Lin Chen's 2 fingers stood side by side. And when he pointed out, the cutting law was like a meteor falling into the world, dazzling and dazzling, shooting out from Lin Chen's fingertips like the tip of a sword. Flickering fingers. The space is faintly bursting, the chi is like a blade, the cutting law cuts off the avenue, the law is sharp, and the potential is like opening up the world, pointing directly at the Lord of Shura. Then, in a split second, 5 meteor-like fingers pierced through the void. Azura unrivaled seal. Lord Azura raised his hand and pressed it with a palm. The boundless Azura divine power in the palm of his hand was mixed with rolling evil spirits, turning into a seven-cornered divine seal, shattering Lin Chen's finger. Boom! Azura's evil spirit exploded. Lin Chen stepped back 5 steps, and the Lord of Azura stood still. The aftermath of the confrontation between the two sides shook back many strong men. His cutting laws are 10 times stronger than all the cutting laws that I have played against when I was young, and they are not inferior to the real laws of heaven. God Lord Shura showed a hint of solemnity, together with the exercises he used. It is 10 times stronger than any kind of middle-level red-level combat skills that I have ever experienced. More than 10 times the strength of the law, more than 10 times the power of the practice. After fighting against Lin Chen in person, Lord Shura finally understood why Lin Chen was so difficult. With the cultivation of a half-step God Lord, the combat power that he burst out exceeded most of the 4th-level God Lords. Even though it is a lot worse than the 5th-level God Lord, the Shura God Lord knows very well that Lin Chen still has those kinds of weird magic weapons. If you let him step into the realm of God Lord, even God Lord Shura shuddered. Isn't it really sweeping the realm of the gods? Lin Chen, haven't you ever thought about why the Azura tribe is the strongest of all tribes? Why is the power coming today only the same as other tribes? God Lord Shura immediately threw out his chips, because half of the clan powerhouses from our clan who entered the Emperor Shi's tomb mansion went to the Tianxinjiu. Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang couldn't help but change their expressions. The Azuras actually knew that their people were lurking in the Tianqing territory? Together, Fang Chuan, Lu Huang, and Luo Ke frowned. Although the 3 of them have arranged for the powerhouses in the realm of the gods to be in the Tianxinjiu, they may be difficult to resist in the face of such power. Seeing that Lin Chen's mood was fluctuating, the Lord Shura smiled evilly. The strength of that team is no less than the team of our family that entered the Emperor Shi's tomb. Do you think your people can resist such power? The divine flame in Lu Huang's palm erupted with fiery and violent power. He said coldly, "You will let us go after handing over the inheritance of Emperor Shi? Fuck your mother. Compromising with the beasts will only be eaten up faster." Looking directly at Lin Chen, the Azura god said with sincerity, "This seat guarantees in the highest name of the 99th Legion of Shura, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Emperor Shi, this seat will immediately send out the message of a truce, and maybe return it. How about someone who can save you?" Boom! A golden light talisman suddenly exploded. The host activates the Godslayer talent and consumes the god's gift points. The host turns on the divine rebellious talent, consumes divine gift points. The god of war spear appeared in the sky. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was wild. "Fuck you, I killed you bastards." Heavenly Star territory, war is raging. The sound of killing was loud, and the endless war devastated everything. Under the crazy siege of the Azura tribe, the 5 teams of the Huai tribe and Lin Chen were choosing multiple directions to break through. A human-faced and snake-like god Lord Azura descended. His eyes were cold, and he looked directly at the many battle circles in the melee. He licked his lips lewdly. This woman is so strong, she even single-handedly singled out the 8 Azura god kings of my Azura army. The place he looked at was the battle circle where Shang Guanyun was fighting hard. Shang Guanyun shot 1 shot per person, and the brilliance of the god king shone through the ages, and the marksmanship he used seemed to be exactly the same as someone else's. She was alone, defending the 8 Azura god kings alone. She was covered in blood, her hair fluttered, and her eyes that had been drawn with blood were firm and dazzling, like a sonorous rose blooming on the battlefield, bright and dazzling. Ha ha ha. Little beauty, let me play with you. A frantic laughter echoed, and Shang Guanyun, who flew away the god King Shura with several guns, narrowed his eyes. She stepped back 10 steps in a row, clenched the silver divine spear, raised her eyes and raised her head, sensing an unprecedented powerful aura. A heavy god? No, maybe more than that. The Azure god lord with the human face and snake body stepped on the rolling clouds and descended, and the 8-blocked Azure god lords knelt down and saluted. The snake body Shura grinned and said, "Try the space of the 8 beasts in this seat." He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and a human face seemed to be cracked, and it was torn apart, spitting out a terrifying green wind. To the surprise of the snake body Shura, Shang Guanyun did not escape. Snake body Shura glanced at the Hui clansmen who were still fighting behind him, and was amazed. It really is a strong man. In an instant, the situation changed, and Shang Guanyunru was in an illusory space. The 8-headed monsters were several feet tall, resembling beasts, and humans, with human and animal limbs, their heads sticking out a 1-meter-long tongue, twitching slightly, and their scarlet eyes flashed with strange red ons. The phantom of the snake body Shura appeared in the space, and laughed wildly. The real powerhouse of the human race, let this seat see your abilities. This is the 8 mythical beasts refined by the human race and the orc race, and they are naturally lustful and violent. Much stronger than the subordinates of this seat, you have to kill them. He smiled evilly and said, or, if you can yield and satisfy their desire to mate, maybe you can still survive. This seat likes the look in the eyes of a real powerhouse, like you when yielding, that feeling. I can't stop it. Ah. Quack. Shang Guanyun's star eyes did not have any emotional fluctuations, she just looked down at the war gun in her hand, which was sharp and fierce. Boom. Shang Guanyun stepped out in 1 step, the space shook, and shot again. Shi Huangtu Mansion, 9th floor. In Lin Chen's One Time and Space, the law of the 5 elements, the law of cutting, and the law of the stars, from this moment, rushed to a new realm, and turned into a distorted and illusory law power that spread throughout Lin Chen's divine body. The illusory law of Tianyi. At this moment, Lin Chen was temporarily promoted to the realm of God Lord. The golden god of war came again, the law of power swept across all directions, and an orange light flashed from under his feet like a gleam of light. Orange sky cushion, big shift. Laugh. Lin Chen stepped on the law of movement, and his body flashed like a dragon. When he flashed in front of the Shura god, the latter was shocked. One of the 10 laws, the law of movement? The Lord Azura lost his voice and was horrified. His palms surged violently, and the Azura suffocated like a dragon when he violently counterattacked. Laugh. Boom. Lin Chen slammed his spear down. The cutting law splits all the forces of heaven and earth, blessing the law of power that reverses the 5 elements, suppresses the ancients, and smashes through the body of God Lord Shura. Boom. 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 God Lord Shura was shot dozens of miles away, and the smoke billowed, smashing the dead, and crashing into countless sacred mountains along the way. With a glimpse of the orange light, Lin Chen disappeared in place, and the large-scale space movement completely shocked countless powerhouses. Holding the god of war spear, Lin Chen fired his spears repeatedly, smashing, slashing, and stabbing. Every shot carried endless killing intent, and he even beat God Lord Shura violently for a while. Boom! A shot was blocked, and Lin Chen hit his knees, causing God Lord Shura to almost vomit blood, and punched him with a backhand. Lin Chen punched fist to fist, and the golden light fist that swirled the 5 elements law slammed, and God Lord Shura fought back again. His fists were full of marks of being cut and burned. The powerhouses of the Divine Realm team and the Dragon Clan were shocked. Damn, how can this Lin Chen's strength increase so terrifying? The law of movement, the law of power, and the law of the 5 elements, he actually controls 3 of the 10 laws. He seems to have only temporarily stepped into the realm of the first level gods, right? He actually pressed the 5th level gods of the Asura tribe. How far is the distance between the 1st level god and the 5th level god? How could Lin Chen and the 5th level god be able to take down hundreds of moves to gain the upper hand? This pinnacle lord is even the god of battle, the lord of the Asura clan. Lin Chen, who has the law of movement and the orange sky pad, can explode. The terrifying speed of the ultimate function even with the golden god of war. Suit. Repression from true speed and power. If the current Lin Chen uses the extreme wind god set, under the god emperor, no one in the world can match his speed. You can't kill him, withdraw. Go out and find a way to call the god emperor of our clan. I don't believe that he can make a difference alone. The strong men of the Asura tribe retreated first, and the eyes of the white robed old man in the divine domain team flickered a few times, but they still chose to retreat. One shot pierced through the defense of God Lord Shura. When his bloodshot sword, he quickly retreated hundreds of miles, but Lin Chen did not catch up, but turned around and stepped on it. I want to leave now, it's a little late. A flake-like orange light flashed in front of everyone. Lin Chen's icy demeanor was full of murderous intent. Shen Lingshuang's pupils shrank. Since the death of Shui Jianming and Luo Yu, the master occasionally revealed such a strange and cruel side even to her. White Emperor Shenqing Shutian Shifeng. Lin Chen made seals on his hands and pushed horizontally from side to side. 10 extremely fast-rotating pillars of the White Emperor Shenqing flew out of his palms, releasing a blazing divine light that enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 places like a behemoth. Boom! 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 The huge White Emperor Shenqing fell to the entrance of the 9th floor of the tomb, and the laws of space in Shenqing changed. The laws of space are like transparent water ripples, covering all the exits. And all living beings can no longer detect signs of exits. This scene made all the strong people pale in horror. Yi Tianchen was the first to understand, and snorted coldly, "It's time to counterattack, let's take action together and destroy them." Lin Chen blocked the space, intending to destroy all these powerful enemies. Here. If they can eat this Divine Realm team here, it will be no less beneficial to them than going to the Divine Realm to make a scene. Lin Chen is planning to kill them all. The powerhouses of the Phoenix and Dragon Clan immediately shouted, "Hey, hey! It's them who offended you, not us. Do you humans want to kill indiscriminately?" That's right, my Feng clan has acted all my life and adhered to the principle of being kind and not killing. How dare you treat us like this? Yuan Wujue sneered, "Fuck your mother, who threatened us just now, look at the knife." Slashed with a knife, the law of the Tao of the blade crossed the sky, and the melee began to rise. The god of war spear was placed in front of his chest, and Lin Chen, who was holding the spear in both hands, had a chilling killing intent in his eyes. Looking directly at the Asura team. The Shura godhead in the sea of soul and consciousness spun rapidly, filling Lin Chen's divine power again and again. The violent blood thunder, like a dragon, is dotted with faint starlight, flickering from the god of war spear. Several gods and god-kings of the Asura tribe rarely showed fear. "You Asuras have lived too long." Lin Chen abruptly swept out with a shot. The blood thunder raged, winding like a dragon, and the blood-stained mad thunder crushed the stars and swept away. With a shot, the host uses the instant light and shadow talent, which consumes 1635 divine gift points. God robbery. The moment Lin Chen waved the divine calamity, the blue divine light burst into his eyes, consumes 38,650 divine gift points, and the host activates the ultimate talent of the rebel, breaking defense, which is instant kill. All the Asuras burst into the sky, fighting to the death, and they all resorted to the strongest killing move. Under the destruction of the law of 5 elements, the law of stars and the law of power carried in the super-large blood mine, a large number of attacks were wiped out in the violent blood mine. Not good, defend quickly. This human race is crazy. Oops, it's too late. Why is the human race able to give birth to such a monster of a powerhouse? This seat is unwilling. A large swath of blood thunder swept across the 9th layer plane, and its momentum traversed the sky and the latitude, like a blood moon carrying a rolling thunder, descending on Zhou Tian, judging all the Asuras. Trigger the ultimate talent effect of the rebel, breaking the anti-instant kill, breaking the anti-instant killing, breaking the anti-instant killing, breaking the anti-instant killing. One after another, the powerful Asuras were placed in the Asura God King, who was all-powerful in the outside world, and turned into pieces under Lin Chen's spear tip. In this scene, Luo Ke, Lu Huang and Fang Chuan, who were also partners, could not help but show fear. The God King of the Asura tribe was as fragile as a piece of paper. Only the remaining 6 Asura god lords fought with their lives and worked hard together to barely prevent Lin Chen's offensive. They were seriously injured, all with shocking wounds and cracks. The 6 Asura god lords showed fear and fled wildly in the direction of the white-haired Asura god lord. He was shocked. "Don't come in my direction." As soon as the voice fell, the dream bubble slowly moved and split, and an afterimage appeared in the void like a ghost, as if it knew in advance the escape direction of the 6 Asura gods. It's Lin Chen. Glistening starlight revolved in his palm, like a cycle of 6 reincarnations. And the spinning starlight roulette exuded an aura of death. The great destroying star palm. The host uses the instant light and shadow talent, which consumes 1650 divine gift points. Lin Chen patted it out with a light palm, and in the eyes of all the Asura gods, the shining starlight roulette in the sight became more and more spinning, getting bigger and bigger, blocking all their escape directions. In the starlight roulette, the 6 Shura gods were dying, slowly strangling them into ashes. All the powerhouses present, no one is not surprised, no one is not afraid. Such a powerful team of the Asura tribe, in addition to being damaged by the Mad God Emperor, was actually destroyed by Lin Chen with the power of thunder. God-level creatures killed by the host, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 8/10. Lin Chen's eyes swept away, staring at the white-haired boy like God Lord Shura, and the team of God's domain. When the 9th floor was playing in the dark outside the tomb of Emperor Shi, directly above the Styx River. In the distant starry sky, a few cocoons of blazing sunlight suddenly lit up. Several powerful auras that suppressed eternity were released from it, and suddenly gathered. Emperor Shi's imperial prestige and enchantment have begun to weaken. Probably found the inheritor. In any case, that copy of Taoism may be in the hands of Emperor Shi or Emperor spy, and it cannot fall into the hands of other powerful people. Hey, I heard that Lin Chen, who killed my demon clan, is also inside? Within the area of the number of squares and circles, countless strong people are pale. The coercion of these supreme powers, which is faintly leaking, far exceeds that of the gods, or even the peak gods. You demons also want a share of the pie? Haha, let's do our own thing later, old ghost. The realm of Emperor Shi's law is gradually weakening, prepare to take action. In the end, it is the supreme power of the ancient times. After so many years, the realm of law is still so tyrannical. The sticks boiled violently, and the sky burst open with giant python-like cracks, as if the apocalypse had come. Boom. 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 The space outside the Emperor Shi's tomb began to tremble violently, and the aura of death in the rolling Ming River continued to shake and radiate out. In the 9th floor, the violently shaking space instantly made Lin Chen feel it. A powerful person attacked the Emperor Shi's tomb from the outside? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he was able to attack the powerhouse in the Emperor Shi's tomb. I'm afraid the peak gods don't have the courage. Yes, the powerhouse of God Emperor realm. Just as Lin Chen was running his mind, he absorbed the attribute light ball. Dropped by the Asuras, he killed a beam of attribute light that has never been seen before, blazing from the space in the distance. Obtain the Crimson Rank Talent Treasure Chest, open and obtain the Crimson Rank Talent Fragment, the Great Wish of the Gods, 1/10. Lin Chen was startled suddenly, is it a new talent? In the Asura team, there should be no strong person who can give him such a precious thing. No, this direction is the 8th floor of Emperor Shi's tomb. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and the consciousness of the soul was like traveling through the void, falling into the space on the 8th floor. It was found by his 6th phantom clone. Lin Chen had been in Shi Huang's tomb for so long, and the 8th floor was particularly vast. In addition, due to the coercion of Emperor Shi's Divine Emperor, even the scope of investigation of the Divine Lord is extremely limited. Lin Chen's phantom clone searched for a full month before finding the end of the attribute light. At this time, the 6th phantom clone was at the end of the 8th floor. In the space at the end of the fog filled with gods, stands a ruined golden light giant. It has lost its spiritual essence and looks like a dead object. But with Lin Chen's eyes, it can be recognized at once, this object was once an imperial artifact. It stood quietly, as if hiding a secret of the world. The center of the golden man's chest was the red jade box that Lin Chen's clone had just opened. The attribute light of the new talent was actually obtained from this ruby box. At the same time, there is a dilapidated ancient book hidden in this box. When Lin Chen's phantom clone opened the dilapidated ancient book, several large characters were engraved on it. Ancient treasures, a series of lost artifacts from the ancient times. When the phantom clone obtained the ancient treasure spectrum, for a moment, Lin Chen thought of the crazy God Emperor. No wonder that God Emperor desperately wanted to break into Emperor Shi's tomb. He was imprisoned by Emperor Shi's laws, and even turned into a madman, which was so shocking that other God Emperors didn't dare to break in easily. It turned out that he came for this thing. Almost when the phantom clone focused on the ancient treasures, the situation suddenly changed. The 8th floor, which was originally weak, was finally broken by some forces. Boom. Kacha. The air layer cracked, the space burst, and above the head of the phantom clone, a majestic and vast sword world gate appeared, opening the sky again. When he sensed the aura of the Kendo master, both Lin Chen's body and his phantom avatar his face changed greatly at the same time. Zheng. The sharp sword roar is like a dragon's roar, and when the huge gate of the sword world opens, it slashes with a 5-colored sword. Light. Phantom rune, take it. Lin Chen subconsciously took back the phantom clone. Answer to the host, the powerful space law prevents the rune from returning. And the host can only remove the rune. In order to cut weeds and roots, Lin Chen specially blocked the space with White Emperor Shen Qing, but he didn't expect it to become an obstacle. If the phantom rune is lifted, the ancient treasure book will fall into the hands of the enemy. But the change was only fleeting, the moment Lin Chen realized the problem. The 5-color sword light slashed diagonally, and the phantom clone stepped on the orange light, and the law of movement was as fast as a flash, moving and retreating in a wide range. With the cultivation base of the Phantom Avatar's 5th-level God King, the orange sky pad movement technique and moving law can at least surpass most of the 4th-level God Lords. OM. A colorful imperial mirror spun toward it, restraining the Phantom Avatar, and the 5-colored sword light that stabbed was a little faster. Flying fingers. The Phantom Avatar mobilized all his strength, and the divine light of the law all over his body soared and instantly gathered his fingertips, and he pointed it out, shaking the sword light. Boom. Boom. When the two sides played against each other, the legal boundary of Emperor Shi's tomb collapsed due to an attack from the outside world. The law breath of the Phantom Avatar, which is exactly the same as the main body, suddenly overflows. Desolate star territory, the distant Luyun galaxy. The mysterious and beautiful woman in black dress is hiding in an ancient tree, leaning on the trunk, her breath is restrained, she spit out Feng Lan and exhaled slightly. If it is known by the powerhouses from the outside world, I am afraid it will be a big surprise. The dignified Empress Luo Binger, the most powerful person standing at the peak of the 4th dimension, actually needs to sleep and rest here? However, even if she is sleeping and resting, the space and time around her are still as if she is still, and she retains a very terrifying divine power to protect herself. The next moment, he closed his eyes and opened his eyes abruptly. Under the clear and bright eyes, there was a bit of confusion, staring directly at a certain space. It's the breath of the light soul. That location is, near the sticks? A trace of strangeness flashed across the beautiful eyes under the veil, and she muttered to herself. Why is the fluctuation of the light soul mixed with the breath of 3-dimensional creatures? Luo Binger flicked her fingers, opened the space, and escaped into nothingness. The 8th floor of the Emperor Shi's tomb. When the phantom clone took the sword hard, it didn't know that one sword hides another. When the 5 aggregates were shattered, another sword light slashed through and cut off an arm of the phantom clone. In almost 1,000th of a breath, Lin Chen on the 9th floor thought, and the space blockaded by Di Shenqing was lifted. Phantom runes, take it. When the phantom clone turned into a streamer and was brought into Lin Chen's eyebrows, the ancient treasures also fell into Lin Chen's palm. But when he took a closer look, Lin Chen's eyebrows were sharp, and the ancient treasure spectrum was cut open by the previous sword energy, and half of it was missing. Holding the ancient treasures, Lin Chen gave up the pursuit of the last Azura god and stared at the space on the 8th floor. You're not dead yet. At this time, when the Divine Emperor's pressure was weakening, Lin Chen lifted the space blockade again, and the powerhouses above the main level of the gods could roughly perceive the situation on the 8th floor. I saw that the gate of the majestic and blue sword world was wide open, and the cold and handsome young man was naked, holding half a book of ancient treasures and holding the sword of the 5 emperors in one hand, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. The ancient treasures, I finally got it. It's not worth my lurking for so long, it's not worth my effort to repair the upper body first. His laughter was rampant and frantic, and chilling. Lu Huang and others paled in shock. Lin Chen? How is that possible? He's not dead yet. No, you see, he doesn't seem to be complete. Luo Ke pointed at the light curtain above the gate of the sword world. At this time, Lin Chen only had a naked upper body. The lower body was hidden in the light curtain, and thousands of waning rays flew like strips of light, repairing and making up for his body. Luo Ke's pupils shrank slightly. The sword body is immortal, the 8 wildernesses are immortal. Could it be that he has mastered the most dangerous sword master technique in history? Fang Chuan was stunned and said, the most dangerous sword master? What do you mean by that? Luo Ke's face was sinking like water, the last primordial sword body in the ancient times, the 8 desolate sword master. This person used the sword body as the law and the law as the secret, created his own method of immortality, and poured all his life force into it. Within a law, the law is immortal, and the sword body is immortal. No matter how many times you kill, you can recondense the body and soul. Lu Huang's face changed slightly. I have heard of this legend. It is said that when the sword master of the 8 desolations was about to become emperor, he alerted the 2 god emperors to leave the customs, killed him personally, and cut down his roots. It is very likely that the Lord will become the most amazing sword cultivator god emperor in the ancient times of the human race. Looking up, Fang Chuan suddenly said, could it be that he lodged his laws in the sword world? They never imagined that the forces behind Lin Chen would be so tyrannical. He even won the rarest divine bone in the world. Boom! Lin Chen stepped on the orange sky mat, moved and broke into the 8th floor. His figure swept towards Lin Chen like a shuttle. He could see that although Lin Chen's current cultivation was a bit strange, he had not surpassed the realm of the Lord of God, and the ultimate heaven rebel could kill him with one move. Lin Chen understood his intentions, and with a wave of the sword, the gate of the sword world slammed shut. Transform time. Transform into space. Transform into sword. Lin Chen swung his spear to sweep the universe, and the god of war spear, blessed by the law of power, ripped apart the void, and directly opened up a large number of palaces on the 8th floor of Emperor Shi, as if even the sky was shot down by him. Even so, there was no change except that the gate of the sword world shook a few times and became a little illusory. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Things have gotten tricky. If you want to kill him, Lin Chen, the only way is to completely erase the law of stars in the sword world. This means that Lin Chen wants to completely destroy the sword world. To do this, Lin Chen has only 2 possibilities: either he becomes a god emperor and has the power to completely destroy the sword world. Either the Taoist talents are collected completely, and all the laws of the sword world can be eliminated in one move. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill Lin Chen completely. Before Lin Chen disappeared, his golden pupils were disillusioned with thousands of sword energy, and he smiled wickedly and strangely. I have to admit, Lin Chen, you won this time. But I, Lin Chen, haven't lost completely. The secrets recorded in this half of the ancient gods belong to me. Ha 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 ha. The next time you and I meet, it will be when I, Lin Chen, take charge of the sword world and become a god emperor, no, god ancestor. After all, it's me, Lin Chen, who monopolizes the secret of the Lin family, and I am the one who made the ancestors of the gods. I, Lin Chen, will eventually hold the immortal dragon city in my hand. Take charge of the 5 emperors' divine sword, the 4-dimensional universe. And I am the only one. Come up, Lin Chen, and climb to the same height as me. I, Lin Chen, make a bet with my life, let you, Lin Chen, see clearly who you will lose to. Before Lin Chen escaped from the sword world, the wild laughter was full of strangeness. Did Lin Chen win? Or did Lin Chen win? Boom. 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 The space of Emperor Shi's tomb shook violently, and the plain space on the 9th floor was shaky. This breath is, God Emperor. Run. There is a powerful God Emperor coming. The strong men of all races scattered, fearful, and when they fled, they could only expect the God Emperor from the family to come. Otherwise, in front of the God Emperor, the peak God Master may not be able to escape. When the last Azura powerhouse evacuated Lin Chen's Azura heaven and earth, Godhead stopped turning. Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang flashed back to Lin Chen's side. Shenling Shuang stared at her master, Master, it's time to go. Lin Chenyao looked at the boundless sky, and said coldly, it's too late. Lu Huang stepped on the fire pillar like a dragon, and said seriously, I didn't expect that there would be many God Emperors. I have already summoned our old man, but I am afraid that the time will not be able to catch up. Yi Tianchen said solemnly, strange, although the inheritance of Emperor Shi is precious, it is not so attractive to the God Emperors of other races. What is the reason for them to disregard the risks of various races and have to send their bodies to come? Only Lin Chen knows that the purpose of the God Emperors of all races is probably the desolate gods that he just obtained. Lin Chen's eyes did not fluctuate at all, there is only one battle, and the powerhouse of the God Emperor will face it sooner or later. Lin Chen's ancient dragon appeared, and spit out the cracked azure scroll. This thing is an imperial artifact ordered by Lin Chen, it contains the law of time, and he is not the complete master, more like a hired card. Although this thing is damaged, Lin Chen originally planned to keep it to try refining or to comprehend the law of time, but right now, there is no such time. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen made a move that stunned everyone. He slammed his fist on the blue-colored scroll, smashing more cracks. Clenching his hands tightly, the law of power was vigorous, and his hands were pulled horizontally. LOL. The blue-colored picture scroll was torn in half, completely torn, and the internal time law was destroyed by Lin Chen. Long advocated to swallow all the time law energy in the Tsongqing scroll into his body. My day? Brother Lin, you can't spoil things like this when you're angry. This is an imperial artifact. It's a time-related divine artifact, and many God Emperors may not have this one. Brother, if you're not happy, you can beat me up, why do you tear it up? Everyone was dumbfounded, even the corners of their mouths were shaking, and their hearts were bleeding. A large number of top-level suit essence attributes gushes out from the azure scroll like an eruption. Get 145,000 points of top-level suit essence, 198,000 points of top-level suit essence, 186,500 points of top-level suit essence. In an instant, the golden god of war suit was flourishing, absorbing the essence of this infinite suit at an unprecedented speed, and the attribute light ball merged into Lin Chen's body like a sea current. Host golden god of war suit starts charging, 99.1%, 99.3%, 99.4%, 99.6%. As expected of an imperial artifact, 99% of the golden God of War suit has been stagnant. Under the blessing of the essence of the suit of the imperial artifact, it is accumulating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly. It's only a matter of time before this speed reaches 100%. What kind of realm will the 100% fully charged God of War set reach?